Roar, I am the Dark Immortal Emperor. What is your identity? Introduction.
Yi Lingyuan opened his eyes to find himself sitting cross-legged at the end of the Great Tao as the Supreme Immortal Emperor. What is the Immortal Emperor, stepping on the long river of time, overlooking the eternal, in a single thought witnessing the rise and fall of all realms, the vicissitudes of the great path, unaffected by all causes and effects, eternal and eternal proof. At this time, a group of Sons of Fortune came to the door and made a fuss. Yi Lingyuan is surrounded by billions of broken universe shadows. His true body stands tall and cannot be estimated, overlooking the trembling protagonist. I am the Dark Immortal Emperor. What is your identity to challenge me? Chapter 1 Woohoo, Immortal Emperor. High heaven, far away from the myriad worlds. Located, probably the dark side of all worlds. The pitch-black scorched earth is constantly struck by chaotic lightning, with a dense and terrifying frequency. And deep in the scorched earth, stands a dark ancient temple, inside which sits a dark immortal emperor. I crossed over and became the immortal emperor of the dark side, unbelievable. Yi Lingyuan murmured in the hall, blending memories from the dark immortal emperor in his mind. He did not know why he could become the dark immortal emperor, perhaps extremely lucky, perhaps a dream, but all of this is true at the moment. His imperial might pervaded the dark ancient temple, crushing the intangible void, turning everything into primordial chaos. The endless universe gestated within the chaos, only to be transformed into pitch-black ruins, with living beings wailing in sorrow. Completely true reproduction. His feet gather the great ways of the heavens and myriad worlds, like the origin of the great way, all endless ways come from him. However, these avenues all share a common feature, which is darkness and terror, permeated with despair. He is the Dark Immortal Emperor, the pinnacle of the pinnacle in the fantasy world, with a single thought of time withering and flourishing, years decaying, all realms withering, a taboo figure causing suffering to living beings. However, Yi Lingyuan did not show the slightest hint of pride. Because this is a fantasy world, and he belongs to the dark camp, he still cannot escape the antagonist law of the fantasy world, and will eventually be destroyed and burned by the protagonist's luck. Even the immortal emperor cannot fight it. There is already a lesson from the past. This high sky is so similar to the lesson of the previous car. So Yi Lingyuan frowned, giving birth to a sense of crisis that had never been seen in history. He doesn't think that he can beat those unreasonable sons of luck just because he has become an immortal emperor. The son of the luck of the fantasy world can be called against the sky, even if he is beaten to death, his form and spirit can be reflected back. In the end, it will definitely reach the high sky, burning everything here. We need to come up with a solution. Gao Tianyuan is definitely a dark camp, just like a certain book, covering the heavens, with the same ultimate boss behind the scenes. In the future, it will definitely be turned upside down. Even though I have crossed over, I must not take it lightly and must resist this disaster. Just as Yi Lingyuan felt the crisis and pondered countermeasures. Boom! Another emperor's aura rose in the sky. He arrived at the dark ancient temple. That breath is equally terrifying, as if it wants to extinguish all the great ways and destroy all matter. However, for Gao Tianyuan himself, he can completely withstand the aura of the immortal emperor. Because the true master here is above the immortal emperor. Yi Xiandi, it's the season to hunt across the worlds again. According to the seating arrangement, it's your turn to leave the high heaven origin and harvest blood for food. Why haven't you set off yet? The Dark Immortal Emperor standing outside the dark ancient temple questioned Yi Lingyuan. What am I but a collector of blood for the ancestors? No need to rush, I have my own plans. Yi Lingyuan did not go out to greet him, but instead talked to the Dark Immortal Emperor across the ancient temple. It seems that there have been many changes on the other side of this era. The ancestral decree has been passed down, saying that there may be someone appearing who will disturb the peace of the heavens. You must be careful, otherwise, if the ancestor blames us, we won't be able to bear it. The Dark Immortal Emperor standing outside the palace said coldly. After speaking, the immeasurable emperor shrouded in a dark aura tore through space with a step, entered the source of the river of time, and then sat down cross-legged. Yi Lingyuan squinted his eyes, pondering over this sentence. Just as the Dark Immortal Emperor said, the greatest master of the Gao Tianyuan is not these Dark Immortal Emperors, but the 10 dark ancestors who are deeply asleep. According to the sporadic fragments remembered by this imperial body, they have long surpassed the realm of the Immortal Emperor and entered a level that even the great Tao trembles for, unable to be distinguished by tangible boundaries. And every dark ancestor can personally extinguish the Immortal Emperor level. The means are desperate. The harvest season of the various worlds has arrived, and it is indeed my turn according to the arrangement. It's just right, taking advantage of this opportunity to go to the other side of the various worlds, I will carefully plan how to harvest the son of Chi-Luck. This is the strategy that Yi Lingyuan came up with after careful consideration. That is to harvest the sons of fortune. But this harvest is not for the enemy, but for the development of kinship. Only by binding with the son of the heir Luck in this way, can there be a glimmer of hope in the future. Harvesting is not submission, similar to taking advantage. The protagonist will definitely not be suppressed, so readers can rest assured and boldly try it out. He immediately set off, taking a step forward, and a vast boundless dark road extended from under his feet, directly piercing through the barrier between the high heaven and the various worlds. Just a thought, it came to the other side of the world. The world is a vague general term. It is a collective body composed of countless heavens and worlds, broken immortal realms, and some special small spaces. Yi Lingyuan descended to the various worlds, but did not immediately harvest blood food, instead summoning the soldiers of the Gao Tianyuan hidden on this side of the various worlds to monitor the movements of the various realms.
Every epoch in the Gao Tianyuan will have a Dark Immortal Emperor descending upon the world, carrying out the harvest.
Wipe out all the characters above the immortal path. The heavenly treasures and earthly treasures obtained by searching are brought back to the high heaven original for the ascension of the dark ancestors. In previous harvest seasons, there were no shortage of timid individuals choosing to submit in order to obtain some rights to survival. Takamiya referred to these subordinates as soldiers, still allowing them to hide in various worlds, monitoring potential threats to Takamiya.
Yi Lingyuan's move is summoning those slaves who secretly submit to the high heaven origin. I am the immortal emperor of the high heaven realm.
You servants, come quickly to pay your respects. Yi Lingyuan manifested the Dharma decree, transmitting it to the endless realms, with many figures prostrating under the passage of time in a year.
Some are powerful immortal kings, some are fierce beasts, and some are unique tribes. The quantity is as much as tens of thousands. Don't look at so many servants.
But this is a slave that includes the fairyland, the heavens and all realms, various strange spaces, and other worlds such as different dimensions. These slaves have one common point, which is that even the weakest among them is at the immortal king level, perhaps receiving endless worship and respect in this world. In front of Yi Lingyuan, they were only humble to the extreme, bowing their heads to the ground. Takamiya has nurtured you all for many years, it's time to show some usefulness. Present the list of strong individuals born in each realm, be sure to be detailed. Yi Lingyuan said lightly to the tens of thousands of crawling fairy king servants.
Yes, we are willing to serve the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor has given orders, how could I dare to disobey?
This is the list of powerful individuals in the realm where I am located, please take a look. Many strong individuals have emerged in the world I oversee, please have the immortal emperor take a look. At Yi Lingyuan's command, the prostrate servants respectfully presented their detailed list of all the world's powerful figures under their surveillance.
Oh, a new emperor has been born in this ancient path of the 10 realms, is it true? Yi Lingyuan's eyes swept over, reviewing all the lists handed to him, and noticed a clue, involuntarily scrutinizing one of the immortal kings. Chapter 2, Woohoo, 3 little quasi-immortal emperors fighting? Reporting to the immortal emperor, it is indeed true.
The 10 realms of the ancient path were originally the domain managed by the subordinates, but there has been a change within it.
A trace of the immortal emperor's aura has spread, causing the subordinates to completely lose control of that domain.
I am sincerely fearful and seek the immortal emperor's forgiveness.
The immortal king respectfully replied,
his body trembling as he spoke. He knew in his heart that the immortal emperors who emerged from that dark place were all cruel and violent.
He almost couldn't survive without the intelligence of a lost domain. But the instinct for survival is still bursting forth. Immortal Emperor's momentum, I am going to see which new emperor has ascended.
In addition, new shoots are beginning to emerge in these worlds again.
Everyone, in addition to carrying out your supervisory duties, pay extra attention to one thing. Search for all young people with the surnames Lin, Xiao, Yi, and Shur on this side of the worlds, and keep a close watch on them.
Yi Lingyuan's eyes pondered, and suddenly he ordered, respect the decree of the Immortal Emperor.
Tens of thousands of servants responded in confusion.
I don't understand why this Immortal Emperor is searching for Lin Xiao and Yi Shur, these 4 young people with the surnames.
Could it be that these 4 surnames are very rebellious? They could borrow 10,000 courage and still wouldn't dare to ask face to face. Can only hide the doubts in the bottom of my heart. Disperse.
Yi Lingyuan waved his hand indifferently, letting these servants return to their positions. The figure flashed and disappeared. He arrived at the ancient road where changes occurred in the 10 realms. The road leading to the interior of the boundary is blocked from the outside. A deep dark aura envelopes that world, like a giant abyss, waiting for outsiders to step in and devour them all.
The Emperor's aura of the Dark Immortal Emperor?
Yi Lingyuan's eyes lit up, seeing through a clue for a moment. The ancient path retains the aura of the Dark Immortal Emperor in the 10 realms. He immediately reached out his big hand.
Boom!
The palm reveals the texture of the avenue, shining brightly, directly shattering the entrance of the 10 realms of the ancient road.
The blocked boundary suddenly became unobstructed. Yi Lingyuan stepped in. The structure of this ancient road is very unique.
The information presented to him by the slave was pieced together from 10 former broken realms over the long years.
Another new great realm was born and named
After entering the ancient road of the 10 realms, Yi Lingyuan saw through the truth of that change, and his eyes suddenly realized it turns out that the Dark Immortal Emperor harvested from the previous era descended to this realm, leaving behind dark matter, causing the new emperor who was supposed to break through to be contaminated and unfortunately fell. What a pitiful creature. However, after all, he is a newly promoted immortal emperor. Even if he falls, turns into bones, he still bursts with changes, blocking the entrance, transforming into a dark forest, and being worshipped by the future quasi-immortal emperors, becoming a new source of trouble. After realizing it, Yi Lingyuan did not make any move, coldly overlooking a quasi-emperor battle happening on the outskirts of the dark forest. One of them is the idol of pollution, and the 3 dark emperors who joined the dark forest. Of course, this so-called emperor can also be a quasi-immortal emperor. All are emperors, but there is a world of difference between them and the true immortal emperor. On the other hand, there was a single white-clad woman, dressed in white like snow, exceptionally beautiful.
The battle between the two sides is about to begin. Empress, you have also been promoted to the quasi-immortal emperor. It's not easy to bring Yi here. I advise you not to ruin your future.
Among the 3 dark emperors, an old man with white hair shouted, Overlord, no need for many words. Even if her combat power is against the sky, she is ultimately unable to support it alone. Wanting to shake the dark forest is simply wishful thinking. Next to the old man, a purple-robed quasi-immortal emperor held a simple and ancient long knife, showing no mercy. Not bad, this female emperor wants to cut off our path to becoming emperors for future generations. Unforgivable. The last middle-aged quasi-immortal emperor also spoke with a sinister tone, full of killing intent, directly causing the climate of the entire ancient road to change, bringing down a chilling snowfall, freezing all living beings.
I pave the way for all beings, so what if I die?
The decline of this world is related to the dark forest, and to all of you.
Today, my steps will only move forward, to eliminate the root of this disaster, kill.
The figure in white clothes, known as the Empress by the 3 emperors, resolutely attacked the dark 3 emperors again.
Boom!
The pure white hands brought out a bronze pottery jar, depicting divine and ghostly figures, emitting a glow as if coming to life, suppressing the 3 emperors of darkness. Be careful, that is the quasi-immortal emperor artifact about to undergo transformation. This empress has a strong background. Let's go together and quickly quell this great battle to avoid angering the beings in the dark forest. The white-haired old man, with a domineering tone, also unleashed a strange black iron strike.
Rumble!
The confrontation of the 2 artifacts, the emperor's power and chaos, directly tore apart the boundless starry sky, causing billions of stars to dim and fall, turning into a death scene like eternal night. The Empress's bronze pottery seemed to have been blessed, instantly shattering the tyrant's black iron, causing it to break into small gravel and scatter. The Overlord's face showed a painful expression, but still stretched out his thin and large hand towards the Empress, shattering the entire world, crushing countless stars into dust, as if wanting to forever subdue the Empress.
Buzz!
The Empress in white, like snow, her body shining brightly, illuminating this world. She is the dazzling and bright source of light, wholly beyond imagination, with a trend of being invincible by all means. The pure white hands clapped and shattered the pitch-black giant hand on the spot, causing the tyrant emperor to scream in pain and retreat repeatedly. The empresses of future generations have such abilities, which truly make me, the Emperor-san, take notice. The emperor will cut down all obstacles. The purple-robed quasi-immortal emperor holding an ancient long knife, self-proclaimed as the Azure Emperor, also pressed forward, swinging the long knife to shatter the ancient times, enveloping towards the white-robed empress. This knife radiates across 10 realms of ancient paths, extinguishing all grand paths, shattering everything within the path. Even the Empress, who was also a quasi-immortal emperor, dimmed her radiance and weakened her power by 90%.
Ha, Empress, your fate is hard to escape. Just today, the destruction seal. The last gloomy middle-aged quasi-immortal emperor also threw a punch while laughing. Boom! The fist light turns into the path of destruction, destroying everything. It caused a great rift that even the rules of the path could not repair, leaving behind an eternal residue. The Empress was actually absorbed by the shattered rift, constantly refining and destroying, and her aura suddenly weakened a lot. The 3 Dark Emperors all breathed a sigh of relief. They did not fail to encounter strong people from future generations. After all, in the end of the practice, one will inevitably come to this place. Only the White Empress can make them feel so tricky. Her combat power is extremely terrifying, and only a quasi-immortal emperor cannot confront her. This time, being able to suppress it took quite some effort. People in the world do not know that there is a source of disaster hidden at the end of the path of cultivation. The deeper the cultivation, the more one can feel the invasion of that darkness. I am willing to give up everything, to pave the way for future generations. One flower blooms and one withers. Just as the 3 Dark Emperors breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they could suppress the Empress, a clear voice came from the shattered crack, echoing clearly in the ancient road of the 10 realms. Not good, the Empress still has some strength, cut off her escape route, shatter all hope. The 3 Dark Emperors all changed color,
once again unleashing their great power and sweeping away with the might of the quasi-immortal emperor.
Chapter 3 Woohoo, the white-clothed empress is about to die. Boom!
The woman in white forcefully stepped out of that shattered fist mark. The pure white delicate body emits boundless light, igniting all the great paths throughout the body, and sacrificing them. Her figure in white, like snow, turned into a dazzling light, illuminating the ancient path of 10 realms, piercing through for the first time, shining towards all worlds. The 3 dark emperors all gasped in cold air, unable to resist that holy light, the source evaporating in large quantities.
However, this dazzling light that pierces through all darkness is just a fleeting moment. 3 dark quasi-immortal emperors were all injured, but none of them fell. A sigh was heard, seemingly carrying the endless regret of the empress.
Her unparalleled elegance gradually faded away, disappearing from this world.
Damn it, the dark creation that I prayed so hard for from the depths of the dark forest was actually destroyed by the empress in an instant. I hate.
The 3 dark emperors roared in anger. The empress's all-out attack on the great Tao did not cause them to fall, but all the opportunities obtained from the depths of the dark forest were destroyed. All the hard work was destroyed in an instant. How can one not feel resentful? Leave me with my decree, search every corner of this ancient path in the 10 realms, and must destroy all the emblems of the empress. Although she destroyed all the great paths and disappeared from the world, I do not believe that she will end here. The emperor of the 3 emperors waved a simple and ancient long knife, giving orders towards the outskirts of the dark forest.
Yes.
Many shadows emerged in the dark forest, all filled with immortal aura, all heading towards the outside together. That is the power created by the dark 3 emperors over the long years. Although the gap is huge compared to their own combat power, but can handle some small things that they disdain. Those figures fell towards the great world below, spreading out like a vast net. Little do they know that all of this is being observed through the eyes of a true taboo. The white-clothed empress, the intensity of this luck is unimaginable. She is also a child of luck. Although she is a little inferior to a true protagonist-level child of luck, she is still at the level of the protagonist group. Let's start with her. Yi Lingyuan finished watching a battle of ants, although he thought it was not worth mentioning.
But he became interested in the empress.
The structure of the ancient road consists of 10 disconnected lower realms. The dark forest is parasitic above the 10 directions of the lower realm, forming the so-called upper realm. The place where the minions of the dark 3 emperors are heading is where the 10 small worlds are located.
Yi Lingyuan instantly realized that a faint glimmer fell into one of the small worlds.
It was the white-clad empress who sacrificed all her great ways. He arrived nearby and praised with a sound of admiration. It is worthy of the treatment of the Son of Destiny. The residual Grand Avenue diffuses into the forbidden zone of self-transformation. Yi Lingyuan glanced at the millions of mountains and rivers around him, all covered by a trace of residual imperial aura, dividing the land into boundaries, forming a forbidden zone. His gaze fell on a white-clad woman, who was the empress fighting against the 3 dark emperors. Her eyes tightly closed, devoid of any vitality, being supported in the void by countless fine threads of the great Tao laws, guarding.
A white dress outlines the unparalleled beauty curve.
Pale and colorless face, stunning and captivating, cannot be described in words. The appearance of this woman in white is absolutely rare in the world, so beautiful that it takes one's breath away. The 3,000 black strands of hair are smooth and shiny, spread out beneath the white-clad woman, dancing in the breeze as if the goddess of Luo is sleeping. Yi Lingyuan's eyes flickered as he pondered how to deal with this son of destiny. In terms of his identity in the dark camp, the correct approach is to completely kill him, in order to prevent future implications for the high heaven origin. But the future catastrophe is the primary concern. Since we are going to set up the method of calamity, it is better to focus on getting close to these children of destiny. Even if I kill this white-clothed empress, I am afraid that someone will reflect her back in the future, which is completely feasible in the fantasy world. Yi Lingyuan's thoughts landed, reaching out with a big hand, and billions of great Tao laws fell down to envelop the white-robed woman. The Supreme Immortal Emperor's divine power burst forth, continuously stealing the traces of the avenue of time and space, repairing her body. In an instant, he brought back a nearly dying quasi-immortal emperor and even rebuilt the foundation of the immortal path. I illuminate the root of that disaster with my humble body, but I failed. The hope of paving the way for future generations seems too faint. This world is despairing. The deeper the cultivation, the more one can feel the great terror hanging over their head. Am I dead? Why haven't I reincarnated yet? No, my grand path is returning. Fragments are gathering, reigniting the foundation of the immortal path, with the help of experts. The consciousness of the white-robed woman had already shattered into billions of strands wandering in the void. Even though she was on the verge of death, after all, she was a quasi-immortal emperor, and her power should not be underestimated. Billions of strands of consciousness fragments will be retained, eternal exile. Perhaps miracles will be born in the future. For the woman in white, it was just a continuation of despair. I don't want to. The miracle soon came. Her shattered consciousness fragments were forcibly pieced together into billions. and the destroyed traces of the Great Road have also reappeared, returning to the body. Although not able to reunite all the traces of the Great Avenues, it has also been restored to the position of a true immortal fruit. The woman in white suddenly woke up, slowly opened her eyes, and drifted down from the void, looking at the person who saved her. Ah, your determination to self-destruct the Great Tao is too thorough. In a short time, I can't even gather the traces of the shattered Great Tao.
Yi Lingyuan exhaled and smiled faintly at the woman in white. Dark Aura, are you one of the Dark Three Emperors?
The woman in white clothes fixed her gaze and noticed some clues. The aura on the emperor in black clothes in front of her was too dark, reminding her of bad things.
You saw through me, but I can't hide it.
Although I have turned dark, my heart is also bursting with great determination.
I will eradicate the root of the calamity in the upper realm in the future.
Yi Lingyuan smiled faintly. This fantasy world is very absurd, so it's easy to find reasons.
This sentence can be said to have infinite room for imagination.
The woman in white fell silent. Those pair of autumn water eyes looked at Yi Lingyuan, and the hostility slightly decreased.
Obviously, Yi Lingyuan's argument succeeded.
The woman in white attributed his identity to being tainted by darkness, but her heart did not give in, and she embarked on a path different from the three emperors of darkness.
He is a respectable person.
To be honest, your single-handed confrontation with the spiritual power of the three emperors of darkness moved me, so I took a huge risk to save you. Your foundation has been severely damaged and will be difficult to recover for a while.
Let me help you during this time. The atmosphere seems a bit stagnant.
Yi Lingyuan also decisively stated his purpose.
What is he here for? Isn't it just to harvest, get close to, the son of the luck? Time will tell. Fetters are formed through long-term communication. Friend, offering to help me, I'm afraid it's not just a simple thought, right?
The woman in white remained silent for a while before speaking.
Indeed, my assistance to you is not just a simple help, I want to get a commitment from you.
Yi Lingyuan nodded, afraid it would be difficult to get along without making up a reason.
What promise?
The woman in white spoke in an indifferent tone. If one day you completely recover your quasi-immortal Emperor Dao Foundation, I need you to go to the upper realm again and destroy that source of calamity with me.
Are you willing?
Yi Lingyuan said seriously. Made some changes. The writing style in the middle of this book may be a bit fast. The more you read the later part, the more exciting it gets. The scenes are grand, the storyline is thrilling, absolutely worth looking forward to.
Chapter 4, My Subordinates 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 Subordinate. Is this what the Taoist friend means by promise?
The white-clothed woman's eyebrow slightly raised,
surprise floating on her face. Or what? Do you have to make promises that will make you give your life in return?
Yi Lingyuan smiled slightly and flirted.
Fellow Daoist is mistaken.
The great Tao is merciless.
How could I think that way? I promise you. Ignoring Yi Lingyuan's flirtation,
the woman in white nodded indifferently. Yi Lingyuan saw this and lamented that these cultivators the higher they climb the more emotionally weak they become. Such as this white woman. It was almost impossible to have the idea of a Taoist couple.
This made Yi Lingyuan a bit upset. In fact, according to what he had in mind,
the best way to get close to a son of Qi was to develop him into his own family. With this white woman's magnificent figure,
it's just right to be a wife. Thinking of this,
Yi Lingyuan slapped his forehead and said to the white-clothed woman in front of him,
after saying so much, I haven't asked your name yet. We'll have a long time to come,
so we can't keep referring to each other as Taoist friends. I have risen from this small desolate realm and cultivated for tens of thousands of years.
My name has long been forgotten in the river of history.
The world had called me Empress.
As for how you want to call me, you can call me whatever you want, the woman in white said. Empress. Fine. Let's just call you that. My name is Yi Lingyuan. You can call me by my name or husband.
Whatever. Yi Lingyuan also replied. The white-clothed woman's eyes flickered slightly, and she sensibly pursed her lips,
not answering. Those worldly terms of endearment she still knew. Now let me continue to restore your Tao base for you. Seeing that the atmosphere had stiffened again, Yi Lingyuan took the initiative and said, how do I recover? Or is it like earlier?
The woman in white nodded her head and inquired. We'll have to change the method. It's hard to recreate the traces of your Tao back. Just use my Tao base to warm your Tao base. You yourself have the Tao sense of a quasi-immortal emperor.
It's equivalent to cultivating it all over again. Yi Lingyuan walked up to the woman in white and smiled. As you say, but I also have an object that can help with recovery.
The Empress paused and finally followed the title of Tao friend,
and with a wave of her veiled hand, a huge bronze ancient coffin landed nearby. The boom cracked hundreds of kilometers of mountains and rivers. A bronze coffin of the Third Age. How could you have this? Yi Lingyuan's eyes were stunned as he asked.
This 3rd century bronze coffin has come from a remarkable place. It is said to be able to restore all the Tao injuries in the world.
and even resurrect the return of powerful people. This efficacy is also just the tip of the iceberg. The reason why Yi Lingyuan knew about this divine object, it was because the high heavenly planes also had a bronze coffin of the Third Age, which was regarded as a treasure by a certain patriarch, explorer of a higher heaven and earth. He once again looked at the empress in front of him with an odd gaze and thought to himself that she was worthy of being a son of Qi. There were even such rare and ancient items that were unavailable to even immortal emperors. It's just a chance gain. Fellow Daoist, you may begin.
The empress didn't seem to want to reveal too much about the origins of this object,
and said indifferently. Yi Lingyuan nodded. Since there was the third world copper coffin, it was naturally better to go to the copper coffin to help each other. He stepped into the third world bronze coffin first, defenseless. When the empress saw how open he was, her eyes flickered slightly and she followed suit, entering the three worlds bronze coffin. Buzz! The three worlds bronze coffin trembled violently, and the thick coffin lid closed automatically, filled with chaotic gas, hovering off the ground like that, seemingly functioning with some efficacy. Inside the coffin, it was a space of its own. The solid floor was spread out, engraved with many arcane textures, and after the two entered, those runes lit up one after another, causing a trace of mist to vaporize inside the coffin. It really is a rare ancient object. This third world bronze coffin is repairing your great Dao laws, and even I have received some increase, Yi Lingyuan said as he felt those great Dao auras drilling towards his body. It must be known that his true Dao foundation was the Immortal Emperor position at the very top of the Great Dao. This three worlds bronze coffin was still able to increase his Great Dao fruit position, so it was no wonder that the Dark Patriarch was also precious. On the other side, the Empress was speechless, closed her eyes and began to receive the nourishment. Her body was being repaired in a miraculous process. The immortal Wei root continued to grow, slowly but steadily. Seeing this, Yi Lingyuan walked over and said to the Empress, although the efficacy of the three worlds copper coffin is heaven-defying, it won't be able to be fully restored without tens of thousands of years of repairing it like this, so let's just follow the same method as I did before. The Empress opened her calm eyes and said, just as you, fellow Daoist, said. Yi Lingyuan, however, still didn't move and seemed to be hesitating about something. If you need me to do anything, you, Taoist friend, just ask without concern. How could the Empress, who is a woman with a delicate nature, not see that, and blandly said, good. With the words of the Empress, I am also considered to have set my mind at rest. The method I am using will require the Empress to pay some price, that is, to make the body free of constraints, with 10 finger cuttings running around each other's circumference. Yi Lingyuan let out a breath and finally said it, so that the body is unrestrained, and the cuttings of the 10 fingers are intertwined in the circumference of each other? The Empress's stance shook, and a hint of coldness floated in those bland autumn waters. Didn't the Empress say that the great Tao is merciless? Could it be that she has forgotten it in the twinkling of an eye and can't exert herself? Yi Lingyuan knew in his heart that he had to persevere. Whoever runs for healing doesn't take off their clothes. Sheesh. Well, I will follow through with my promise. I was the one who was caught off guard. The Empress's brows knitted, flashing with the color of struggle. After all, this kind of thing she had never done before. But for the sake of that glimmer of dawn she still compromised, closing her eyes and beginning to unravel the white dress that she herself was wearing. A pair of white onion-like hands first pulled apart the white silk rope that tied the rounded and slender satin waist. The plain white dress was suddenly loose. Then the Empress' hands touched to the collar, so that the white dress from the snow-greasy smooth shoulders slowly faded. A cut reveals that the rich posture like jade, skin like sheep fat jade posture. When it was all removed, even the cheeks of the Empress overlooking the ages couldn't help but develop a tantalizing blush. With a sigh, she flattened a pair of snowy lotus root-like arms, her green and delicate 10 fingers facing Yi Lingyuan. TSK, TSK, a stunning beauty that pours into the world. Yi Lingyuan watched the entire scene without any dodging. Undeniably, the female emperor's posture, even he had a floating Taoist heart and gave an 8-word shocking evaluation. Then no longer think much, the same make a black suit evaporated. Toward the Empress stretched out his hands, and its 10 fingers interact. Do not distinguish between them. Boom! A vortex was generated between the two of them, blossoming with countless ripples of the great Tao, nourishing the Empress's body, using Yi Lingyuan's Tao root to awaken the Empress's Tao root. This did not half benefit Yi Lingyuan, while the Empress was greatly benefited. Time is running out. A retreat is a sea change. The world is 1,000 years in the past. In the eyes of the immortal characters, this is a normal thing. The two showed no signs of waking up, and were eventually awakened by the commotion of some flies.
Have the minions of the three emperors of darkness finally found this pure land?
Well, it's time to make a break with them.
The Empress was the first to open her eyes, bursting with a ruthless cold light. Your Dao base has barely recovered to the point of a quasi-immortal king.
Can you do it? Yi Lingyuan also opened his eyes and said. The Empress was speechless,
and her 10 fingers detached from Yi Lingyuan's hands. Between light turns, that white dress has been draped over the body,
floating like flying,
stepping out of the bronze coffin of the three worlds.
Boom! The outside world is in turmoil. The entire little wilderness realm was filled with an aura of doom.
The minions of the three emperors of darkness entered the forbidden area that the Empress had transformed into at this very moment,
smiling sardonically at the Empress who stepped out. Chapter 5, The Appearance of the Jia Monster and the Inevitable Brutal Beating. Jia. After searching for the Empress for 1,000 years, and almost lifting all 10 realms of this ancient path, we have finally found it. Empress, you really haven't died. Today is the day of your death.
Killing a former immortal emperor to be with my own hands.
I don't know what it's like. I think it must be wonderful and incomparable. Cut the crap.
Capture him first and bring him back to the dark forest before saying anything. There were a couple hundred dark minions who came this time. It wasn't all the forces of the three dark emperors. It was just a small cluster that happened to be searching the little wasteland realm and came after sensing the aura of the revival of the Empress.
These 100 or 200 people were all immortal Dao figures. After all,
the forces established by the three emperors of darkness over a long period of time naturally had no weaklings.
Boom!
All the immortal Dao figures crushed together towards that white-clothed female emperor.
Terrifying killing aura rioted. The secular world where the little desolate realm was located had no idea what was going on.
But when they saw that the sky and earth were gray and were crumbling on a large scale, they were terrified and powerless. Without the source of the scourge deep in the dark forest to suppress it, this kind of small world was able to be overthrown by just one immortal Dao figure. But at this moment, the attacking art that housed hundreds of immortal Dao figures was still holding strong despite the fact that it was also breaking apart.
I have opened the way of life for the great world, and you, too,
were once cultivators who fought for the 10 realms of this ancient path.
But you have degraded yourself and should be executed.
The Empress faced the siege of those minions, but her face was cold.
Boom! Her green silk flew,
her white dress hunting and dancing against her body, and she extended a white finger to press toward the hundreds of dark minions.
A holy and incomparable light illuminated this small world.
That cut of crystal and jade finger herculeanly crushed a large number of claws and teeth into dust,
bursting like beans, until finally,
those minions were horrified to realize that they couldn't even resist a single finger of the Empress.
Impossible. The three emperors of darkness said that the Empress was on the verge of transforming the Dao, and that even all of her great Dao had dispersed. So why does she still have the battle power of a quasi-immortal king? The information is wrong. We're facing a quasi-immortal king. What are you afraid of? It's a fact that the female emperor's realm has fallen, and there are quasi-immortal kings existing among us. Yes, joining forces to attack. Can the disbelieving Empress still turn the tables? The remaining minions of darkness were chilled,
but summoned up the courage to continue their assault on the Empress. There was no shortage of quasi-immortal kings among them.
Send out a terrifying killing technique. The Empress, however,
was unmoved and fearless. She was dressed in a white dress, her hair fluttering around her ears,
holy and light like an exiled immortal.
That aura was enough to eclipse the stars. The flower of the Tao withers.
All worlds are broken. Sacrifice.
The Empress mouthed the words of truth and began to take steps,
one step at a time,
toward the group of remaining minions of darkness.
The skirt swept.
Crystal jade feet stepped out of a withered flower.
Halo opened the void with a great world in bloom,
and the meaning of withering all things surged,
enveloping towards those dark minions.
Those dark minions felt that the body along with the cultivation also withered,
angrily whistled again and again, wanting to resist but it was useless. One by one,
they all turned into decaying ashes and spilled under that dense law of withering.
The last few dark minions of the quasi-immortal king realm finally understood in despair. Even if the other party was only at the quasi-immortal king level, you can also kill them with just one hand like slaughtering a dog. But, on this day,
a rain of blood fell on the little wasteland realm. The secular people who were in a state of shock and uncertainty,
however, were greatly benefited, and mass enlightenment in the rain enhanced their cultivation.
The Empress killed those dark minions, spilling the divinity in her blood all over the great world and feeding the many monks,
and then she turned around and went back to the belly of the penalty box. This battle can hurt. Yi Lingyuan stood next to the third world bronze coffin and watched the entire show.
With his cultivation level to deal with these dark minions,
that was really uninteresting. Seeing the Empress return, she couldn't help but snicker. Before the source of darkness is removed, what pain can be spoken of? My determination will not change. And in the future I will personally eradicate that source of darkness and return a clear sky to the worlds. The Empress shook her head. Yi Ling Yuan, however, had a frozen smile. The aura of the dark sons of the air is starting to kick in. One's own guess was indeed correct. This female emperor's future was not expected to be as simple as clearing away the source of darkness in this ancient Tao's 10 realms. It's almost certain to hit the high heavenly planes. Thinking about it, and feeling a little bad inside, he said to her, "Continue to recover? Well, thanks for your help, fellow Daoist. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will repay this karma." The Empress nodded indifferently. Having learned from her previous mistake, this time she stepped very decisively inside the three worlds bronze coffin. Just later, Yi Lingyuan sighed and followed into it. In the space of the coffin, the Empress bashfully removed her dress, revealing a voluptuous jade posture that would make even the creator hold his breath. The white as sheep's fat skin was exquisite, and every curve was full of absolute beauty and divinity. Even if it was created by heavenly craftsmen, it would be difficult to compare. Round and full, the peaks are divine, the rump is quite plump, and the long legs are like snow. Only when his eyes were on that pouring face, he was indifferent as ice, and reached out his polished jade hand towards Yi Lingyuan. Yi Lingyuan also followed suit, vaporizing his robes and holding them against each other, and a vortex of the great Tao once again enveloped the two. Time is like a shuttle. 500 years have passed again. This day a brilliant immortal aura erupted from within the desolate realm's forbidden area and shot straight up into the starry sky, tearing through the barriers of the small desolate realm and impacting in the upper realm. That was the aura of the Empress's Tao. After being moisturized by the ripples of the great Tao, the Empress's Tao foundation went even further, recovering to the immortal king level. Her exquisite jade feet stepped out of the three worlds bronze coffin, manifesting over the forbidden area between her steps, realizing the immortal king Tao fruit, getting closer and closer to the peak Tao fruit of a quasi-immortal emperor. The Empress's peerless face couldn't help but show a hint of a sense of alienation. Boom! The immortal Tao radiance emanating from her body stayed for a long time before it finally converged and landed beside a side of the mountains and water in the forbidden area. Instead of returning to the bronze coffin of the third world, she was born with the feeling of wanting to take in the world. The white-clothed, slender figure walked along the riverside, down the great river, as if she were a fairy on the threshold of the world. The Empress is in good spirits. Is this a sign of pleasure? This time Yi Lingyuan naturally would not let go. His figure emerged and smiled side by side beside the Empress. In the past, I rose to the small desolate realm, and with my mind on the great Tao, I didn't ask about external affairs, and ignored many of the scenery in my life. But now my heart is filled with emotion, and I want to take a walk. The Empress gave him a look and said, "There are many people who want to look back at the past and make up for their regrets, but time cannot be traced back, and even if a high immortal emperor can look back at the past, what he sees is only a projection of his early childhood, and life on earth is indeed something that should be enjoyed for all it's worth." Yi Lingyuan was also overwhelmed with emotion. Immortal emperor? That is an existence beyond my reach at the moment. I wonder what kind of light an immortal emperor level might be. The Empress also revealed her yearning. It is said that the immortal emperor is the end of cultivation. What is that like? How heavenly is that kind of power? Chapter 6 Everyday Sons of the Air being chased into the Forbidden Zone. These the Empress did not know, and had a mind to find out. Yi Lingyuan watched as she stopped at the riverside. The cold mist of the river water drifting by in bursts. The Empress was as wonderful as being in a fairyland. Couldn't help but reach out his hand and ring around his plump sense of soft waist, forcibly wrenching the Empress's stance back and saying, "In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will bring you to appreciate the might of that Rodan level and see the scenery of the great Tao. This is already a step that belongs to the beginning of the proximity to the son of Qi. He has been frank with the Empress for 1500 years. Has the time come? Fellow Daoist, what are you doing?" The Empress frowned and looked at Yi Lingyuan with an unfamiliar gaze. Slightly twisting her plump waist, she detached herself from his arm and said somewhat coldly, "I will personally climb the great Tao, fellow Daoist, but please respect yourself." When he finished, he was in no mood to return to the belly of the Forbidden Zone. This kind of child of Qi is really difficult to deal with. Living together for 500 years has not been able to shake her heart. It seems that the policy of responding to the calamity is not so good to give. Yi Lingyuan was stunned for a moment, his expression a bit gloomy. Despite being prepared, it was quite a shock. The next days, the Empress refused Yi Lingyuan's assistance and did not step into the three worlds bronze coffin again. as if she had a lot of insights into nature that fascinated her. Moreover, consciously or unconsciously, the Empress was distancing herself from Yi Lingyuan. This situation made Yi Lingyuan more and more depressed. This hadn't even gotten very close to the son of Qi, and it actually suffered a backlash? One can't help but start thinking about remedies. The measure is that he left the desolate realm Forbidden Zone silently. Another year has passed. The Empress also noticed Yi Lingyuan's departure and couldn't help but feel empty inside. Have I done wrong? Yi Taoist friend has benefited me. I cultivate so far, practicing the principle of ruthlessness, which has alienated him. The Empress sighed as she gazed at the place where Yi Lingyuan often sat. Another 100 years have passed since then. The Empress stepped into the Three Worlds bronze coffin once again and stood in the space inside the coffin for a long time. Finally, it makes itself dormant. Time kept passing. Mountains and rivers changed, and in the blink of an eye another 500 years passed. The Empress awoke from her coffin, feeling the slower and slower rate of recovery, and decided to travel the mountains and rivers to find another way. During this period, the minions of the three Dark Emperors had come to the door many times, but without exception, they were all defeated. Then the Dark Minions disappeared as well. It seemed to know that an immortal king-level Empress was no longer something they could deal with. Perhaps when it comes again, it will be the three Emperors of Darkness themselves. Shu Gu, you won't be able to escape. Obediently suffering death will still leave you with a whole body. On this day, the desolate realm Forbidden Area, which had been secluded for thousands of years, ushered in a hint of movement. There are two parties in pursuit. There were hundreds of people chasing behind them, seemingly some big family from the little desolate realm, yelling towards a youth fleeing in front of them. I have no entanglement with your Stone Clan. You Stone Clan old chasing the small master is not let go. What is the meaning of forced to hurry? The big deal is to die together. Small master, one person to spell the death of so many people of your Stone Clan worth. The fleeing youth drank to the Stone Clan crowd behind him. The tone was tinged with a hint of sadness. Shu Gu, you know very well what you've done yourself. Daring to steal my Stone Clan's secret art of the Great Tao. Even an immortal won't be able to save you. Purple breath overcoming Sun Fist. One of the Stone Clan's leading elders stepped into the air and swung a fist of soaring purple light, blasting toward Shu Gu, who was heading to flee. Boom! The purple chi was volatile, like a great sun shining, destroying hundreds of kilometers of mountains and rivers, along with Shu Gu to be destroyed altogether. At this critical moment, Shu Ji's body flashed with a golden light, and his escape speed instantly became extremely terrifying. In a blur, it had gone hundreds of miles away. Damn it, my Stone Clan's Jun Clan's secret art Kuanping transportation technique. What else do you have to say now? Today, the old man is going to put to death your thieving generation. Chase. The Stone Clan elder's face was grim as he waved his hand with an explosion of killing intent, once again leading the Stone Clan crowd to chase after him. The two groups of people chased and fled, crossing half a month still without stopping. Shu Gu, on the other hand, had fled to the boundaries of the Forbidden Area's hinterland and felt a distinct sense of oppression. This is not the oppression of a certain person, as if there was once a place where a forbidden existence stood, and heaven and earth left some imprints. Damnable Stone Clan, slandering me, Shu Gu, like this. In the coming days, if I become a great success, I will destroy the Stone Clan. Shu Ji's heart burst with bitterness, sensing that when he entered the hinterland of this forbidden area, all his life breath was constantly being lost. He knew that this trip might be fatal. He hadn't stolen any of the Stone Clan's so-called clan-suppressing secret techniques at all. That was the remnants of a technique he had once practiced by breaking into a party of ancient ruins, because it was revealed in front of people not long ago, thus causing the Stone Clan to hunt it down. No matter how much he explained, the other party just flatly insisted that he had stolen the secret art and began to hunt him down endlessly. Now, it was even forcing him, Shu Gu, to this little desolate realm's recognized extinction point. We can't stay. It's better to die in the hinterland of this forbidden area rather than being killed by the Stone Clan. Shu Gu strongly suppressed the palpitating sensation coming from the center of the Tao and hardened his head forward. The Stone Clan crowd, on the other hand, paused. A younger generation reminded the leading elder. Ahead is the forbidden hinterland. It's said that there are immortal Tao figures dormant. It's extremely dangerous. Humph. If this sun is not removed, it's hard to get rid of my heart's hatred, and my Stone Clan's face has been disgraced. That immortal Tao figure hasn't moved for 1,000 years, and may have long since fallen into a deep slumber. So it's time to gamble. The Stone Clan elder's eyes were stern as he waved his hand and continued to lead his clan in pursuit. It was as if they wouldn't stop until they had cut the Shu Gu into 1,000 pieces, and so it went on for dozens of days and nights.
Chugu was getting closer and closer to the core of the hinterland. The oppressive feeling that lingered on the earth increased dramatically, already causing him to move with difficulty and spit out blood. At this time, the house was falling apart, and the Stone Clan that was chasing behind them arrived. They weren't doing well either, losing half of their men. Everyone looked like they were waterlogged. Their faces were pale, but the anger and hatred contained in their eyes was terrifying, obviously implicating all of this sin on Chugu. Kill him without delay and avenge the death of your clan. The Stone Clan elder greeted the rest of the people as they surged towards Chugu together. Come on, the bigger the commotion the better. If I, Chugu, die, you, the Stone Clan, won't be able to live well either. Kill. At this point, Chugu couldn't continue to approach the core of the hinterland, so he simply turned around and killed toward the younger generation of the Stone Clan that had rushed in. His body once again lit up with golden light, condensing a Koan-Pang silhouette to envelop himself, his speed becoming as fast as lightning, often in a blur. Before many of the Stone Clan members could see, they were already bombarded on their bodies and spat out blood. The Koan-Pang secret method advocated extreme speed, and when cultivated to the extreme, it was even capable of chasing after passing time. Even if the Chu Ji's cultivation level was slightly lower at the moment and he couldn't bring it into play, it wasn't something those Stone Clan members could match. He was like a god of war, charging back and forth through the crowd of the stone race, making it impossible for the enemy to touch a single corner of his coat. And the enemy is already dead and wounded. Humph. Even if it's a secret art of the Great Tao, but your cultivation level is too low. I'll tell you right now that everything is useless in front of absolute strength. The Stone Clan elder's eyes were cold and stern as he once again erupted with the purple chi overcoming Sun Fist. It was an equally subtle killing technique. The light of the fist was like the purple chi that swept over thousands of miles, and the power was like the great sun covering the enemy, making it impossible for them to escape. Boom! Wherever the fist prince passed, purple chi swept through, leveling patches of mountains and filling the sky with dust. Chugu stifled a grunt and was buried before he could escape the coverage of that fist print. This strike was an angry strike by the Stone Clan elder. Even the Koan-Pang transportation method could not protect him. Chapter 7, Woohoo, the White Empress is in love with me. This time you kid finally ambushed. If not in the forbidden area, I will definitely kill you by 1,000 cuts. Stone Clan elders of the power of a fist expected the other party must be dead without a burial place, but still find it difficult to eliminate the anger of the heart. Spinning around at speed, he ordered the remaining Stone Clan members to retreat. He vaguely felt a growing fear haunting him. Boom! Just as the Stone Clan elder was uneasily ordering a retreat, a terrifying immortal Tao radiance abruptly erupted from the forbidden area's hinterland. Endless veins of the great Tao spread out from there, filling the entire little wasteland realm. A terrifying immortal Tao aura shook the 10 realms of the ancient Tao. The Stone Clan elder along with the remaining clansmen blankly felt that immortal might, so close, and unsuspectingly turned into ashes and drifted away in the wind. Bah! A few bones are broken. Fortunately, Little Master is the desolate ancient saint body. Other than that, his body is hard. Hiss! This is the Lord of the Forbidden Zone revived. As the immortal might erupted, a gray head was revealed under the piece of mountain rock that had been leveled by the Stone Clan elders. Chugu didn't die physically. Besides the Koan-Pang shield method, he also had many defensive ancient artifacts, all of which were stimulated this time, although it was still difficult to withstand a punch from the Stone Clan elder. The good thing was that he was a desolate ancient saint body, with an extremely hard physique, and survived at the cost of crumbling a few of his ribs. But Chugu, who had survived, wasn't half as happy, and looked dully toward the white-clothed, snow-like silhouette standing on that towering cliff in the Forbidden Zone's hinterland. It was a woman who was perfect to the extreme, her white dress hunting back and forth, 3,000 black and blue silks flying. Her style was so overwhelming that it was hard to describe. Is she the owner of the Forbidden Zone that the world of this little desolate realm is talking about? It wasn't far away, and Chugu was wondering why itself wasn't crushed by that immortal might. Steeply, a sigh came from the wind, and Chugu was shocked because it was as if he heard a hint of sultry resentment if nothing else. Wasn't that Lord of the Forbidden Zone abandoned by his beloved? But what man would be so desperate and cruel to such a perfect woman? At the very least, if Chugu could encounter such a magnificent redhead, he would definitely be very devoted. It's just that I'm dying. What's the point of thinking about all this nonsense? That Lord of the Forbidden Zone has disappeared? Chugu smiled bitterly, not thinking that he could still be alive after meeting the Forbidden Area Master. But when he turned his eyes, the white-clothed, snow-like silhouette that stood on the cliff just now had disappeared. The light of the immortal Tao that had shaken the entire world had disappeared along with it,
as if it had just been a dream. I, Shu Gu, have seen the owner of this desolate realm forbidden area with my own eyes, and I've survived. How fortunate I am. Many thanks. Shu Gu froze for a long time, burrowed out of the mud, and made a deep bow in the direction of that forbidden hinterland. He didn't believe that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone would let him go. After all, even everyone from the Stone Clan who had been chasing him had been reduced to ashes. The only explanation is that the other side did it on purpose. Regardless of whether or not there was any purpose, this favor he, Shu Gu, would keep in mind and try to return the favor later. The Ancient Way's 10 Realms, the dark forest of the Upper Realm. It was as dark and lightless as ever, and even the starry sky stretched out to this place, swallowed up by that infinite darkness. The 3 Emperors of Darkness were seated, not so much seated as stationed at the outskirts of the forest. Yi Lingyuan then descended in front of a huge palace deep in the dark forest. An immeasurable immortal emperor's aura permeated this place, and even the 3 Emperors of Darkness would find it difficult to approach, and would have their bodies shattered in an instant. Yi Lingyuan, however, idly walked into the palace, looking at a darkened imperial skeleton sitting at the end of the palace. This is the source of the 10 realms of the ancient Tao. It's really good. Which one that can become an immortal emperor isn't the protagonist of the heaven and earth? And so far the chi is still strong, but it's slightly inferior to the female emperor. Yi Lingyuan surveyed the skeleton on the imperial throne. Dark matter taints it all. However, that imperial might still emanated strongly, evolving a substantial Morrow hell. Seemingly sensing Yi Lingyuan's threat, the pitch-black emperor skeleton unexpectedly raised its bone claws. A blood-red soul fire lit up in its skull, and a fluctuation emanated out. Roar! The Morrow hell evolved by his emperor's might caved in, releasing billions of terrifying evil spirits that instantly pounced towards Yi Lingyuan. These evil spirits, under the immortal emperor's chi, even a quasi-immortal emperor would not be able to fight against them and would end up with a bad taste in their mouths. Yi Lingyuan stood with his arms folded, not moving at all. His body also erupted with immortal emperor chi, far beyond the might of the emperor's skeleton, thinning out and suppressing all the evil spirits, and the Saluo hell poofed and cracked on the spot, ceasing to exist. After a long period of time, the emperor's skeleton was born with a trace of faint divine intelligence. But how dare you offend the true master? Refine it for me. Yi Lingyuan mercilessly struck out, the immortal emperor chi enveloping the imperial skeleton, easily snuffing out the faint trace of spiritual intelligence he had been born with. This emperor's skeleton died endless years ago, and the emperor's skeleton's might was eternal and immortal, and then gathered spiritual consciousness to attempt to come back to life. It would have been a miracle, but if you offend Yi Lingyuan, then you have to die again. He refined the emperor's skeleton, absorbing the dark matter that polluted its bones, and the pitch-black emperor's skeleton turned white and crystalline in color as far as the eye could see. Yi Lingyuan put it into the immortal emperor chi inside his body. The refined emperor bone was already able to be used for him. Summoning it was also equivalent to an immortal emperor attacking, and even though it couldn't compare to a true immortal emperor without flaws, it was still able to be somewhat useful at critical moments. This refining seemed to be rapid, but for the outside world 1,000 years had passed. The 3 quasi-immortal emperors on the outskirts of the dark forest over the past 1,000 years had all been startled, feeling the terrifying immortal emperor pressure sweeping out from the depths of the forest. His scalp went numb, and he could only tremble and crouch on his knees. With the immortal emperor level pressure erupting from those depths, it was enough to cause them to die tens of thousands of times if they were so inclined. Panic and bewilderment grew within. Could it be that the Dark Immortal Emperor in the depths has awakened? That said, although the 3 Emperors of Darkness tacitly treated this dark forest as their own territory, offering the Dark Immortal Emperor in the depths as their master, it could be that the 3 of them were simply not capable enough to step into the depths, and that Immortal Emperor level pressure alone was enough to disintegrate their avenues. That was why to this day they still didn't know that the Dark Immortal Emperor in the depths had long been dead for many years and was only an imperial skeleton. Now it was even more so that Yi Lingyuan had taken it for himself. Yi Lingyuan still left behind a dark origin before he left, allowing these dark 3 emperors to make offerings. After all, these 3 had some use. After doing so, he returned to the small desolate realm and looked at the secluded forbidden area with a feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the sons of Qi are not that approachable. Could it be due to the fact that he carries the darkness factor? But no matter what, I have to succeed in order to stand in the future great calamity. He's back in the belly of the penalty box, seeing that third world copper coffin that was filled with chaotic aura. But it didn't enter. Boom! An immortal king level attack came towards him. Empress,
You and I haven't seen each other for 1,000 years.
And once we come here, we're like enemies?
Yi Lingyuan smiled faintly.
Reaching out to smash that immortal king's attack, a white-clothed woman appeared in his sight. Perfect, almost dreamy holy face. Indifferent temperament. Who is it if it's not the Empress? Fellow Daoist, receive my 10,000 flower killing technique. The Empress did not answer and spoke indifferently.
She manifested from the void, walking step by step, with 10,000 peanuts on the tips of her feet, filling the entire heaven and earth in an instant, each white Dao flower evolving the real universe, suppressing it towards Yi Lingyuan. This was an extremely terrifying secret art.
If in the same realm, it was enough to easily suppress an immortal king, but Yi Lingyuan's realm exceeded too much and stood at the end of the Great Dao,
and all the attacking techniques within the Great Dao did not work on him.
Frankly,
he crushed the female emperor's 10,000 flowers killing technique with his physical body,
failing to startle even a single piece of his robe. Chapter 8, Married Happiness.
Fellow Taoist left for 1,000 years, and it seems that the Tao heart has been sublimated instead.
The Empress didn't make another move. Ying stepped in front of Yi Lingyuan, her eyes flickering, not knowing what she was thinking. This son of Qi is testing me?
Yi Lingyuan heard a hint of a vague emotion and couldn't help but be surprised, but he didn't think much about it and said, "It's true that it's progressed a bit, but you,
Empress, are standing still. So, the Taoist friend is here to continue to help?" Once again, the Empress did not answer, but asked instead, "If you're willing, I'll naturally help, but I'm afraid you can't let go of your Tao heart and your heart is too far away," Yi Lingyuan said meaningfully. "Start practicing."
The Empress turned around and directly stepped into the third world bronze coffin.
Yi Lingyuan also entered,
knowing that this son of Qi was difficult to deal with. It wasn't comparable to the Emperor Bone that he had previously taken in, although that Emperor Bone had been promoted to Immortal Emperor.
At best, he was only a third-rate son of Qi,
and the likes of the Empress is the protagonist core level, almost rivaling the highest level of those unreasonable sons of Qi in certain circumstances.
Yi Lingyuan also didn't think that it would be in place in one step. After entering the coffin space, the Empress, however, was slow to assume a cultivation posture, took a deep breath, and suddenly said to Yi Lingyuan, "Perhaps the great Tao of ruthlessness itself is paradoxical. I cannot understand it for a moment and a half, but I am willing to make a change."
Yi Lingyuan froze, and a fine aura suddenly arose in his eyes.
"The Empress is saying that."
The Empress gently shook her head and walked to him, her stunningly flawless face vaguely colored with a ray of seductive haze. "You broadened my clothes for me."
Hiss.
Yi Lingyuan shuddered inwardly,
finally understanding what the Empress meant. She actually accepted herself? In other words, the previous past of practicing with him had still left a mark within the Empress, and it was not useless. Yi Lingyuan's Tao heart rippled, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a trace of arc and said, "I once told you that I would bring you to enjoy the scenery of the world, and this promise is eternal and immortal." Said, reached out to unlock the beautiful people in front of the plump waist on the sash, a little bit of peeling off that plain white dress, so that the absolute beauty of the vibrant jade posture once again show.
The beautiful jade posture is as smooth as congealed grease, icy muscles and jade bones,
round and heavenly,
a burst of cozy scent that captivates the mind.
The haze on the Empress's face intensified,
and then she simply closed her eyes and didn't listen.
But this allowed Yi Lingyuan to feast his eyes. The Empress begins.
Yi Lingyuan was not the kind of person whose moral heart was not firm, and quickly remembered the main event and solemnly said. The Empress closed her eyes and lightly nodded her head, stretching out her 10 delicate fingers and interlocking them with his.
Boom! This time, the great Tao vortex was extremely thick, and the Empress was constantly branded by the traces of the great Tao, her Tao foundation recovering with the naked eye. And so, another 100 years passed. With Yi Lingyuan's assistance, the Empress's Tao foundation had already recovered to the peak of the Immortal King, and was only one step away from the quasi-immortal Emperor Tao foundation of yesteryear. But the two had to interrupt. Boom! In the sky above the desolate realm forbidden area, the sky dome exploded, probing down a giant hand toward the hinterland of the forbidden area. That terrifying quasi-immortal Emperor radiance shattered a large portion of the starry sky in an instant. It wasn't just the little desolate realm. The entire ancient Tao 10 realms were trembling violently, as if they would completely crumble under the great hands of the immortal Emperor to be in the next second. "Empress, suffer death."
The magnificent voice resounded in the sky dome as the large hand continued to descend,
completely smashing the little desolate realm and burying many cultivators. However,
there was a vaguely invisible aura that still maintained the little desolate realm in a coupled state, an aura that even that quasi-immortal emperor who had struck out in the upper realm had failed to detect.
the female emperor appeared.
Her white dress fluttered. 3,000 black silk swept beside her peerless face.
Her face was stern.
She formed a vase seal and rose up to the sky. Hard to shake the huge hand of the quasi-immortal emperor that covered the fall.
Boom! The female emperor was shaken back under the quasi-immortal emperor's palm, and immediately afterward,
a ghost-faced ceramic jar emerged, which was one of the former female emperor's quasi-immortal emperor's weapons, and it was once again sacrificed, blasting out towards the quasi-immortal emperor's large hand.
The ghostly face on the clay pot came alive, as if it was sealing an ancient evil god,
evolving an overwhelmingly ferocious domain to chop at the large hand. The empress also once again offered up all sorts of extermination techniques, like a brilliant rain of light rushing up against the wind,
fiercely sparring against each other. Yi Lingyuan didn't participate in this battle.
The empress, who was only one step away from her former realm, was enough to deal with the great hand of the quasi-immortal emperor that was probing down. The engagement lasted several days. A muffled grunt resounded from the dome of the sky. That immortal emperor to be's large hand actually crumbled a finger under the hard grinding of the ghost-faced ceramic pot, and a large amount of emperor blood spilled down,
staining the sky red. Roar!
If it were not for the incompleteness of the Tao in the lower realms, that quasi-immortal emperor who had struck out in the upper realm did not continue.
Retracting his hand with unwillingness and resentment,
the empress put her weapon back and stood in the void,
looking at the broken sky but not showing any ease. After that, she returned to Yi Lingyuan's side and said,
"A prospective immortal emperor is bound to chop off his own Tao if he descends to the realm."
Yi Lingyuan, why are you unharmed? Yi Lingyuan sighed. This break was still discovered. Indeed, quasi-immortal emperors were unable to enter the lesser desolate realm. Forced entry will cause the small desolate realm to crumble.
But with the aura of the so-called emperor's skeleton from the depths of the dark source covering it,
this ancient Tao 10 realms was incomparably sturdy. The immortal emperor to be could not force his way down to the realm either.
The fact that he was able to travel between the upper and lower realms was in itself a very fishy thing.
Yi Lingyuan on this also thought of a good speech, face flooded with tenderness.
For the first time in front of the white woman into the arms,
said, "Are you willing to believe me? If you believe, do not ask more good." Yi Lingyuan, I can sense that your closeness to me comes with some sort of purpose,
yet your Tao heart is so pure.
The empress did not resist.
Leaning her head in his arms, her soft and delicate jade hand pressed on the man's heart, faintly said.
Yi Lingyuan didn't say anything and waited for Jiaren's answer. Perhaps I remember that promise you gave, and I believe you.
The empress lifted her chin lightly,
her deep, bright eyes gazing into the man's face.
Empress, Yi Lingyuan moved, looking at that dreamy and beautiful face from a close distance.
He lowered his head and his lips lightly pressed against it. Lingering,
the empress closed her eyes.
Her cheeks surfaced a deep camel red, struggled slightly, saw the man instead become more and more infatuated, inwardly sighed, simply let him indulge. With the coffin as a bed, the white dresses fluttered down, and the two bodies fell vaguely onto the coffin,
which was again covered by the pervasive chaotic gas.
Years after that, tranquility was restored to the wasteland sanctuary,
and there was no more harassment. A divine couple traveling around and taking in the sights of the world.
Afterward, he came out of the forbidden zone and transformed into an ordinary person,
experiencing the 10,000-foot red dust. It took 100 years to get back into the forbidden zone. I hadn't thought that the desolate ancient sacred body that I paid attention to back then is now on the verge of becoming an emperor, and he may have the potential to retrace our path in the afterlife. The female emperor's white clothes fluttered as she stood on top of a mountain and murmured. Her slender figure loomed infinitely better in the wind. It was as if a fairy had come to earth.
This kid has a long way to go.
At the very least, he has to be invincible in the little desolate realm for 10,000 years before he can lift the darkness to the upper realm.
And at that time, perhaps the darkness 3 emperors would have long since been eradicated by us. Yi Lingyuan knew who the empress was talking about.
For 100 years in the red dust, they observed the great world. That desolate ancient sacred body called Chugu had risen all the way to the top, beating all his contemporaries,
cultivating into a saint step by step,
and was on the verge of advancing to quasi-emperor. This cultivation speed caused the empress to be quite moved. He knew in his heart that without his intervention, the empress's recovery from her injuries would be slow, and in time, she would ascend with this true son of Qi until she finally eradicated the dark scourge of the upper realm.
But with his Yi Lingyuan's intervention, the empress had ascended ahead of time, and this Chugu was lagging behind. However, this kind of unreasonable level of Qigong children would definitely catch up and could not be taken lightly. Chapter 9, Progress of the Son of Fortune, Heavenly Emperor Level. Let's go. This time I'm going to push you completely to your former peak.
Yi Lingyuan hugged the white-clothed beauty from behind, and his hands were not honestly rubbing on that floating and convex figure.
Aha!
The Empress' cheeks blushed,
knowing what was going to happen next. Since the last time,
Yi Lingyuan has been obsessed with her, and he can't wait to have her.
All the time.
But although the Empress felt bad,
she didn't resist.
During the 1,000 years that this man had been gone, her Dao heart gave birth to a hint of messiness,
a wisp of resentment.
It made her realize her heart.
As the desolate realm forbidden area fell silent again.
A full 1,000 years have passed.
Boom!
An emperor's might erupted from the great world,
shaking the stars. That Chu Gu went all the way up,
finally overpowering many heavenly prides and proving himself to be an emperor.
It started the legend of the great emperor's horizontal suppression of an era.
So another 10,000 years passed.
Chu Ji's breath was weakening.
And just when the beings of the little desolate realm thought that the Chu heavenly emperor was about to transform into the Tao,
the emperor's might was once again strong, this time even stronger than before. People were in awe,
knowing that Chu Tiandi had lived a second life, but in the forbidden areas of the desert world that people don't understand.
Inside the three worlds bronze coffin,
the Empress was surrounded by a layer of holy glittering light, and countless great Tao textures unfolded around her,
spreading out over the entire space of the coffin.
If that Chu heavenly emperor in the outside world saw it,
he would definitely be shocked.
It was because every strand of Tao line spreading around the Empress was enough to shatter the 10,000 paths.
This was the stripped-down texture of the immortal Tao, containing the Empress's entire Tao enlightenment.
All those immortal Tao textures converged towards the 3 feet above the Empress' head.
Phew! The quality turned into an exuberant quasi-immortal emperor flame. At this moment,
the Empress emanated a towering imperial might around her. She had finally regained her former peak and was promoted to quasi-immortal emperor. Yi Lingyuan looked at the Empress who had returned to her prime,
and that holy aura was even more intense,
such as to make the world worship.
He walked up to congratulate him. Congratulations, you've returned to your peak.
The Empress's calm eyes looked at him with a brilliant immortal light flickering as she queried.
Even though I've recovered to my former peak, I can't see through you more and more. Yi Lingyuan raised an eyebrow, stripping the Empress' dress of the quasi-immortal emperor in front of him on the spot, and said nonchalantly, the punishment? Didn't you say that you are not allowed to cave in on your husband? This time, we will not rest until we are dead. The Empress's cheeks flushed and she no longer looked calm.
Watching the man's movements, he simply closed his eyes and suffered in silence. 100 years later,
Yi Lingyuan's brows were all rolled back and he was quite proud of himself. The Empress, on the other hand, frowned,
and her slender and stunning figure stood in a strange position,
still out of the ordinary, but letting people see at a glance that it was strange.
Now that it has been 10,000 years since the Chu heavenly emperor was invincible in the world.
What are the plans of the Empress?
Yi Lingyuan said flirtatiously.
The monastic path was long,
and it was quite fun to tease this person who he had already developed into a family member. I intend to make a trip to the celestial court to let that one know in advance of the darkness of the upper realm.
And then, how about we set off together and explore the dark forest once again?
The Empress said with a blank look at him, the tone clearly asking for advice.
After all, she was going to meet the current heavenly emperor of this little desolate realm this time. Women's virtue.
The Empress knows something after experiencing the red dust.
No problem. Go, my husband will sit in the forbidden area and wait for your return. Of course Yi Lingyuan wouldn't refuse. The Empress was already his person. This confidence was still there. Furthermore, even if the Empress was not allowed to lift the Son of Qi in advance, the future ending would not change. I'm going. After getting the consent, the Empress nodded her head, hesitated, tended to step forward to Yi Lingyuan, and those rosy plump lips took the initiative to kiss Yi Lingyuan. This trip may take 100 years. Sort of a goodbye to the man. After that, she walked away without looking back. Empress, body and mind seem to have been conquered by me, Yi Lingyuan, and there's a guarantee that the future great calamity will be crossed. Reflecting on the refreshing aroma in his mouth, Yi Lingyuan smiled at the corner of his mouth and turned around to slowly return to the three worlds bronze coffin, the great world of the lesser wasteland realm. Chu heavenly emperor's name had already resounded, and no one knew about it. After becoming an emperor, Chu Gu founded the heavenly court, which hung in the great world sky, and now 10,000 years have passed. The heavenly court became more and more saturated with power and deeper in its depths, and Chu Gu, after living out the second life, also no longer outside to show his face, focusing on the enlightenment of the great Tao to become immortal. There was no shortage of extremely gifted Junjie who had witnessed the Tao in the great world, causing waves.
Although he was unable to become an emperor under the Heavenly Emperor's 10,000 paths suppression,
he was still considered a Nirvana Taoist.
The first thing those Nirvana Taoists did was to go to the Heavenly Court to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the day.
Defeated after the Great War without exception,
even the Heavenly Emperor's underbelly failed to be forced out.
Gradually a saying circulated in the great world: Chu Heavenly Emperor was invincible in the world,
and there was no one else in this little desolate realm who was worthy of being his opponent.
The Heavenly Court, under the reign of Chu Heavenly Emperor, was flourishing to the extreme, and on that day,
a clean white light suddenly erupted from the great world.
There was one more visitor outside of heaven. Who is the visitor?
Hiss.
Emperor? Could it be another great emperor? How is this possible?
The Heavenly Emperor suppresses the current world, and all beings can only become Nirvana Taoists.
So why is there still a truly great emperor arriving?
The many powerful men of the Heavenly Court poured out,
gruffly on guard against that beautiful woman in a stunning white dress.
There was no shortage of Ninetists among those powerhouses who had been taken in by the Heavenly Emperor.
At this moment,
he didn't dare to make a rash move. It seemed that the woman dressed in white like snow had a terrifying pressure that made them not even dare to give birth to the heart of a challenge.
It was really strange that the Nirvana Tao Lord dared to challenge even the Heavenly Emperor of the current generation.
Yet he had lost his heart to fight against this one.
I am the master of the Forbidden Zone, and I have come to see Emperor Chu Tian.
The Empress was already a quasi-immortal emperor,
and she was a complete descending blow to this little desolate realm. However,
the laws of the lower realm were incomplete, and she was unable to fully manifest her quasi-immortal emperor might, so she shaved her cultivation to the mortal emperor realm.
Straight talk.
The Lord of the Forbidden Zone
wants to see our Heavenly Emperor?
The crowd in the Heavenly Court had long forgotten the might of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone.
Back then,
that immortal battle was covered up in the river of history. The rumor circulating today is that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone is suspected to have become immortal,
but it cannot be verified. The Heavenly Court's strongest people didn't dare to be slow, and someone immediately asked the Heavenly Emperor to come out. Boom!
An emperor's might that shook the stars erupted out, startling the entire great world.
That Chu Heavenly Emperor,
who was invincible in the world and was hard to meet with a single resistant hand, came out of the gate and ushered himself towards the outside of the Heavenly Court with great haste. Just as the Heavenly Court's strongest and the great world's beings were all looking forward to seeing the Heavenly Emperor display his divine might again and a great battle erupt with the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. What everyone didn't expect was that the invincible Chu Heavenly Emperor actually greeted the white-clothed woman with an extremely humble fist.
Female Emperor, please forgive Chu Gu for being so slow. I don't know what I can teach you about your visit.
This humble conversation directly caused all of the Heavenly Court's strongest to be dumbfounded.
Was this still the invincible Chu Heavenly Emperor in their hearts? In the past, when those Nirvana Taoists beat on the door, that time Chu Heavenly Emperor didn't stand with his arms folded, his back straight,
swallowing mountains and rivers,
and defeating the enemy with one hand. It's a far cry from this attitude today.
Chapter 10, The End of the Three Little Emperors. The reason for this is most intuitively obvious to Chugash. He had once encountered the Stone Clan when he was weak in the past and fled the Forbidden Zone. Having looked up to this familiar white-clothed woman from a close distance, that terrifying and incomparable immortal Dao pressure was unforgettable to him.
Chu Gu,
for the rest of his life. It was also an incentive for Chigoku to witness.
Now once again, he saw the woman in white, who had an unmistakable impression. How could he dare to slack off? The other party was an immortal Dao figure many years ago. Nowadays he didn't know how strong he was?
It was not comparable to a mortal emperor like him who was still figuring out the path to immortality. So put yourself in the lowest possible posture. There is no shame in facing the strong.
The last time we parted,
thou was still a small person, but now thou was already a great emperor who was invincible in the world.
The Empress glanced at Chu Gu and said with feeling.
She kind of witnessed the rise of this little person.
In front of you, it's still just a worthless junior. By the way, if the Empress is here as a guest, my Heavenly Court is flourishing. Please come inside and have a chat.
Chu Gu reached out his hand and made a please salute to invite him.
The Empress didn't say anything as she strolled away and disappeared within the Heavenly Court. Chu Gu also entered together as an accompaniment.
It wasn't until the two emperors entered the Heavenly Court that the crowd of strong people outside woke up with endless bewilderment in their eyes. Their Heavenly Emperor seemed to be in awe of this white woman who was beautiful to the core.
And the conversation between the two just now, could it be that the owner of this forbidden area had once favored their Heavenly Emperor?
This time the commotion and shock lasted for a while and then calmed down again.
Inside the Heavenly Court,
Chu Gu was very cautious in entertaining this lord of the forbidden area,
not daring to be negligent,
and asked him to teach him many doubts about the great Tao and his capacity as a junior.
The Empress all solved the confusion one by one, allowing Chugu to benefit so much that it was worth thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Afterward, the female emperor spoke to Chugu about the dark bane of the upper realm, and without meandering, informed the dark forest and the three emperors of some of their conditions on the spot. It made the eyes of this heavenly emperor of the current generation stare. Why did the Empress inform the late generation of this? As the absolute protagonist of this world, Chu Ji's mind was also unique and guessed some of the Empress' intentions. I was going to return to the upper world, to go to that dark forest to fight. Temporarily changed my mind to visit the heavenly court, is to let the future generations can beware of the upper world. If I lose again, do not be impulsive. Accumulate strength. The ultimate leap. After the Empress finished saying this, she walked towards the outside of the heavenly court, building strength for the ultimate leap. Chugu froze for a long time, then bowed with great etiquette toward the white-clothed silhouette. Greetings to the Empress, hinterland of the desolate realm Forbidden Zone. Yiling Yuan wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the white-clothed Empress and smiled with a kiss on her forehead. The aftermath has been explained? The Empress blankly glanced at him, perhaps only showing some of her daughterly behavior in front of this man, and blandly said, I am not going to the upper realm to die, and even if I fail on this trip, I will pull the Darkness 3 Emperors along with me to be buried and destroyed. To be so confident, the Empress is truly a vast-minded person that the world is not as capable of. When Yiling Yuan heard her great vigor, he couldn't help but flirtatiously glance at the Empress's expansive bosom. The white sash is dead closed, but it is difficult to hide that round and erect, to which Yiling Yuan has the absolute right to speak to prove. If you and I go together this time, the Darkness 3 Emperors may not be our opponents. No? The Empress gazed at the man's fiery gaze and smiled faintly, meaningfully. Recovering to the former quasi-immortal emperor realm, she in turn became more and more unable to see through Yiling Yuan's depths, which was enough to show that this husband might be even more powerful than imagined. Yiling Yuan laughed and said, Indeed, then let's march into the upper realm after some deep enlightenment. After Yiling Yuan finished speaking, he held the Empress in his arms and entered the three worlds bronze coffin with a flash of his figure. A few days later, the two of them left this little desolate realm together and traveled to the dark forest in the upper realm. Boom! The Empress had a strong aura, directly and straightforwardly radiating quasi-immortal emperor might as she rushed towards the boundless dark forest. Empress, you've actually recovered. Tens of thousands of years in the district, and you've already returned to your heyday. You're ultimately our great enemy. There's no one else. The three emperors of darkness appeared at the first opportunity. The white-haired Baji emperor said icily, This time, we won't let you get away with it again. Kill. The Xan emperor held a long sword with an ancient aura emanating from it and slashed over without any nonsense. Another eerie middle-aged immortal emperor-to-be, the Soul Emperor, also sent out a killing technique, wanting to crush the female emperor once again. I'll open the way for the future generations. This time I'll bury you all together. 10,000 flowers imperial art. The Empress was also not to be outdone. Her white skirt fluttered, and her feet gave birth to the flowers of the Great Tao, allowing a sea of white flowers to bloom all over the outskirts of this darkly polluted forest. The piercing holy light illuminated the place, constantly purifying the darkness. Yiling Yuan arrived with the Empress, but did not make a move. He was an immortal emperor, and dealing with these people was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. It was also true that these Darkness 3 Emperors were no different from pigs and dogs in the eyes of this Darkness Immortal Emperor of his. But now there are pigs and dogs that come to the door automatically. Your Excellency also made a great effort when the Empress was able to recover so quickly, didn't you? The only hegemonic emperor who did not make a move took a step in front of Yiling Yuan, his pupils covered in icy killing machines. Griffin, you shouldn't have come to me. Yiling Yuan's gaze became even more ruthless as he faintly warned. Humph. Coming with the female emperor, could it be that she thought that she found a helper to be able to bury us? You guys don't even know what kind of secrets are hidden in the depths of the dark forest. However, there's no need for you guys to know anymore. Just become the nourishment of this dark forest and feed back on us. The hegemonic emperor smiled grimly and offered up the piece of black iron, suffused with terrifying darkness might, and blasted at Yiling Yuan. Deep in the dark forest, that one emperor's skeleton is simply a mole cricket's arrogance if you guys want to digest it. The corner of Yiling Yuan's mouth hooked and he said something that made the body's face change dramatically. What? How does your excellency know the secret of the dark forest? No, a quasi-immortal emperor can't even get close to there to be right. Who are you? A strong uneasiness arose within the hegemony emperor, urging that piece of mutated black iron obtained from the depths of the dark forest. This black iron contained an extremely strong darkness power.
possessing a terrifyingly strange effect against those enemies who had not yet fallen into darkness. As the hegemonic emperor drank long and loud, the black iron radiated a sea of black mist that drowned the world, to trap Yi Lingyuan in it and contaminate it away. I don't know. Yi Lingyuan stopped talking nonsense with him. His eyes glared, bursting out a pitch-black divine light that was even more intrinsic than the black iron, crumbling the black iron in an instant. And then, his eyes tore apart the hegemonic emperor's body. A quasi-immortal emperor, a supreme powerhouse ranked among all the worlds, was crushed and his soul was destroyed, with no possibility of survival. The immortal emperor's glance directly wore out his mark from the root of the great Tao. The worlds are not likely to remember him. Do it all. The battlefield on the other side of the battlefield also shifted dramatically. The hegemony emperor's mark completely disappeared, causing Emperor Tsang and Emperor Sol to rise up in horror and look over to Yi Lingyuan's side. The female emperor took advantage of this opportunity and offered up a ghost-faced clay pot, along with the bronze coffin of the Third World, to attack the two emperors at the same time. The two emperors were tired of dealing with the situation, and for a while, they fell into a disadvantage. Yi Lingyuan watched with a smile on his face. He believed that his wife would be able to kill the enemy with 1 against 2. The power of the Sons of Qi is beginning to take effect. Chapter 11. My true identity scares the Empress. 10,000 flowers bloom. The worlds fall apart. The Empress offered her strongest killing technique, a white dress hunting and fluttering, her head full of green silk rippling, that stern, cold melon face chanting the true words. Billions of great Tao runes diffuse from its body, reflecting this side of the world are transparent white. And then, the projections of the worlds descended, suppressing the Tsang Emperor and the Sol Emperor so forcefully that their waistbands bent, and their Tao was actually falling apart. A sea of white flowers blossomed in the heavens and earth, adding to the worldly shadows and disintegrating everything, so that not even the great Tao could escape. The Empress's Tao was never that concise and clear. Disintegrate the enemy at the source, with sharp tactics. Empress, even if you bury us, you will eventually despair. Your enemy was never us, but a more terrifying and darker being, and when that day comes, all worlds will cease to exist. Ha ha ha. The Tsang Emperor and the Sol Emperor, who felt unable to roll over, laughed miserably. The Empress was not moved. Her eyes were cold and did not contain a trace of emotion. Even if the future is dark, I will go there alone. Even though I die, I have no regrets. After saying that, he further bloomed a sea of flowers, causing countless petals to float in this dark land. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air and flooded towards the darkness two emperors. The Empress, on the other hand, was sitting in a sea of flowers, constantly refining the darkness two emperors. A full 10,000 years, she completely refined the darkness two emperors, causing their Tao to disintegrate, with no possibility of turning over again, before she got up and gave up. Yi Lingyuan had been waiting here for 10,000 years in boredom, wandered through the dark forest for a bit during that time. He knew that this dark forest had lived up to its name when he had refined the Dark Emperor's skeleton before. The Empress accomplished her work and solved the big enemy, while Yi Lingyuan walked over and viciously embraced her in her arms. The Empress needs to explain to her husband what it means that even if the front is dark again, I will go there alone and have no regrets even though I die? The Empress looked at him suspiciously and said, "What's wrong with this statement?" Yi Lingyuan's hands kept groping and lectured. "Is there no husband for you in the future? Deserve punishment," said, not waiting for the Empress to retort. "Will be carried into the dark forest?" A burst of hee-hee-su-su. A party of light skirt veil floated up, white damask fluttering. After lecturing the Empress, Yi Lingyuan, on the other hand, brought her, who was frowning repeatedly, to the dark ancient hall in the depths of the forest. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the residual imperial might here. Otherwise the Empress would only have trouble withstanding it. Is this the source of darkness in the 10 realms of the ancient Tao? The Empress pushed down the distracting thoughts in her heart, her eyebrows curling as she gazed at the ancient hall in front of her. Yes, the 3 emperors of darkness have been busy all their lives in order to be able to enter this dark ancient hall and steal a trace of creation. Yi Lingyuan explained with a smile. "You seem to know this place well?" The Empress glanced at him and said, "Well, I've been here before and done some things, but I'll tell you all about those things later. For now it's a secret." Yi Lingyuan did not want to perfume the Empress and said solemnly. The Empress nodded, choosing to believe him. The two entered that ancient hall side by side. Some foreign treasures that were about to decay were piled up inside the temple. Other than that, the base was empty. The Empress searched and found some exotic treasures that were useful to her and stowed them away. After that, she activated her great divine power and summoned the holy immortal fire. which burned down a large part of this dark forest. This is the source of all evil, and now it no longer exists. The darkness will eventually perish, and this is an unstoppable force. The Empress gazed at the forest that had been burned away, the stars shining brightly once more and the uncomfortable darkness dissipating completely. Yi Lingyuan stopped next to him, his eyes rather saddened. Eventually he seemed to make an important decision. The source of the scourge of the 10 realms of the ancient Tao dissipated. Both the upper and lower realms felt that the great Tao between heaven and earth was recovering, and it became a little easier to participate in it. It was only then that I realized that they had been living in an environmentally hostile heaven and earth. The Empress extinguished the scourge, her figure reflected in the veins of the great Tao, manifesting itself in the eyes of all the cultivators of the 10 realms of the ancient Tao, and all beings were in awe, paying homage to her from afar. The heavenly court of the lesser desolate realm. The true heavenly emperor summoned all the powerful people in the heavenly court and personally made a deep bow to the white-clothed woman's silhouette that manifested from the great Tao. This act of the female emperor will be famous for ages to come, and I, Shu Gu, admire it. The upper realm. Yi Lingyuan made his goodbyes with the Empress. Empress, I must tell you something that is taboo and must not be spread. Yi Lingyuan gazed at the direction beyond the worlds and said with his hands in the air, a secret that concerns the husband himself? By now, the Empress's name for Yi Lingyuan became natural and intimate. Her eyes flickered as she guessed a few points. Nice. Yi Lingyuan's words paused, putting the immortal emperor's might on display, and with a wave of his palm, he truncated the long river of time in this ancient Tao's 10 realms, isolating it. It seems to be preventing karmic backlash. Only after doing so did he turn to look at the white-clothed beauty with a strange color in her eyes, cradling her tenderly in his arms and saying, this part of the worlds is just a huge hunting ground, and in the dark side of the worlds, where even the quasi-immortal emperors can hardly pry into, is where I came from. That is the boundless darkness that shrouds the head of the worlds. Dark Immortal Emperor, Patriarch. The posture of the beautiful person in his arms was trembling slightly, also shocked by this horrifying information. How many powerful people do you think are hidden among the worlds? Yi Lingyuan soothed the Empress's cloud-like hair and said, all the worlds? I am not in contact. The passageway to the 10 realms of the ancient Tao has been opened, and I want to travel to the immortal realm to see what's going on. The Empress meekly leaned against his chest and said sincerely, knowing the identity of the man in front of her, she was shocked but treated him as she always did. This also moved Yi Lingyuan. At the very least, in the future, one would have an additional safeguard against robberies. Go, take advantage of these times to see more of the strongest of the worlds. With your natural talent, you will almost certainly become an immortal emperor in the future, perhaps stepping above immortal emperors, and in the meantime, husband will be holding up a piece of the sky for you. Yi Lingyuan smoothly unlocked the Empress's belt, stripped her naked on the spot, and then lingered with her. Kanglan Sea Boundary. A world floating in a borderless sea. The Boundary Sea is a wonder of the worlds. The lowest level that could travel the realm sea was an immortal king-level powerhouse. The Kanglan Sea realm, on the other hand, is an insignificant grain in the floating waves of the realm sea. Yi Lingyuan broke through the boundary and came to this Kanglan Sea realm. In the eyes are all floating big waves. Seems to be connected with the world sea. Rolling big waves lifted up the starry sky, washing hundreds of millions of stars. If by this big wave rolled in, even an immortal king will drink in it. Even a wave cannot turn up. The Valkyrie, the strongest of the Kanglan Sea realm, ruling this place and having insight into the pawns on the high heavenly plain side, is indeed a threat. Yi Lingyuan hovered over the undulating and huge tides of the sea and murmured softly. After parting ways with the Empress, he headed straight here, his eyes glowing as he searched the entire great realm infiltrated by the realm sea, realizing that the situation here was even more intricate and complex than the 10 realms of the ancient Tao. This place was actually once used as a battlefield for the war with the high heavenly plains. The boundary winds are tough. It seems like it's a bit difficult to get close to it, but I, Yi Lingyuan, am most unafraid of difficulty. After Yi Lingyuan understood the information about this realm, he took a step out to a continent in the center of the sea. Chapter 12, Seeing the Sun of Fortune Again. The Kanglan Sea realm was infiltrated by the realm sea, and ordinary land could not withstand the waves of the realm sea. But in the very center of this sea realm, a strange continent appeared. Yi Lingyuan descended and was surprised to find that this continent was actually all piled up with various pieces of immortal Tao divine gold. Unable to help, his eyes narrowed slightly. If this immortal Tao divine gold fragment was collected, it would be enough to refine immortal Tao treasure weapons. It might be able to be refined into a quasi-immortal emperor artifact. It's considered a luxury for the realm. At that moment,
A commotion came from up ahead. What kind of person dares to rob a sinner that the Valkyrie wants to interrogate? A long gulp from a guard, followed by the startling sound of a fight. Both parties fighting were at the immortal Dao level. On one side were golden guards clad in armor and armed with heavenly gorges, numbering in the thousands, escorting several cages containing sinners. On the other side were mysterious people covered in black robes, also numbering in the hundreds, suddenly inserting themselves and targeting the sinners in those cages. The two sides were fighting each other, with various killing techniques tearing through the air with terrifying power. Eventually, the golden guards repelled the black-robed mystics who had come to rob the prisoners. Yi Lingyuan glanced and realized that those imprisoned in the cages escorted by the golden guards were all young and handsome, both male and female, with remarkable natural talent. In other words, the sinners in these cages were all celestial pride, and his interest suddenly rose. The son of Qi in this realm is that female martial god. What is she doing? Enslaving the heavenly pride of the realms? Between one step, Yi Lingyuan was already standing with his hands in front of the large number of golden guards that had just repelled the mysterious man's majestic aura. What kind of person? This is a sinner hand-picked by the Valkyrie goddess. If you Dark Earth still want to rob prisoners, the Valkyrie goddess will not let you go. The atmosphere of those golden guards stirred again, but when they saw that it was a person, they couldn't help but drop their hearts. Dark Earth? What is that? Yi Lingyuan's robes hunted without emanating an aura as he looked down at the foremost leader among the golden guards, which was clearly a middle-aged immortal king. Just the leader of a pair of golden guards had immortal king underpinnings, and this realm really did have a lot of underpinnings. In other words, the blood eaters of this epoch are doing well. Your Excellency is not a member of the Darklands, so naturally there is no need to know about the Darklands, an evil organization. That middle-aged immortal king's pupils erupted in light, in insight, but found that it was not useful in the slightest, and could not help but feel a sense of awe within. But also from the young man in front of me did not detect the dark earth breath. Abruptly stopped mouth. Boom! That middle-aged immortal king just stopped talking. A horrible pressure will be ruthlessly crushed into his knees. All the tendons and bones of the body burst. The body are cracked open. An immortal king avenue actually broken inch by inch. In an instant the cultivation is lost. It erupted into some miserable screams and looked at Yi Lingyuan in horror. Yi Lingyuan, on the other hand, had endless fragments of images floating in his eyes, and all of those fragments of images were the life of the middle-aged immortal king, which he had traced back in a single thought. Looking at the middle-aged immortal king leader who was emitting trembles in fear, Yi Lingyuan Fong said indifferently, "This is the punishment. Showing off your heart in the bottom of this seat's eyes? Just your district immortal king is simply looking for death. Leave the prisoner behind and get lost. Your Excellency, a quasi-immortal emperor?" The middle-aged immortal king could hardly even stand on his knees, needing to rely on a group of his men to assist him, and said in a hoarse and fearful tone, all of his immortal king roots, which were not easy to cultivate, were shattered, and he was almost reduced to a mortal, as a wave of despair ran through his heart. At the same time, it was also judged that this one was estimated to be a quasi-immortal emperor. Geez, when was it possible for quasi-immortal emperors to be encountered at random? One could only say that he was unlucky enough to play mind games with a quasi-immortal emperor, and not dying was already a great gift. Chief, the large number of golden guards also trembled not easily, just now that a mighty pressure almost made their souls freeze. They didn't dare to move at all. Drop the sinner. Let's go. On the Valkyrie's side, I'll personally ask for forgiveness. The middle-aged immortal king saw that his subordinates were in a six-pack, and said in a strained voice, there were suspected quasi-immortal emperors descending, and their group of golden guards couldn't deal with them at all. So the golden guards, who had been imposing just a moment ago, grayly and quickly disappeared into the sky. A great enemy of the Valkyries, a great organization entrenched on one side of the boundary sea. Interesting, no wonder even the Dark Immortal Emperor of the high heavenly planes couldn't ignore the variables on this side of the world of the gods. This change is far beyond Takatenkara's control. Yi Lingyuan had stolen the memories of that middle-aged immortal king and learned of some potential variables. It's amazing. This dark earth was a terrifying force that used the realm sea as sustenance and coiled many worlds. The female Valkyries of this realm have been working against them for tens of thousands of years, so it can be imagined that the dark earth must also have a quasi-immortal emperor level in attendance. To Yi Lingyuan, the variables were naturally worth looking at. There was no way to say if such a power had a true immortal emperor level. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the prison cage forged with immortal Tao divine gold and released those heaven's pride children. Many thanks to you for saving me. I am grateful to the Rain Clan divine sovereign of the blue sky realm.
The female martial god was corrupted by the dark forces, and even presumed to imprison our heavenly pride.
Fortunately, Your Excellency came to our rescue. Thank you. The Dark Earth is evil, and the Valkyries are no good. We must return to our realm dike against them as soon as possible.
These imprisoned people were indeed the pride of the heavens on this side of the realm sea. Most of them had just been promoted to true immortal, and their battle prowess was strong enough to pose a threat to a quasi-immortal king. The group was furious at being rescued, and they spoke out against the Valkyries.
Yi Lingyuan looked down on the crowd. His Taoist heart was indifferent,
and suddenly he found a chi-luck light bursting up from this group of heavenly pride prisoners.
Incomparably dazzling. Fairy Qingyu, are you alright? In the back of the many celestial pride,
there are many male celestial pride spontaneous clusters in a moonlight white light veil covered body beside a delicate young girl. Hush.
This woman's skin crystal, like white porcelain, a pair of spiritual eyes between the bell spirit god show, suddenly moving, black silk draped between the plump buttocks,
along with the moon white veil with the dance, style and other pride of the sky out of place.
Better,
seemingly sensing a pair of gazes looking towards her.
This delicately built fairy Qingyu also looked at her with open eyes, slightly surprised. Interesting, it's even a reincarnated body. Just after reincarnation it's already a true immortal cultivation. So what kind of a man of the world in his previous life?
I can't imagine that this realm sea is still harboring crouching tigers and dragons,
possessing unexpected harvests.
Yi Lingyuan was an immortal emperor, and with a single thought he gained some insight into the nature of that woman, detecting a hint of something that made even his immortal emperor fruit position a bit intrigued.
This woman was a reincarnated body, and in her previous life,
she might have also been a suspected immortal emperor level.
All of you are the pride of the realms of this realm sea. What are you being imprisoned by the female martial god for? Yi Lingyuan didn't rush to explore.
Everything was within his grasp anyway, and asked the group of celestial pride. At the mention of the female martial god, these heavenly pride of the realms once again became enraged.
Eunuch, you don't know.
That female Valkyrie had the ambition to invade the realms of the realm sea in the early years, and this imprisonment of us is nothing more than an attempt to subjugate the worlds we are in.
That's right. She's gone on a rampage all these years imprisoning the heavenly prides of the realms and causing the hearts of the realms in the realm sea to flutter,
just to consolidate her imperial power. The Dark Earth is evil and wants to encroach on the realms.
And the Valkyrie is not doing the same thing. In vain she is a quasi-immortal emperor. So what if it's a quasi-immortal emperor?
My generation of celestial pride will have their own confidence in impacting the emperor realm in the future. Listen to the diversity of opinions.
Yi Lingyuan secretly shook his head inwardly. These heavenly prides were all a bunch of mediocre talents in his opinion.
A true great intelligence would not be so impetuous as to easily judge the deeds of a quasi-immortal emperor. This was something that fairy Qingyu seemed to have done very well.
Was the only one who was silent and frowning in thought? Who among you has the greatest prestige? Yi Lingyuan asked as an idea was born. Chapter 13, Venturing into the Martial God's Temple City. This can't be said. My generation of heavenly pride is lonely and proud of itself, and no one will obey anyone. If Your Excellency were to insist on choosing one out, it would inevitably be Fairy Qingyu. She is a renowned heaven's pride on this side of the realm sea, and is known as the most likely potential to impact the Emperor realm in this epoch. These heavenly prides were extremely respectful to Yi Lingyuan, the benefactor, and they all pushed out the delicate woman with the moon-white light veil covering her body. Benefactor, I am not the strongest. Thanks to the push of all my fellow disciples, I am ashamed. Seeing that the focus was all on herself, Fairy Qingyu stepped out with lotus steps, her skirt fluttering as she shook her head. Since it's the recommendation of the heavenly prides present, it's just you. Would you like to serve as a heavenly pride leader? Yi Lingyuan wouldn't care about that much and looked at this heaven's favorite daughter without question. Tenjio leader. Senior, I don't understand. Fairy Qingyu froze, her beautiful eyes rising in doubt. I wonder what this man who could easily waste an immortal king means. You are all well-known pride from all walks of life. Dao heart high and proud. This time imprisoned. Grievances accumulate. This seat passes by. Pity you, etc. Just for you to get back a justice. You are willing to accept? Yi Lingyuan didn't answer her, but instead said indifferently to the present celestial pride. If one were to directly get close to these sons of Qi, it would be too raw and counterproductive. How about he plays another little game? Think of it as the bad taste of hunting. Eunuch is saying that he is willing to go to the Valkyrie for us to seek justice? The eyes of the prideful people present lit up, and all of them were moved. Though they were angry before, they didn't dare to raise such thoughts. If it wasn't for the prideful loneliness of the heavens and the lack of fear of the strong, Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards the female Valkyrie.
Now the benefactor who had saved them actually wanted to help them seek justice. All of these heavenly prides were greatly moved inwardly.
This young senior is simply too righteous. Immediately, the group was agitated and said, Your Excellency is a great benefactor. We are willing to follow and accompany Your Excellency on this journey.
Among all the celestial pride, probably the only one who didn't show joy was that fairy Chinyu.
Instead, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, feeling that something wasn't quite right, but there was no way to refute it. She couldn't believe this unfathomable man would be so kind. We must know that the world is a dangerous place and the hearts of people are unpredictable. However,
it seemed as if all the heavenly pride present were compelled to cry out fervently.
Chinyu thought about it and still did not speak. Fairy Chinyu, you, the leader of the army, must accompany this seat.
You mustn't degrade the pride of the realms.
Right in the middle of Fairy Chinyu's contemplation,
Yi Lingyuan had already lifted his steps to her and reached out to pat her fragrant shoulder.
Fairy Chinyu was startled,
her face scarlet as she couldn't help but take 2 steps back and said,
Senior is being overly complimentary.
Chinyu does her best. This daughter of the Chiluk also has a cleanliness fetish.
But come to the abbot in the next day. Sooner or later,
they all have to be subdued by me,
and become dependent on the calamity.
Seeing that this Chinyu fairy reacted greatly, Yi Lingyuan became more and more interested. He wasn't one of those pure immortal emperors who were indifferent to all living beings and high above the rest.
It also has the soul of a traveler semi-guiding it. Otherwise,
a pure immortal emperor wouldn't be interested in doing this stuff, and it would be difficult for a pure immortal emperor to cope with this calamity.
Afterwards,
he greeted Fairy Chinyu as she led the celestials from all walks of life towards the martial god hall in the center of this continent. At the center of the continent, a lofty city hall towered over the surrounding peaks,
defying them. Its dark,
ancient hall walls tens of thousands of feet high,
clouds floated halfway up, both ethereal and mysterious.
This was the dojo of the strongest person in the Kanglan Sea realm,
the female martial god.
As a realm that had once been at war with the high heavenly planes, most of the cultivators here had turned into soldiers, such as those golden guards that converged near the Valkyrie dojo. The Valkyrie drops down the laws of the way for the pawns underneath to cultivate, maintaining a pugnacious ecology.
All the people here are in the army,
and the cohesion is quite terrifying.
And in times of war, it can be turned into a torrent of steel to crush the enemy.
Today, the martial god temple city was extremely lively, with lights and red silks flying in the sky,
glowing with a sense of festivity.
From time to time, there were nearby feudal kings,
leading a strong army, arriving,
passing through the martial goddess temple city,
presenting congratulatory gifts,
and then being greeted inside by the golden guards of the martial goddess temple. Yi Lingyuan led the celestial pride to the bottom of the martial god palace city. Looking at the lively scene where all the feudal lords were gathered,
he couldn't help but become more excited.
This Kanglan Sea realm implements the military system, with the female Valkyries sitting at the center,
setting up various feudal lords, gathering and attracting cultivators to form an army. And the people's customs are really horrible.
A heavenly pride looked at the neat and solemn various vassal kings and let out a sigh of emotion. While not thrilled with the Valkyries,
one can't help but admire their amazing strategy. The consequence of this was that the battle power of a realm had been united, twisted into a terrifying force. These vassal kings are actually all immortal king-level powerhouses, and they have gathered in the martial goddess temple city this time to celebrate their birthday?
It is said that that female martial god rose from the war,
suffering from the invasion of dark creatures in the past years. The female martial god grew rapidly from the minutiae, shocking the realm and sea step by step,
and became the leader of this Kanglan Sea realm,
which seems to be exactly 8 million years ago.
Fairy Chinyu stood beside Yi Lingyuan and said thoughtfully, she knew the many hidden secrets of the boundary seas past.
After all, it once came from a much bigger place, becoming a quasi-immortal emperor in 8 million years. No, this time should be even earlier. This talent can only be unique for the ages.
Yi Lingyuan also gave high praise when he heard the introduction of the fairy next to him.
With his experience,
no one to date had been able to step into the realm of a quasi-immortal emperor from a mere mortal in a few 100,000 years. Even millions of years of becoming an immortal is a rare occurrence. This female martial goddess was able to step into the immortal Tao Emperor realm in a million years, and was definitely described as a monumental genius of cultivation that could not be found in the ages.
Elder,
the martial god temple city seems to only welcome the various clan kings.
We're just afraid that we won't be able to enter.
Fairy Chinyu glanced at the man beside her and warned.
Underneath the martial god temple city, there were all armored soldiers,
and in addition to the golden guards of the martial god temple city, The battle armor banners of all the feudal kings were all different, but those were at least soldiers in armor, and they looked even more out of place all the way to Heaven's Pride. There were already many feudal lords casting puzzled glances this way. It may have coincided with the Valkyrie's big birthday and didn't cause much trouble. And Fairy Chingyue was keenly observant, realizing that only the clan king was being received at the city gates, while the rest of the cloth-clad cultivators were all blocked out. When a fairy says that, I'm sure she's thought of a brilliant trick? Surprised by her keen insight, Yi Lingyuan came close enough to inquire. The man's hot breath practically blew on Aoyuki's angular swan neck, stirring up a cloud of pink particles. She was inwardly shocked, forcibly suppressing her state of mind, saying, not really, we were all brought here by Senior. Senior just make the call. That's also right, you have taken this trip to serve this seat as your masters. This seat will definitely treat you well. Yi Lingyuan deliberately let out another breath. Qinyu's delicate face flushed red, and she did not move to turn away her face. This chick's reincarnated body doesn't seem to have gotten her full memories and is still shy. Yi Lingyuan has been testing the depths of this reincarnation of the flow of the Son of Luck. Understand more, in order to better proximity well. Waving to the many celestial pride behind him, he took large strides toward the magnificent gates of the martial god temple city. Chapter 14, The Fairy Invites to Live Together. Does Elder have a way to take us in? Elder's feet are firm. He must have thought of a way to deal with it. Let's keep up. When the large number of celestial pride behind Yi Lingyuan saw his calm pace, they all lifted their spirits and eliminated their distress. Before that, the celestial pride was still having a headache on how to enter the martial god's temple city. Having lost the shelter of the realm they were in, their abilities were too meager. Good thing I met this kind senior who can be relied on. What countermeasures will he use to deal with the guards of Vulcan Temple City? Fairy Qingyu tended to follow, her cool eyes flushed with a hint of curiosity as she looked towards Yi Lingyuan's back. Halt! The martial god Temple City is only entertaining the various clan kings today. Cloth-clothed cultivators are forbidden. Arriving at the city gates, the guards with solemn aura stopped Yi Lingyuan and the rest of his party to tell them, the Kanglan Sea realm has a prevalent military style, and all the people are soldiers. The cloth-clad cultivators were almost mostly from the outside world, and it was normal for them to be stopped. The Valkyrie's 8 millionth birthday. This seat has come to congratulate her. Stand down. Even though Yi Lingyuan was in the game world, he was not something that the district guards could offend. His eyes turned, and a terrifying pressure instantly suppressed the entire scene. Put! All of the guards all muffled their grunts as their knees hit the ground heavily, kneeling down towards Yi Lingyuan. It wasn't that they wanted to, but this change came out of nowhere. All the guards, and even the various feudal lords in the vicinity, looked at Yi Lingyuan in horror. Quasi-Immortal Emperor. This is a supreme powerhouse on the same level as the female martial god. The scene sucked in cold air one after another. Quasi-Immortal Emperors were not something rotten, no matter where they were. They belonged to the taboo existence, and it was difficult for the crowd to reach them. The guards knew they were in trouble too. A forbidden existence visited the martial god temple city. If the Valkyrie knew, she would surely greet them personally. As for blocking, if they had known about it in advance, they would not have dared to treat it like that even if they had borrowed 10,000 guts. We pay our respects to the Immortal Emperor-to-be. Please forgive us for having offended just now. You can naturally enter and exit the martial god temple city as you please. It's the little ones who are blind to the fact that they don't know what's going on. I'll immediately go forward and inform Lord Valkyrie that an emperor has arrived. The guards at the city gates were as pale as dirt, so scared that they couldn't even speak properly. A real rarity for a place with such a prevalent military culture. But right now, they were truly frightened, their scalps tingling, and they only begged to be able to quell the displeasure of this forbidden existence. It's good that you know what you're doing. Step back, and as for informing the Valkyrie goddess, if this seed wants to, it will naturally be able to do so. Yi Lingyuan withdrew the wisp of pressure and walked towards the city with his hands in the air. A large number of guards led the way, completely out of breath from a moment ago. Immortal Emperor-to-be? I should have thought of that. He might be able to help me accomplish that thing. Yi Lingyuan displayed a hint of the pressure of a quasi-immortal emperor, and second only to the shock of the various feudal lords and guards belonged to the group of celestial pride he had brought with him. It occurred to them that this kind senior might be a peak immortal king, or perhaps an immortal king who had already transformed a trace of imperial light. But I didn't expect that this senior was a genuine immortal emperor-to-be. It was no wonder that the celestial pride couldn't guess. There were billions and billions of realms floating in the waves on this side of the realm sea, no less than the stardust, but the quasi-immortal emperors could be counted on one hand. It is also part of common sense that the celestial pride does not dare to be presumptuous.
On the other hand, Fairy Qingyu, who had been handpicked by Yi Lingyuan to be the heaven's remarkable leader, had her eyes flickering, revealing a hint of vague excitement. It seemed like there was some kind of obsession about to be reached. Lord Emperor, this is the finest pavilion within this city hall. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, please feel free to command and we will do our best to fulfill it. A senior immortal king of the martial god temple city personally greeted and brought Yi Lingyuan and his group to a magnificent pavilion. There is indeed dissatisfaction. Yi Lingyuan beckoned to him, signaling to come over. That senior immortal king was also a giant on the outside, but at this moment, he didn't dare to slack off at all. Trotting over with his head lowered and listening with his ears, Yi Lingyuan whispered a few words to him, and that senior immortal king, with an odd expression in his eyes, glanced at the nicknamed Green Moon Fairy standing not far away and nodded. It will definitely be done for Lord Emperor. Yi Lingyuan waved his hand. Next, the martial god temple city side of things had arranged a place to stay for each and every one of the heaven's pride. While arranging for Fairy Qingyu, he was arranging for her to be next to Yi Lingyuan's pavilion. Don't have a place to stay? Qingyu's brows furrowed as she asked the receptionist of Martial God's Temple City. I'm sorry, Fairy Qingyu, since there are still various feudal lords that need to be arranged, housing is in short supply for the time being, so I'll just condescend to have the fairy stay within the attic of that Lord Imperialist. If there is a vacant room, I will definitely vacate it for the fairy as soon as possible. The receptionist, who was also quite smart, said with a difficult face, there's no need. We cultivators are used to using the sky as a quilt and the earth as a bed. I'll just deal with it outside. Qingyu had always had a cleanliness fetish, not to mention sharing a room with someone, even if she was traveling with a man of the opposite sex. He could not agree to such an arrangement, and shook his head blandly. I'm afraid this won't work. There are heavy soldiers inspecting all around the city of my martial god palace to rectify the chaos. If the inspecting soldiers see that they have wronged the fairy, we will definitely be reprimanded. That receptionist said with a look of regret. Is there no other way? A regular room will do. Qingyu was still undeterred, not wanting to be in the same room as that senior. I'm really sorry, the receptionist insisted. Qingyu also flooded with helplessness, hesitantly only accepting this arrangement that made her very uncomfortable. Looking at the extravagant pavilion ahead, a divine pool was planned out, with fresh and fertile immortal fish roaming about and a lotus flower dotting the surface of the pool. At the edge of the pool was a white jade corridor, flowing with color, all of which were actually poured with clear immortal Dao divine gold, making Fairy Qingyu also feel that Martial God Temple City was very rich. Her lotus steps passed through the corridor and stopped again. Hesitating, she still walked towards the pavilion next to her. Yi Lingyuan sat at a table savoring the unique fresh tea of the Martial God Temple City. Seeing the incomparable fairy step in, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a hint of a smile and said, "What is this for Fairy Qingyu? Could it be that there is some kind of cultivation problem to ask this seed for advice? And this seed will not begrudge you teaching you for the rest of the night." Qingyu's face flushed and a trace of embarrassment surfaced. She took a deep breath and calmed her Dao heart, and made a bow towards Yi Lingyuan. Senior, it seems that there is a shortage of housing in the Martial God Temple City. So, well, Qingyu was arranged to be in this pavilion. So I hope that there is no abruptness to senior. Oh, there is such a thing. In that case, let's stay. This pavilion is very large, and having a fairy's company is a beautiful thing. Yi Lingyuan pretended to be surprised and said, "Many thanks to seniors." Green Moon Fairy cheeks more and more shy, light veil under the hidden slender body and the light trembling. From this moment onwards, will have to break their own cleanliness? Chapter 15, The Great Secret of the Epical Level. Late night, the city of the Temple of Martial Arts was brightly lit, but unlike the bustling bazaar, those who were able to enter were feudal lords with armies, as well as the golden guards of the martial temple city. So the atmosphere seems particularly solemn, not lively. No one is out hanging around. Inside the attic where Yi Lingyuan was, there was silence as a divine stone glowed, illuminating the interior. Fairy Qingyu looked at the only bed and couch, and after several hesitations, she still walked to the open space on the side, intending to sit down and rest. Fairy Qingyu, do you know something about the Valkyries? Yi Lingyuan sat at the table, sipping the clear tea and suddenly asked. The female martial god is also a renowned powerhouse on the side of the Boundary Sea, and it is said that she has once slain the same realm and possesses extreme battle power. Qingyu opened her eyes and glanced at Yi Lingyuan and said, Quasi-Immortal Emperor? Yi Lingyuan was surprised. After receiving a nod from Fairy Qingyu,
he couldn't help but become more interested in this female martial god.
The higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it would be to achieve invincibility, not to mention a quasi-immortal emperor.
Those who were able to cultivate to this point were few and far between on this side of the worlds.
So who was a generalist? Even a large portion of the protagonists,
to the realm of the quasi-immortal emperor and other realms are not able to kill the same realm.
And even if they can,
they will still be the bottom of the card, or sacrifice to any friends or relatives and so on. This female martial god was actually able to kill a quasi-immortal emperor of the same realm. Suggests that it's likely to be in the same potential protagonist group category as the Empress as well,
if not stronger. Female Valkyries have risen since the war.
All their lives have been fighting against the forces of darkness. If they hadn't acted more and more extreme in recent years, they wouldn't have displeased many realms. Qingyu admires such a strange woman.
Fairy Qingyu spoke again,
her eyes floating with a strange light. Fairy Qingyu's future accomplishments may not be lower than that of a female martial god, and the secrets lurking in the shadows are amazing. Yi Lingyuan suddenly waved his hand, and detained the moonlight white gossamer fairy sitting not far away,
and all of a sudden landed on his knee,
nonchalantly wringing the round and meticulous slender waist of this heavenly pride fairy teasingly.
Seniors must not.
Qingyu did not expect that this senior would actually lay hands on a junior like himself, and instantly her face turned red and she was about to struggle out.
This seat has always valued the pride of the heavens, especially you, with great potential, but you also have no small predicament. Follow this seat for you to solve those predicaments, so that you have a new straight road to soar to the sky. How?
Yi Lingyuan was ready to focus his mind on the female martial god of this realm, and as for this daughter of Qi who had yet to become a woman, he wanted to get close down as soon as possible.
As an immortal emperor, he had insight into its deep secrets in a single thought,
and directly followed the advice.
What does Elder know? Hearing this,
the Green Moon immortal who was about to struggle suddenly stiffened her body, and her face turned a little white as she said,
could it be that her secret had been penetrated by this immortal emperor to be senior? That's not good. There is an immortal emperor seal in your body, but it's been too many years. Could it be a certain great figure that fell in the last epoch?
Yi Lingyuan knew that he had pinpointed the soft underbelly of this reincarnation stream Qiluxun, arms around that soft and warm slender waist tighter. Came to the Qingyu fairy that cold and unmistakable cheeks in front of a deep sniff of the mouth-charming fragrance,
smiled and said, Fairy, consider how?
Fairy Qingyu's face reddened to the roots of her ears, especially after the man in front of her revealed her true origin. A trace of horror surfaced, completely unconcerned about the man's frivolous behavior. My deep secret so far, actually so easily. For this secret, I have never traveled with people. I did not expect or, could it be that this is the destiny of the underworld? Aoyuki murmured inwardly. Suddenly she felt her body being lifted. Her back was already lying on the tabletop. The man's hot breath was close at hand,
and her neck was tickling. Cannot help but exclaimed in shock. Hurriedly said, Senior cannot. Please allow Qingyu to consider a night okay.
Yi Lingyuan sniffed and straightened up, staring at the blushing fairy with her breasts rising and falling violently, that slender and beautiful figure trembling on the tabletop as if it was a frightened white snake,
gazing at him with supplication. Well, this chance is something that ordinary people can't ask for, so this seat will allow you one night.
Yi Lingyuan weighed the pros and cons or nodded his head. Fairy Qingyu was busy supporting her beautiful and slender figure and left the table, walking in a panic to the open space not far away,
organizing her thoughts. Yi Lingyuan, on the other hand, continued to savor the tea from the martial god temple city. This kind of tea, if he hadn't guessed wrongly, was immortal enlightenment tea. The martial god temple city was actually used to entertain guests at will. The heritage of this place was really thick, causing him to be a bit greedy. Shame to say, Yi Lingyuan, as a Dark Immortal Emperor on the high heavenly plane side, hadn't accumulated much. The high heavenly plane side harvested the world's epoch after epoch, but the big heads all converged toward the 10 Dark Patriarchs. The 10 Dark Immortal Emperors under the Dark Patriarch were also configured to reach the Immortal Emperor realm, and in terms of depth, they were actually inferior to the Immortal Emperors that were naturally born on this side of the world. Since Yi Lingyuan was the master of harvesting for this epoch, he definitely had to wool-gather a bit to make himself rich. As for the Patriarch's side, Yi Lingyuan couldn't help but sneer. They and Gao Tianyuan should actually be considered more as two separate subjects. The purpose of all that is done is to bring about a greater elevation of the self. Wouldn't care at all what happened to the Immortal Emperor of the high heavenly planes. If Yi Lingyuan hadn't awakened, he would have only unconditionally obeyed the Dark Patriarch's orders as a top-tier toolman. But he already has the variables, so surely he has to have his own agenda. Martial Temple City for several days. There is still a steady stream of vassals converging, and in the deepest part of the martial god Temple City, a party stood in the chaotic ancient hall. It was unguarded, probably the only place in Martial Temple City that didn't need an escort. A blonde-haired, armor-clad woman sat in the ancient hall, listening to the returns of an immortal king-level subordinate, reporting back to the martial goddess. All the vassal kings have been in place in the past few days, and it is expected that one plan will soon be ready to be implemented. However, there is a quasi-immortal emperor who intercepted the sinners we escorted back a few days ago, and has already entered the martial goddess Temple City, and I don't know the reason for his visit. Immortal Emperor to be? Have you ever detected that it was that old undead from the Realm Sea realms? The female martial god said lightly, her tone not fluctuating as a result, seemingly not caring about the weight of a quasi-immortal emperor. That immortal emperor to be is very young and is not one of those familiar emperor realms in the Boundary Sea. Due to his status, my subordinates are incompetent and dare not make any moves easily. That immortal king-level subordinate said in shame. Alright, there's no need to pay too much attention to this matter. Right now that plan is more important. If it succeeds, it will change the pattern on this side of the Realm Sea. It must be foolproof. The female Valkyrie sitting in the chaos gas waved her hand and said, I honor the law. That immortal king-level inwardly flinched and retreated with fervor. Quasi-immortal emperor. Appearing at this juncture. Is there any connection with the Dark Earth? Also, let's get to the bottom of it between this great birthday. If it's really related to the Dark Earth, it's no wonder that this martial god Temple City is going to be stained with blood. With a faint whisper, the blonde figure sank into silence. Chapter 16 Immortal Emperor Killing Technique. Desolate Heaven Prohibition. Inside the building. Senior, Qingyu has already thought about it. As long as Senior is willing to help my little sister get out of her predicament, my little sister is willing to mingle with Senior's water and milk once. Fairy Qingyu's cheeks blushed and she bit her lip several times before giving Yi Lingyuan an answer. Water and milk? Fairy wouldn't think that this seat covets your body, would you? You were once a forbidden figure as well. You should know that existences like ours would not have such narrow-minded thoughts in their Dao hearts. Yi Lingyuan lost his smile and looked at the young fairy in front of him whose moon-white light veil fluttered in the wind. Then what was the purpose of what Senior did to Qingyu that night? Fairy Qingyu frowned slightly and stammered. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him was extremely powerful and he didn't want to offend, he really didn't want to maneuver too much. This seed wants you to be mine completely, body and soul. Yi Lingyuan walked up to the beauty, reached out and picked up her white chin, gazing at her faintly and said, boing. Fairy Qingyu lightly bit her red lips. Her cheeks were tantalizingly pink, and her eyes couldn't help but dodge as she didn't answer. That's just it. Tell me about your predicament. As a forbidden of the last chance, you shouldn't be reduced to being in the company of unusual heavenly prides. This seat will solve your so-called predicament for you. Yi Lingyuan wasn't teasing her, knowing that all sons of Qi have a prideful nature. If she wasn't suppressed as a quasi-immortal emperor, this fairy Qingyu wouldn't even talk about conditions. In other words, her so-called dilemma must have been extremely tricky, making even this forbidden reincarnated character hard to deal with. Please also ask Senior to accompany my little sister to a place. Qingyu took a deep breath and recovered as usual and said. Yi Lingyuan didn't refuse, and with a wave of his hand, he brought him along and directly left the martial god Temple City. He broke through the boundary and stood in the air above the rolling waves churning over the Boundary Sea, and said to immortal Changyu, where is the backhand you've laid out? My little sister's memories are not complete. Perhaps I, who was once a forbidden being, had some considerations and just left the location of that cave in my memory and sealed it with the power of a quasi-immortal emperor level. Nowadays the sea has changed and the world has changed, so my little sister will have to spend some time and days to locate it. Fairy Qingyu sighed. She was indeed the reincarnation of a certain forbidden existence from the last chance, but the memory is incomplete. It was only known that the backhand was somewhere in the Boundary Sea and had left a quasi-immortal emperor seal, but the span of years was too long, and it would take her some time to find the backhanders that had once been left behind. No matter, this seat can afford to wait. You find it. Yi Lingyuan nodded his head and led Fairy Qingyu through the Realm Sea. This ocean floating with billions of world bubbles had no boundaries. Even Yi Lingyuan had no way of observing the end, and he was using immortal emperor-level power. This shows that the Great Tao cannot even measure the size of the Boundary Sea. He had spent half a month here with Fairy Qingyu. Finally, the backhanders she had left behind were found. The vortex of the Realm Sea, is your answer in it? Yi Lingyuan looked down at a huge whirlpool that was dark and deep. This was a Jedi.
The countless world bubbles floating in the realm sea were all torn apart and shattered without exception before coming to the pitch-black vortex. This place was like the burial ground of the realms, mercilessly churning up all realms. Except for immortal king-level beings who could escape, the rest would be buried along with the world. Green Moon Fairy carefully sensed before nodding. The backhand that my little sister arranged in the past is in this whirlpool.
Senior. She looked to Yi Ling Yuan.
Yi Ling Yuan nodded and led her deeper into the vortex as a broken pitch-black passageway surfaced. This boundary sea maelstrom churned up countless worlds, and the fragments of the great Tao rules that remained in it chopped and slashed at them like slashes of light.
Even an immortal king would have to drink hate. Qinyu's face turned pale. She was still only a true immortal.
Sensing that those knife-like Tao rules slicing at her were enough to destroy her form and spirit, Yi Ling Yuan smiled faintly and cradled it in his arms as the immortal light reflected around him, refining and absorbing all those fragments of the great Tao rules. The rule fragments that even immortal kings could hardly resist were a great tonic for him, able to perfect immortal emperor cultivation. I didn't think that a trip here would be an unexpected gain. The rule fragments in this boundary sea maelstrom are the remnants of the churned-up worlds.
What a lot of them! They actually made my great Tao more complete. Yi Ling Yuan's body trembled slightly,
feeling the immortal emperor level of power clearly grow a tiny bit.
He was inwardly relieved.
Although immortal emperor was the end of the great Tao, the final stage of the cultivation realm, it did not mean that it was impossible to advance.
Other than that,
Yi Ling Yuan knew that the Dark Patriarch was clearly above immortal emperors, and could grind down immortal emperors like him with just his hands. But the Dark Patriarch, such overriding power above the immortal emperor, is even more abstract than a miracle.
The immortal emperor is already at the end of his road, and any further advancement is simply impossible.
And no one understands how the overriding power is formed.
Yi Ling Yuan didn't know either. It's like a bottle filled with water. How much more can it be filled?
Inability to comprehend that which is beyond one's own perception.
And at the moment,
he seemed to understand something. The perfection of the great Tao is the perfection of the living spirit. And if you want to advance, you can also comprehend the perfection of the dead spirit, which may be a slim chance for me to transcend the immortal emperor.
Yi Ling Yuan's thoughts shifted and he realized a transcendent path. This great Tao of transcendence was not the only path to the immortal emperor above, but at least, it was a glimmer of light that Yi Ling Yuan saw. The Dark Patriarch, not out of reach anymore.
Elder,
we've arrived.
The Qinyu fairy in Yi Ling Yuan's arms lifted her spirits and spoke out.
Breaking through that dark and broken passageway, a tall and ancient stone door surfaced in front of the two. The quasi-immortal emperor seal on the stone door glowed, prohibiting anyone from intruding.
This stone door stood in the dark void. The door was suspended horizontally, but there seemed to be no up and down here. Yi Ling Yuan and Qingyu stood in front of the stone door.
Seniors.
Fairy Qingyu raised her eyes from Yi Ling Yuan's arms, revealing a hint of longing. This seed is also interested in your past.
Break.
Yi Ling Yuan nodded his head and stretched out his big hand,
slapping it towards that stone door.
The quasi-immortal emperor's Tao lines spread, transforming into terrifying might as they wore each other down with the quasi-immortal emperor's mark on the stone door.
In the end,
those glowing marks on the stone door all disappeared, and Yi Ling Yuan's big hand once again slapped out,
directly opening the stone door.
Fairy Qingyu had a feeling at this time that a huge suction force was generated within the stone door, and she couldn't help but fall towards it. Yi Ling Yuan let her disappear into the stone door and found that it resisted his entry.
His eyes glowed as his immortal emperor-level aura burst out, constantly penetrating the secrets behind this stone door.
But it was met with extremely great resistance. The traces behind the stone door could almost be concluded to be an immortal emperor.
Interesting, obscuring all the heavenly chances, cutting off the years of time. This place has become a space of its own, but this emperor wants to know all the heavenly chances of the ancient past and present here, and no one can stop it, least of all no one right now. The secret art, desolate heaven. For the first time, Yi Ling Yuan used his crushing mastery. This was a forbidden killing technique from the ancient era. When it was executed, it could corrupt the ages and desolate everything in the world, and not even the great Tao could reside. Chapter 17, Return of the Ancient Era's Immortal Emperor. A dense darkness permeated his body, and the black texture in his palm spread, transforming into an indescribably textured black lotus that decayed towards that stone door. The immortal emperor's chi behind the stone door desolated with the naked eye, and even the ancient portal cracked and turned into ashes in an instant. The desolate heaven's secret art was cast, desolating everything in the world. Even eternity would be suppressed. It was extreme. After melting away the immortal emperor's chi behind the stone door, he finally gained insight into all the secrets of this place. Instead, his face showed consternation. I see.
This green moon fairy actually has such a deep connection with the female martial god.
Yi Lingyuan converged his secret technique and the darkness dissipated.
But the surrounding area had long since been completely deserted, and it was even more dismal and dead than the crumbling world. He stood in the midst of the desolation for a long time.
Inside the stone door, it was a different story. This place was a cavernous sky opened up by an immortal emperor, and an immeasurable immortal emperor's aura filled the air, manifesting countless ancient Tao patterns. Even a quasi-immortal emperor who mistakenly entered this place would be wiped out in an instant, unable to even turn over a bubble.
And Qingyu entered this place unharmed,
as if everything here was familiar and intimate.
She followed a sort of nebulous guidance and made her way inside. A bright green moon was seen suspended at the end. Endless immortal emperor Dao lines spread from here.
That round of green moon is incomparably bright, incomparably huge. Even if it is the realm of the sea, all in its reflection seems like dust, not visible. Qingyu looked at this scene in shock as the memories sealed in her mind began to awaken, and at the same time, the green moon erupted with a majestic radiance of the great Tao and flew towards her, melting into one. I see. I, Qingyu, was an immortal emperor of the ancient era, who had fallen in a duel with high heavenly planes, and I am the creator of the great Tao Qingyu, the female Valkyrie, who was also reborn by chopping away the great Tao's karma. Outside the stone door, Yi Lingyuan stood with his arms folded. That usual relaxed look no longer there, as if he was thinking about what he was going to do next. And at that moment, the space within the stone door collapsed extensively, as if it had lost some kind of support and shattered completely. Fairy Qingyu appeared, her face ancient and unperturbed as she walked towards him. Got the answer you wanted, Fairy?
Yi Lingyuan said with a faint smile.
Your body has the aura of the high heavenly planes, a dark immortal emperor from the high heavenly planes.
Right. Fairy Qingyu was no longer as respectful as she used to be, and her eyes looked at him indifferently.
Should I address you as Fairy Qingyu now, or Immortal Emperor Yuan Yu? Yi Lingyuan did not answer and asked in return.
I am both the green moon and the source moon of the ancient era. Although you are trying your best to conceal that dark aura, the origin cannot be fooled.
This time I have come to the worlds. Could it be that the high heavenly planes are about to conduct another era harvest?
The light veil of the woman in front of her flicked and became more and more ethereal. Her cultivation had not been promoted, but it gave Yi Lingyuan a sense of gravity.
Darkly, that ancient era's source moon immortal emperor, someone that even the darkness beginner was afraid of. I can't imagine that I would actually get such a person's head.
If the Dark Patriarch knew that his former archenemy had cut off all karma and returned as a stranger, he thought that he would definitely walk out of the high heavenly planes. If this emperor wanted to harvest the worlds would have started a massive war by now.
So what should you do next when you get the answers you want?
Yi Lingyuan replied. Qingyu asked.
If your excellency knows who I am, why do you ask me knowingly?
Qingyu sighed and turned around to stare into the void,
her eyes empty as if she was thinking about something. Yi Lingyuan didn't bother her. After that, the two of them left the ancient cavernous sky,
which had collapsed and dissipated over the years, and returned to the martial god temple city.
That night,
Yi Lingyuan pondered for half a night and finally made up his mind. Walking over to Qingyu, who was sitting in enlightenment.
What does your excellency have to say?
Aoyuki opened his indifferent and deep eyes to meet them.
Having gotten your answer, is it time to fulfill your promise as well?
Yi Lingyuan smiled and picked her white chin.
Fellow Taoists still clinging to these? Qingyu couldn't help but be stunned as well, frowning in question. I thought that this one would be able to restrain himself after knowing his ancient identity, but I didn't realize that he actually still thought about. This emperor once said that I wished to be mine, to be close to me, and that statement is my obsession.
Yi Lingyuan said with a straight face.
Impossible. You and I are in different camps, and while I don't know what your intentions are, this won't work out. Qingyu indifferently said. Well, that flows.
Yi Lingyuan raised an eyebrow and reached out to sweep Qingyu's slender body across the room,
walking towards the sleeping couch not far away. Fellow Taoist really wants to be like this. Hey, it's just.
Qingyu's eyes changed dramatically several times before she finally sighed and closed her good-looking eyes.
This night, the attic shook several times. The couch was in disarray, and the Qingyu fairy, whose temperament was cool and holy, fainted in an unbearable manner. Beauty lying on her side, black silk messy all over the snow-delicate jade back, sweat beads tearing, that red-tide residual half of the side face, still moving, more people pity. Yi Lingyuan straightened his robe and looked at her sleeping appearance, as if she was a sleeping fairy. Couldn't help but sigh. This ancient era's forbidden existence is really flawless. Tossing and turning all night still doesn't let go. Could it be that he really can't get close to this son of great potential fortune? Yi Lingyuan thought about conquering this fairy-like woman in such a way. Unfortunately it failed. Even when he fainted,
those eyes were still filled with indifference.
Keep up the good work. This emperor doesn't believe you can last a moment and a lifetime.
He left the pavilion and walked around the martial god temple city to soothe his mood. Several more months passed. After the solemn silence of the martial god's temple city,
a lively atmosphere was ushered in. Valkyrie birthday arrives.
The various clan kings who were usually silent were heading towards the chaotic ancient hall at the highest point of the martial goddess temple city.
Inside the loft,
Yi Lingyuan gently caressed Fairy Qingyu's smooth willow waist covered in fine sweat, kissed her on the forehead and laughed.
We're going to meet with that sister of yours today. What are your feelings?
Fairy Qingyu was wrapped up in his arms,
but her white as goat fat skin was strewn with many bruises, shattering that sense of beauty.
She knit her brows,
will be on the body of the traces of one by one eliminated, and restored the weather of ice and jade. From Yi Lingyuan's arms to get up, put on a light veil, said, there is nothing to feel, but you, more and more intensified. Is it wanting to through this way to make me give in? That's not true. You've been stubborn, so naturally this emperor will have to spend some effort. I think, after your sun and moon emperors meet, your mind will open a door for me. Yi Lingyuan once again encircled this absolute jade from behind inside. He doesn't want much.
It is to draw these sons of Qi together for the same front.
The future cataclysms will come, and they will not fall into passivity. Unfortunately, this Qinyu was really stubborn. Those heavenly pride are waiting outside, Qinyu faintly reminded.
Yi Lingyuan lost his smile and let go of her,
walking out with her. Chapter 18, The Birthday of the Immortal.
The immortal light path to the dark earth.
Senior, Fairy Qinyu, you finally come out. The female martial goddess is celebrating her birthday today, and all the feudal lords have moved out early. This is a good opportunity.
Many heavenly prides spoke when they saw the two appear.
Immediately, some of the celestial pride's eyes looked at Fairy Qinyu with amazement.
A few months have gone by.
This moonlight white light veil covered body of the fairy,
the more plump and watery figure, between the light sweeping of the eyebrow, a few points of amazingly seductive charm came through,
coupled with that cool and bright showy face, and the absolutely fair and slender plumpness. It was simply beautiful.
Many celestial pride fell more and more inwardly.
Secretly,
Fairy Qinyu had such divine charm at such a young age.
I wonder who will pick this city-falling beauty in the future. It's time for a conclusion. Go, follow this seat to seek justice. Yi Lingyuan didn't care about the abnormality of these celestial pride, and after branching out to these already useless celestial pride he headed towards the direction of that chaotic ancient hall. Fairy Qinyu vaguely blankly glanced at him. Her soft delicate hands straightened the blowing hair around her ears and gently followed. The celestial pride also followed behind, greatly creating a climate of vassal and soldier. Martial Temple City, Chaos Ancient Hall. Boom! A quasi-immortal emperor's pressure spread out,
causing the entire Tsanglong Sea realm to be shaken as all sorts of great Tao textures surfaced,
filling up the heavens and earth. Outside the ancient hall,
the various feudal lords plus soldiers gathered in the millions,
all shocked to see a large sun rising from the hall. Welcome the Valkyrie to the world,
and protect the Valkyrie forever.
Welcome the Valkyrie to the world,
and protect the Valkyrie forever. Earth-shattering shouts erupted from the mouths of the various feudal lords, filled with frenzied obeisance. They all knew that the Valkyrie walked a path of the great sun, where the fires of war burned and consumed all things. This round of big sun is the true body of the female god of martial arts reflected. The surging battle spirit shrouded the Kanglan Sea world, so that the morale of the combatants greatly increased.
The enemy is scared of the wind and the wind.
Yi Lingyuan and the others also walked outside the ancient hall, watching that great sun filled with all sorts of battle-intent textures,
spreading out like a source. Unlike those feudal lords, what Yi Lingyuan and Qingyu saw was the inner part of that great sun. It was a woman with wildly dancing golden hair, stepping out of the ancient hall.
The surging and incomparable light of the great sun around his body is the weather that he naturally emits.
Looks like your sister got her answer a long time ago.
Yi Lingyuan smiled at the flavorful Fairy Qinyu next to him. Sister and I were once ranked side by side as twin immortal emperors. She created the sun in the great Tao,
and I created the moon in the great Tao.
In terms of its vigor,
the moon is not yet as good as the sun,
and this is nothing to be ashamed of.
Aoyuki sighed with emotion. Boom! At this time,
the Valkyrie gathered her surging great sun true intent and revealed her true body.
Although it was a quasi-immortal emperor who had risen from the war, the blonde-haired, golden-armored woman, however, did not appear to be overly strong.
Her face had cold lines,
bright skin, and a strong sense of three-dimensionality, with the demeanor of an atmospheric beauty. Golden strands of hair flowed from its ears to its back, soft and wild.
That pair of eyes is also not like the green moon fairy's, gentle like water.
Instead, it contains a horrible electric aura that makes people shiver.
Her figure was mesmerized by the round, well-proportioned, slender curves of her gold-cast,
form-fitting upper armor,
set off by her lower skirt. Perhaps it was because she was always on the warpath, or perhaps it was because she was clad in armor. The curves of her round and slender body gave off a kind of tight allure with strength within.
In addition,
in the female Valkyrie's walk, its great son-in-law actually transformed into a party of white veil hanging down from the back of its waist, as if the skirt piece floated on the ground at her heels,
doubling the sense of ceremony. Clan kings, rise!
The Valkyrie walked to the highest part of the dais, eyeing the various feudal lords and millions of generals, and said in a cold tone,
between that gulp, all the feudal lords rose in unison and waited for the Valkyrie's enjoyment with unparalleled excitement. Funny, making the birthday so serious. Was this sister of yours like that in years past?
Yi Lingyuan couldn't help but flirt as he looked at the female Vulcan's appearance that was completely devoid of the joy of celebrating her own birthday.
She's always been like that.
Fairy Qingyu's beautiful eyes also seemed to be illuminated by the female martial god's sun-like figure.
Today is my birthday.
I should have allowed you to prosper and stabilize for eternity.
But I, Kanglan Sea Realm, as a former dark battlefield, should never make a truce and stop fighting. Today my birthday is the beginning of the war. Gentlemen, are you ready? The golden skirt and armor-clad Valkyrie.
One word shook all the feudal lords, and millions of soldiers were bewildered.
But then, under the perennial fervent worship of the Valkyries, a neatly harmonized shout erupted. We vow to follow the Valkyrie to the death, not asking for the road ahead, but only for the will to fight. Not bad. From the moment long ago,
the Kanglan Sea realm has existed in name only.
We are all indomitable war souls. Today, at the time of my birthday,
I want to make this realm sea free of civil strife,
unify the realm sea,
and overthrow the dark earth.
All of you, follow me forward.
The Valkyrie waved her hand, and the millions of soldiers echoed in unison.
Subsequently,
in front of everyone's eyes, the Valkyrie summoned a golden heavenly god that ran through the Tsunglong Sea realm, opening up a passageway of radiant immortal light. The various feudal lords were loyal to no end, leading millions of soldiers to step into the immortal light channel and follow that golden figure.
The martial god's temple city was empty in an instant. Dark Earth, is sister going to make a move against the darkness of that realm sea?
Fairy Qingyu's eyes sharpened up and she also wanted to move forward.
Yi Lingyuan, however,
had prepared for this and picked her up, stepping towards the immortal light passage that ran through the realm sea, leaving behind a bewildered look on the faces of many celestial pride.
Didn't we come to seek justice from the Valkyrie? How did it turn out like this? Yeah, does Elder not care about us either?
That female martial god is going to overthrow the Dark Earth.
How is this possible? The Dark Earth's power spreads over the realm sea. Is it not something that can be countered by the power of a single realm? It's better to wait for Elder to return.
The many celestial pride were a bit discouraged, but they still held a sliver of expectation.
Unbeknownst to them,
they had long been useless in Yi Lingyuan's eyes.
Boom! The waves rolled over the realm sea,
and a channel of immortal light ran through the realms,
stretching toward a shadowy realm of Earth, but encountered an unprecedented obstacle.
The immortal light channel even broke through the boundaries easily.
In this dark realm, as if encountered an invisible copper wall,
the Valkyrie who led the millions of soldiers, her golden radiance dazzling around her, her quasi-immortal emperor aura swirling,
her cold eyes like electricity,
swung her heavenly god to stab toward the obstructing shadowy earth realm.
Pust!
That dark earth boundary unexpectedly permeated with large blood traces,
like cracks spreading out. It's amazing.
All the realms were startled,
not understanding why the Valkyries had suddenly made a big deal out of it. Those in the know understand that today is her birthday and should be celebrated by all. Today, I, the Valkyrie, break the dark earth and unify the realm sea.
Those reptiles hiding in the shadows,
come out!
The Valkyrie shouted and killed to the heavens, and the heavenly goggle transformed into a golden light that broke the great Tao, completely churning up the cracked and spreading shadowy earth realm. A blood-colored land was revealed.
Ah, that's the Dark Earth base camp. How is that possible? The Dark Earth spread across the realms of the realm sea, and no one knew of its home base, and the Valkyrie actually found it out. Dark Earth is a scourge, and the Valkyries turned out to get rid of it. It is said that there are also quasi-immortal emperors in the Dark Earth. With a strong base of strength, can the Valkyrie pour out the power of a realm? It's hard to say. Chapter 19 Immortal Emperor's Weapon. Sun and Moon Globe.
The worlds have dawned on the Valkyrie's vigor.
The Dark Earth was infamous on this side of the realm sea, and everyone wanted to crush it. However, because its base camp could never be found, the world suffered endless woes as a result. Now that the Valkyrie had poured out the power of a realm to crush it, how could they not look forward to it? Roar, it's you again. You actually found this place. Do you want the entire realm sea to fall back into the dark turmoil of yesteryear? Deep within the blood-colored dark earth, the quasi-immortal emperor light spread out, enveloping the many realms in the realm sea, as if it could erase those worlds with a single thought. That was the paramount immortal emperor of the dark lands, starting to threaten the Valkyrie. Kill. If the dark earth is not removed, the realm sea will never have peace. Do you think you can really involve the realm sea's living beings? There is still a quasi-immortal emperor out there somewhere. Come out. The Valkyrie's golden skirt and armor fluttered. Her long golden hair hunted like silk, and her face with cold eyes like electricity was devoid of any emotion, and at this moment she seemed to be transformed into a merciless goddess of war, towards the dark earth only to cross over. The golden heavenly golem swung out world-defying lightning, splitting across the entire piece of dark earth, decimating countless black-robed beings, and then the heavenly goggle tore through the sky, grinding down even the great Tao and running through to the immortal emperor to be at the end of that. Gutsy enough. Today let's see whether my dark earth suppresses your Valkyrie or your Valkyrie subverts the dark earth. Blood spear out. The quasi-immortal emperor of the dark earth also summoned a blood spear, as if drinking the blood of countless living beings, and stabbed it out towards the Valkyrie. Both sides sparred instantly. Boom! The weather of the past and future manifested around the two quasi-immortal emperor figures, in which there were also the past them and the future them exchanging blows. And there even appeared the future body crossing the years and heading towards the past time and space, wanting to exterminate its source. This kung fu art is super scary, produced the age hijack. It may well change the temporal and spatial patterns of today. The female Valkyrie's golden skirt and armor fluttered, and her battle method was extremely formidable and majestic, more so than the men ever were. She created the day of the great Tao, reflecting the past and present and future, with infinite greatness, and added her own body, piercing through the immortal emperor to be of the dark earth, pressing down on him and slapping the endless dark earth to pieces. The great powers watching the battle in all realms were appalled. Valkyries are tough as nails. In her early years, she had heard that she had killed quasi-immortal emperors of the same realm and had dyed imperial blood, and was still skeptical. But at this time, the exchange didn't last long, and the Valkyrie picked the dark earth's immortal emperor to be on the golden heavenly golem, causing the other party to almost not be able to turn over. Valkyrie, you are indeed an alternative amongst the quasi-immortal emperors, and a huge threat to the same realm, but can you defeat two quasi-immortal emperors? At this time, another quasi-immortal emperor aura filled the air, causing the waves of the realm sea to freeze. It was a bald man of incalculable height, manifesting in the realm sea, his figure standing, and all the great stars were but dust, suspended around him. This immortal emperor to be blasted at the back of the Valkyrie goddess with his bare hands. Boom! The boundless blood-colored Tao, eroding everything, trapped the female martial god, and the Tao daylight around the female martial god dimmed. It was the first time that the aura around the Valkyrie had slumped. The worlds moved and feared for the Valkyries. Previously against that previous dark earth immortal quasi-emperor, the Valkyrie's aura had never fallen, and now although it was this bald immortal quasi-emperor who had sneaked up on her, she had indeed succeeded. It means that this is the more powerful one. Sister's Day of the Great Tao has not yet reached its peak. I'm only afraid that it will be hard enough to face off against two immortal emperors to be. Qing Yu, who had followed Yi Ling Yuan's arrival, her eyes surfaced with worry. Although he has not yet recognized his former sister, he has already recognized her in his heart as his closest relative. The Valkyrie is very determined to succeed or die, but the chances of wanting to go one-on-two with the quasi-immortal emperor realm are very slim. Yi Ling Yuan also nodded his head in evaluation. At this realm, who is worse than anyone else? All are small clusters of beings who have climbed to the highest heights, and their experiences are no worse than those of the sons of Qi. Sure enough, with the intervention of the bald quasi-immortal emperor, the fist light suffused with blood-colored Tao marks, continuously eroding the female Valkyrie's aura, and the quasi-immortal emperor who had been pierced through before roared in rage, swinging his blood spear to attack again. With two quasi-immortal emperors joining forces, the Valkyrie was unable to gain the upper hand. The situation was at a standstill for a while. Yi Ling Yuan pondered. This dark earth was not a subsidiary force of the high heavenly planes. It actually had such a scale and practiced similar things as the high heavenly planes. This Zuzai is still really restless. One's own people harming one's own people is also on the cards. Previously,
He had thought that the Dark Earth was an offshoot of the high heavenly planes and was related. However, the two quasi-immortal emperors of this Dark Earth were much more powerful than the Darkness 3 emperors who had previously absorbed dark matter to grow stronger in the 10 realms of the ancient Tao.
The Dark Triumvirate is fortified by darkness contamination.
This Dark Earth, on the other hand, is a more complete fall into a cruel blood prison on its own accord.
Female martial god.
We are all beings with long years of cultivation.
Even if you slightly override, you will not be able to close the gap. Today is the day of your death.
The bald immortal Emperor Tabi's fist seals glowed,
causing the realm sea to turn into the color of blood, wanting to melt away everything, including the great Tao.
And another Dark Earth immortal quasi-emperor also gripped his spear and charged,
laughing maniacally. Today is your Valkyrie's birthday. It's more appropriate to treat it as a jubilee day.
Kill. The two quasi-immortal emperors of the Dark Earth continuously shook out various killing techniques,
and the ancient past and present were confused.
The fragments of time flew and withered, and the climate of the entire realm sea became blurred.
This was a quasi-immortal emperor changing karma, and once he succeeded,
many things would be buried in the past,
or the future, and could not be resisted.
I once made the day of the great Tao, and since then there has been a sun in this world. Today I ignite myself, and my battle spirit will not be extinguished. Under the successive attacks of the Dark Earth twin emperors, the Valkyrie's battle armor also broke, and for the first time, her plump and fiery body was stained with blood. But her battle intent was even stronger. She set her body ablaze like the original sun, breaking the boundless blood color that enveloped the boundary sea in a flash.
Her aura returning to its peak once again, rising even higher.
All the realms were illuminated by the burning light of the Valkyrie's body.
The Dark Earth, however, is withering. The Dark Earth twin emperors' faces changed drastically, realizing that the female Valkyrie's battle power was growing rapidly as if it had no limits.
At the level of a quasi-immortal emperor, it was simply impossible to produce such a change. The only possibility was that she was going to fight for her life, burning her lifespan to turn it into a short-lived expansion of her battle power.
Humph, is this your desperate counterattack? Even if the Dark Earth breaks down, we, the everlasting survival, can still recreate it, as long as we drag you to death. This realm sea will be eternally shrouded in the blood color of the Dark Earth, and all living beings will be blooded into slavery for us. The two quasi-immortal emperors of the Dark Earth said grimly, intending to exhaust this female martial god. Really? But you don't have that chance. The sun and the moon appear together.
The Valkyrie sacrificed the initial day of the great Tao,
but from nowhere,
a round of the origin green moon flew in, and the two sides met and hovered over the Valkyrie at the same time.
Swinging the heavenly golem, he blasted the sun and moon origin. Boom!
The Dark Earth was worn out in a flash. The two quasi-immortal emperors standing among them roared in rage,
and were actually knocked back at the same time, half of their bodies exploding.
The sun and moon have the same origin.
This scene is somewhat familiar.
Hiss.
Isn't this the creation of the twin immortal emperors who claim to have created the sun and the moon in the ancient era before the worlds were born?
The female martial god actually holds that ancient era's twin immortal emperor origin.
Could it be that she is the reincarnation of a former ancient era immortal emperor?
Valkyrie's battle spirit,
ignited by the great sun.
Hiss.
Chapter 20, So They're Sisters. A powerful combination.
The realms that saw that scene were silent.
Inside, he was trembling, unable to control the turbulence in his Tao. If this speculation is true, then,
the Valkyrie was more than just a quasi-immortal emperor,
involving the revival of the immortal emperors of the ancient era, forcibly stripping away the immortal emperor origin. Do you want to transform the Tao on the spot? Somewhere in the boundary sea,
Yiling Yuan intercepted and picked up the wilting fairy Qingyu and said solemnly to her, "This woman is also too chaotic.
This is to get the immortal emperor seal soon, this time forcibly divested, to help the female god of war. Get it wrong. She herself will be devoured on the spot." He used his immortal emperor Qi to protect his vitality and forcefully cut off some sort of karma,
which allowed fairy Qingyu to save her life.
The Valkyrie must not fail. It concerns the pattern on this side of the realm sea. It has far-reaching implications for the future.
The worlds have fallen to your high heavenly plains hunting grounds.
If you don't open up the pattern,
then the future will be incomparably dark.
Even if I sacrifice myself, I will not hesitate. Fairy Qingyu's pale and pretty face said breathlessly, "Nonsense.
Don't think that this emperor doesn't know that you dare to take risks on the basis of having me by your side.
And you're sure that I'll save you?"
Yiling Yuan surveyed her mind faintly.
"You're obsessed with me. There's no reason not to save it, isn't there?" Fairy Qingyu, however,
had a rare hint of a smile rippling from the corners of her lips, her flavor intoxicating.
Yiling Yuan sighed. In fact, he wasn't obsessed.
But the shackles of the future cataclysm were so deep that the day might soon come. As an immortal emperor who foretold the ancient and modern times with a single thought, it was clear from all the signs that killing calamity was not far away. The sons of Qi on this side of the worlds had all grown to a realm that touched the end of the great Tao, continuing to grow any further. It goes without saying that the high heavenly planes will surely engage the worlds in yet another era of grueling encounters.
Ancient Era's Moon Immortal Emperor. I'll clean you up after this time.
Yi Lingyuan spoke viciously to this cool and seductive fairy, using the immortal emperor's qi to return to her roots, finally causing her to flush down.
Fairy Qing Yu was blandly indifferent to Yi Lingyuan's threat. Maybe it's a habit these days.
Or perhaps a hint of a change in the impression of the man in front of him occurred within.
Boom!
The dark earth shattered, and hordes of black-robed creatures poured out,
wanting to plague the realms of the Realm Sea. Those black-robed creatures were not lacking at the Immortal King level and were extremely harmful.
The realms are alerted and ready to resist. But this is when the various vassals brought in by the Valkyries came into play. Lord Valkyrie has held the Dark Earth Twin Emperors at bay. Now it's time for us clan kings to raise our banners and attack.
Kill. The creatures of the Dark Earth are immensely evil. Leave none of them behind.
Protect my realm sea and protect the Valkyries forever.
Protect me from the realm and sea.
And protect the Valkyrie forever.
Millions of soldiers entered the battlefield,
intercepting the black-robed creatures that wanted to rebel. And this area of the boundary sea was in complete chaos, with shouts of murder everywhere. All sorts of immortal light and weather erupted, setting off tens of thousands of feet of great waves in the realm sea.
Extremely appalling. The Dark Earth's underpinnings were far more powerful than imagined, and the millions of soldiers actually vaguely fell into a disadvantage. At this time, the side of the realms but erupted a heavenly cry. The strongest of the realms have spontaneously led the forces to come to the aid, greatly easing the pressure of the millions of soldiers. The dark-robed creatures of the Dark Earth were struck down with great fury, falling to pieces among the waves. The Valkyrie and the two quasi-immortal emperors of the Dark Earth, on the other hand, fought to the depths of the realm sea. The space-time over there was chaotic, with a distorted view of the past and the future, and it was impossible to explore it at all. The Valkyrie and the Dark Earth Twin Emperors fought into the distant past and appeared in the future time and space. With the sun and moon origin hanging over their heads, the Valkyrie grew more and more courageous, with her head full of golden threads dancing about, and the golden heavenly gob swung and swept, and the long river of time was chopped into pieces. The Dark Earth Twin Emperors roared repeatedly and offered up great killing techniques that vaporized the realm sea in pieces, but they were unable to stop the Valkyrie's attack. It's over.
From now on there will be no more Dark Earth in the world. The sun and the moon will shine together,
and the great Tao will be eternal. In the final blow,
the female Valkyrie's electric eyes glowed as she touched the sun and moon origin with her golden heavenly golem,
absorbing it into her weapon.
The golden heavenly go was suddenly transformed into a golden and greenish color, and the tip of the unparalleled sharpness of the go was cast into a sun will blade on one side and a moon blade on the other. It was as if this weapon had risen in rank, diffusing an aura that startled the entire world.
No, it's impossible. Immortal Emperor weapon. You even caused the weapon to sublimate. Who exactly are you?
It's impossible for a quasi-immortal emperor to have this kind of power. The two quasi-immortal emperors of the Dark Earth were extremely lousy at the moment. Their billions of feet tall bodies were splintered and mutilated, and their emperor's blood was waving, and they could feel a strand of great terror overflowing from the female Valkyrie's weapon. Only then did the two immortal emperors-to-be's hearts rise with fear. They had all cultivated to the qualification of touching the end of the Great Tao, and the Great Tao was indelible. Even if they couldn't defeat the Valkyrie, it would be impossible for the other party to decapitate them. But if there was an aura of a Rodin-level domain, that was not necessarily the case. The gap between a quasi-immortal emperor and an immortal emperor was too great. Even a wisp of immortal emperor might was enough to shatter two quasi-immortal emperors. The Dark Earth Twin Emperors had lost their will to fight. Their Tao hearts were filled with great fear, and without hesitation, they were about to flee towards the sea outside the realm. Once they escaped the boundary sea, it would be difficult for even a female martial god to pursue them. The worlds were too big, and it was entirely feasible to hide two quasi-immortal emperors. But the Valkyrie had expended so much energy, and had even used her own longevity as a determination to attack the Dark Earth, so she would not let go of these two roots of the scourge of the realm and sea. Holding the sun and moon Tongui Gao in his hand, a long whistle erupted from his mouth, and with a single swing, he completely cut off the realm sea, completely detaching it from the worlds, with the immortal emperor's forbidden domain permeating the center. The Dark Earth Twin Emperors showed despair on their faces. Unable to escape, They couldn't help but roar with hatred and turned back to kill the Valkyrie again.
Death is coming. The Valkyrie spat out 4 words icily. The gaze was as cold and strong as it could be. The opponent's will to fight was completely lost. No longer an enemy to her at this moment, but 2 defeated dogs. Like a butcher, she wielded the Sun and Moon Tonghui Emperor's goblet and crisply cleaved the bald quasi-immortal emperor into 2 halves, and the other party tried to remake his body, but he was vaporized by the immortal emperor's aura on the spot. The remaining Dark Earth immortal quasi-emperor holding a blood spear still wanted to do a fight to the death. The Valkyrie goddess emperor's spear swept across, breaking its blood spear, and when she turned her body around, the emperor's spear was like an aurora borealis, piercing through its body and annihilating its vitality. In an instant, the 2 Dark Earth's quasi-immortal emperors all fell, decapitated by Gu, and the marks of the past and future dissipated along with them. With that done, she stood over the shattered Dark Earth, her golden filaments dancing wildly, her golden skirt and armor reflecting all the black-robed creatures as she watched them thin out and become extinct, before she led her soldiers home in great triumph. After this battle, the Valkyrie's reputation was thoroughly established in the Realm Sea. In one battle, he overthrew the Dark Lands and killed 2 quasi-immortal emperors all by himself. Such a battle record was enough to make the Realm Sea realms return to their hearts. The Valkyries, on the other hand, did not appear in the public eye for some time afterward. Kanglan Sea Realm, Martial God Temple City. Within the chaotic ancient hall, the Valkyries are hosting 2 special guests. Looking at the Green Moon Fairy whose appearance was 7 times similar to her own, the female martial goddess's immortal emperor seal emerged in her palm, the very same green moon, and walked up to the Green Moon Fairy, saying, "It's been a long time." Aha! Without any extra words, the Green Moon Fairy took that one green moon origin and integrated it into her body. Yi Lingyuan next to him looked at the picture of sisters recognizing each other. The corners of his mouth pulled slightly. It was completely different from what he had imagined. None of the emotions that should be there, such as happiness and joy, were there. The conversation between the 2 sisters was succinct and uneventful, much more so than strangers. Chapter 21. What female martial arts god? 1 slap and overthrow. In the past, when we killed the high heavenly planes together, we were jointly besieged by several patriarchs, and in order to preserve the fire, we went so far as to cut off the origin of the great Tao, and even the immortal emperor's fruit was ignited, so I didn't know if you would still be able to return. It wasn't until you obtained the Green Moon origin that I felt your presence. The female martial god looked at the Green Moon Fairy. The 2 women were facing each other, their eyes staring at each other, seemingly spitting out endless sentiments. All of this is in the past. Only a wisp of imprint remains of the once immortal emperor origin. The once Sun and Moon twin immortal emperor fell, and now we can be newborn and ascend to the end of the great Tao again, or even transcend. Fairy Qingyu smiled faintly at the female Valkyrie. Good. We are sisters for generations. This bloodline is inseparable and integrated into the great Tao. From now on, you will stay in the Martial God Palace. The Dark Earth has been destroyed. This part of the Boundary Sea is finally clean. The next step is that this place will be used as our home base, and in the future we will take the high heavenly planes directly. The Valkyrie planned to Fairy Qingyu. Fairy Qingyu, however, subconsciously looked at Yi Lingyuan next to her, her beautiful eyes pondering, wondering if she would inform her sister of his identity. Most of the paramount immortal emperors on this side of the Boundary Sea are in hiding except for me. Many secrets are hidden from paramount immortal emperors. Your Excellency is not from this side of the Boundary Sea, is he? The female martial god also looked at Yi Lingyuan, and those sharp, lightning-like eyes seemed to be trying to discern where he came from. Looks a lot like my wife, but one is soft and the other masculine. Not bad for a twin flower. Yi Lingyuan met the Valkyrie's sharp gaze, but was admiring her worldly face underneath her golden hair. The Valkyrie was undoubtedly beautiful, but her wariness was even more attention-grabbing, causing people to overlook this beauty. Being twin sisters with Fairy Qingyu, the 2 of them were quite similar in appearance, but Fairy Qingyu's cheeks were clear and cold, her beautiful eyes were soft, and she had an ethereal and immortal-like temperament. The curve of this female martial god's pretty face was slightly cold, as if she was a dangerously beautiful female panther, ready to choose someone to devour. Yi Lingyuan enjoyed the challenge. Could this female Valkyrie be intimate altogether? Wife. The female martial god was stunned, moving her gaze back to the Green Moon Fairy. Mu ran his color change. Moonyu, you actually early diarrhea of the Yin Yuan? Fairy Qingyu's face turned red, revealing embarrassment and shame. I didn't realize it would come up. All these times, she had been infatuated by Yi Lingyuan. Externally, however,
there has been a great effort to conceal his physique.
Obviously, it couldn't be hidden from the Valkyrie, who was the older sister, and whose yin element was no longer pure and had a male young aura. Yuer is my wife, and there's harmony between us, so there's nothing wrong with that, is there?
Yi Lingyuan spoke at this time, with derision. The female martial god frowned without saying anything, looked at Chengyu, who bowed her head in shame for a while,
and said to Yi Lingyuan,
I don't know what method you used to capture Yu's heart, but I hope you are genuinely kind to her. She used to be that saintly and flawless, but now that she's reincarnated back to the world,
she's changed a lot. Xingyu said, don't listen to his nonsense, sister. I didn't promise to be his wife. I'm as one in the beginning of the Tao,
and that's to regain my former imperial might and fight the high heavenly planes again.
Valkyrie
found himself a little confused between the two for a moment.
Both broken Yin Yuan and not a couple? That, sighing inwardly,
it was better to find some time to caution Yuer that the affairs of men and women were not to be taken lightly. After the sisters recognized each other, Xingyu naturally moved to the chaotic ancient hall to live. This was some of the backhandedness of the ancient era's twin immortal emperor of the past years,
with extraordinary depths. Yi Lingyuan also followed when he saw this. Brazenly, he took up residence in the chaos ancient hall. For now,
Fairy Xingyu needed to keep attacking until the two of them were further along in their relationship.
The Valkyrie, on the other hand, after learning that the two were not a couple, separated the two by deliberately retaining Aoyuki each time. This made Yi Lingyuan inwardly annoyed, wondering if he should teach this unknowing female martial god a lesson.
Even if she had once been at the immortal emperor level, a good man could not mention his courage.
That was just once. Now he was the true immortal emperor, the absolute strongest. Finding a time, he asked the Valkyrie to talk to him face to face, and spoke out to teach her a lesson. Moon said, you're from the high heavenly planes, which means you're a dark creature. The female martial god's gaze was cold, and if she wasn't in the chaos ancient hall, she would only be ready to strike. Yuer, this girl is good at everything, she just can't keep her mouth shut. Next time she must be taught a hard lesson. Not bad, I'm from the high heavenly planes. Technically speaking, I'll be the one to preside over the harvesting of this epic. Yi Lingyuan also did not hide a faint smile. So this boundary sea is your first stop, and I'm your first harvest target? The female martial god's eyes grew even colder, and the pressure of a quasi-immortal emperor permeated the chaotic ancient hall. That's right, this seat has this intention, but I see that you, a female martial god, have some good looks, so I can choose to give you a chance to submit and be the seat's person, or become the first blood meal to be harvested in this era. Yi Lingyuan also released his dark aura and laughed grimly. Dream on. Instead of becoming the plaything of your dark creatures and suffering humiliation, it's better to fight to the death. Come on. The female Vulcan's slender hand made a move, and the golden heavenly go appeared, pointing towards Yi Lingyuan Jian. She had a head of blonde silk flying, and her stunning face was cold to the core. The light of the day of the great Tao was vaguely about to form around his body again, igniting a heavenly battle intent. Then let's do it, and see if you, a female Valkyrie, can still keep up your regular winning record. Yi Lingyuan kindly smiled and hooked his finger at her, making an extremely insulting provocation. Open up the sky. The female vulgar goddess struck out with anger, waving her golden heavenly gob, splitting apart the chaos ancient hall, and the bright golden light evolved a world. The Valkyrie swung her golden gob and threw herself into that created world against Yi Lingyuan's body, to strike in the outside world. With the aura of a quasi-immortal emperor, it was enough to grind down the Xinglong Sea realm. The female Valkyrie opened up the heavens to create a battlefield, evolving into her own realm, and in the golden world, her figure became more and more golden, slashing out a slice of the great sun Tao trace, chopping it where Yi Lingyuan was. The day of the great Tao was everywhere. Even a quasi-immortal emperor would be suppressed. What a belligerent girl, harder to tame than the moon girl, but this wildness of yours has made this seat rise to conquer. Yi Lingyuan sacrificed the desolate heavenly emperor technique and flicked his fingertips randomly, causing the great sun Tao trace that split over to fall barren, unable to get close to him. Unfolding the immortal emperor's art with the realm of a quasi-immortal emperor was enough to suppress any quasi-immortal emperor. Golden Japanese source, ennoble my body. The female Valkyrie saw that her attacks were completely ineffective, and that piece of the great sun Tao mark, which could be enough to decimate a quasi-immortal emperor of the same realm, couldn't help this quasi-immortal emperor of the darkness camp in the slightest. She once again sacrificed the immortal emperor brand. A round of the initial ancient sun manifested behind it, and finally merged into the golden heavenly goggle, causing this weapon to semi-quality change.
although it did not have the sun and the moon shining together.
But it was also the strongest killing technique of the female Valkyrie.
She let out a long roar and slashed the Imperial Golem towards Yi Lingyuan,
and the entire Golden Realm collapsed, struggling to withstand the tremendous karma.
Yi Lingyuan saw that the female Valkyrie had decisively offered the great killing technique,
and also slightly straightened up a bit.
If he still hid his strength,
he might get hurt.
And this was the future fruit of what he saw.
The Dark Immortal Emperor of the ancient era,
worthy of being a taboo that once played with the patriarchs,
and so be it. Let you know what kind of origin I am.
Yi Lingyuan saw that emperors go slashing at him with the meteorology of chaos in space and time and the collapse of the ages.
Boom! A dense dark aura permeated his body, and an endless shadow of a broken universe manifested. With Yi Lingyuan standing in it, his emperor's might swirling as he scorned everything, with just the immortal emperor's true body now present. The Empyrean goddess of martial arts slashing Imperial Go couldn't withstand it and eclipsed it inch by inch. Click! Cracks surfaced in Tengo.
This quasi-immortal imperial artifact that had accompanied the Valkyrie in her battle for half a lifetime was about to shatter away. The karma that came with the Emperor's Go was completely incapable of competing with a true immortal emperor's karma, and there was no need to touch it. As the karma reverberated back at it was enough to cause it to crumble. No one was more shocked than the Valkyries. Her head was full of golden threads that swirled,
and the avenues around her were silenced.
And in front of an immortal emperor who stood at the end of the avenues, she was like a baby deprived of the right to live.
Shock and bewilderment surfaced in those electric-like eyes. Dark Immortal Emperor, the second order master of the high heavenly planes. Chapter 22, The Darkness Beginner appears. To be reaped. Female Vulcan, if you want to fight with this emperor, unless you are able to advance to the Immortal Emperor realm again, now what about your choice? This emperor will give you another chance.
Yi Lingyuan stood among the countless broken universes,
his imperial might overflowing, transforming into an absolute lord looking down icily at the female martial goddess.
The reaper of this epoch is the Dark Immortal Emperor. Are the worlds going to suffer a great catastrophe?
It's a pity that only a trace of my former Immortal Emperor's brand remains. I can't probe the Immortal Emperor's karma, and I've been toyed with by you instead. But even if the Immortal Emperor himself comes to blackmail me, I will not give in. Long years,
there will always be someone who will stand up and fight on the high heavenly planes.
Perhaps that experience is incredibly brutal, but it will surely be one. Do it! The female Valkyrie smiled bitterly, and with the silence of the great Tao around her, the whole person's fighting spirit subsided,
as if she had lost her spirit generally Tao. She had once climbed into the Immortal Emperor realm,
so she naturally knew about Immortal Emperor greatness, not to mention a single Immortal Emperor to be.
Even 10 or 100 would be like ants in front of this kind of forbidden existence that stood at the end of the great Tao, with no chance of victory expected. So the Valkyrie stopped,
waiting for her fall.
All the realms of the Realm Sea are relaxed at this moment.
Right.
Not realizing that a dark existence 10,000 times more terrifying than the dark earth has descended,
and that brutal war is about to sweep in, and I don't know how many realms will wither away.
As the curtain falls, the Valkyries are still looking toward the encounter at the boundary sea.
However, the Immortal Emperor aura on Yi Lingyuan's body fell silent again, transforming into a quasi-immortal emperor. Walking to the front of the fit-eyed female Valkyrie, abruptly the corner of his mouth hooked, and kissed at the plump red lips. Well, female Valkyrie waiting for the fall in the middle of the curtain.
Red lips were attacked,
could not help but open the eyes, lightning across the sky. However, Yi Lingyuan only a touch that is divided, laughed, with the taste of the moon girl is not the same. This is the temperature of the sun? Kill me if you want to. Why insult me?
The female Valkyrie's cold eyes flashed repeatedly as she suppressed her inner sulk and faintly said, "You pair of sisters are all mouths to mouths.
This seat hunts you without any benefit.
My words might as well think more.
And you chick's temper needs to be changed. Disrespecting the Immortal Emperor. It's a miracle that you're alive." Yi Lingyuan walked past the female vulgar goddess, said faintly, and returned to the chaotic ancient hall. The Valkyrie stood for a long time and sighed and went back as well.
Xingyu Fairy felt that Dark Emperor's might in her face was anxious, waiting for the female martial god to return before she would come over.
"Sister, are you alright? I'm sorry, I didn't think about whether or not I should tell you that secret. After all, you and I have different identities nowadays."
The female martial goddess grabbed Xingyu's hand and shook her head.
"I already know. He didn't kill me. Xingyu, this is the Dark Immortal Emperor of the high heavenly planes. A second-order sovereign. What else do you know? Tell me. This person's origin is impossible to ignore."
"Aha!" Aoyuki nodded as the sisters started sharing together. The Valkyries got a lot of amazing news. When he heard that Yi Lingyuan had helped his sister get her former creation, he couldn't help but frown and think deeply.
Guess what this Dark Immortal Emperor's intentions really are? Moon girl, come over and serve the bed.
Right after the sisters finished sharing, Yi Lingyuan's voice was delivered in a grand manner,
shaking the chaos ancient hall with reverberations.
Xinya's cheeks blushed and glanced at her sister,
saying, "Sister, then I'll go."
The Valkyrie was stunned. "You?" Xinya shook her head and said nothing as she got up and left.
Chaos ancient hall. A certain hallroom.
Yi Lingyuan looked at the exhausted and stunning fairy.
She was still a true immortal now.
How could she withstand the attack of an immortal emperor? With a kiss on its fine sweat-beaded forehead, Xinya's mesmerized eyes opened and her red lips lightly opened.
"Are you leaving? What? Can't give it up?"
Yi Lingyuan smiled and stroked her messy hair.
"You are in a bit of a different state today."
Xinya's cheeks were shy and annoyed, but she was powerless to say anything and said softly,
"Yes, this is not the time of year for rest in the past. This seat will have to make a trip back to the high heavenly planes." Yi Lingyuan's tone was sighing and full of caution. The Dark Patriarch had actually sent a decree in his mind. This shocked Yi Lingyuan. Could it be that the Dark Patriarch had been monitoring himself? If so, wouldn't what he did be exposed? Yi Lingyuan didn't know what kind of power level like Dark Patriarch had. Perhaps arriving at omniscience? It was all a mystery. Since the decree was passed back, Yi Lingyuan currently had to do the same. Moon girl, if you want a rebel against the high heavenly planes, time must be seized. Immortal emperors are not final. Transcendence is the only way to be liberated.
Yi Lingyuan spoke to Fairy Qingyu and turned around to leave the hallroom. He crossed the boundary sea and headed beyond the worlds, beyond which even the great Tao was extinct,
creating a void of nothing. If one wasn't at the Immortal Emperor level,
it would be nearly impossible to cross over. Yi Lingyuan extended a pitch-black avenue on the soles of his feet,
augmented by years and spacetime, running through the years, sharpening spacetime, and finally returning to the pitch-black scorched earth where lightning was unceasing. The environment here is extremely brutal, and in contrast, the Zhushir side is like a greenhouse. Upon Yi Lingyuan's return, he saw a huge figure that could not be seen standing in the depths of the high heavenly planes. The great avenues were truncated around that figure, making it difficult to exist and constantly withering away. His body emanated a steady stream of black chi toward the high heavenly planes, like the source of the high heavenly planes' pitch-black scorched earth. Yi Lingyuan's scalp was numb, and an unwarranted fear surfaced in his Tao heart. His one immortal emperor Tao heart was bound by endless pitch-black chains. It was extremely difficult to bear. The heart was appalled. Is this the Dark Patriarch? Just seeing it, one suffers an indescribable calamity. Even before Yi Lingyuan crossed over, this body had a faint impression of the Dark Patriarch. Unmemorable, indescribable, impossible to retain, causing it to seem like the first time he had met the Darkness Patriarch face to face even now. 7. Why is the harvest on the side of the worlds delayed? The indescribably dark figure that stood at the end of the high heavenly planes asked Yi Lingyuan, as if an ancient god was whispering, and all sorts of ominous weather almost caused Yi Lingyuan's body to become blurred, to dissipate into the world. The worlds are so variable that I am investigating. Yi Lingyuan tightly guarded his heart, not allowing the last bit of his spirit to sink in reply. Variable? Do you know why I came out early? That dark source-like being sighed and said. Yi Lingyuan didn't answer. The threat that will arise from this epoch on the other side of the worlds that will shake my high heavenly planes has awakened me in advance, and that threat is so terrible that it must be snuffed out in advance. The dark beginner said. The variant that even the Patriarch was awakened by. Who is that? Yi Lingyuan asked in a deep voice, curiosity rising within him. What sort of variable had startled a transcendent existence like the Darkness Patriarch? That corner of the heavens points to the worlds, and there is no clear direction. This epoch will never allow a threat to come to the fore. The harvest has officially begun. The dark beginning could not perceive the specifics either. The piece of threatening information seemed like a flash of light, very vague and brief. The Dark Patriarchs need to be traced through long years. Yi Lingyuan didn't say anything else. Since the Dark Patriarch himself passed down the decree to open the harvesting ceremony, then Yi Lingyuan could only do as he was told for now. The harvesting of this epoch is too slow to be efficient with only you. Number 7. Let number 6 go along as well, and snuff out all those seeds full of variables. The high heavenly planes will not allow the emergence of a challenging star flame to recreate the shame of that ancient epoch. The darkness beginner finished speaking and faded into that end, as if transcending this world. This is not good. Sending 2 dark immortal emperors to hold the harvest, then the peace of the worlds will be shattered. Yi Lingyuan stood on the scorched earth with his arms crossed,
his heart filled with melancholy.
Chapter 23, The Realm and Sea Alliance. All join in. In the high heavenly plains,
Yi Lingyuan stood and saw Immortal Emperor number 6 descend.
Its body was so large that it towered into the deep space of the universe, and countless evil gods naturally evolved around it, paying respectful obeisance to it.
The terrifying Immortal Emperor Qi caused the entire high heavenly plains to be in turmoil. Yi Lingyuan looked at its arrival and said indifferently,
"Where are you going to start?" 7. The Dark Patriarch actually didn't discipline you.
The harvesting season started long ago and you haven't even harvested a single realm.
Do you have any dissenting thoughts? Immortal Emperor number 6 looked down at Yi Lingyuan and said, "This emperor has not made any mistakes. Why should he be punished? You bunch of mediocre people only know how to kill and harvest. This emperor takes a different route. Since you are harvesting together with this emperor in this epoch, divide the area,
so as not to cause any unpleasantness." Yi Lingyuan's eyes showed a hint of killing, and then hid and said,
"In addition to the 10 Dark Patriarchs,
there were also 10 Dark Immortal Emperors in the high heavenly plains, and these Immortal Emperors had long since forgotten their own former names, and were only referred to by their code names.
For example, Yi Lingyuan was Immortal Emperor number 7.
And on the opposite side was Immortal Emperor 6.
There is no distinction between immortal emperors in terms of strength and weakness. It is just a code name.
The worlds are a tantalizing field of wheat, and right now this field is growing another section of wheat. So indeed it should be divided. I want the entire area south of the Immortal region,
including the Immortal region. Immortal Emperor 6 said, "No,
the Immortal region has a backhand I left behind.
I can't give it to you." Yi Lingyuan immediately refused.
"Humph. The Immortal region occupies a strategic position in the worlds.
Can you eat it? The variables there are not to be underestimated. If you delay harvesting, I will go there for a walk."
Immortal Emperor number 6 was also a man of honor. The two Immortal Emperors were at the moment like little children grabbing a piece of cake,
refusing to give way in the slightest. "Then we'll see. The Immortal region is something I'm determined to win."
Yi Lingyuan didn't argue either, but the killing intent within his heart intensified.
The female emperors he was close to had already gone to the Immortal realm.
There were greater variables there than in the Boundary Sea, and there were bound to be even more terrifying sons of Qi.
This was his dependence in response to the calamity. Even if the Dark Immortal Emperor wanted to snatch it, he would have to peel off a layer of skin. Back in the Realm Sea,
there were many strong people in the many drifting realms,
crossing the Realm Sea at the same time, converging towards the Kanglan Sea realm.
Yi Lingyuan one thought something all. Light smile said,
"That day girl is going to lay hands on the Boundary Sea. Unify this place. Cohesion morale? The son of Qi Luck or not all have such a strong intuition?"
On the occasion of Takatenkura's beginning to make his official move, the Valkyries made a big move as well.
It's hard not to make the connection. Kanglan Sea Boundary. Martial Temple City.
Beneath the towering walls, the gates of the city were wide open, welcoming the arrival of the strongest of the realms. The female Valkyrie was dressed in a golden skirt and armor. Her golden hair was spread out without any restraints. Her lightning-sharp eyes looked towards the strongest of the realms, and she raised the heavenly spear and said, "Ladies and gentlemen,
the dark forces lurking within the Realm Sea have already been put to death,
but I think you all should have some idea about the greater source.
That is the high heavenly plains, the black hand behind the rise and fall of every epoch of all the worlds. In the past, the Boundary Sea was turned into a battlefield,
and the strongest people were all harvested as blood food. We should not forget that the black hand behind the scenes has been plotting against the worlds. So, today, the Boundary Sea Alliance was established.
Do you have any comments?"
The martial god Temple City had gathered the majority of the Realm Sea realm's supreme powers.
There were even 2 aged immortal emperors to be who came, and after hearing the Valkyrie's words, they murmured.
What the Valkyrie is thinking is indeed about the survival of the Boundary Sea, but with the unification of the Boundary Sea's realms and the centralization of discourse,
it's a question of who will be in charge. Quasi-Immortal Emperor Whitecliff, Quasi-Immortal Emperor Fei Guang, you are both veteran powerhouses of the Realm Sea.
Although you did not participate in the siege of the Dark Earth, your contributions to the Realm Sea cannot be ignored. I don't think that the Realm Sea Alliance needs the words of one person.
I, Wushu God Temple City, am willing to join forces with the 2 quasi-immortal emperors to rule the Realm Sea. That is to say, the 3 immortal emperors to be such as ourselves will jointly create the Boundary Sea Alliance?
The old man known as the White Cliff Immortal Quasi-Emperor frowned slightly,
not in a soothing mood.
The Tao he cultivated emphasized on tranquility and naturalness in the world,
and when the Dark Earth scourged the Boundary Sea, he let nature take its course, which was one aspect of the Tao.
And the other aspect was that the Dark Earth Twin Emperors were so powerful that he didn't dare to intervene rashly. The other Flying Light Immortal Emperor-to-be was the same. Both have lived for long more than an epoch. He also knows some of the secrets of the high heavenly planes. But the two didn't want to mess with the terror beyond the worlds.
Once it was laid out in the open,
then it would be like lighting a bright light with endless consequences.
I'm sorry,
the old man's whole life is only about comprehending the great Tao,
seeking transcendence,
and fighting against that enemy beyond all worlds.
There is no way I can do it. I'm withdrawing.
The White Cliff Immortal Emperor-to-be pondered for a long time and turned around to leave the martial god temple city.
Valkyrie, you cultivate the way of war.
And this Realm C alliance may be able to form a force against the worlds beyond in your hands.
But I am not one of them.
That Flying Light Immortal Emperor-to-be also left. With the departure of the two old Immortal Emperors-to-be of the Realm C, it caused the powers of the realms to be somewhat shaken. The Valkyrie's face sank at this. She had thought that overthrowing the Dark Earth would be able to arouse the resistance of the realms of the Realm C and centralize this force to serve as the main force against the high heavenly planes in the future. But it's still not perfect. Watching the other realm powerhouses being affected as well,
there was a commotion.
The Valkyrie understood that she was the one who had to do something.
Gentlemen, you have heard of the misery that the Realm C once was. The peace today is not something that the forefathers exchanged for,
but rather the worlds beyond want to raise a blood meal. The flourishing cultivators of the worlds in this epoch will surely usher in the harvest once again. That power beyond the worlds will not be shunned just because you are mindless.
The Realm C alliance must be established. When that day comes, at the very least, we, the Realm C, will be able to blossom into a ray of luster. The female martial god's voice swallowed mountains and rivers, echoing throughout the entire Kanglan Sea realm,
and large swaths of the Realm Sea could be heard.
Valkyrie,
just how terrifying is the power beyond the worlds that we're fighting against?
Why are even you immortal emperors to be so cautious?
The power beyond the worlds.
I've heard a little about it and don't really know much about it, so I'd like to ask the Valkyrie to explain.
If that great terror is there,
why do the worlds know so little about it, and can hardly trace even the years? The powers of the realms kept asking questions.
The forces beyond the worlds are unfamiliar,
and it is difficult to form an exact impression. Believe me, you won't want to know about it.
It's a land of despair and death. The reason why very little information is preserved on this side of the worlds is because the strongest people of every epoch have suffered from being hunted down and killed. And according to the beginning of the ancient era that has been documented in history,
up to now,
hundreds of epochs have passed.
And every time that the worlds experience a boom, the despair will come, and so on endlessly.
And if there are no rebels, the side of the worlds will get worse and worse, until the entire realm of living beings is reduced to a dead and broken scene. The Valkyrie's face throbbed as she said, when it comes to that power beyond the worlds,
she definitely has a say.
Had broken into that desperate base camp and seen a lot of things.
In the end, the realm powerhouses were moved by the words of the Valkyrie,
and a majority of them chose to believe the Valkyrie and joined the Realm C alliance.
However,
there were still a small number of powerful people who remained neutral.
They might know a hidden corner of the high heavenly planes,
but they had been comfortable for too long and had lost that heart of resistance. The Valkyrie did not force the issue. If she used strength,
she was an absolute generation immortal emperor-to-be,
and with the heavenly goggle pointing towards the Realm C, it would be difficult for the realms to resist. But the Valkyrie knew how this would be different from that land of despair,
and that even if it was forcibly unified, the light that played out would be refuted and impure. Chapter 24, Day Girl, Moon Girl, Sister,
congratulations on igniting this first ray of the first flame. I'm sure it will get better from here. Qingyu came to congratulate the Valkyrie after the realm powerhouses left. She knew that her sister's day of the Great Tao would require endless battle intent to boost her, and that founding the Boundary Sea Alliance and drawing on the battle intent of all beings would cause her sister to grow stronger and stronger, potentially recreating her former imperial stance.
Qingyu, your source ancient green moon seal, is different from mine. You are a moon immortal. You need to draw on the will of Kanmu. What will you do next? To establish the name of moon immortal again in this realm sea? The Valkyrie took Aoyuki's hand and inquired.
I'm only afraid that I won't be able to take the path of the ancient era.
That Yi Ling Yuan.
Fairy Qingyu's cheeks blushed slightly and she did not continue. The Valkyrie knew it by heart and sighed. You need a holy and cool body to draw the admiration of all beings to shape the immortal emperor's realm.
And that Dark Immortal Emperor broke away your holy posture. No less than destroying your immortal emperor's law of the ancient era. Let's take one step at a time. At least for now. It's still unobstructed until we cultivate to the immortal king realm. Qingyu also sighed and said, Moon Girl, and Day Girl, Is this how you talked about me during my absence? Just as the two sisters were talking, Yi Ling Yuan's figure manifested. Boom! The Valkyrie immediately summoned the golden heavenly goblet, and behind her, the great Tao ancient sun erupted with radiant light as she looked solemnly at Yi Ling Yuan. Are you back to make a move on us? Qing Yu also looked at him with an icy face filled with detachment. Only one trip out and your attitudes toward this seat have changed drastically. How disappointing to this seat. Yi Ling Yuan ignored the two women's wariness, walked to the two women with his negative hand, and then spun one hand around the two women's posture. Shameless. The female martial god was not a tender-hearted person like Cheng Yu, and immediately refuted out, slashing the heavenly godle at close range towards Yi Ling Yuan, knowing that he was an immortal emperor. There was no reservation in this strike, and Tiangu emitted the light of a quasi-immortal emperor, causing the Xanlan Sea realm to tremble. The various clan kings who had gathered within the martial god temple city looked towards the chaotic ancient hall. It was unknown why the Valkyrie had erupted with quasi-immortal emperor might. Day girl. This seat returns this time with an important message. If you dare to chop down, this emperor guarantees that you won't be able to enjoy the powerful explosion of this secret. Yi Ling Yuan smiled faintly at the female Valkyrie. Boom! The brilliantly manifested time-shattering meteorological heavenly go stopped in front of Yi Ling Yuan's forehead, and the female martial goddess was uncertain, her electric eyes searing with essence, saying, "What is the message? Is it that your high heavenly planes have made another big move?" Yi Ling Yuan didn't answer, just looked at her and smiled. The female martial god frowned, extinguishing the surging quasi-immortal emperor radiance in her body, and said, "If you want to exchange this message for any conditions, you can negotiate." In the Valkyrie's opinion, if there was a big move in that desperate land of the high heavenly planes, key information must be intercepted. For this reason, even if it's a negotiation, she had just formed the Boundary Sea Alliance, and at this juncture, she was very focused on the movements of her enemies. It was afraid that this Dark Immortal Emperor of the high heavenly planes would hold a big action without a word, and then it would all be too late. Speaking of conditions, I do have one, and that's... Yi Ling Yuan looked at the Valkyrie's stunningly beautiful face with golden hair draped over it, sharp and godly electric eyes, plump red lips, and more of a sense of atmosphere than Fairy Qing Yu. He wrapped his arms tightly around the Valkyrie's thin waist, which appeared a bit stiff and straight from wearing the golden skirt armor, and came close to her absolute and atmospheric face, kissing the Valkyrie the moment her eyes erupted with world-defying electric rays. Leaf, on the other side, was also embraced by the same embrace of Fairy Qing Yu, cheeks blushing like drunkenness, opened his mouth, wanted to rebuke, but found that he actually did not have the courage to that rebuke. Could it be that after being owned by this Dark Immortal Emperor for a while, his own mind had been tainted as well? Well, that wildness of the day girl is restless in her body, and I'm afraid that in secret, she has already produced tens of thousands of killings against me. After enjoying his satisfaction, Yi Ling Yuan left the female Valkyrie's plump lips, and the other party's silver teeth were slightly clenched as she stared at him angrily, seemingly acquiescing. I didn't expect that the domineering Valkyrie who crossed the Boundary Sea not long ago and picked over the Darklands in one fell swoop would also have such a tame moment. If the various clan kings under your command saw that, their faith would surely collapse. Yi Ling Yuan flirted as if he didn't irritate her uncomfortably. The Valkyrie's stance was trembling lightly, trying desperately to hold back. She simply closed her eyes and coldly said, "I am not Cheng Yu. She harbors thoughts of you. I am different. And you don't need to spend any effort on me." Neither the former Sun Immortal Emperor nor the current Valkyrie could possibly succumb to the creatures of darkness. If you think this is a good exchange for the information you have, then be my guest. Yi Ling Yuan looked at the way she closed her eyes and blocked her Dao heart, but he also felt a sudden sense of tastelessness. If he were to forcefully make it yield, he, the Immortal Emperor, would have plenty of methods, but that would go against your original intent. But looking at the Valkyrie's cold look, Yi Ling Yuan kissed again, and close by, he delivered a message that shocked the beautiful woman in his arms for a moment. Has the harvest begun? This epic held by two immortal emperor levels. The female Vulcan's eyes were lost in thought, her Dao heart trembling at this astonishing secret. There is no need to say some things explicitly. This seat will also bear certain karmic consequences for informing you, but you can rest assured that the place I am harvesting contains the Boundary Sea, so for the time being, you will not be able to encounter the truly ruthless and cruel Dark Immortal Emperor. Yi Ling Yuan said with a sigh. You, aren't you from the high heavenly plane side? Why would you reveal such shocking information to us? Qing Yu was also shocked beyond belief. When he thought of the two Dark Immortal Emperors descending on the worlds to harvest, this time he didn't know how many realms would wither and how many strong people would be hunted down.
his body softened a few points.
Takatenkara gave too much of an impression. Not even immortal emperors could pry it halfway. And no wonder she got desperate. Gao Tian Yuan is Gao Tian Yuan. I, Yi Ling Yuan, am not anyone's toolman. If there is a day, I look forward to you overturning there.
Yi Ling Yuan rarely spilled his heart's secrets. Before that, he was incomparably cautious in truncating the age spacetime of the Boundary Sea.
After all, the Dark Patriarch seemed all-knowing and all-powerful at certain moments. If it is known by it, Yi Ling Yuan could be in danger. You Dark Immortal Emperor are something else, so you won't be holding the harvest on this side of the worlds?
The Valkyrie was shocked again for a moment, then her face eased as she looked at him. She was pretty sure that what this Dark Immortal Emperor in front of her was revealing was the truth.
The impression of it has shifted quite a bit. Of course not. Delay in holding the harvest. I might be replaced. Isn't it difficult for your Realm Sea Alliance to fully subdue the realms as one? So let your husband help you out a bit.
Yi Ling Yuan tentatively came to the root of its hair swirling glistening white ear and said,
"What are you babbling about?" A rare hint of abnormal red appeared on the Valkyrie's icy face.
Yi Ling Yuan smiled faintly, knowing that his intentions of closeness had worked after all. He was a supreme immortal emperor.
Raising his hands and feet involved endless karma. The female martial goddess was only a quasi-immortal emperor no matter how strong she was, and she would be gradually affected, just like immortal Chengyu. Nowadays, Fairy Qingyu was becoming more and more irresistible to him. This was yet another major calamity-inducing aid for Yi Ling Yuan. After separating from the female martial god, Yi Ling Yuan left behind Fairy Qingyu, naturally avoiding some intimacy, and said to her, "I ruined your reputation. Do you hate me?" Chapter 25, Master of the Great Hand of the Breaking Years. Does hate make sense? Qingyu looked in confusion at the immortal pool outside the pavilion. Lotus flowers, indescribably holy and delicate. You can't retrace the path of the ancient era, and your future achievements flounder up, but I can forcefully elevate you, and mixing up with a quasi-immortal emperor is still no problem. Yi Ling Yuan said softly as he embraced her. He knew that immortal Emperor Yuan Yu's Tao was extremely clear and cold, like moonlight, reflecting all the worlds, and if the female Valkyrie needed to gather the battle intent of all living beings and ignite the ancient sun of the great Tao, then Xingyu would need to draw on the will of all beings to adore her to complete her metamorphosis. Now broken, she naturally could no longer walk that path. What's the use of retracing the path of the past and concluding the fruits of the past? Unable to transcend will eventually die. The path of the past is broken. It may be a new birth for me. For the sake of my sister, I will recreate a new path and step into that forbidden realm, Xingyu said to Yi Ling Yuan. It also indirectly shows that there is no hatred for this man. After this night, I will leave the martial god's temple city and travel the realms of the realm sea. Now, if you want it, by all means be satisfied. Xingyu's cheeks suddenly swooned with a blooming peach blossom and took the initiative to get close to Yi Ling Yuan. Even Yi Ling Yuan was caught off guard. After one night, Xingyu left the martial god temple city and left the Canglan Sea realm. Disappearing into the realm sea realms, Yi Ling Yuan also dropped a big stone. This daughter of Qi was finally accepting him, enough to become one of his pawns in the future and be of great use. Not long afterward, the female Vulcan seemed to have figured it out and took the initiative to come see him, inquiring about when she would make a move against the Boundary Sea. Yi Ling Yuan couldn't help but smile as he looked at her grave expression. Moving to the glistening white ear between the blonde strands of hair, he said, "It's already started." Boom! The realm sea was greatly shaken. A big hand broke through the time and space ears and slapped down towards the realm sea. Boundless waves rose up and flooded over many realms. Just this time alone, it was unknown how many realms were buried in the realm sea waves and shattered to pieces. Coordinate the Boundary Sea. The blood sacrifice begins. Kill. A cold and merciless voice resounded above the Boundary Sea, like a death knell that was loud enough to be heard by all living beings in this area of the Boundary Sea. What? Just who is infesting the Boundary Sea? That's a quasi-immortal emperor. Only a quasi-immortal emperor can cross time and space and break through the shackles of the ages. How could there be a quasi-immortal emperor rioting? What the hell happened? No, it's not right. What a dark aura. The water of the Boundary Sea is polluted. So could it be that dark creatures have invaded? The Boundary Sea fell into a dark battlefield in the past, and now it's going to repeat the same mistake? The realms in the realm sea were agitated, and the beings within them were shocked, but not before they had digested this terrible fact. Along with that death knell-like voice, a pitch-black river of ages manifested and rolled toward this side of the realm sea. The living beings of the realms looked blankly at the dark river of years standing in the darkness, with the weakest of them all having the immortal king realm. At a glance,
there were almost thousands of immortal kings stepping through the pitch-black ages of time,
attacking towards the boundary sea. Spirits of the realm sea, prepare for a blood sacrifice.
This time I'm going to turn this sea of life into a deathly extinction area.
Kill. Many dark immortal kings stepped out of the river of ages, realistically manifesting in the realm sea, spreading out into the many realms and beginning the slaughter, where the immortal aura is destroyed as much as possible. There were countless realms in the realm sea,
but the realms with immortal kings were rare. A realm that could give birth to an immortal king was already a great realm, but as the Dark Immortal King descended, a world was blasted through and collapsed into the waves, and the living beings of those collapsed worlds wailed and despaired in such a way that one couldn't bear to look at them anymore. By the time this side of the realm sea reacted to the fact that this was a sudden catastrophe, there were immediately immortal kings who erupted the light of the great Tao and met those dark immortal kings. A great war broke out, and the entire boundary sea was at war. The peace and quiet dissipated like a bubble.
In the Kanglan Sea realm, there was also a dark immortal king attacking to come. However, the Kanglan Sea realm's depth far exceeded that of the other realms. The various clan kings under the Valkyrie seat alone were all clear immortal kings, immediately out of the war.
Dozens of immortal king levels, fighting furiously in the middle of the Kanglan Sea realm. If it wasn't for the quasi-immortal emperor laws of the female martial god consolidating the realm,
it would have only blown up under the immortal king's bombardment. Martial Temple City.
The Valkyrie stood on the city wall, her eyes piercing through the realm and looking towards the chaos of the realm sea.
Is this the blood sacrifice you presided over?
Yi Lingyuan stood beside her, side by side and said, the specific blood sacrifice this immortal emperor is not interested in. This is the hunting tool that the high heavenly planes transported towards the worlds. The so-called immortal kings that are hard to reach over here can be manufactured in bulk in the presence of the high heavenly planes patriarchs. It's up to the boundary sea to see if it can hold out this time.
The Valkyrie looked at him. And when are you, the Dark Immortal Emperor, going to strike? Yi Lingyuan also gazed away,
looking at the female Valkyrie's taut and cold face.
He laughed. If this immortal emperor wants to make a move,
why do I need to wait until now? The blood sacrifice of the worlds.
All living beings above the immortal Tao level will be harvested, and it is expected to be completed in one epoch. And at that time, the worlds will enter an era of depression. Ri Yao, it depends on you if you can get through this blood sacrifice.
The Valkyrie summoned the golden heavenly goblet, turned her face away, and said with her head held high, I will sublimate my own Tao in this war of the worlds, transcend it, and then break into the high heavenly planes to completely burn that land of darkness to the ground. After the female martial god finished speaking, she stepped on the immortal light path and traveled towards the boundary sea. That immortal light avenue was like majestic daylight,
illuminating the realm shrouded in darkness once again, and the realms were instantly energized.
Knowing that it was the invincible Valkyrie who had struck, the living beings in the realm that was originally in the midst of the catastrophe were also full of expectations,
waiting to be saved.
When the immortal light avenue broke through the Tsunglong Sea realm,
the Valkyrie heavenly golem vibrated, and a strand of quasi-immortal emperor aura drooped down.
The bodies of the dozens of dark immortal kings who were battling with the various clan kings exploded in unison,
obliterated by the quasi-emperor's breath.
There the space-time ages are in chaos, and all the imprints will be completely dissipated. And as if the Valkyrie had done something insignificant, the golden heavenly golem stabbed towards the large hand that slapped towards the realm sea. The light of the great sun radiated out to the entire realm sea,
with the momentum of sweeping away all darkness. There are 3 quasi-immortal emperors in the boundary sea. Are you the strongest one?
The large hand that had broken through the years and stretched over slapped towards the golden heavenly golem without budging.
The female Valkyrie did not reply,
her cold eyes calm. The golden heavenly gorges in her hands exchanged blows with that large hand trillions of times in an instant.
Boom!
The waves of the boundary sea flooded even more, as if they were being boiled manically. The owner of that cut-off hand erupted with a muffled grunt and whistled angrily.
Good strong battle power. Will you blood sacrifice will definitely be able to get a more pure origin? The real body crosses the border.
The owner of the large hand summoned an even larger,
pitch-black river that stood within it, realistically manifesting over. It was clearly a darkness quasi-immortal emperor. It stood in the boundary sea, with a steady stream of darkness falling down around it, laying flat in the boundary sea wanting to pollute the water quality here, turning the entire boundary sea into a hotbed of darkness, all the while looking eerily at the Valkyrie,
ready for a blood sacrifice.
Griffin, if you want to move the boundary sea, you're not qualified enough.
The Valkyrie looked at him indifferently,
without an expression as if she were an enemy. She was indeed an anomaly amongst the quasi-immortal emperors, having buried 3 quasi-immortal emperors before this. Facing this darkness immortal emperor to be, that inner confidence overflowed and radiated. Not even a ripple could be born inside. Chapter 26, The Heavenly Goggle illuminates the battle spirit. The male fears the dark enemy. Boom! The Valkyrie indifferently swung out the golden heavenly golem while summoning the great Tao ancient sun, which was integrated into the weapon, causing the golden heavenly golem to once again qualitatively change, shining with a terrifying light. She stabbed out the heavenly golem, causing the realm sea to no longer have a single place of darkness, and that light almost suppressed the darkness paramount immortal emperor. The cycle of the years is eclipsed. The darkness immortal emperor to be whistled long and hard, realizing that this was a strong enemy with unprecedented attainments in the immortal emperor to be realm. He created the reincarnation realm with both palms, and large swaths of dark ages of space and time manifested around him, eventually branding 6 silhouettes of himself. Those were different temporal shadows of themselves pulled from the dark ages, all with the cultivation of a quasi-immortal emperor, and together they blasted toward the female martial god. Boom! This pairing of the 2 immortal emperors to be directly caused the boundary sea to tear apart from it. I don't know how many realms were buried. The female martial god's gaze was startled, clearly not expecting this darkness immortal emperor to be so strong. It wasn't much better than the dark earth twin emperors that had been beheaded not too long ago. She continuously waved the heavenly golem, and the great Tao sun radiance radiated for billions of miles. There were different times and spaces that were illuminated. That might grew stronger and stronger, shattering one of that darkness quasi-immortal emperor's space-time shadows. So that's how it is. Great Tao ancient sun, I know where you come from. The ancient sun immortal emperor who had once invaded my dark ancestral land in the past is even still alive. If the patriarch knew about it, he would definitely come over to harvest you personally. Kill. That dark quasi-immortal emperor ordered the remaining 5 space-time shadows to join forces and cut off the space where the Valkyrie was, pulling her into a lonely, dark place. The Valkyrie's golden skirt armor gleamed, and the light of the great sun that permeated her body continued to erupt, cracking this earthquake of darkness. Ancestral land plus. The darkness paramount immortal emperor was also erupting, causing the dark land to manifest a corner of its prototype. Gao Tian Yuan. But I said you are a mole. You are a mole. This battle I will wear out your time and space information and bury you completely. The Valkyrie couldn't help but growl even as she saw this dark place manifesting the sight of lightning striking down scorched earth. Even if it was just a projection of a corner of the high heavenly plains, it made her incredibly serious. The great sun heavenly golem came down from the top and chopped it apart, and the dark ancestral landscape dissipated. The Valkyrie's figure charged, stepping on the earth and sky, and the heavenly golem swept across at the same time, cutting off the 2 time and space shadows that were besieging them. Although these space-time shadows had the aura of a quasi-immortal emperor, they were after all only art derivations, hardly comparable to the true realm, and were fine to deal with ordinary quasi-immortal emperors. Against a strong immortal emperor to be like the Valkyrie, it was tantamount to a fool's errand. She verified the promise. Her eyes spewed out a strong solar radiance like 2 suns rising, and her entire aura pushed to its peak. Also like the shadow of that day when she faced off against the dark earth twin emperors, the Valkyrie in this state. The heavenly goggles churned the pitch-black years to pieces and dissipated into shadows. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor was shocked and teamed up with the remaining space-time shadows to unleash a supreme strike. I said that I will wear you out completely, and there will be no more traces of you in any space or time. The great Tao ancient sun. The retroactive strike. The Valkyrie swung the heavenly goggle out in an unrelentingly domineering trail, and poof, all the temporal and spatial shadows were chopped to pieces. Even that darkness quasi-immortal emperor was no longer as arrogant as he was just now, screaming miserably as his body was split in half. The light of the heavenly go reflected, causing the countless times and spaces of the past and future to manifest around that dark immortal emperor to be, illuminating at the same time, completely manifesting the cause and effect of those past and future times and spaces. In the final blow, the heavenly golem decimated all illuminated space and time, and wherever it passed, the great Tao ancient sun melted all. That darkness quasi-immortal emperor's form was destroyed on the spot, without even a trace of all that had been there since the beginning of time. Once the darkness quasi-immortal emperor died, it was a glimmer of hope for the realm sea realms that were under attack. The beings in the many realms were calling out the name of the Valkyrie, wanting to be saved. The Valkyrie, however, did not relax, but those electric eyes were firmly fixed on the sea of boundaries. The darkness there was getting thicker and thicker, like a gate, at this moment dropping down a black water-like substance, like a pitch-black waterfall injecting large strands into the realm sea. There wasn't just one such waterfall, the void above the realm sea was constantly shattering,
dropping pitch-black waterfalls that completely darkened the great waves of the realm sea.
In a matter of moments, a third of the realm was transformed into a dark realm,
and the beings within it were contaminated by the darkness,
letting out roars and attacking those realms that were not yet contaminated instead.
Hiss, is this to directly transform the realm sea and turn this place into a branch of darkness?
How can I let you have your way?
The Valkyrie waved her heavenly golem and rushed over the boundary sea, cutting off those black water-like substances before sitting nearby to refine them. But then she was shocked.
Those black water-like substances actually could not be refined. Instead,
it stained toward her body.
The female Valkyrie's golden figure was eclipsed.
A horrible thought grew in the heart of the Tao.
Killing, endless killing.
She immediately sacrificed the ancient Sun Immortal Emperor seal,
shaking the stained black water away, murmuring,
"Is this the first attack of the high heavenly planes? This black water substance, only 1,000,000,000 times more dense than the darkness, is that side specially refined to deal with the worlds?"
She gave up on refining away the black water because it was simply useless. The immortal emperor-to-be couldn't deal with it, and was instead tainted with great karma.
Watching that black water pouring into the Sea of Realms once again,
still haloing the area of darkness, and the realms darkening inch by inch,
a trace of coldness flooded within the Valkyrie.
From the time I did battle with darkness,
I should have known the cruel consequences of such a cruelty,
and such suffering will increase later. How can I be discouraged? She stood in the boundary sea,
her quasi-immortal emperor might radiating out,
sending out a telltale message to the realms. All the realms of the boundary sea,
all of them gather to the Kanglan Sea realm, the only way to preserve their power.
After saying that, the Valkyrie released the ancient Sun Immortal Emperor seal,
and that initial ancient sunlight shone out gently,
reflecting light wherever it passed.
Even that black water-like terrifying substance was blocked out and could not continue to infiltrate.
Quickly draw closer to the Kanglan Sea realm. If you're late, you'll be too late.
Now that the realm sea has been attacked, only the Valkyrie has the power to save us.
Listen up, all beings. This immortal king is about to move a realm. This is an opportunity for survival.
At the Valkyrie's admonition, all the realms were being displaced towards the Kanglan Sea realm. One of the immortal kings mobilized his great magical power and forcefully detained a realm, falling towards the vicinity of the Kanglan Sea realm, enveloped by that ancient Sun Immortal Emperor seal. The remote realms without an immortal king in attendance were also shifted by all the true immortals working together.
It was a thrilling change and a hopeless decision. When all the realms entered the vicinity of the Kanglan Sea realm, shrouded under the ancient Sun Emperor's seal,
the entire realm sea dimmed all of a sudden. The sight was truly horrifying. Even the stars were gone,
a deep pitch blackness that radiated out. Only around the Kanglan Sea realm, where the female Vulcan was sitting,
was a thin light emanating. The worlds were silent,
harboring great sadness and suffocation.
Although with the Valkyrie's shelter, those dark creatures held off their attacks.
But how long could this situation last?
This side of the realm sea could be considered to have suffered a meta-level trauma,
with at least half of the realm withering away, darkening, and becoming an enemy. Chapter 27. What is the Immortal Emperor level? The Kanglan Sea realm,
the martial god temple city, once again gathered the most powerful people from all realms.
This time,
the powerhouses that were still a bit indecisive and didn't immediately join the Boundary Sea Alliance also joined in. The fall of the Boundary Sea made them realize the horror of darkness,
the cruelty of reality, and awakened them, trying to get the Valkyrie to come up with a response. All of you, this is just a prelude to the dark ancestral land.
Merely the appearance of a quasi-immortal emperor. Once upon a time there were dark immortal emperors that descended upon the worlds and withered the realms in person.
We need to face much more than that.
The Valkyrie stood on the towering walls and spoke solemnly to the powerful people of the realms seated outside the city.
As demoralizing as this statement was, it had to be said, so that they could feel the cruelty in advance, and it wouldn't be unacceptable later.
Compared to the harvest season she had once experienced, this dark invasion was nothing. I didn't expect the darkness invasion to be so complete,
not only slaughtering living beings, but even polluting the place we inhabited. Is this an attempt to wipe out the world?
If Lord Valkyrie hadn't saved the day this time, I'm afraid that not 1 out of 10 living beings in the realm sea would remain.
The enemy is too formidable,
and now we are willing to follow the Valkyrie's lead and take back the land that is ours. The powers of the realms paled at the words, then stated that they would listen to the Valkyrie's command and work together to fight against this terrifying dark force.
Chaos Ancient Hall. After the Valkyrie returned, she went back to take the initiative to meet Yi Ling Yuan,
who was leisurely drinking tea. During this period of dark turmoil, if there was anyone in the realm sea who could be so relaxed, it was none other than this dark immortal emperor.
I wonder what other big moves the dark side will make next. The Valkyrie walked over to the table and sat down, staring earnestly at Yi Ling Yuan. This seat has revealed too much to you already. Don't make it worse. Yi Ling Yuan held his teacup and said indifferently. I need to know that this dark invasion has come with such ferocity that the boundary sea has almost fallen. And with my knowledge of the high heavenly planes, it won't stop there. And I want to know how many dark powerhouses are invading the boundary sea this time? The Valkyrie still looked at him insistently, those eyes unshaken, even if the man in front of her said he was thick-skinned. After all, the survival of the realm sea was at stake, and even at any cost, the Valkyrie had to figure it out. Indeed, it's quite explosive that you could think to come to me for information, but why should I tell you? What are you to this seat? A relative? A stranger? Yi Ling Yuan looked at the Valkyrie's cold and atmospheric face. Her golden hair was naturally draped, and her golden armor skirt reflected, indescribably holy and noble. He suddenly leaned back in his chair and patted his thigh. Is that all you've got? That's not going to make our relationship any better. The female Valkyrie would understand and said with some shame. Knowing the Rin nature of this Dark Immortal Emperor, she was disgusted by it. Day girl, this seat is not forcing you. You can continue to be stubborn. This seat has nothing to lose. Yi Ling Yuan smiled. He knew what path the Valkyrie would choose for the sake of the Realm Sea crowd. Inwardly, he couldn't help but feel that it was really fate that was unpredictable. Even immortal emperors couldn't fully comprehend something like predestination. If the boundary sea hadn't been attacked, the Valkyrie definitely wouldn't have lowered her stance to beg for herself. Was Aoyuki also pulled into the abyss step by step by you like this? The female Vulcan got up, walked up to him, and said as she looked down on Yi Ling Yuan from above. At close range, the curves of that tall and seductive figure coming out from under the skirt armor were enough to take the breath away from all beings. And the Valkyrie wears a non-traditional full wrap-around gold armor skirt. The skirt armor was short, hanging only to the middle of her thighs, bringing out a pair of long, round legs. Even though these slender legs were also wearing golden boots that wrapped the calves tightly and formed an extension of a knee brace at the knee position, it also allowed one to feel the beauty of that golden curve. Unlike Qing Yu's immortal beauty, the Valkyrie's temperament and figure were completely opposite. That from the gold skirt armor cannot suppress the tall and voluptuous body. Then the average woman to come to the shock. 1.75 m height, proud of many men now. Yi Ling Yuan was still recalling the meaning of her words. He saw the golden curved hot and moving figure in front of him, suddenly sitting on his lap, a slender arm wearing a golden wrist guard naturally encircling his neck. The ethereal and moving fragrance greeted his face, more wild than the green moon, and even Yi Ling Yuan couldn't help but fluctuate his Tao heart. Nonsense, the moon girl eats her own flesh and blood. She herself is trapped in this seat's hero's mound. How can she blame this seat's head? She should be punished. Seeing this delicate and noble person sitting in his arms, Yi Ling Yuan was not polite, and with his hands encircling her thin and straight waist, he allowed the Valkyrie to come close to him and kissed him. In the world where Yi Ling Yuan hadn't traveled yet, there was an old saying, kissing is the best way for humans to show kindness. He felt that the words were very reasonable and contained extraordinary Tao rhythms. Under the tiger's kiss, the female Valkyrie could not help but tremble in her posture, and the slender white hand could not help but grab the man's shoulder, and the green onion fingers sunk deep into the robe. There are 4 quasi-immortal emperors attacking the boundary sea this time. The one you killed was only one of them. The other 3 are setting up the blood sacrifice grand formation. You should know the power of that grand formation. Girl. Seeing that although the day girl struggled, she was always docile and let him be. After Yi Ling Yuan's body and mind were greatly pleased, he didn't mince words and told him about his next move. He didn't directly rule over these dark creatures of the high heavenly planes though, but after all, it is the division of the immortal domain to the north of the world region. The situation in a thought nothing to hide. Blood sacrifice formation. The female martial god's face changed, and she became deeply scandalized. She realized it was time for her to take the initiative. Otherwise, once these darkness immortal quasi-emperors were allowed to set up the blood sacrifice formation, the entire realm sea would be crippled and no living creature would survive. If you, day girl, can devote your entire body and mind to this seat, I can even tell you their location. Oh, seeing that the female Valkyrie was getting up to leave, Yi Ling Yuan looked at her back with her beautiful blonde hair fluttering and laughed. There were no words to describe the feeling of letting this sun and moon girl into his grasp step by step. He felt that instead of going through the trouble of stifling these variables, the villain should have been as close to the past as he was, and dissolved them silently by being soft. Does that do you any good? Or do you want to contaminate me completely? The female Vulcan was somewhat moved.
referring of course to the location of the 3 quasi-immortal emperors who had set up the blood sacrifice formation. It would be difficult to get results if the Valkyries alone were to find them, but the conditions this Dark Immortal Emperor offered made her roll her eyes, speechless, as the Supreme Immortal Emperor, clear and quiet, with the great Tao all penetrated. How could he still indulge in these things? One could only guess that perhaps this Dark Immortal Emperor wanted to contaminate her.
Nothing more. If you want to come, you can come. This seat is always waiting. Yi Lingyuan smiled faintly and did not reply. He could already tell that the female Valkyrie would inevitably shine brightly in the future and stand in the future time and space. This is a variable enough to be a great threat to the high heavenly planes. Yi Lingyuan didn't want to let go. The Valkyrie eventually left. Unwillingness to completely degrade the body and mind. She left the Kanglan Sea realm and stood on the realm sea, looking at the vast black sea riots around her. Chapter 28, The Emperor's Sword emerges, burying the ancients and the moderns. The black water has polluted the boundary sea, causing the waves to also be more violent than they used to be. There were countless tainted dark worlds floating in those waves, as if they surrounded the Kanglan Sea realm and the surrounding realms, eyeing them intently, and they could attack again at any time. We mustn't let the blood sacrifice formation be completed, or else everything will be sacrificed, making it difficult for even a quasi-immortal emperor to escape. The Valkyrie's eyes flashed with determination as she summoned the heavenly goblet, and the light radiated out towards the pitch-black realm sea. She burst forth with her full strength, causing the dark realm sea to be permeable and bright once more, constantly searching for traces of those 3 darkness quasi-immortal emperors hiding in the shadows. But nothing. If I want a blood sacrifice away the entire boundary sea, then the eyes of the great formation will definitely be around the boundary sea, but if I search for it alone, it will be very difficult. So it will have to be. The Valkyrie headed towards a certain part of the boundary sea. The boundary sea was nearly pitch black for 2/3 of the area, excluding the place where the Valkyrie had shrouded it with the ancient sun immortal seal. There are still spots of light in that infinite black sea. That was the great realm where the White Cliff Immortal Emperor to be and the Flying Light Immortal Emperor to be, who had once refused to join the Realm Sea Alliance, sat. The Valkyrie crossed the pitch-black Realm Sea and arrived at the great realm where the White Cliff Immortal Emperor to be was located. This place is under siege. The many tainted dark worlds, under the Dark Immortal King's command, constantly tried to break through this realm. There were only 3 immortal kings in the realm where White Cliff was located, and they were completely unstoppable. Seeing that the realm continued to dim and was going to be completely buried, White Cliff stepped in. The quasi-immortal emperor's aura emanated, shattering all the surrounding dark realms, and pitch-black waves spread out, manifesting the majesty of the quasi-immortal emperor. Although he had crushed the Dark Immortal King's attack in one fell swoop, Baya did not show any sign of relief. Sitting in the center of the realm, he continuously sent his divine thoughts outward, trying to find out the strand of factors that vaguely made him uneasy. What exactly is it? Even my Tao heart is inexplicably panicking. Could it be that there is an even greater calamity coming to this realm sea? Dark beings, you have bullied people too much. Anger surfaced on the face of the old White Cliff Immortal Quasi-Emperor, while regretting that he hadn't listened to the female Valkyrie's advice in the first place. Now how can one have the nerve to move the realm to the Kanglan Sea realm? Fellow Daoist White Cliff, how is your situation here? Just as Baya was in a gloomy mood, the Valkyrie broke through the boundary and arrived, golden daylight floating, dispelling some of the darkness of this great boundary. Valkyrie, what brings you here? When Baya saw the woman with the golden dress and armor coming, he also rushed to welcome her. As the 2 emperors met, Baya sighed and spoke of the state of the realm where he was. AI, the darkness invasion. It's far more terrifying than imagined. Even quasi-immortal emperors feel a chill in this. At that moment, he spoke the inexplicable strand of panic in the heart of the Tao. Quasi-immortal emperors almost touched the end of the great Tao. Their minds were rigorous, and such inexplicable emotions should never exist. Therefore, he concluded that perhaps there would be a greater calamity on this side of the boundary sea. There are signs. Perhaps one of the eyes of that blood sacrifice formation is in this neighborhood. The Valkyrie heard this, but her eyes sharpened, associating it with something. Valkyrie, what are you talking about? White Cliff was a bit puzzled, not understanding what the Valkyrie's words meant. At that moment, the female Vulcan didn't hide anything and told the 3 darkness quasi-immortal emperors that they were about to set up the blood sacrifice formation in the boundary sea. She was also here for help. What? Blood sacrifice formation? Mischievous. When White Cliff heard this, even a quasi-immortal emperor's state of mind rippled greatly. I've come to find you, Tao friend.
In order to find those 3 darkness immortal quasi-emperors ahead of time and stop them from completing this blood sacrifice, once the great formation is complete, the realm C may cease to exist. The Valkyrie said solemnly to Baya. I see, Valkyrie, you were right in the first place. If the boundary C was ironclad, it wouldn't be in such a state today. I will start investigating the situation of the array eyes on this side. Whitecliff immediately nodded and said. The female martial god said, thank you, this is a desperate battle. The realm C side is only allowed to win, not to lose. Otherwise, the chances will only get slimmer. After saying that, the female martial god left this realm and headed to the realm where another immortal emperor to be was located, and Whitecliff moved to explore the neighborhood. When the female Valkyrie arrived outside the realm in another pitch-black realm C, she sensed an anomaly. Damned! Fellow Daoist Fei Guang's realm is contaminated by darkness. With a cold look on her face, she swung her heavenly goggle, slashing through the realm and entering this darkness-shrouded realm. Flying Light Sea Realm, the dojo of the prospective immortal emperor Fei Guang. His name has long since been discarded in the ages, and he is known by the realm in which he lives. At the moment, this Flying Light Sea Realm was filled with darkness everywhere. Countless living beings were tainted, roaring and losing their former sanity, with only coldness and killing in their eyes. The source of the dark aura of this realm came from a darkness paramount immortal emperor. He stood indifferently in the black mist, blinding the realm with the dark Tao and confronting the Flying Light immortal emperor to be with a stony face. Other than that female martial god in this realm C, the remaining 2 quasi-immortal emperors are not worth mentioning, and today, this so-called Flying Light realm will be the burial ground for this realm C quasi-immortal emperor of yours, the darkness paramount immortal emperor said emotionlessly, his tone brimming with confidence. Dark beings, you have polluted the boundary C, and the living are in abundance. What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? Fei Guang is also a veteran quasi-immortal emperor, dressed in a Taoist robe, surrounded by light. All the great Tao converged behind his head, transforming into a great Tao halo, and he also inquired without fail, wanting to get more information from the mouth of this darkness immortal emperor to be. Humph, you're asking too much of a being who is about to be blood sacrificed. The darkness immortal emperor to be wasn't interested in answering. In his eyes, even this immortal emperor to be of the same realm was a dead man. There's no need for the dead to know too much. Just accept the blood sacrifice in peace and be turned into blood food. He took the lead in launching an attack, and when he raised his hand, a black and gold ancient tower was sacrificed, with 16 corners, seemingly real and illusory, as if it was made from countless overlapping octagonal towers, emitting a palpitating pitch-black light. The darkness paramount immortal emperor sneered and blasted it towards the flying light. The pitch-black, 16-horned ancient tower unexpectedly diffused a large area of darkness, transforming into a domain that covered down. The Fei Guang quasi-immortal emperor's face changed in shock as he drank. This is a soul-detaining weapon. Wanting to detain me? Fei Guang, dark being, you're not too arrogant. That black and gold ancient tower filled the dark realm with a terrifying soul-suppressing might, causing Fei Guang's divine soul to shake. This was a weapon targeting the divine soul, very rare and eccentric in the world. Even a quasi-immortal emperor couldn't ignore it. Emperor's sword out. Fei Guang also offered up an emperor's saber with pure radiance. The quasi-immortal emperor's radiance shone brightly, illuminating the realm tainted by darkness. As he slashed towards the black and gold ancient tower with the emperor's saber in his hand, the matchless blade awnings cut through heaven and earth. There were sun, moon and stars reflected in the blade awnings, and life and death were horrifying. Even the black and gold pagoda, which was a soul-detaining weapon, was split a little farther away, and that dark field was still continuously eroding towards Fei Guang's divine soul. The darkness immortal quasi-emperor, on the other hand, was sneering from even further away, not having the slightest intention of moving to fight in a bloody battle. In his opinion, just this black and gold ancient pagoda was enough to bury this same realm. Chapter 29, Burying 5 Enemies of the Same Realm. Kill, and by my light, illuminate the ancient world. Fei Guang continuously slashed out the emperor's saber in the dark realm. The brilliant saber light almost shattered the great Tao, and space and time manifested around him, all reflecting the power of the saber light. It was as if, in every space and time, there was a quasi-immortal emperor flying light, slashing toward that black and gold ancient tower. However, that dark field still hadn't dissipated. Fei Guang felt a great oppression coming from his divine soul, a vague tingling sensation, and was finally appalled. Quasi-immortal emperors also had all the power in the world, and did not have a high level of protection for their divine souls. This was not aimed at the physical body, but a direct strike to the origin, that dark avenue.
unlike contaminating other people's bodies, penetrated into Fei Guang's divine soul, sinking away even the Tao heart. This kind of attack could not be defended against. Even Fei Guang couldn't find a way to deal with it. He slashed out a blade that revealed the future of the ancient world, slashing that black and gold ancient pagoda once again. However, that dark domain always lingered around him, directly affecting the origin and causing his consciousness to blur. The dark being's methods are venomous, running through every epoch. I should have thought that they have methods against immortal emperors to be. Fei Guang, can't spell out a dark immortal emperor to be at the last moment. Fei Guang stifled another grunt, and his divine soul began to float in a wisp of dark mist, and the avenues converging around him rapidly dimmed, as if they were difficult to maneuver. The great Tao that the immortal emperor to be wielded was so strong that all the worlds would be shattered at the drop of a hat, and all of space and time would be trampled underfoot. But at the moment, it was powerless to grasp it, and was about to become a complete slave to the darkness. So what if you cultivate to a quasi-immortal emperor? You're still just a pawn in the ancestral land. If you don't become an immortal emperor, you'll end up as a mole cricket. The ancestral land has been harvested for countless epochs and has long since had a sharp weapon to deal with quasi-immortal emperors. It's laughable that you and the others are still trying to struggle. So just completely degenerate in darkness, and recreate a trace of power for my soul-detaining pagoda. As he watched the great Tao around that boundary see quasi-immortal emperor rapidly fade away, the light of the slashing blade grew dimmer and dimmer. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor who stood in the distance and watched coldly sneered unceasingly. He had personally experienced the harvest season 3 times before, and had slaughtered no less than 5 immortal emperors of the worlds in his hands, and had no fluctuations regarding this outcome, as if what he had crushed was nothing more than a mole cricket. Seeing that the divine soul of that boundary see immortal emperor to be being darkened on a large scale, the darkness paramount immortal emperor knew it was time to end this unsuspecting battle. It was about to urge the soul-detaining tower to forcibly strip away Fei Guang's great Tao origin and divine soul, causing the ancient tower to sublimate. Perhaps it might be possible to go through dozens more ascensions like this one and be able to give birth to a strand of true imperial might. Bury them, pigs and dogs of the realm sea. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor erupted with a strong darkness Tao, and endless pitch-black runes converged towards the soul-restraining tower, stimulating its potent power. It was about to bury this quasi-immortal emperor of the realm sea in one fell swoop. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light split the dark realm like a great sun floating in the sky, causing that darkness immortal emperor to be surprised for a moment. He catalyzed the great Tao, causing himself to plunge into the time and space of the ancient and modern future. His true body vaporized in the current world, as if he was facing a great enemy. Looking at the stunning golden silhouette with golden hair dancing wildly, without any unnecessary words, the Valkyrie who had gained insight into the situation of this realm swung out her heavenly golem and directly slashed at that darkness quasi-immortal emperor. Boundary Sea Valkyrie, I've heard that you've buried 3 of your peers in your hands as well, so I've come to meet you. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor was not to be outdone, and offered his darkness killing technique to engage the Valkyrie's heavenly golem. Pust! In a single glance, his body was decimated and dissipated like a bubble. However, the dark paramount immortal emperor threw himself into the ancient and modern future, his body returning once again in a flash, coldly staring at the Valkyrie without a word. It was as if the party's bravado was nothing more than a hallucination. Soul Detention Tower, recognizing that if he didn't put forth his full strength, he might not be the enemy of this female Valkyrie. The dark paramount immortal emperor decisively discarded the flying light and sent the soul-restraining pagoda erupting with a powerful dark energy that enveloped towards the female Valkyrie. Boom! The might of the soul suppressor was like the fluctuation of a zither string, causing everything in this dark realm to blur, to erase the sense of real existence. To the darkness quasi-immortal emperor, soul suppression, which could detain even all things in the heavens and earth, had already reached the point of the laws of origin. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to suppress a quasi-immortal emperor of the same realm at once. At this moment, he blasted this terrifying soul-suppressing might towards the female martial god, in a vain attempt to create the suppression that he had just done. The soul-restraining weapon, which directly blasts the origin of the great Tao, is indeed a restraint for a quasi-immortal emperor, but, in my eyes, it's not worthy. The female martial goddess felt the power enveloping her that invaded her divine soul and contaminated the origin of the great Tao. Her electric eyes were fearless, and she directly offered up the ancient sun immortal emperor seal, though it was only a meager wisp of Tao fruits from yesteryear. However, it was not something that this immortal emperor to be could shake. Boom! The light of the great Tao ancient sun emanated from the golden body of the Valkyrie. powerfully dispelling the darkness of this realm, causing the mountains and the earth to regain their appearance. The Valkyrie just took one step towards the darkness quasi-immortal emperor, the heavenly golem glowing and building up to a supreme strike. How can that be? My soul restraining tower is a powerful weapon that restrains quasi-immortal emperors. There are 5 quasi-immortal emperors that have been buried in my hands, so why should you be able to rest in peace and have your soul returned to you? The dark quasi-immortal emperor saw that the female Valkyrie was completely unaffected, and the ineffectiveness of his greatest reliance caused him to be nonplussed, roaring angrily. At the same time, the quasi-immortal emperor's light erupted, causing endless darkness to sweep outward, and the soul-detaining tower hummed and trembled violently, finally releasing 5 shadows. Those 5 shadows were only the bodies of divine souls, but each one of them was permeated with the aura of a quasi-immortal emperor, and the darkness glow was thick as they slayed toward the female Valkyrie. That was the divine soul of a quasi-immortal emperor who had been stripped of his Tao essence by the soul-detaining tower in the past, and had been transformed into a slave of this dark quasi-immortal emperor to drive for him. Although it was only a divine soul, the might of a quasi-immortal emperor was not weak. The Valkyrie's heavenly goggles swept across the sky, and the great sun's light swept out, but it only forced those 5 dark divine spirits back, which caused her eyes to slightly gaze. As expected, each and every one of the darkness paramount immortal emperors was not a good person. This one was even stronger than the darkness quasi-immortal emperor that she had decapitated earlier, burying 5 of her peers in the same realm, and was even more terrifying than her battle. The female Valkyrie rose cautiously, and although her heart was fearless, she had already taken out her peak strength. Boom! The great Tao ancient sun hung high above its head, dropping endless great Tao runes, densely packed, like countless suns lighting up the area around the female martial god. That quasi-immortal emperor's aura almost reached its peak, becoming unique in this realm. The female vulgar god whistled long and waved her heavenly goggle like an invincible god of war toward the 5 darkness quasi-immortal emperor divine souls that were charging again. The light of the great sun was so dense that it was like billions of suns exploding and flooding that side. Even the darkness immortal quasi-emperor fell back in a fit of horror, staggering, black-faced as he saw the 5 darkness divine souls that he had managed to collect one after the other being chopped up one by that great sun-like heavenly goggle, dissipating into the world. Hateful. There's only one eye left in the blood sacrifice formation. No matter how powerful you are, you'll eventually be unable to escape being refined. And the boundary sea will become our possession after all. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor urged the soul-detaining tower, releasing a terrifying dark power to strike across the Valkyrie. And then, the self plunged into the ancient and future time and space, completely dissipating in this realm. These dark beings are as difficult to deal with as ever. The Valkyrie hurled the heavenly golem like a billion suns flooding where the darkness quasi-immortal emperor was, but he escaped, finally sighing. Chapter 30 Source Moon Imperial Way reappears. If it was in the past, when she was the ancient sun immortal emperor, this kind of griffin could wipe out countless people with a single thought. But now, although she was stronger than the same realm in the past, there was no way to stop it from leaving. The Valkyrie looked over to the Fei Guang quasi-immortal emperor over there who was sitting in the void, refining the dark aura, and chose to wait without disturbing. After the flying light had completely stripped the dark mist from the divine soul, he couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, revealing his fear. Just a little bit short of that, I will also degenerate into a creature of darkness. Instead of being a tiger that way, it would be better to have self-determination come to an end. Valkyrie, Fei Guang, owe you a favor. Fei Guang sighed and rose to meet the golden figure. Is the Taoist friend well? The Valkyrie asked with a nod. Fortunately, the Valkyries appeared in time. Otherwise, by the way, did the Valkyries know that there was a bigger situation happening in the boundary sea this time they appeared? Fei Guang's old face was ashamed, and suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, and asked seriously at the female Valkyrie. With that darkness quasi-immortal emperor that had suddenly descended, polluting this realm and nearly burying him, as well as the Valkyrie that had appeared just in time, it was clear that the turmoil in the realm sea was getting more and more intense. Do you know about the blood sacrifice? The Valkyrie nodded and said, blood sacrifice. Old me remembered. That dark quasi-immortal emperor had also said such words. Could it be that the boundary sea? Fei Guang got up with a horrified face. Upon hearing the blood sacrifice, both the previous Baya and the current Fei Guang changed their faces. The Valkyrie also nodded her head gravely. Ai, it seems that the realm sea. No, this side of the worlds is going to have no peace from now on. If the dark beings really want to hold a blood sacrifice in the realm sea, even if I have to spell out this life, I will stop them. Fei Guang sighed, determination suddenly showing in his eyes. The female martial god said. I also think the same way.
Blood sacrifice of all beings is probably something only dark beings can do.
To break the roots of the realm sea, we as the paramount immortal emperors of this realm sea have a great responsibility. Fellow Daoist, can you help and completely liquidate these descending dark paramount immortal emperors? Fei Guang moved.
Stopping the blood sacrifice is okay,
but we know nothing about the dark beings side of the underworld. Can we do it? The female martial god said. There are 4 darkness quasi-immortal emperors descending into the realm sea this time,
excluding the one I buried earlier, which means there are still 3 more, and burying these 3 is the only way to get rid of them once and for all.
3 darkness quasi-immortal emperors, Valkyries. What needs to be done? I, Fei Guang, am obliged.
Fei Guang glanced at the Valkyrie in slight surprise, not understanding why she knew so much about the dark beings, but now that the realm sea was in turmoil,
he was also out of ideas and vaguely used the female Valkyrie as his backbone.
It was undeniable that this woman did have the dominance of a woman, and she was the only one who could subdue those dark beings.
At that moment,
the Valkyrie also stated her plan,
and before coming and understanding the situation,
a set of coping strategies were quickly generated within her.
3 against 3. Even though I can't defeat the darkness quasi-immortal emperor,
I will definitely fight to the death to stall him and buy time for the female Vulcan.
After Fei Guang heard the Valkyrie's plan, he immediately nodded his head, his eyes filled with the will to die.
The Valkyrie's plan was for the 3 quasi-immortal emperors of the realm sea to head to the 3 formations of the blood sacrifice at the same time.
And as long as the formations were destroyed, the blood sacrifice would not go on.
It was the only way to preserve this area of the boundary sea.
Fei Guang knew that if he were to face the darkness immortal emperor to be again, the probability was that he would end up with a grudge.
But for the sake of the survival of the realm sea, even if one fights for one's life and disperses the Great Tao,
so what?
The Great Tao is merciless, but this world needs a temperature after all.
Fellow Daoist doesn't have to worry. This is my ancient sun seal.
It can protect you from the soul detaining power.
Without it,
that darkness quasi-immortal emperor can't. The Valkyrie raised her hand, releasing her own ancient sun seal and peeling off a ray of light to land in front of Fei Guang.
This is, old man understand. Many thanks. As a veteran quasi-immortal emperor,
Fei Guang glanced at the wisp of golden light and recognized some of its origins,
nodding his head deeply at the female Vulcan.
Since the locations of the 2 formation eyes are known,
I probably know about the 3rd one as well. 3 against 3, completely clearing them out is the way to be relieved. The female Vulcan's eyes shot out a refined aura as she turned around and left this realm, having roughly figured out where the 3rd formation eye was. Kanglan Sea Realm, Martial God Temple City.
Yi Lingyuan stood on the city wall, his eyes glowing with insight into the movements of the entire realm sea.
Seeing the Valkyrie's thunderous style,
she showed enough of the Sons of Chi's faction to smile slightly.
This storm in the boundary sea has the Son of Chi. It's not a big deal. On the contrary, it's the Moon Girl. Her sister is so magnificent outside. She's actually still practicing. What is the Chi that belongs to her? Just as the Valkyrie moved to the last formation eye,
converging in the uncontaminated realms around the Kanglan Sea realm,
Xingyu traveled with a clear mind,
pursuing her own Tao. She has walked the realms,
stood in the mountains and rivers, and landed in the wilds by the waterside to meditate. Several years have passed. Her realm was stuck at the peak of true immortality, just one step away from transforming into a king.
But this step caused her some despair,
realizing that no matter what, she could not take the same step as before.
That belonged to Immortal Emperor Yuan Yu's Moonlight Path.
Sisters sublimated its own ancient sun way, more potential than ever. I also cannot give up, must break the cocoon newborn, see their own way forward. Moonlight Avenue cannot continue to cultivate? Perhaps I fell into a misunderstanding.
Xingyu's eyes flashed as she returned to the red dust from traveling between the great rivers and streams. A bold conjecture crossed her mind,
and this was the seal of approval. In the following years,
Xingyu competed with heavenly pride in the great world of red dust, manifesting the phase of a clear and cold fairy, and her fame gradually made its mark in the realms. Her cultivation seemed to loosen up and she began to continue to step forward until one day, she watched the multitudes of people show their worship to her, as if they were worshipping a bright moon,
and thus her mind was finally enlightened, and she became a king in one step. I understand. It turns out that I am always the moonlight. Who says that the moon will be dusty? Even if I encounter the past, the bright moon is always the bright moon. This is the immaculate way.
The rich moonlight filled the realm where she was, and all beings saw a holy moonrise like never before.
Xingyu, a white dress stands in the bright moon, silk damask fluttering, green silk flying, indescribable ethereal absolute. the moonlight enveloped a realm,
and a great Tao of the immortal king erupted from Qin Yu's body,
shaking many supreme beings. It was a very ancient aura of the bright moon,
causing many of the people to be a bit surprised and have associations occur.
And with a flash of that source moon aura, Qin Yu,
who had comprehended the unsullied moon,
did not make a big deal of it and left the realm where he was. After that, her cultivation level rose, ushering in a huge qualitative change. Chapter 31 Dark Ancient Road Tree.
Beyond the realms untainted by darkness, the pitch-black boundary sea waves churned and formed a maelstrom. Even the many realms were as worthless as dust in front of this pitch-black,
palpitating vortex. And above this vortex stood a darkness quasi-immortal emperor.
Almost there, blackens so much of the realm.
Refining away casting this final eye of the formation is more than enough. The next step will be to hold a blood sacrifice, refining the entire realm sea into wreckage.
The living souls extinct, the variables extinct. The darkness paramount immortal emperor's large hand stretched out, and an altar rose from that side of the pitch-black maelstrom. This altar was blood-red all over, as if it was made of flesh and blood,
and was covered with a bizarre aura.
The darkness paramount immortal emperor landed on the altar and began to mouth the true words to activate the formation eye.
Buzz! A large number of pitch-black lines spread out from around the altar,
messily and maniacally slicing through the void and spreading over towards the realm sea, and wherever they passed, the void completely shattered, and all matter was reduced to nothing.
The sight was numbing.
Even quasi-immortal emperors couldn't feel the presence of the great Tao in the area where the black lines were spreading.
The eye of the formation here has been activated.
All that remains is to wait for the other two to converge,
and the boundary sea, from now on, will disappear. Being in the altar, the darkness quasi-immortal emperor watched this scene with satisfaction.
The areas where those black lines spread past, even if they were enslaved dark worlds,
were all sliced into nothing, representing the disappearance of everything. Boom!
But at that moment, a golden light came across and swung a great sun god shadow toward that altar.
The Valkyrie could not wait to arrive, and the heavenly golem erupted with billions of sun-like lights, destroying everything, melting everything,
and slashing toward that altar.
Dare you! The darkness quasi-immortal emperor was furious. The three eyes of the blood sacrifice formation couldn't be destroyed, or else it would be all for naught. He probed out with his large hand, and the pitch-black immortal light of the great Tao radiated toward the golden figure, stirring up even the spacetime of the ages, to banish the female Valkyrie and move it toward other spacetime. The ancient day of the Great Way. My body stands.
The Valkyrie waved her heavenly goggle and forcefully cleaved through the pitch-black light. Billions of times and spaces were chopped up,
unaffected themselves.
Her gold-like skirt armor overflowed with strong daylight,
golden, like a round of great Tao sun above the realm sea, suppressing the darkness and once again splitting the heavenly goggle towards the Dark Immortal Emperor to be. The Valkyrie also realized that if she didn't take care of this opponent, there was no way for her to go and completely destroy the altar that housed the eye of the formation. You are the martial goddess of the realm sea,
claiming to be the strongest quasi-immortal emperor.
I don't believe it. Dark ancient tree body.
That darkness immortal emperor to be obviously knew something about the female Valkyrie as well,
and realizing that it was an opponent, he directly manifested his true body. It was itself an ancient tree of attainment on this side of the realm sea, cultivated to the stage of a quasi-immortal emperor, and was later contaminated by darkness, joining the side of darkness, and its strength became extremely terrifying. It was far more profound and precipitous than the average immortal emperor to be. Boom!
From behind the dark immortal emperor to be,
a pitch-black tree towered up,
standing at a height that not even the stars of the heavens could match,
with countless worlds hanging between the branches and leaves that covered half of the realm sea.
Those are real universes,
once harvested by it, now transformed into dark worlds to offer themselves and add to their immortality. The dark ancient tree drooped down a pitch-black canopy,
an endless vein of dark avenues spreading out to drown out the Valkyrie's great sunlight.
And that momentum really did it. The great sunlight emanating from the female Vulcan was weakened. Slightly astonished, the high heavenly planes have experienced the precipitation of so many epochs. This time it will only be stronger than ever. Even the quasi-immortal emperors are so strong. It's hard to imagine what kind of sight that supreme immortal emperor level would be like. Yi Ling Yuan. The Valkyrie's thoughts drifted for a moment, thinking of the only dark being that he couldn't hate.
He was an immortal emperor level for the source of darkness.
His appearance of gentleness and elegance were all feigned,
and his depth was only too deep to be measured.
Thoughts retracted. The female Valkyrie let out a delicate cry,
raising the heavenly golem that had merged into the great Tao ancient sun. She also executed a killing technique and rushed towards the dark ancient tree. The fluctuations of the two quasi-immortal emperors fighting caused the nearby realm sea to swell with great waves. and countless dark worlds fell apart,
hardly able to withstand the aftershocks of the quasi-immortal Emperor level. At the end of the battle, the Valkyrie bled.
There was a penetrating wound in the area of that golden chest armor,
bubbling with rolling black gas,
that had been penetrated by the vines that the dark ancient tree had poured its strength into stabbing out.
But the dark ancient tree didn't fare well either,
as the Valkyrie hurled the great sun heavenly goblet, splitting it in half lengthwise,
with pitch-black blood flowing out and mixing with the boundary sea. Female Valkyrie, you don't want to live. Dare to exchange wounds with this seat?
The ancient tree of darkness cracked,
and that darkness immortal emperor-to-be was also greatly traumatized,
his breath shriveling up quite a bit as he stared eerily at the female martial god.
Instead of letting you sacrifice your blood to the realm sea, even if I have to fight for this life, I have no fear as long as I can kill the enemy, the female Valkyrie coldly said.
How tenacious is the life force of this seat?
If the ancient tree is immortal, so am I. In the end, it will definitely be your end. The darkness paramount immortal emperor drank. I won't die, at least not before you, dark being.
Only one of you in the eye of the formation can live today.
Kill.
The Valkyrie said no more.
She was hurt. The pitch-black substance was affecting her,
and she must do her best to destroy the eye of the formation before it spread. Her great sun heavenly goggle nailed the dark ancient tree, and the Valkyrie blasted through with her bare hands. The scorching rays of the great sun reflected around his body,
and endless textures emerged, adding all sorts of greatness.
The darkness quasi-immortal emperor also swung out his large hand and fought with him in close quarters, the same pitch-black avenue spreading around his body, distinct from the Valkyrie's golden radiance.
However, in close combat, the dark quasi-immortal emperor quickly exposed his shortcomings. In terms of combat experience,
although he had lived for a long time, how could he compare to the Valkyrie who had fought all her life? Having been penetrated through his chest by the female Valkyrie's fist mark, the radiant light of the great sun caused his body to disintegrate, splitting him in a different time and space.
That darkness quasi-immortal emperor wailed and forcefully relied on the darkness ancient tree to return, no longer daring to fight hard against the Valkyrie.
He unleashed the great Tao killing technique,
causing the multitudinous dark worlds dangling from the ancient tree of darkness to chant scriptures, and endless beings of darkness manifested in the void, rebuking and hurling insults at the female Valkyrie. It was as if the cause and effect of the fall of the realm and sea had been inflicted on the Valkyrie. But it's all an illusion. Cultivation is also cultivation of me.
If I still can't see clearly,
what's the difference between that and being unenlightened?
The Valkyrie swung her clean white fist seal and blasted the beings to pieces.
In the next moment, Fairy Qingyu appeared in front of her, her entire body darkened.
Praying for her sister's rescue, the Valkyrie fluctuated inwardly at that moment, waiting for this moment.
Even if it's a quasi-immortal emperor, if there's a break in the Tao heart, then they have to die. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor's voice resounded above the Valkyrie,
and his large hand slapped down, containing world-beating dark Tao light that was far more terrifying than any of the previous strikes. Apparently seizing a strand of the enemy's Tao heart to break,
he unleashed an extermination. Ancient tree age-long that is essence. Unfortunately, you do not understand human feelings.
On the world experience,
you are not as unique as me. Today is your death. The female vulgar goddess was surrounded by light,
erupting with a never-before-seen great sun radiance, and a ray of terrifying chi was involved,
directly shattering the darkness quasi-immortal emperor's strike. With a wave of her hand,
the great sun heavenly goblet landed in her palm, and with her feet stepping on the time ages,
she appeared in front of that horrified darkness paramount immortal emperor in just an instant.
The great sun heavenly goggle ran him through and pushed his torso, nailing it to the remnant of the tree that loomed behind it.
Chapter 32, that shocking upheaval opens. Why? I'm an ancient tree of the great Tao. I've experienced several epochs of immortality, and I've penetrated the world. Could it be that the breakage I just saw was fake? That darkness paramount immortal emperor asked bitterly,
his voice hoarse, being penetrated by the great sun heavenly goggle through his body at the same time. His life breath was rapidly fading.
You underestimate what trust is.
How could she be tainted when she and I both once sharpened the height? Your trick of manifesting your closest relative to probe for a breach is not a brilliant one. The Valkyrie thrust the heavenly goblet in her hand another inch.
The wisp of the ancient sun immortal emperor's seal was working wonders,
and the hard-to-destroy ancient tree gradually crumbled and disappeared.
In fact,
there was one thing she hadn't said.
Aoyuki was her closest relative,
but it was also at the same time the forbidden domain of that dark immortal emperor.
We'll never stand by and watch it fall. It was a ray of intuition for the Valkyrie to touch the one.
Her lifetime of experience had taught her that this intuition was worth trusting.
After slaying this darkness quasi-immortal emperor,
who was almost indistinguishable from her.
The female Valkyrie cleaved the altar in the vortex of that realm sea to smithereens,
and the eye of the formation was thus destroyed. The blood sacrifice formation was considered a lost cause.
After doing so,
the Valkyrie seized the time to sit down in the void, continuously refining the dark matter in the wound. Those dark substances are so extreme that if they are not removed in time, they will pollute the way and affect future potential. It took a year for the Valkyries to completely remove the dark matter. This was also due to the fact that she had the ancient Sun Immortal Emperor seal from the past. At the quasi-immortal Emperor stage it was almost a universal oil,
able to handle many things that were difficult to handle.
Boom! Right after the female martial god recovered, from the other side of the realm sea came the mournful roar of the great Tao, as if the heavens had collapsed, and the veins of the great Tao over there crumbled inch by inch.
What? Taoist Whitecliff has fallen.
The female martial god was shocked, her eyes glowing as they pierced into that dark place, realizing that Whitecliff's great Tao had shattered in full, the texture of the great Tao of that realm sea perishing in an instant.
Where the immortal emperor to be sat,
all the great roads of heaven and earth were born from it, and it was considered a humanoid source of great roads.
Now that he had fallen,
all those laws of the great Tao that had been born from him had dimmed, and the great Tao had thinned out.
Fellow Taoist Whitecliff, have a good journey. Being the same neighbor for many years,
the Valkyrie couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief within her heart.
Although Whitecliff had once refused to join the Realm Sea Alliance, but that's people's avenues, it doesn't mean anything.
The Valkyrie understood that if the survival of the Realm Sea was involved,
either she, or Whitecliff,
or Flying Light would fight for their lives without hesitation to protect it.
The Valkyrie didn't go to the place where Whitecliff's fell, but went straight to the realm where Fei Guang was.
Whitecliff's fall was irreparable, and the one remaining boundary sea quasi-immortal emperor absolutely could not be wrecked by those dark beings.
She emitted a great sunlight that illuminated the boundary sea,
as if she were incarnating the boundary sea sun and spanning across the past.
High and arrogant, Flying Light realm.
The terrifying imperial battle was fought. The Flying Light condensed the world's radiant light and struck a darkness quasi-immortal emperor horizontally. That darkness quasi-immortal emperor is also a powerful role.
For an ape, the body of black hair exuberant,
Lei Gong face is filled with hideous killing, especially the pair of blood-red eyes,
as if all the dark side of the avenue of the collection of darkness, dark and violent bloodthirsty.
Jia Jia, I am the great sage of Qi Tian.
What are you? You dare to rival me? Kill you.
That dark ape wielded a pitch-black quasi-immortal emperor club, and did not have any shocking great Tao killing techniques to release.
Purely swung the club with brute force and slapped Fei Guang's quasi-immortal emperor strike. And then,
he took a big step towards the Flying Light, and the shadow of his stick filled the entire realm, shattering the mountains and rivers,
and suffocating all living beings.
This shrewd monkey rivals a quasi-immortal emperor purely with his brute physical strength.
Is this the diversity of dark beings? Fei Guang's face was grave as the many radiant Tao veins converged into the halo behind his head, adding powerful battle power to him. His hands formed seals, triggering the great Tao to roar, transforming into an eye-catching and brilliant killing art. Like a rain of light pouring down, it weakened the might of the darkness quasi-immortal emperor. But that dark ape's physical body was so powerful that it was excessive, and in the face of the monstrous waterfall rain of radiance coming at him, he directly resisted it with his physical body. Each rain of light is a ruthless killing technique of Flying Light, enough to destroy the sky and the earth, but when it hits the black hairy ape body, it just makes a muffled sound and cuts off a few stray hairs. The dark ape laughed coldly and blasted the quasi-immortal emperor's club in his hand as if it extended to the end of the world at the Flying Light. The huge force that erupted instantly turned that area into a chaotic zone. Terrifying waves sent outward, shaking the entire boundary sea.
Fei Guang was unable to defeat him and retreated repeatedly.
The stick dispersed his quasi-immortal emperor's Tao with its huge force alone, causing the light around him to dim. The Flying Light quasi-immortal emperor is undefeated. Is the difference in strength so great when they are in the same realm? That monkey is like a bronze wall.
The killing techniques of a quasi-immortal emperor have very little effect on him.
What to do? Is my Fei Guang realm going to follow in the footsteps of that pitch-black realm sea? And will the only place of survival fall?
The immortal emperor-to-be has tried his best, but I hate that the mountains and rivers are in turmoil and my heart is powerless. In the Flying Light realm, countless beings were able to observe this imperial battle. The earth was shattered, the mountains and rivers were devastated, and an aura of despair spread.
Just then, a sun rose in the middle of the realm sea, and the golden rays shone into the Flying Light realm, causing this realm to become bright and translucent.
The desperate beings rejoiced that it was the arrival of the invincible Valkyrie.
Nowadays, in the realm sea,
Everyone knew that the female martial god had killed quasi-immortal emperors in succession, and it had been as simple as drinking water. Although she is a woman's body, her bosom and vigor are unrivaled in all ages, and she is the only hope and pillar of the realm sea. As the radiant golden figure broke through the boundary, the beings of the flying light realm were cheering and shouting wildly, knowing that with the arrival of the female Valkyrie, things would be left in no doubt. This invincible belief was almost naturally implanted in the hearts of everyone in the realm sea. The female Valkyrie is invincible and is the number one in battle power under the Immortal Emperor. Valkyrie, you're finally here. Fei Guang inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the gold-like woman arrive holding the heavenly goblet. Feng had already made plans to fight for his life. Even if his body falls and his path crumbles, he will drag his enemy down into the abyss. Now the arrival of the Valkyrie had eased his pressure. Fellow Daoist, and press on for me from the side. The Valkyrie nodded at the flying light and looked towards the darkness emanating from the ape. Female Valkyrie, I've heard of it, the strongest person in the realm sea, but I don't believe it. If you can defeat me, I can give up this blood sacrifice to the realm sea. The dark ape slung the pitch-black club over his shoulder and looked at the Valkyrie with some contempt. As you wish. The Valkyrie didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and with a finger of the heavenly gob, the golden avenue spread out from under her feet, spilling out into endless space and time, spreading across a large portion of the realm and sea, transforming the battleground into a golden sanctuary and oppressing the dark beings. Roar, Dharma, heaven and earth. That dark ape felt extreme discomfort and reflexively opened its mouth to roar furiously. The roar ran through the realm sea, almost roaring and shattering the great avenues. Its ape body soared up, in an instant towered into the endless chaos in the sky above the realm sea. A pair of hairy feet even stepped into the realm sea. The monstrous realm sea waves baptized its knees, and even more set off its figure of huge. After executing the Dharma heavenly phase, the chi and blood in the ape's body was bulging, like the sound of many worlds collapsing, clearly audible. His fleshly body was already powerful, and after the spell, it was almost at its zenith. In that unseen chaos, the dark ape's bloodshot eyes loomed, filled with madness, and slashed down the pitch-black giant rod at the tiny Valkyrie. Chapter 33, Could it be your men? The huge rod that uniformly grew larger with the dark ape's size was enough to measure the boundary sea, and the fluctuations that were set off alone caused the waves of the boundary sea to be truncated and split in two, and countless dark worlds crumbled under the pressure and ceased to exist. The female Valkyrie whistled long and loud, ruffling the heavenly goggle upwards, and directly clashing hard against that sea-splitting giant rod. Boom! For the first time, her golden, delicate body stepped back, almost sinking to the bottom of the realm. If it wasn't for the Valkyrie spreading out with the golden sacred realm and strengthening the flying light realm, this blow would have been able to make the flying light realm disappear into the ages. All of these dark beings have unique avenues, no less than the protagonists through the ages, but unfortunately, fall into darkness, whether it was the previous dark ancient tree or this dark ape. In the view of the female Valkyrie, they were all majestic beings that had suppressed the times and taken the years by storm. She would have appreciated it if she hadn't fallen into darkness. But today, it can only be snuffed out. Ancient Sun Emperor Seal, enhance my body. The Valkyrie manifested the Ancient Sun Immortal Emperor Seal and fused it with her own golden heavenly golem, causing the weapon to qualitatively change and transform into the Great Sun Heavenly Golem. Once again, he sacrificed that strand of Immortal Emperor aura that spanned the ages and killed towards the dark ape that once again slashed his stick. Boom! The boundary sea once again trembled greatly. Between countless world bubble disillusionments, the long whistling voice of the female vulgar god was equally shocking, and this time, the dark ape was actually cleaved back by the dazzling and unseeable heavenly go. Staggering on his feet and stepping out of the flying light realm, the dark ape was furious and danced his stick like a wheel, evolving the black sun of annihilation to meet it. The two great suns collided and annihilated away at the same time. It was a pity that the female Valkyrie had the aura of the Ancient Sun Immortal Emperor Seal to add to her power, and once again shook the dark ape back. This time she stabbed out her heavenly golem and drove straight in, about to end this black ape of flesh prime with a single blow. The Big Dipper. Only I am the only one. I stand in the darkness, and the darkness can't help me. Just by your female Valkyrie, can't you suppress me? Roar! The dark ape also went berserk. Raising his head to the sky, the huge ape body that was difficult to measure erupted with chi and blood, dispersing all the dark avenues around him and transforming it into a pure and fiery furnace of blood and chi. At this moment, the dark ape's brute force almost shattered the great Tao. Swinging the stick out of a twisted arc, the great Tao crumbled, and the weather of the world's withering was derived from it. This is the world-destroying avalanche of the great Tao stick.
and it is also the Dark Ape's best effort to strike. The female martial god's pupils shrunk slightly, shocked to discover that her own strand of the ancient sun seal actually had no way to cut it down. This pouring strike from the Dark Ape was shattered by the Valkyrie, but it was difficult to distinguish between the two as it itself also retreated. Could this monkey have Immortal Emperor level potential? Otherwise it couldn't possibly withstand Immortal Emperor karma. The female martial goddess stared, looking toward the black ape that had shattered in the Dharma heaven and earth and restored its original body as it floated in the boundary sea alive and dead. The flying light realm was abuzz with cheers that shook the heavens, chanting the invincible might of the female Valkyrie. Afterward, Fei Guang met with the female Vulcan, and the two immortal emperors-to-be were silent relative to each other. Whitecliff Taoist friend and I flying light is across several epochs of broken friendship. We discuss each other's path. Taoist heart honest, once also made a Tao oath, willing to impact that transcendence way together. Now, hey, the flying disc sat at the top of a mountain, talking about endless emotions and sadness. Fellow Taoist Whitecliff's fall was for the sake of the Boundary Sea's pale life. The Boundary Sea has lost too much in this dark turmoil, and it's time for us to wake up. The Valkyrie stood, her golden skirt fluttering, her golden hair flowing like waves, and she looked mesmerized at the pitch-black Boundary Sea. What was lost this time was the Whitecliff Immortal Emperor-to-be. All the realms of the Realm Sea have suffered from darkness infestation, and it will be difficult to recover. That's right, if it wasn't for the Valkyrie goddess you arrived in time. Old me wouldn't have the qualifications to lament and grieve here at this moment. After this, old me will only have the Valkyrie goddess at my head, and I'm willing to be a soldier against those cruel and heartless dark beings. Fei Guang took a deep breath, revitalized his spirit, and sincerely got up to pay a bow to the unattainable and unparalleled woman who stood there. As an emperor, to be able to bend down and pay a single bow, what a great determination that was. It also manifested this immortal emperor-to-be's admiration and conviction towards the female Vulcan. Fellow Taoist is too serious. On the path of fighting against the darkness, I believe we will have more and more like-minded friends. The Flying Light Realm relocates to the Boundary Sea Alliance. This turmoil is not over yet, and it's time for us to fight back. The Valkyrie nodded politely, then turned to leave. Kanglan Sea Realm, Martial God Temple City. It is now the centerpiece of the Boundary Sea Alliance. It has been half a month since the female Vulcan returned, and she found Yi Ling Yuan and said, "This blood sacrifice was thanks to your first-hand information. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. However, I captured a dark being's quasi-immortal emperor alive. It's not too much to dispose of it at will, right?" Yi Ling Yuan sat in the rich and solemn courtyard, holding a cup of tea, sipping it. "What is this for day, girl? The darkness quasi-immortal emperors that you have captured naturally come under your disposal. Even if all of them are exterminated, it doesn't matter. On the side of the darkness ancestry, the quasi-immortal emperors are as many as the soldiers." The female martial god was speechless and said, "To deal with this side of the Boundary Sea, for darkness quasi-immortal emperors and nearly 100 darkness immortal kings have been deployed. So the other regions." Yi Ling Yuan laughed. "You want to manage the other regions?" The Valkyrie shook her head inside. "Intentional but powerless," Yi Ling Yuan said. "Your future potential is immeasurable. Day girl, even the Boundary Sea has suffered this kind of destruction. The other regions will only be worse. But the chaotic world produces heroes. The harvesting of the high heavenly plains in each epoch is not so smooth, although it will be successful in the end." Yi Ling Yuan didn't stay laid back all this time. Instead, they focused on the regions of the worlds outside the realm. There are Rapture, other realms, pseudo-divine domains, and other major famous regions have fallen. The Dark Quasi-Immortal Emperor led the group and was reaping the rewards. In some areas blood sacrifices were opened and beings were robbed in a horrible way. In some areas, there have been incomparable shining majors who have come forth to beat back the dark beings. This was only the general direction north of the Immortal Domain. South of the Immortal Domain, the situation would only get worse with Immortal Emperor 6 personally striking. However, under Yi Ling Yuan's insight, the center Immortal Domain was still smooth, and it was obvious that Immortal Emperor 6 had ambitions to strike at the Immortal Domain, but he was also afraid of him and didn't make an immediate move. The catastrophe of this epoch. Can the world survive it? The time given to me is too short. I want to quickly climb towards the end of the Great Tao. This catastrophe. The only ones who can have the qualifications to enter the field are the Immortal Emperor level. The Valkyrie's gaze firms down. Command the Immortal King level Golden Guards to blockade the Dark Ape into the Heavenly Prison. It is also known as the Prisoner of the City of the Temple of Martial Arts. The Heavenly Prison was a prison of the highest level. With the seal of the female martial god,
It was enough to imprison a quasi-immortal emperor who had depleted his origin.
Let me out.
If you have the guts to fight with my old grandson again, the dark ape hissed, and the sound shook the entire martial god temple city, and the seals placed by the Valkyries shook. Seeing this, she personally descended and inserted the heavenly goblet in her hand in front of the heavenly prison, the wisp of aura that suppressed the ages deadening the dark ape. Wait, this dark being looks somewhat familiar. At this time, Yi Lingyuan also came over and stood next to the female Vulcan, looking at the Thunder Duke-faced, ferociously facing, constantly roaring and struggling ape. Look familiar? Could it be one of your men? The Valkyrie's electric eyes flashed, rising to alertness. Yi Lingyuan lost his smile, his big hand probed out, and with unrivaled strength, he wrapped this golden girl's slender waist, and then fiercely contained the red lips that poured out heckles between its flushed face.
Chapter 34, The Little Western Paradise. Stop. Someone's. Well, the female martial god struggled desperately.
The great sunlight around her body was vast,
flooding the four directions, but Yi Lingyuan was completely unaffected, and after lecturing him, he said,
"It's been a long time since the Moon Maiden has served this seat.
Shouldn't you take over for the Day Maiden? And it's thanks to this seat that this boundary sea is able to retain a glimmer of life?"
The female martial god was inwardly shamed and enraged. Her eyes were like a female leopard about to pounce,
itching to fight with Yi Lingyuan,
but she still endured and said,
"Qingyu is Qingyu, I am me. You want to mess with my Tao. It's impossible.
You're much more stubborn than the moon girl.
Leave this black ape to me." Yi Lingyuan didn't continue to tease her.
If he bullied the child of Qi too much, it would be counterproductive. This kind of thing should be done slowly,
with softness. He had all the time in the world. He said to the Valkyrie, "You want to let it go?"
The Valkyrie's face was cold.
"Depending on the situation,
the darkening of this ape is not yet deep. Perhaps it is a strong person from the previous epic side of the worlds.
Let's see if we can use it for this seat." Yi Lingyuan faintly said, "Well, consider it a return of your gift of information." The Valkyrie pondered for a moment and nodded as well.
Yi Lingyuan then took that dark ape away.
Inside the courtyard,
the dark ape that regained its free body glared at Yi Lingyuan, who was sitting leisurely in a gloomy and unkind manner,
yelling, "You also look like a dark being, and you actually defected to this tiny realm sea?"
Yi Lingyuan glanced at it and said,
"What's your name?"
The dark ape showed his teeth and said,
"I, Lao Sun, have no name. You can call me Monk, or you can call me Hairy Monkey, Walker, Great Sage of Qi Tian, whatever you want." Yi Lingyuan laughed.
"You really are that monkey from mythology? How did you get darkened?"
The dark ape is not answering. The plush paws tiptoe a leap, landed on the table next to Yi Lingyuan, stretched his neck to stare at it, showing his teeth, prying into the past of the dark old grandson. He, I do not want to say, you can endure me? Boom!
Yi Lingyuan's eyes' dark avenues filled the air and billions of cosmic shadows emerged,
changing from vibrant to broken and withered.
That enormous karma enveloped the dark ape.
Its muffled grunt, hands covering the head pain scream,
but also fell on the table, fell to the ground rolling more than.
"This is just a lesson. You can only answer honestly. This seat sees that you are somewhat familiar, and does not want to easily discount you, but it is also not a capital that you can be arrogant in front of this seat." Immortal Emperor. The dark ape was stunned,
and a hint of fear surfaced in its blood-red eyes as it huddled a long way away,
looking like it was truly frightened. A Dark Immortal Emperor. What a huge existence this was. Just now he was in the skin of the Immortal Emperor himself. "Is your name the Monkey King?"
Yi Lingyuan's voice resounded like the sound of the great Tao, deafeningly asked.
Sun Wukong. Ha, I have long since forgotten. I am a monk. No, I am a monkey. Also no, I seem to be a walker again. Walked 108,000 miles. I am Buddha. Who the hell am I? My memory is very messed up. Roar. The dark ape covered his head, in a moment of pain, in a moment of madness, as if he had a nervous breakdown.
The dark matter has eaten away at your sanity,
and it looks like you really can't remember anything. Yi Lingyuan's eyes glowed,
and there were temporal and spatial years manifesting, tracing the past of this dark ape, but there was nothing to be gained. The ape's past was flooded with pitch blackness,
making it difficult to see anything effective. Perhaps I was once a good man, but now I'm just the dark vanguard, and only battle can revive my instincts.
The dark ape looked at his hands not just in mockery,
but in bitterness. Yi Lingyuan did not show any sympathy. If he hadn't been a traveler, his sanity would have been consumed by the darkness and he wouldn't have remembered anything but fighting for the darkness. No, fight for those 10 dark patriarchs. They are the source of darkness, the ultimate destiny of all dark beings. I'm from the little western sky. Everything I have is in the little western sky. I don't know how it is there. In the silence, the dark ape suddenly murmured excitedly. It seemed as if a wisp of memory that was faint and indifferent had suddenly awakened. The little western heaven, the realm of the worlds to the west. Yi Lingyuan's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately waved out his large hand, enveloping the dark ape, and the entire person took a single step across the boundary sea, heading towards the part of the world that was to the west of all the worlds. Going away? A complex voice trailed behind him. Going to go and return. Since you retained the day girl, how could this seat fail your true love? Yi Lingyuan let out a loud laugh and completely disappeared into the realm sea. Martial God Temple City. On the city wall, the female Valkyrie couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart as she listened to the man's flirtatious words and huffed. This is not a retention, so don't think too much. But the man didn't respond anymore. To the west of the worlds is a more barren sea of worlds. Unlike the boundary sea, this sea of worlds is unimaginably large. Even immortal emperors would find it difficult to have an unobstructed view. And in this sea of worlds, the little western heaven was an extremely famous realm, together with the earthly and heavenly realms, known as the Three Realms. Yi Lingyuan crossed over and traveled through the years of space and time, arriving at the little western sky. This realm was in a different timeline than the one in which the realm sea was located, much more ancient and not in the middle of the same era. For immortal emperors, it wasn't hard to find. This place is really barren and sparsely populated. No wonder even the dark beings don't want to set foot in advance. Yi Lingyuan looked at the endless Gobi beach, with all sorts of dilapidated and ancient buildings, and there weren't many living beings for hundreds of millions of miles around. Is this the little western heaven? The hometown of my old grandson? The dark ape that was thrown out by Yi Lingyuan froze in place, strangeness and sighing surfacing in his eyes. As if returning to its homeland, the wildness and violence in its body had dissipated quite a bit. Master, I remember. I once escorted my master through this little western heaven for 108,000 li, when I, Lao Sun, was not even immortal yet. Sun Wukong suddenly touched his heart and remembered something from the past. Then with his eyes fixed dead center in one direction, he crossed over in that direction. With a single step, the darkness paramount immortal emperor had traveled as many hundreds of thousands of miles to a crumbling Buddhist land. It is a serene and peaceful place with its gilded complexes, towering palaces, ancient pagodas, and a faint shelter of Buddha's light. But the entire kingdom was empty and horribly dead, and the palaces in it had long been piled with accumulated dust, seemingly deserted for nearly an epoch. When Sun Wukong walked into the Buddha kingdom, the black qi around him began to corrode in large strands, and the deeper he went, the deeper that purifying power went, making it difficult for him, a darkness quasi-immortal emperor, to ignore it. With his body's surface cracking in large areas, his hair falling out, and blood dripping, Yi Lingyuan seemed to be enlightened when he saw this scene. This monkey walks the path of flesh. It's surprisingly difficult to resist the power of the Buddha. It seems that this power is the nemesis of dark beings. Although he knew the nature of this Buddha's power, Yi Lingyuan didn't associate it much. So what if it's a more restrained force? This place was trampled by dark beings a long time ago. Even the population is pathetically low today. Chapter 35, The 7 Buddhist Objects. Ha! Instead that monkey really found a master? Suddenly Yi Lingyuan was surprised inside. He stood outside the Buddha's country and looked at a golden Buddhist temple with a round wrapped head. Sun Wukong took a step into where, in which he found a golden cicada, and under the agitation of his mind, he reflexively knelt down. Master, I'm back. The dark ape's tone was choked with emotion despite being tortured by the Buddha's power. As it touches the ground, it remembers more and more things. Thinking back to the time when he had not yet become immortal, his master had taught him the difference between good and evil and led him to step into the great Tao. Now that things are different, the master has long since sat down and his form is gone. Wukong, I can't imagine that after an epoch, you and I, master and disciple, can still renew our previous relationship, so it's very good, very good. Just when Sun Wukong was gloomy, the golden cicada floating in the Buddhist temple suddenly overflowed with gentle golden light, turning the Buddhist temple into a holy realm. A bald monk in a plain white robe was seated in front of the Monkey King, young, good-natured, and with a faint smile. Master, you're still alive. Sun Wukong looked at the shadow in front of him that was hidden in long-ago memories, and reached out his hairy hand to touch it, but it penetrated through. There is no need to grieve. This is Buddhist destiny. Something that was predestined a long time ago. I have already passed away. This is an obsession.
and for the Buddhists it has already violated the precepts. The white monk smiled. Master, you used to teach my old grandson that the precepts weren't scary, that they were a barrier to the heart, but you've broken them yourself today. Sun Wukong was silent. In order to see you, this precept is broken, and my heart has no regrets. The white-robed monk doted. Spinning around, he saw the black gas all over his former beloved disciple and sighed. Wukong, remember to turn back to the shore. Cultivate good to get good. Cultivate evil to get evil. All karma is as it is, and all transformations are empty. Master, there is no turning back for me. I have fallen into darkness, and perhaps soon this memory of mine will dissipate. Sun Wukong shook his head blankly. It was also in this former place that he was able to regain a moment of humanity. The darkness, already like a hawk, could not be weeded out. There is still one way to save you in this world. To find the 7 treasures of the Buddha, which will be a blessing to you, to the one outside, and to all the world's multitudes. The white-robed monk shook his head and nodded. The 7 treasures of Buddhism. Sun Wukong's eyes flashed. Remember, turn back to the shore. Don't sink into the darkness. There's only so much Master can do to help you. Goku, goodbye. White monk stretched out the palm of his hand, wanting to touch the head of his former beloved disciple again, but his fingers were about to touch the moment a little bit of smoke disappeared. Master, go well. I will remember your teachings. Darkness, I will never succumb. Sun Wukong looked at the completely dissipated shadow and resolutely got up, holding the one golden cicada that had lost all its spirituality carefully and tucking it into his bosom. This is one of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, and the remaining 6 are Bodhi, Ginkgo tree, Jade ruin, Mani beads, Bright moon wheel, and Dada battle. This is not a fixed Buddhist 7 treasures. The Buddhist treasures born in each epoch are different. The original heart is empty, and the clock its divine nature. Having gotten the golden cicada, one of the 7 treasures, the Monkey King left the Buddhist kingdom without any further attachment to meet with Yi Lingyuan. The darkness in you is much weaker. This trip was not in vain. Yi Lingyuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Sun Wukong and said, Senior, you also want to get rid of the darkness, don't you? It's hard to imagine that even immortal emperors would be troubled by that endless darkness. Having been instructed by his master, Sun Wukong seemed to understand many things and see things more thoroughly. Don't recklessly speculate on the immortal emperor's thoughts. You are in darkness, while the emperor is in charge of darkness. Not on the same level. Yi Lingyuan faintly said. Sun Wukong scratched his head like he had a lot of lice on his head. That's a puzzling statement. It's so hard to understand what you can't just say. It's a monkey's brain circuit. Then, he spoke what his master had cautioned him about to the Dark Immortal Emperor in front of him. The 7 treasures of the Buddha family. You get one of them, the interest is connected. You get one of them, the rest can't escape. Go, get that thing in your hand. This seed is interested in studying it. Yi Lingyuan intended to move. His own roots are darkened. There's no harm in that, but it's still not good for the long run. The Dark Immortal Emperor would always be the Dark Immortal Emperor, and it would be difficult to surpass the Patriarch. If you want to go further, then cleansing your own roots is a top priority. If we can shed this dark root, we won't say we can transcend, but at the very least, we'll be qualified. Yi Lingyuan urged his son Wukong to sense where the remaining 6 treasures were. Eyes of fire. Sun Wukong was not ambiguous and unfolded his innate aptitude. His pair of bloodshot eyes turned golden and shone on the golden cicada in his hand. That golden cicada immediately emitted 6 thin, silky golden threads that shot in different directions. The remaining 6 Buddhist treasures sensed by the golden cicada. 3 are in the heavenly realm, 2 are in the earthly realm, and 1 is strange that I, Lao Sun, actually traced the roots? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking a bit anxious. His fiery eyes were able to see through all illusions, a powerful divine ability. But at the moment, there was no way to see the whereabouts of the last Buddhist treasure. You monkeys have limited strength. It's normal that you can't see it. Let's take the heavenly realm and the earthly realm first. Yi Lingyuan's eyes were cavernous and familiar with this, and after seeing that source, he gave up on going directly to get it, preparing to get his hands on all the others. Sun Wukong nodded, understanding that this Dark Immortal Emperor might have insight. Since he had the same purpose, he was conversely not worried. The heavenly realm is a very special realm that no longer moves in the Sea of Worlds at all times, and if you want to enter you'll have to find the southern heavenly gate, or else there's no way for my old son to break in and go in. Sun Wukong talked about some relevant information about the heavenly realm. Yi Lingyuan nodded. His large hand probed towards the Sea of Worlds. The terrifying immortal emperor's aura swept out, causing many worlds to stop spinning,
and that terrifying power suppressed a certain area. Immediately afterward, in Sun Wukong's shocked call of alibi,
Yiling Yuan lifted the back of its neck and crossed over as if he were leading a small chicken seemingly. Southern Heavenly Gate, here it is. Yiling Yuan put down Sun Monkey and looked at a huge majestic light gate in front of him. The light gate seemed to be cast from high-density stars,
with countless stars hanging in it. The vastness and majesty was unparalleled.
Yiling Yuan had heard of the heavenly realm in his previous life. I didn't expect to experience it by traveling back in time. He stood with his arms folded and took a big step over. The lofty starry sky giant door could not stop him in the slightest, and was pushed open with just a hand. My old grandson back then really did not know the heights of heaven,
but even fought in front of that Haotian. Back then, Haotian a single eye can destroy my old grandson. Right.
Sun Wukong followed over,
and seeing Yiling Yuan's invincible aura, he couldn't help but associate it. Haotian could also be an immortal emperor. How are you doing? Chapter 36, Lord of the Moon Palace.
After entering the Southern Heavenly Gate,
you have officially arrived at the Heavenly Realm.
Surprisingly, this place didn't have the immortal mountain-blessed land with immortal mist steaming in Yiling Yuan's imagination.
Instead, it's slightly withered.
The Heavenly Realm has a total of 33 galactic clouds spread out,
forming an 8 trigrams perimeter array, and as far as the eye can see, those galactic clouds can be spied. It was just duller than the usual galaxies, a dead sense of foreboding born. Is this the Heavenly Realm that I, Lao Sun, made such a fuss about back then, and why is it dead?
Sun Wukong was a bit stunned. His memories were fragmented, but he probably knew what kind of weather the heavenly realm of his memories was like. The 33 heavens are all magnificent and imposing,
with buildings towering and solemn.
As if to corroborate the conjecture in his heart, he directly crossed the 10 heavens to witness the sights in those galactic clouds.
Once upon a time in the Heavenly Realm,
the 10 heavens of heaven were where the barracks were located, serving the heavenly soldiers and generals. Now those galactic clouds were all shattered. Debris was all over the place, and all kinds of ancient temples and buildings were floating brokenly in space,
telling the image of dilapidation. Unbelieving,
Sun Wukong once again went to the 28th heaven, which is the center of the civil and military world of the Heavenly Realm,
and is in the same state of disrepair. The Heavenly Realm is extinct?
A terrifying thought surfaced within Sun Wukong. It was then dismissed by itself.
Haotian God is at the Immortal Emperor level. With him at the helm, the Heavenly Realm stands for eternity. So how could it have fallen into such a state of disrepair? Don't look for it. There are no living people under the 30 heavens. It's already a dead area.
Yiling Yuan crossed the 28 heavens between his trusting steps and stood next to Sun Wukong and said, "The Immortal Emperor covered the entire region with a single thought,
gaining insight into many truths.
This place had been bloodied by the dark ancestral land and had Dark Immortal Emperors out in force, and he smelled the aura of Immortal Emperor number 3 in it.
Takatenkara's heritage has also been built up little by little.
Not to mention the 10 originators that stood at the source. The rest of the dark powerhouses had all been corrupted from epoch to epoch,
forming the terrifying underpinnings of the high heavenly planes today.
Below the patriarch, the 10 Dark Immortal Emperors had a seating arrangement,
not about strength or weakness, but based on the circumstances of their birth.
Since there was the 3rd Immortal Emperor's aura here, it must have been blood sacrificed by the 3rd Immortal Emperor.
Elder, there are survivors in the Heavenly Realm.
Although my old grandson used to be at odds with this place,
but I can see this weather of decay."
Or more than a sigh of relief. Sun Wukong had a lot of respect for Yiling Yuan, who had once been young and unintelligent, and had run over Immortal Emperor Haotian. Now with the change of years, it has matured in turn. Yes, the Tushio furnace in the 30 heavens still burns with residual fire, and the Moon Palace in the 31st heavens, and the immortal soul size.
Yiling Yuan said nonchalantly, "Tushio Palace, Guanghan Palace." Sun Wukong's eyes lit up,
and he immediately headed towards the Tushio Palace in the 30 heavens. The place repeats itself in disrepair, with the Doodle Palace tipping halfway over,
debris piling up, and even planetary wreckage littering the landscape. Sun Wukong waved his hairy hand,
clearing away all that debris, and standing in front of the Tushio furnace in the depths,
there sat an old man with white hair, but withered and decayed for many hours and long gone. "Taishang Daozu,"
Sun Wukong called out with a grave voice. "The great sage has returned." "Ha! I didn't expect that a wisp of my Tushio furnace's remaining flame could wait for an unexpected harvest."
The white-haired old man didn't speak,
and his voice came out from a bronze Dan furnace in front of where he was sitting. That bronze Dan furnace was round,
3 feet and 2 ears, and it was so large that it was unimaginable. Even the stars under the sky couldn't compare to it. A faint wisp of red fire swayed in the giant furnace, and it was the source of the sound. Can you tell me what happened? Sun Wukong walked over and asked. I am a wisp of innate spiritual fire refined by the Tao ancestor. Back then the dark being's blood sacrificed the heavenly realm. The Tao ancestor exerted all his strength to make me record the tragic situation at that time, and sealed me, and then the seal was loosened, and I once again burned, and this burning waited until now. Even if the great sage doesn't say anything, I'll still inform you of everything back then. That faint wisp of innate spirit flame said a lot. Sun Wukong, however, became more and more silent the more he listened. Nowadays, the heavenly realm was able to retain such a huge empty shell during that blood sacrifice. I guess that immortal Emperor Haotian might still be alive, and the dark beings haven't left yet, so the great sage is careful. That wisp of innate spirit fire finished, as if it had completed its final mission, gradually extinguished. The luster of that huge bronze Dan furnace dimmed in an instant. The entire 30 heavens was plunged into deadly darkness. The heavenly realm is gone in name only, destroyed 5 epochs ago according to the Tushio spirit flame, and the dark beings are still here. Sun Monkey felt shaky. That ginkgo tree among the 7 treasures of the Buddhist sect is here. Yi Lingyuan saw the back of the collapsed Tushio palace. A golden branch of the ancient tree of the great Tao stood, floating in the pallor. The leaves, which were originally golden, had lost their luster, and could not be detected without a closer look. Sun Monkey walked over and grabbed it with his big hand, and the ginkgo tree shrunk to the size of a palm and was stowed away by him. Yi Lingyuan hadn't handled these things, and now that Sun Monkey was there, it was equivalent to his men. Next, it's the Moon Palace in the 31st heaven, where the bright moon wheel is being warmed. Yi Lingyuan walked towards the piece of galaxy that had a huge bright moon standing in the center. The Moon Palace is located in a rather starry-eyed mood, and in Sun Monkey's understanding of the 7 treasures of Buddhism, these 7 Buddhist objects were also damaged and their divinity was missing. Like the ginkgo tree just now, the light dimmed to near invisibility. The same is true of the bright moon wheel, which symbolizes something holy and is contained in the Moon Palace. On the Moon Palace, silver splendor fell to the ground, and the cold atmosphere drifted away. When the two arrived, the Monkey King immediately sensed where the bright moon wheel was and moved to retrieve it. Yi Lingyuan, on the other hand, stood within the Moon Palace and made a discovery. A moonflower pendant, a woman's piece, tracing the origin. Yi Lingyuan's eyes were flooded with the sight of a long river of time that was rushing backward. Extremely bizarre. He was tracing the origin, causing this quasi-immortal emperor artifact to recover its immortal content, tracing it back to the source. A sigh echoed through the Moon Palace in the flesh. A fallen immortal emperor to be? Yi Lingyuan looked towards a woman in palace dress shining out from the moonlight drop. Her ebony hair was pulled high, revealing a snowy and delicate swan neck, jade face and vermilion lips, which spoke of inexhaustible holiness and clear coldness. The white palace dress set off the woman's waist as about the vegetarian shoulder as if cut into. The posture of the wind and splendor show. Her cool eyes looked back at Yi Lingyuan, as if separated by an endless distance, with a feeling of a beautiful infinite distance, and said, "Dark beings?" Yi Lingyuan was undeniable, admiring the cool appearance of the woman in the palace dress. This woman's face was beautiful enough to cause people to hold their breath, and her clear and cold autumn water spoke of 1,000 years of style, making her a stunning fairy who was a champion of the epoch. Yi Lingyuan suddenly remembered something and said, "I've heard that the owner of the Moon Palace is named Chang'e. Is that you?" The palatial woman sighed quietly. "Dark beings, forgive me for not being able to tell you. It seems so. The entire heavenly realm was blood sacrificed. Everyone died, including you, the magnificent Chang'e Immortal. However, you have retained a bit of your spiritual sense with your imperial artifact. You're much smarter than the others. Is this waiting to return?" Chapter 37, The 18 Levels of Hell in Hell. Yi Lingyuan inquired. The palatial woman pursed her lips, seemingly refusing to communicate with the dark being, but the subtle tremor between her ebony eyebrows revealed the inner thoughts. "You are wrong. I am not living. The dark beings invade. There is too much misery. There should be a paycheck to rekindle. The future is not yet a time of despair. Dark beings, you will end up exterminating yourselves just as the worlds you destroyed did." Fairy Chang'e said in an icy tone. "Do you know who this seed is? Salary Flame? How many payfires can be rekindled over countless epochs? But just some phosphorus flames between barren graves." Yi Lingyuan faintly said. The woman in the palace dress frowned slightly and was silent again. "Can't seem to argue with that." After a long time, he sighed softly. "I believe that there will always be a rekindled fire to light up the world and bring hope. There is no point in saying more. Grant me the calamity. This seed didn't descend here for these boring things." Yi Lingyuan lost his smile. What's that? You see my hidden backhand. A little bit of spiritual consciousness is not yet extinguished. In the future it may become the spark that will overthrow your dark beings. You don't snuff out the strand of variables? Chang asked. I'm sorry, but your wisp of a variable is really insignificant. So this seat won't do anything to you. On the contrary, this seat will resurrect you. Yi Lingyuan didn't continue. Because Sun Monkey returns. Successfully fetched the bright moon will hidden in the depths of the moon palace. So far, 3 Buddhist objects have been collected. Without giving Chang a room to say more, Yi Lingyuan collected his divine power and put away the jade pendant that was as clear and transparent as a moonflower. The reason why Yi Lingyuan didn't care about Chang's variables, it was because she wasn't even considered a child of Qi. Nowadays, the depth of the high heavenly planes is enough to make all the worlds tremble with fear. The accumulation of hundreds of epochs is despairing to think about, and the only person who wanted to topple this terrifyingly despairing underbelly could be the son of Qi. In other words, the one who could topple the high heavenly planes was none other than the sons of Qi. The others don't stand a chance. Yi Lingyuan was now close to the son of Qi, also to find a way back for himself. This is a metaphysical history, after all, and darkness necessarily cannot hold out into the future. He, the Dark Immortal Emperor, would have to follow this method if he had to stand for eternity. The 3 Buddhist objects in the heavenly realm acquired 2 of them, and there is also a Bodhi that should be in the heavier heavens further up. When Sun Monkey obtained the 3 Buddhist objects, the dark hostile aura became thinner and thinner, and there was even an outflow of goodness. Compared to when he was a darkness quasi-immortal emperor, he was a different person. Yi Lingyuan nodded his head, and together with him, he headed towards the higher heavens. After this heavenly realm was blood sacrificed, it was already certain that there were no living people left. This is the horror of blood sacrifice. Sun Monkey found Bodhi inside the heavenly palace of the 33rd heaven. The 2 did not linger and went to hell. Compared to the strictness of the heavenly realm, the entry and exit of the hell is much more casual. This is a world of the dead. It is inhabited by mostly undead, surviving in the form of a spirit. The blood sacrifice took place in the heavenly realm where the strongest people are found, and although the earthly realm is also contaminated, some remnants of souls can still be seen. Compared to the 33 heavens in the heavenly realm, there are 18 layers of hell in hell. Each layer of hell was equivalent to a world of the dead, and the lower the bottom layer of hell the stronger the dead souls were. But in front of 2 figures whose weakest was a quasi-immortal emperor, the dead souls of hell were clearly not enough to look at. The quasi-immortal emperor's aura filled the air, and the dead souls of the entire hell shivered and their forms twisted up. The 2 Buddhist treasures scattered in hell are the Mani bead and the staff of great virtue. And I, Lao Sun, remember that they are both on the earth store king, in the deepest hell. Sun Monkey said to Yi Lingyuan, and then it fell straight toward the bottom 18 layers of hell. Each layer of the world of the dead is separate, with specialized passages to and from it, but Sun Monkey's eagerness to fetch the object directly will open the Dharma heaven and earth, flesh body after flesh body through one layer after another of hell. Wearing combat boots, paws stomped into the 18th layer of hell. Upon arriving here, Sun Monkey was attacked. Boom! 10 dark immortal kings attacked towards him. Black aura filled the air, highlighting the gloomy hell. Chains raining down, killing power. The king of the 10 temples of Hades? Sun Monkey recognized the origins of those 10 dark immortal kings. They were clearly the immortal kings in charge of the 10 halls of the earth, but suffused with dark matter. The Hexenbeast attacked him. Sun Monkey's Dharma body stood, and just a wisp of quasi-emperor's breath dropping down, he oppressed the king of the 10 temples of hell to the ground, unable to move, having become traitors to the darkness. 10 hall monarchs, I, old Sun, cannot keep you. Sun Monkey waved his large hand and covered down towards the 10 temple monarchs, completely blocking their great Tao and slapping them to pieces. The king of the 10 temples of hell, a powerful immortal king-level person, was turned into black gas and dissipated. Sun Monkey sighed long and hard, tainted by dark matter. Even it was almost doomed, let alone an immortal king. Death may be the relief. Jizo, come out. I know you're here. Sun Monkey did not linger on the matter of the king of the 10 temples of hell, and his untamed voice resounded through the 18th layer of hell in the earth's capital, shouting at a wisp if any of the breath in it. Great sage, I have finally waited for you. A compassionate voice then rang out, and somewhere in hell, black gas overflowed and dispersed, from which a black-clothed monk stepped out, his face compassionate, his red eyebrows like fire, exuberantly extending out of the corners of his eyes. Taking a step from the black gas, he walked up to Sun Monkey and saluted with a single palm. Jizo, you too. Sun Monkey was inwardly aghast.
his bloodshot eyes revealing seriousness.
Unexpected destiny, not worth mentioning. I know the purpose of the great sage's trip,
and those two things are indeed in my possession,
Jizo said. I need it, Jizo King. You mean? Sun Monkey wondered. I can give it to you,
but you'll have to take it with your own hands, and with the great sage's current strength I'm sure it won't be difficult.
Jizo compassionate way. Well, excuse me.
Sun Monkey realized something and said in a heavy tone.
Boom.
He erupted with the pressure of a quasi-immortal emperor. His fleshly body chi and blood was like a torrent, and a grain of pitch-black light flew out from within his ear, and fell into his palm which had already transformed into a monstrous black stick, and slashed towards the kindly-eyed Earthstore King.
The entire hell shook under this strike by the Monkey King,
as if it would fall apart at any moment.
Goodness,
the great sage never disappoints. I hope you can transcend and eradicate the source of all this mischief. The Earth-hidden King tilted his head back and watched the shocking giant rod crush in,
also erupting with the aura of a quasi-immortal emperor.
Although they are the same king, the Earthstore King and the 10 temples of Yama are not the same.
He is the pillar of hell, the real deal, a quasi-immortal emperor. Facing that giant stick strike, the Earthstore King probed out a single palm and met it with regularity. Boom! A pitch-black Buddha palm manifested in the void, running through the 18 layers of hell, with many pitch-black Buddha kingdoms evolving around it, adding to the secret power. The Sun Monkey's stick was resisted by the Buddha's palm, and a wave erupted outward as the hell was breaking apart at this moment. The 18 layers of hell produced cracks through and through that could not be healed. Chapter 38 Immortal Emperor Haotian. Roar! My old grandson understands. Give up his life to become a benevolent one. Earthstore King. Go well. Seeing that the Buddha's palm only defended and did not attack,
Sun Monkey completely understood the meaning of this pillar of hell, pouring out all his strength to raise the giant stick again. That fiery red chi and blood reflected the entire hell.
The light of a quasi-immortal emperor was everywhere. Sun Wukon's battle power reached its peak, waving his stick to slash out again, shattering the Buddha palm and completely engulfing the smiling Earthstore King. It was only between the dissipation of that black gas that the two golden Buddhist objects flew out as if they had gotten out of the trap. It is the Manihu and the Dharmakaya staff of Jizo. The Earthstore King did not resist. Giving up his life to become a benevolent being had always been his path. Even though he was eroded by the dark pollution, his Tao remained unchanged. To fulfill the Sun Monkey, there is also the last Buddhist treasure Jade Rui. In the past the Jade Rui had the symbol of gold and nobility and was included in the heavenly realm, but the heavenly realm has no breath of it. So where exactly is it? Sun Monkey resided in the 18th floor of the hell for a while, as a way to honor the memory of the king of earthly hidden treasures, and only then did he frown and whisper. But then that Dark Immortal Emperor came to mind. He must know the location of the last Buddhist treasure. Yi Lingyuan was a complete passerby on this trip, watching Sun Monkey collect the 6 Buddhist objects and meaningfully saying after his return, "You monkeys are quite popular in the 3 realms, so that last jade ruin is a bit difficult to handle." Elder also finds it difficult? Sun Monkey didn't care about Yi Lingyuan's flirting, and his bloodshot eyes turned, revealing a few moments of thought. That thing is at the seam of the 3 worlds. Let's go. I can't wait to meet the deceased. Yi Lingyuan's face was rare and serious as he took a step out, the soles of his feet extending a dark avenue that ran through the 3 realms, heading towards a crevice world. Sun Monkey followed behind him, revealing his curiosity. The heavenly realm, the lesser western paradise, and the earthly mansion. These 3 worlds, if viewed from a macroscopic perspective, present a triangular state, rotating around each other. A terrifying twisting force drove the 3 worlds to run simultaneously. The place the 2 were heading to now was the core of that reversal of power, where everything was shattered, and even the great Tao had no way to get close to it. It was close to nothing. What is nothing is the absence of time, space, and tangible qualities. Yi Lingyuan and Sun Monkey stepped into this place. All have been affected. Sun Monkey, in particular, was surprised to find that his own power had been pressed to an extreme level. This place is so weird. My old son's power of the great Tao is suppressed here. Sun Monkey's ears twitched, and a grain of pitch-black light transformed into a 10,000-foot giant stick, which was swung out by it with one arm. But there was no earth-shattering breaking scene. The emptiness here is depressingly thick. Even this seat has been slightly affected, let alone you, a quasi-immortal emperor. And besides, this time, the Jade Ruin is not something you're qualified to get. Yi Lingyuan's impression is minimal. After all, he is the source of the great Tao, the carrier of the Tao, does not rely on heaven and earth. The body was born in the endless universe. This greatness cannot be this empty and incompetent to touch the porcelain.
Sun Monkey was so suppressed here that he couldn't feel the overflow of the two imperial mights.
Yi Ling Yuan, however, sensed it. Boom! The Immortal Emperor's aura emanated out as Yi Ling Yuan stepped towards the void to the depths. Seniors,
Sun Monkey opened his mouth,
but still didn't dare to go over. Although he couldn't feel any substantial information,
the deep sense of palpitations swelled extremely within his heart, and it was obvious that there was an extraordinary great terror occurring.
In one step, Yi Ling Yuan crossed over to the depths. There is no time or distance here. The theory is infinite. Even a quasi-immortal emperor would have difficulty reaching the depths.
Only immortal emperors suppressing the 10,000 ancient paths are able to step towards this incredible place.
In the depths of emptiness, unexpectedly, stood a large, dark mountain.
Yi Ling Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly, realizing that this great mountain was a pure accumulation of great Tao,
immeasurably tall,
and at the top of the mountain was taking place a bloody battle that had perhaps lasted for eons.
Immortal Emperor No. 3.
Yi Ling Yuan recognized one of them as the third emperor of the high heavenly plains. It had not returned for several epochs, and it did not expect that it would actually fight a bloody battle with the enemy here.
The other one, if I'm not mistaken, the Heavenly Realm's Immortal Emperor Haotian. Yi Ling Yuan looked towards the white-clothed Immortal Emperor who was in a fierce battle with a pitch-black Imperial shadow. It was a middle-aged man with a high crown of hair and broken white clothes stained with Emperor's blood, and it was surrounded by 10,000 true dragons, roaring to the heavens as it tore towards Immortal Emperor No. 3. Immortal Emperor No. 3 wielded an ancient sword, diffusing a pitch-black Tao as he played with it. In this empty land, it was difficult for the great Tao to survive, but the two immortal emperors had broken through the limitations and fought fiercely for an unknown number of years. Hao Tian, as long as I harvest you, I will be able to get infinitely closer to the beginning ancestor. Fulfill me, Immortal Emperor No. 3 hissed, echoing in the empty land. The black chi around him was like a torrent. The battle to this day. Countless dead souls and evil spirits surfaced, adding to his battle power. This kind of addition had no upper limit. In other words, Immortal Emperor No. 3's chi had been climbing up. He waved the pitch-black ancient sword with both hands, cleaving through the ages, causing an endless realm of darkness to be born out of the land of emptiness, which was once again sacrificed by him and transformed into a completely unreturnable attack. Boom!
That sword chopped up Haotian's 10,000 true dragons. Immortal Emperor Haotian sacrificed his killing technique,
invoking the Great Root Cauldron to cover the empty land, and a single calamity slashed at the third. And even immortal emperors had to be forcibly planted with karmic consequences and suffered from the effects. The battle between the two emperors had simmered for an unknown number of years, and naturally, it was impossible to briefly separate the winners from the losers. That pitch-black mountain piled up by the shattered Tao of the dual emperors collapsed, turning into a battlefield with a killing aura that rushed to the sky. Yi Ling Yuan arrived and watched from the sidelines, and naturally, that dark aura could not escape the insight of the two emperors. Immortal Emperor Haotian was inwardly flabbergasted,
and took the initiative to stop fighting,
warding towards Yi Ling Yuan's side. Ha ha, another Dark Immortal Emperor. You look familiar. What's the seat number? Immortal Emperor No. 3 also looked this way,
the familiar dark aura pleasing him greatly as he spoke out in question.
This Emperor Yi Ling Yuan.
Yi Ling Yuan said indifferently.
To be honest,
he was upset that he was titled by his seat number.
A hallowed Immortal Emperor, carrying a dragon set moniker. Sooner or later, one day, he would take off this disgrace. Yi Ling Yuan is very good. It's fine that you don't want to state the seat number. Now help me to harvest this emperor of the heavenly realm. The origin will be divided into half of you. The third's eyes flashed with a hint of sinister intent, and he spoke out in a kind voice. This emperor wants 90%. Yi Ling Yuan let out a laugh and made his request. 90%? Latter-day Immortal Emperor, does your appetite match your status? No. 3's face sank as the black chi around him transformed into monstrous black fire that burned unceasingly in this emptiness to the depths. No. 3, this emperor needs to tell you this is not a deal. If I join, the balance will be upset. Naturally I take the big lead. Yi Ling Yuan faintly said. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. So what if I give you 90%? But everything will wait until this emperor of the heavenly realm is destroyed. The third immortal emperor was enraged and once again attacked towards that immortal emperor Haotian. Chapter 39 Battle of the Immortal Emperors. You come together. I am Haotian, the true dragon supreme. Just by your district dark beings, how can you bind me? Immortal Emperor Haotian also whistled long and long. Taking out his last reserves against the dark beings, he transformed into a 19-clawed ancestral dragon, and his scales and claws alone were so large that they had no boundaries.
and endless universes were born between his claws and fingers, which were real and incomparable. 19 claws slapped towards Immortal Emperor number 3 and Yi Lingyuan at the same time. And even the empty land where everything was nothing was in turmoil amidst the vastness of the Imperial Tao's immortal light. Life's slaughter sword. Those who fear the living, slaughter the dead, the two realms of life and death, judged by me, kill the living. The third Immortal Emperor whistled furiously, waving the pitch-black ancient sword to directly cut out the two realms of life and death. The sword turns to the realm of life. All things can be born. The sword falls to the realm of death. All things fall. This was a forbidden killing technique. And Immortal Emperor number 3 waved his life-slaughtering sword, causing the realm of death to spread, and all the rules of death seemed to slice through as if they were sword chi, chopping at the 19-clawed ancestral dragon's body. Pust. The ancestral dragon couldn't help but have its body churning with blood as well. Its body was like gold poured out. A piece of its scales was even bigger than the realm. But it couldn't carry the Immortal Emperor no. 3's death rule sword chi. However, the ancestral dragon that Haotian had transformed into also swung its scaly claws to send Immortal Emperor number 3 flying. It was like the collision of countless worlds. Destruction. All pouring down on Immortal Emperor number 3's body, hitting his dark aura and spreading it out in a big way. Roaring in anger. This Immortal Emperor Haotian is fighting for his life. If he doesn't put out his full strength, I'm afraid he'll only be injured. Immortal Emperors were the source of the great Tao, eternal and immortal, and it was difficult to be injured. But this was only restricted to below Immortal Emperors, and there was a complete ability to injure the enemy between the same realm. Boom! The scale claws of the ancestral dragon were so large as to be boundless, like a millstone, with countless worlds dotted within them, gleaming and glittering, adding up to uncapped secret power. Heavenly desolate ban. Yi Lingyuan also took out his own forbidden underpinnings. He blasted away with his long fist, and his fist print blossomed with dense pitch-black textures, a Tao-textured black lotus blooming all over the empty land, barren of everything. That terrifying sense of desolation, withering the worlds, even the divine powers and imperial might were silencing, and the golden light on the scaly claws of the ancestral dragon slapping at them decayed, unexpectedly losing its color. The power of one punch blasted the ancestral dragon's scales and claws to smithereens. After all, after battling with Immortal Emperor number 3 for several epochs, there would be a loss in strength. Yi Lingyuan, on the other hand, was an Immortal Emperor at full strength, and it was inevitable that Ancestral Dragon would fall into a disadvantage when he was pitted against two. Roar! Ancestral Dragon Red Gold Body. I evolve 10,000 dragons. I create the world. One thought of blight and glory. All the ages are silent. Haotian was in a hurry. The incarnated Ancestral Dragon roared loudly, and Red Gold Immortal Emperor origin overflowed around his body, and that vast light directly illuminated the empty land. He reenacted the 10,000 true dragons with form and substance and wrestled toward the two Dark Immortal Emperors. The pinnacle of the 10,000 true dragons transformed the empty land into a dragon realm. Both Immortal Emperor No. 3 and Yi Lingyuan encountered a siege. All the 8 directions were floating with killing machines, and there were even ancient and future times and spaces where all the dragons arrived and fought. Immortal Emperor Haotian evolved the strongest killing technique, gathering all the Dragon Dao experts from ancient times, and was almost invincible. Even the third Immortal Emperor was churning out blood, and the pitch-black ancient swords were killing the dragons endlessly. Worthy of being the Emperor of the Heavenly Realm, this is a very strong base. The 10,000 true dragons, if it can be simulated, it's much more powerful than the Heavenly Desolate Forbidden and the two realms of life and death. Yi Lingyuan was also blasting out the Heavenly Desolate ban, billions of textured black lotuses spreading out around him, setting him off like the supreme of the Black Lotus realm. Each textured black lotus had the terrifying might of desolating the heavens and withering the earth. And those true dragons from the ancient, modern, and future time and space that were manifested were suppressed by the black lotuses, letting out a wail, and withering as their forms lost their color. The melee between the three great immortal emperors eventually detonated this empty land. In the attack of the two dark immortal emperors, Haotian's defeat was already apparent, and the ancestral dragon's body, whose red gold essence was overflowing, was dripping with blood, running through the endless world, almost dividing the vast sea of worlds. The ancestral dragon's body was so huge that it caused many of the living beings in the apocalyptic world to tremble. Even though I, Haotian, die today, I will destroy a corner of the high wall forged by darkness, and show the way for all beings, and may those who come after me have a chance to break through. The ancestral dragon transformed by Haotian extended all of its remaining tattered 9 claws and pinched Immortal Emperor number 3. Haotian, what are you doing? Immortal Emperor number 3 slaughtered most of the true dragons, and that wasn't a killing technique, but real beings from the past and future. On the value of this battle, Hao Tian spelled out the dragon species of all the worlds, perhaps causing such beings as dragons to become completely extinct over the years.
The ancestral dragon laughed miserably, and said to Immortal Emperor number 3,
who was pinched in his claws and struggling to slash,
"Several epochs ago, I expected this day to come. You're not the end of the Emperor of the Heavenly Realm, that one is, so you're going to be buried in the ages with me." 10,000 paths true dragon strongest style, 10,000 dragon sacrifice. The ancestral dragon ordered the remnants of the true dragons in countless time and space to make sacrifices together, causing himself and Immortal Emperor No. 3 to be wrapped in karmic fire at the same time. Immortal Emperors were not tainted by karma,
but at this moment, Immortal Emperor number 3 was hardened by the karmic fire of the ancestral dragon depleting the future of the dragon race, and fumed with fury.
"Hao Tian, if you want to bury me, even if you pour out the future of the dragon race, it's impossible. Latter-day Emperor, don't help me."
Immortal Emperor number 3 was calling out to Yi Ling Yuan.
Yi Ling Yuan, however, didn't move and watched all of this with cold eyes. Immortal Emperor number 3 was furious. Those spiteful eyes penetrated through space, wanting to plant Yi Ling Yuan with karma, but an immortal emperor in his heyday would not be able to be gotten away with it. Good riddance. Number 3.
You did your best to strangle this variable in the heavenly realm.
Yi Ling Yuan's eyes glowed and cut off the front, making it difficult for any cause and effect to approach.
He watched as the blood-stained ancestral dragon and the many true dragons that manifested in space and time burned their own blood and bones,
little by little grinding down Immortal Emperor number 3, causing him to completely turn into a pile of ashes. A hint of alarm was also born within.
Although immortal emperors were powerful and unbeatable in the ancient and modern future,
they were not in an absolute.
He still needed to become even stronger, completely transcending the metaphysical realm and arriving in that transcendent realm. Immortal Emperor number 3 completely disappeared. The traces were completely cleansed from the years,
and the ancestral dragon was dying, gradually transforming into the appearance of Hao Tian.
Yi Ling Yuan walked over and watched as he sat down on the battlefield transformed by the broken De Dao without speaking.
"Several epochs ago,
I had surveyed a corner of destiny and saw your figure." Hao Tian had already run out of oil.
Even for an immortal emperor, he was about to fall,
and his figure became somewhat illusory.
"It's not good to see me. I'm the Dark Immortal Emperor, and I'm even more difficult to deal with than number 3. Yi Ling Yuan said blandly. "You will eventually absorb the rest of my essence and ascend once more, your figure disappearing completely in the midst of the years, but I have no regrets, for your Tao is not pure darkness." Hao Tian looked at Yi Ling Yuan and said, "My heart goes out to the light?"
Yi Ling Yuan was puzzled.
"No,
you are more terrible than darkness,
and darkness is trampled under your feet." Hao Tian shook his head. Chapter 40, Origin Enhancement. Touching the Transcendent Realm.
Yi Ling Yuan fell into deep thought.
Hao Tian coughed and his figure became a few more illusory points and said,
"The fate of immortal emperors is not constant. Perhaps your path is far off in the future,
but I still choose to bet on it."
"How?" Yi Ling Yuan came to be interested. He felt that this immortal emperor Hao Tian was not simple,
and seemed to have insight into something in the direction of fate. "The drama of light triumphing over darkness is the Commonwealth's avenue, and there will be light in the future. But I look forward, more than ever, to the darkness being swallowed up by the greater unknown,
which has a better chance on this path than on the former."
Hao Tian looked at Yi Ling Yuan and said, "Darkness swallowed by the greater unknown." Yi Ling Yuan's eyes narrowed as his mind fluctuated. "I'm going to turn into a Tao. I didn't want to leave my origin to nourish the darkness, but this time I chose to leave everything behind in the hope that you, the Emperor of Darkness, just..." Hao Tian let out a long sigh,
as if he thought of the darkness of the future, and how could he wish for so much?
"It is enough to do your part and create conditions for future generations."
His figure completely dissipated, leaving a reddish-golden origin light in place.
"The darkness is consumed by the greater unknown. This emperor likes this outcome.
Your origin." This emperor smiles.
Yi Ling Yuan grabbed Hao Tian's origin in his palm, and then sat down in this void to the depths and refined it.
Normally immortal emperors would disperse their origin even if they fell,
making it difficult to leave them intact. However, Hao Tian was different.
His origin had been depleted quite a bit, and what was left behind was a true and complete origin that recorded Hao Tian's great Tao.
After Yi Ling Yuan refined it,
he felt his immortal emperor origin growing rapidly. The immortal emperor realm's long-lost feeling of becoming stronger nourished.
At the same time, he also grasped Hao Tian's forbidden Tao, 10,000 true dragons. This Hao Tian is the incarnation of an ancestral dragon, and is indeed a strong immortal emperor. Yi Lingyuan digested the Haotian origin, and the aura of the great Tao in his body became much deeper, vaguely sensing that he might be close to touching that layer of the transcendent realm. A reddish golden light filled his body, and a true dragon emerged, converging with each other in Yi Lingyuan's thoughts, eventually transforming into a 10,000 Tao dragon sword in his palm. He condensed Haotian's forbidden great Tao into an immortal emperor weapon. Swinging the 10,000 dragon sword, the red golden sword light truncated the ages and opened up the many dragon realm times and spaces. Yi Lingyuan caused the future of the dragon clan to shine brightly once again, adding up to uncapped secret power. Nowadays, my strength has really grown a lot, a qualitative change from before. Yi Lingyuan put away the Wandao dragon sword and lamented. It was worth the trip to the west of all the worlds. With a flash of Buddha's light in his palm, an exquisitely shaped and magnificent jade rui emerged. Haotian has been in charge of this Buddhist artifact, which is the first of the 7 Buddhist treasures, and this Buddhist artifact contains a huge amount of qi, which the wearer will enjoy. Yi Lingyuan smacked his lips, sensing the intensity of the qi fortune on this jade rui. If Haotian hadn't willingly transformed into the Tao, I'm only afraid that it would have been difficult to destroy this emperor of the heavenly realm just with their 2 dark immortal emperors. Yi Lingyuan put this Buddhist object away and stepped out of this empty land that had been destroyed. Withstanding a battle between 3 immortal emperor levels, the empty lands would fade away in the world. It's more than that. The heavenly realm, the lesser western heaven, and the earthly mansion, which had endured its twisting force, also crumbled at the same moment. Sun Monkey stood blankly in the sea of worlds, waiting for the following. When he saw Yi Lingyuan, he hurriedly greeted him. The last Buddhist artifact. Find a place to try it. Yi Lingyuan threw the jade ruins to Sun Monkey. The latter froze and looked at him with slight gratitude. Senior, I, Lao Sun, am not good with words. Today's favor will be repaid in the future. After saying this, Sun Monkey found a place to settle down next to a starry river, causing the 7 Buddhist objects to float up and blossom with supreme Buddhist radiance. Buzz, a pure and incomparable golden Buddhist light enveloped it, like a jade glaze, without impurities. The place where Sun Wukong was sitting immediately haloed with countless golden Buddhist texts, spreading outward and illuminating the starry river with a golden splendor. All of those strands of scripture contained the power to vaporize dark matter. Sun Monkey's body began to emit large strands of black smoke. Unlike in the past, these black smoke did not do him any harm. On the contrary, that thunder god's face became more and more peaceful. The years pass like a shuttle between the stars, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For a prospective immortal emperor, it was like a snap of the fingers. The black smoke all over Sun Monkey's body was completely purified, and he let out a long, painful whistle. Ha ha ha, my old grandson has finally escaped the cage, and from now on I will no longer be stuck in the mud. I, the great sage of Chi Tian, have returned. After the hair around Sun Monkey's body changed from pitch black to golden, the whole thing was thrilled and excited beyond words. The pressure of a quasi-immortal emperor was gone from his body. Yi Lingyuan also walked over and couldn't help but see Sun Monkey's state with deep eyes. Indeed, changing the base of the Tao, these 7 Buddha objects are truly darkness nemesis. Senior, my old grandson has shed his skin and bones. Senior's great kindness will not be forgotten without teeth. These 7 Buddhist objects are no longer useful to my old grandson. I would like to offer them to Senior. When Sun Monkey saw Yi Lingyuan, he was very sensible and held the 7 Buddhist objects and handed them over. And that Lei Gong face was full of gratitude. If it wasn't for Yi Lingyuan, it would have been absolutely impossible for Sun Monkey to get these 7 Buddha objects even if he had the guidance of his master. Yi Lingyuan nodded and unceremoniously accepted it, smiling at Sun Monkey. You, the shrewd monkey, have fallen into the darkness for a time, but you know the ways of the world. It seems that falling into the darkness is also a good experience. Sun Monkey scratched his head and hemmed and hawed, much more cheerful. Senior is joking. Being trapped by the darkness for 5 epochs. Things are different, making my old son sigh. What's next for you? Yi Lingyuan nodded and asked. According to the time of the dark being's blood sacrifice here, it was indeed 5 epochs ago. After the blood sacrifice, the place was horribly barren and out of place with the scene of the heyday and bustle of the rest of the world. I have no place to go. This world sea was harvested once. All are some mortals. This kind of dead silence in turn makes me very uncomfortable. If the senior high lift can point out my old grandson 1 or 2, he, grateful. Sun Monkey came over in a monkey-like manner, smiling awkwardly on his face. The world is vast. Things are different. This world sea has no place for him to be fond of. None of the other places are familiar either.
It would be a blessing to receive guidance from this immortal emperor. Oh, then go back to the Boundary Sea Alliance and fight the dark beings there,
Yi Ling Yuan said,
his footsteps stepping forward, an immortal emperor's great Tao running through the space and time years,
taking Sun Monkey away. The Boundary Sea. When the two returned, it was seen that the Boundary Sea Alliance was counterattacking the dark side. Led by the Valkyries, they began to clear out the Dark Immortal King sitting within the realm sea. Boom!
The great sun seal hung high,
releasing a majestic and boundless aura. The Valkyrie held the heavenly golem in one hand and chopped at the immortal emperor to be on the dark side. Ever since the failure of setting up the blood sacrifice formation, the darkness quasi-immortal emperor remained undeterred. The last two darkness quasi-immortal emperors once again joined forces to attack, wanting to completely obliterate the last piece of light from the realm sea. The female Valkyrie whistled like a phoenix, and the heavenly goggle cleaved through ancient and modern time and space without the slightest fear. And the Boundary Sea Alliance also had a flying light quasi-immortal emperor to help them now. 2 against 2. The dark side gradually became unsupportable. Chapter 41 Dictating the 10,000 Years. Valkyrie, you are indeed above us, almost surpassing a quasi-immortal emperor. But don't be complacent. Dark realms, all of them are sacrificed to forge my dark greatness. The darkness paramount immortal emperor who fought against the Valkyrie was defeated repeatedly, his emperor's blood spilling out in a sorry state. With a loud roar, he began to sacrifice all the dark worlds in the realm sea, wanting to augment himself and perform another act against the heavens. However, the female martial god would not give him this opportunity. Sa said, "Dark beings, in my hands you have no chance of surviving. The great sun buries the heavens." Tracing back the roots, the Valkyrie waved her heavenly goggle, summoning a goggle shadow that was strong enough to penetrate through the realm sea, pinning the dark immortal emperor to the void, and her true body seemed to be walking through time, arriving in front of that dark quasi-immortal emperor in an instant, with the heavenly goggle slashing again to give him a head-on blow. Pust! The darkness immortal emperor to-be couldn't even howl in time, and was split into pieces by the heavenly goggle on the spot, his emperor blood spilling wildly, still haunting him, wanting to induce endless karma to aid his own return. However, the Valkyrie trace strike was not for nothing. The same terrifying wave of karma burned like a great sun, purifying even the pitch-black river of ages, severing all life from the darkness immortal emperor to-be, completely buried this one. The darkness immortal quasi-emperor who was fighting with the flying light immortal quasi-emperor saw that the situation was over and was about to flee across space and time in a panic. The martial goddess potential of the Boundary Sea was too terrifying. Given time he would definitely be able to shake the foundations of the high heavenly planes. A figure like this who could run rampant and invincible in the quasi-immortal emperor realm had already prevented that last darkness quasi-immortal emperor from having the heart to attack. The flying light immortal emperor to-be couldn't stop it at all. He was even slightly weaker by 1 point. If it wasn't for the Valkyrie's high light shining brightly and shocking the dark side, I'm afraid he would have been injured as well. You must not go. Once the dark being goes, the high heavenly planes will definitely know the movements of this side, which will be an unfavorable move for the Boundary Sea and for us. Stop it! The female martial god shouted, her voice grave, and a heavenly golem cleaved through time, trying to cut off the darkness immortal emperor to-be's path. But the other party wasn't a weakling. Even if he wasn't defeated, there was still no problem escaping. The Valkyrie's eyes were like the sun lit up, golden light piercing through the past, still wanting to strike across again. Ha ha ha! Female martial arts god. The battle power of the unparalleled female martial arts god will also have scruples of the day. This is more, let this seat know that you certainly hide a big secret. As long as informed of the originator, everything has nothing to hide. And so on. The next descent, it will be the realm of the sea, and even the worlds of the complete fall of the. That darkness immortal emperor to-be couldn't help but laugh freely when he saw the female Valkyrie intercepting her repeatedly and guessed that there must be something fishy going on. From the unknown length of time, laughter resounded through the realms. But then the joy was so great that it seemed to have suffered a backstabbing and erupted into screams of misery. Who dares to sneak up on this seat? The darkness paramount immortal emperor who had already crossed over to the unknown source of the world and was preparing to return to the high heavenly planes looked scornfully at a hairy monkey in front of him. Then it was recognized where it came from. It's you, monkey, again. Why are you looking for the seat if you're not going to infest the realm sea? The darkness paramount immortal emperor said angrily. Then came the realization that something was wrong. At this time, the monkey's hair is flooded with golden light. The whole person is not compatible with the darkness, carrying a huge stick on his shoulder, looking arrogant, where there is still half a bit of hideous darkness color. Immediately, the darkness quasi-immortal emperor attacked, Someone has helped you out of the darkness, and you are once again transformed into an enemy of the high heavenly planes, to be executed. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor was shocked at this change in the hairy monkey, but his hands were not merciful at all. Boom! A large hand slapped the source of the long river of time, causing the place to turn into chaos and nothingness, and all kinds of laws were destroyed under the palm as it slapped towards the hairy monkey. Humph! Traitor of darkness, I, old son, have returned, and I will take you to sacrifice the flag today. Dharma heaven and earth. Sun Wukong stared at the big hand that slapped. The laws of the world's body shape climbed higher and higher. The hair around his body became more and more exuberant, became thicker and bigger, and even hung a cosmic bubble, until the Dharma heaven and earth was generated. The Sun Wukong's figure was already immeasurable, with countless cosmic bubbles hanging between his hairs, all of which were tiny and invisible. Gathering the power of the endless universe, he swung his arms and smashed his weapon. Pust! That intercepted large hand shattered on the spot. The darkness quasi-immortal emperor grunted muffledly as he once again transformed into a pitch-black great river, harboring a terrifying dark substance, wanting to contaminate the hairy monkey once again. A stick to clear the air. Sun Wukong opened his mouth and roared like a giant ape roaring into the sky, roaring and shattering countless dark worlds. He wielded his weapon and continuously cloaked himself in that long dark river. In the end, that long river was completely cleaved, and even the dark matter was purified by the surrounding light as much as possible. That darkness immortal emperor to be was unwilling to fall. It's completely dissipated. After doing so, the Sun Wukong stepped on the river of time and traveled through the ages of time and space, descending into the realm sea once again. The Valkyrie waited there. A quasi-immortal emperor battle had erupted at the source of the unknown time, and there was no way it could have escaped her senses. It's ready for the big fight. Right at this moment, Yi Ling Yuan's figure emerged, dressed in a long black coat with an incredibly handsome face, smiling and walking across the boundary sea with his arms folded, arriving in front of the female Valkyrie. Are you back? The Valkyrie looked at him in surprise, dropping her guard out of habit. Perhaps this man was the only dark being that the Valkyrie did not hate. Day girl, you've really come out on top, completely cutting off the dark invasion from this side. Yi Ling Yuan smiled. This is also just a small respite, not to mention the countless worlds that have been contaminated. It's far from enough to pry the high heavenly planes apart. Moreover, the elimination of the remnants is also a difficult problem. In front of Yi Ling Yuan's heel, the female Valkyrie did not hide her words and said with a sigh, this time, to override one of the invasions of the dark beings, the side of the realm sea had also paid a great price. None of those tainted dark worlds are coming back. Secondly, many dark immortal kings were in hiding, and even the Valkyries could not guarantee whether these variables had escaped or not, and would lead to even greater mischief. Therefore, you need to isolate the realm sea temporarily and eradicate all the variables before you can do so. Dictate the ancient world. You should be able to do it. Yi Ling Yuan sighed. Dictating the ages? The Valkyrie froze and seemed to ponder the feasibility. A few days later, the Boundary Sea Alliance had added another immortal emperor to be. The Monkey King has officially settled in the Realm Sea and is ready to join forces with the Valkyries to fight the forces of darkness. And it's worth noting that it joins under the odd condition that it fights the Valkyries again dang near. For the last defeat, the hairy monkey's heart was 10,000 times more unconvinced. The Valkyrie was originally someone who was born for war, so she naturally agreed with alacrity. But before the two sides face off, the Valkyrie also followed Yi Ling Yuan's advice. Boom! A heavenly golem ran through the air and space of the realm sea, shining brightly and summoning a sea of time. This sea of time was the source of the endless river of time and space. Non-immortal emperor-level characters may not be touched. The enormous karma that cut through countless worlds alone was enough to engulf the immortal emperor to be, causing him to seriously injure himself and spit out blood. However, the female Valkyrie resolutely invoked the origin of the time and space sea to appear for the sake of the living beings of the realm sea. He had to do this step if he wanted to dictate the ages and preserve the living power of the realm sea. Chapter 42. The path to immortal emperor is open. The great sun seal, her golden hair fluttered, and under the gold-cast skirt armor, the silhouette was still holy and wild. Holding the heavenly goggle in her hand and slashing down decisively, it finally severed one strand of the billions of branches extending from the origin of the time sea. That's the river of time that leads to the realm sea. It cut it off, completely separating the boundary sea from time and space. There's no way out, no way in. At least those below the immortal emperor level could no longer enter and exit the realm sea at will. Finish this.
The ancient sun of the great Tao hanging high above the head of the female vulgar goddess seemed to have exhausted its last trace of imperial charm and completely dissipated. After that former immortal emperor level underbelly of the Valkyrie was no more. But she doesn't need it anymore. After successive battles and treading on the blood of emperors, a shadow had emerged on her path to the emperor's path. This chance of hers would surely lead to the achievement of the road's end level of empire, and no one could stop it. In the months that followed, the Valkyries began to call upon the righteous in the Realm Sea Alliance to purge the remnants of those harboring in the Dark World. This was the first counterattack of the Boundary Sea Alliance against the Dark Realms, a time when the war resumed. But it is the end of the Dark Realms. A darkness immortal king was found and decimated. In between, this side of the Realm Sea gave birth to many dazzling heavenly prides. For example, a sword cultivator youth in a certain Realm Sea Alliance world, holding a wooden sword in his hand, he enlightened himself in the world of darkness, and eventually the wooden sword was transformed into the White Bone King's weapon, and overnight, he transformed into the Dakuro sword demon, who certified the Tao by killing. Another example is a young girl who walks in the dark realms with the light. Surprisingly, she could purify the darkness and reverse the light, saving countless beings, and was known as the Goddess of Light. It was said that that young girl was also the disciple of the flying light immortal emperor to be. Examples like this one were endless during the time of the Boundary Sea Alliance. Heaven's pride was meant for chaos. In this chaotic world, belonging to the glory of the pride of heaven should not be underestimated. However, in the Boundary Sea Alliance, the one who was recognized by everyone as the number one heavenly pride, the one who was claimed to be the leader, was a mysterious woman who was covered in a green moon. Some people in the Dark Realms have been interested in seeing its fleeting appearance. Clad in white veil, waist like willow silk, extremely holy and immaculate, like a fairy in the dust. That white-robed fairy was in the white moon, and with a single move of her hand, she killed a full 8 Dark Immortal Kings, leaving behind an unparalleled story to go on. The crowd of the Boundary Sea Alliance guessed that perhaps it was the Green Moon Fairy from the past. However, the Green Moon Fairy had disappeared for a long time and remains to be proven. But the good word of the White Fairy would not end there, and would still be spread from time to time. Kanglan Sea Realm, chaotic ancient hall at the core of Martial God Temple City. Yi Lingyuan wrapped his arm around Qin Yu's willow waist, and after doing some whipping on it, looking at its green silk messy, jade face shy and reddened. Where was the holy and unsullied look just now? Couldn't help but laugh. Moon Girl is taking the initiative this time. Outsiders refer to you as the Immaculate Fairy, but your behavior is out of order. Qin Yu's tender white skin that was like sheep's fat white jade was slightly taut, causing the round and upright posture to stiffen a bit. Then he sighed and said, "Senior, I had traveled in the red dust for dozens of years, and finally realized my own Tao. Even though I am trapped in the red dust, but my heart is unsullied. It is the bright moon. Even though Senior treats me in 100 ways, I am still the bright moon. So stubborn? It seems that you have truly stepped out on a path of your own, and like the Day Maiden, this epoch may see you climbing the road end level realm once again," Yi Lingyuan said, putting this holy and unsullied fairy down. 100 years later, the war in the Boundary Sea had finally subsided. The Dark Realms were crippled, and all the remaining dark forces were removed. The rest of the tainted dark subjects will have to figure it out slowly. Like the Green Moon Fairy, the unsullied moon cannot even withstand the darkness and will be purified. Like that Goddess of Light, although not as good as the Immaculate Moon Path, she can purify the darkness. This demoralized the Boundary Sea Alliance. The darkness that used to converge seems to be unbroken no longer. The dark beings were becoming stronger, and the laws and paths of the worlds were metamorphosing. The dawn of the future would not be far away. 100 years later, the Valkyrie and the Monkey King fought in a remote part of the Realm Sea. That brilliant golden light illuminated the Boundary Sea in a translucent invisible manner. Countless textures burst forth from it, and a giant rod of the same golden color stirred the waters of the Realm Sea in a domineering manner. The battle lasted for decades and finally petered out. The people of the Realm Sea didn't know who actually won this battle. It became a suspense. On the other hand, the female martial god returned to the Chaos Ancient Hall and seemed to have made up her mind to find Yi Lingyuan. "What? Has the Day Girl finally figured out that she wants to be my family?" Yi Lingyuan sat on the Valkyrie's imperial throne without a care in the world. Imperial might filled the air, radiating endless cosmic shadows, all of which were real and incomparable, with beings chanting scriptures, and at Yi Lingyuan's feet, all the great roads of the ancient past were spread out. This was immortal emperor level weather. If Yi Lingyuan didn't deliberately restrain his own emperor's might, it was this kind of pressure. The terror of the immortal emperor himself was already self-evident. It was not surprising that the Valkyries had once reached this realm as well. Her blonde hair fluttered behind her,
like endless strands of wind, dense and soft. At this time, she was not wearing that golden dress armor anymore. She seems to like the gold color though, wearing a long golden dress. Her physique was not as harsh as before, but instead appeared to be soft and slender. The melon face that resembled Chinyu by 6 points, white and unsullied, cold and inclined, said, "Immortal Emperor Yi, is your essence also of the darkness attribute?" "What? Essence?" Yi Lingyuan was a bit taken aback. Being asked this question was a bit very faceless, but didn't mind answering. "Of course, I'm the Dark Immortal Emperor, all black. If you practiced with me, is it possible to contaminate me?" The female Valkyrie frowned slightly with her fine eyebrows, rather worried. She did have this idea, but was worried that she was destroying all of her avenues. "Day girl, this kind of idea is not in line with the identity of your female martial arts god. Both want to use the Immortal Emperor essence to promote their own faster growth. That there is no concern. Try not to know. In this regard, you should want to take lessons from the Moon Girl. She is obsessed with a very na." Yi Lingyuan lost his smile, and the corners of his mouth suddenly looked positive again. Boom! A wisp of the Immortal Emperor's might erupted, turning this space into the purest chaos. At the same time, a step was taken from the Emperor's seat towards the blonde woman with a soft and slender physique. "I hope I haven't taken a wrong step. If I have, it is also my own fault." An unseen soft sigh escaped the Valkyrie's lips, voluntarily burned off the bodice, snuggled up with the man, his eyes brimming with flashes. His lightly fluttering lashes seemed to speak of his shy state of mind. Now she had reached the peak of a quasi-immortal emperor. The path of the immortal emperor had been passed. But if it was an unusual precipitation, I was afraid that I would have to wait for thousands and thousands of years. The Boundary Sea couldn't afford to wait nowadays. She needed to take some special paths. Fellowship is a great benefit and can shorten this time as quickly as possible. Chapter 43, Double Seal of the Sun and Moon. The two have been practicing together for 100 years. The dense immortal Tao laws formed a vast cocoon around them. Eventually that cocoon was absorbed by the two again. Yi Lingyuan reached out and brushed the hair from the female Valkyrie's flushed cheeks and smiled. "How does it feel, Day Girl?" They still didn't stop, the two of them mingling their origins and touching their divine souls for a more thorough cultivation. The Valkyrie's silver teeth deadened her lower lip, keeping those normally sharp and incomparable electric eyes closed as she opened her lips and said, "There's something I don't quite understand." "What is it that you don't understand? I can clear up any confusion for you." Yi Lingyuan deliberately came closer and rubbed her white earlobes and said, "Tang, darkness, Dark Immortal Emperor Y origin, do you know what I'm talking about?" The female martial god's eyes converged and trembled, her mind ebbing and flowing incomparably violently, and her tone was filled with shame and anger. It also felt like a battle with Yi Lingyuan to her. Unlike in the past, this time she kind of lacked that invincible confidence to decimate her opponent. Instead, we see a glimpse of the future. She would be killed in a terrible way, losing her majesty as a Valkyrie. As you can see, this seat's Emperor Tao origin has been transformed, and now this seat isn't some Dark Immortal Emperor, but a pure Tao Immortal Emperor. Yi Lingyuan's eyes appeared cold. After obtaining the 7 Buddha weapons, he refined them into his body. This epical ancient object possessed a terrifying and incomparable efficacy that had already reversed his dense dark essence. Today's Yi Lingyuan was no mere Dark Immortal Emperor. Rather, it was the immaculate Immortal Emperor who had truly stepped on the end of the great Tao. In other words, he was sort of free from the Dark Patriarch's control. He also remembered that after the 7 Buddha weapons were integrated into his body, the dark essence faded and highlighted countless threads, the source of which led towards the unknown. Yi Lingyuan then realized that the Dark Patriarch had also laid some hidden plots within Dark Immortal Emperors like them. Maybe it's to be kept for another use at some point in the future. After all, the might of immortal emperors was too great for the patriarchs to suppress, but not like those mole crickets, and he had washed away his dark essence and remodeled the essence of the great Tao, so that from then on he could no longer depend on the high heavenly planes. But Yi Lingyuan could not completely get rid of Gao Tianyuan now. His core has been washed out, but the surface still exercises the dark avenues. Confused the patriarch. Before he had the absolute capital to completely detach himself from the darkness patriarch, Yi Lingyuan definitely couldn't tear his face off. That said, to the side of the worlds, the high heavenly planes, which had been dormant for hundreds of eons, could be considered a massive source of darkness that was impossible to defeat. The high heavenly planes had always been strong, while the worlds had been harvested epoch by epoch, never shaking the high heavenly planes' ancestral land. Even the former Sun and Moon dual immortal emperors, and some of the heaven-defying ancient generations, had merely penetrated the high heavenly planes without touching the true essence. Gao Tian Yuan almost blocked all hopes of the world. Even that distant future is infested with darkness. Any glimmer of hope was projected to be snuffed out long before the endless ages. Yiling Yuan naturally wouldn't go against Gao Tian Yuan at this time. Day Girl and Moon Girl, this is the deepest secret of this seat. Since you know it, then keep it a secret. Now, can you believe in the sincerity of this seat? Yiling Yuan used great power. A hand will be outside the travel. Accept the world to look up to the fairy Qingyue forcefully detained back, along with a wave of the hand, so that it's returned to the Avenue Frank. You, who have also taken my secret from my sister, have no second path to follow. Qingyue's beautiful eyes flushed with shyness, and she finally sighed and walked towards Yiling Yuan. 500 years passed in a flash. In these 500 years, both the female Valkyries who already had the title of the Empress of the Realm and Sea, neither the Green Moon Fairy who had made a fleeting appearance during the dark turmoil and saved countless people caught in the darkness appeared again. It caused a stir in the secular world, but time erases everything, until 1,000 years have passed. It was only then that a wisp of a quasi-immortal emperor's aura emanated from the martial god temple city. People are new to this, because it wasn't the scent of a Valkyrie. It was, boom! The entire realm sea's great Tao laws were manifested and seemed to be tinted with icy cold moonlight. After the last darkness invasion, still in the darkness of the realm sea sky, for the first time a round of bright moon appeared, gathering and attracting endless avenues of law into a real moon shining to the dark waters of the realm sea. At this moment, the cool moonlight poured down, containing a powerful purifying power, causing the black water of the boundary sea to vaporize a large area of black smoke. People were shocked to find that the black water had metamorphosed into the once familiar realm sea dotted with stargrit. Those tattered dark realms were also baptized, and strands of dark matter were washed away, no longer to be reduced to a cold, forbidden zone. Many cultivators who were deeply tainted by the darkness also regained their clarity. That round of the moon of the realm sea directly changed the general environment, causing countless realm sea beings to worship and be grateful. Martial Temple City. A white veiled woman shrouded in moonlight walked out of the ancient hall, standing in front of the high steps, looking out at the realms of the realm sea from afar, her black silk flying in large swathes at the back of her head, dragging and dragging far and wide. Her immortal temperament was superb. I have already ascended to the quasi-immortal emperor rank. Perhaps this epoch is expected to impact the immortal emperor rank? Sister, this time we will once again turn into that prairie starfire and light up that dark land, so that all the beings of all the worlds will be awakened. Behind immortal Changyu, a female martial god with a golden dress and radiant hair flowing out also stepped out and stood shoulder to shoulder with her, saying, "This day won't be too far away. Changyu, do you regret meeting him? As one ascends the great road, there must be trade-offs, but at least my heart has no regrets, and although he is indeed rude and likes to strike fairies, I am gradually sinking." The immortal aura surrounding immortal Green Moon had an additional strand of a daughter's melancholy. AI. It seems that I was the one who was mustachioed. As he heads to the center immortal domain, perhaps a Dark Immortal Emperor will fall soon. We can't take this lightly. Wait for the right time to head to the immortal domain as well, and gather the living forces to completely counterattack that high heavenly planes. The Valkyrie's electric eyes flashed, and the great sun laws twisted up from around her body, transforming into her battle armor form. She didn't show that womanly attitude for long. There were more important things for her to preside over, and the same goes for Green Moon. The boundary sea was revitalized and the darkness was completely annihilated. All the more reason to grow stronger with each passing day. And the other side. Yiling Yuan had already stepped into the River of Ages and left the realm sea. He walked to the end of the ages, an immensely ancient source world. This may be the fading realm of some ancient epoch. In normal time and space it had shattered, destroyed without even a trace left. Yiling Yuan sat cross-legged on this side of the ancient era's apocalyptic realm. It began to fuse the origin imprints obtained from the two sons of Qi. It was a cyan moon seal, and a golden sun seal respectively. These two imprints were created when he completely stripped away the remnants of the former immortal emperor's light that remained in the Sun Maiden and Moon Maiden's Tao essence. The two women are now going out on a stronger path. This residual light of yesteryear backfired on bondage. Chapter 44 Half Transcendence. Immortal realm has emperors. He stripped it away and integrated it into his own immortal emperor's way, but was able to gain great benefit. This was incomparably precious to Yiling Yuan. It must be known that immortal emperors have very few chances. How many heavenly materials and treasures were there in this worldly Ru realm that were simply useless to the immortal emperor level?
His body, his energy had long been above those supreme heavenly materials. Under these circumstances, an unusually mortal emperor would never be able to gain a single ounce of growth. Stepping into the future, it remains the same. This was perhaps a cruelty of the great world towards immortal emperors. The world is lost, and there is nothing more to motivate one's own progress. But Yi Lingyuan was lucky. He has found something that promotes his own reascension. That is the Son of Qi. Whether it was the previous empress, or the Sun Maiden and Moon Maiden of the Boundary Sea, they all gave him a very obvious increase, which was explosive in the immortal emperor realm, and even the patriarchs would have to be jealous if they knew about it. Boom! The Sun and Moon seals were integrated into his Tao essence. In a trance, Yi Lingyuan reproduced two magnificent imperial shadows. That was the ancient era Sun and Moon twin immortal emperor of old. Afterwards, those two emperor shadows turned into nourishment that piled up his Tao essence, and some memories and Tao techniques blessed to the heart poured into Yi Lingyuan's mind. The once Sun and Moon twin immortal emperors climbed the road to the end level of the great Tao techniques, each one of which was something that stunned the epic. The Sun and the Moon. After Yi Lingyuan completely fused them together, he stroked his hands, causing the two immortal emperor great Tao to entwine with each other, transforming into a new immortal emperor technique. Boom! A round of the ancient sun of the great Tao emerged from his left eye, the gold shining brightly, like the light of the birth of all spirits. A white moon rises from the right eye, immaculate and untainted by all things. The meanings contained in the two eyes were diametrically opposed, yet intertwined with each other, finally sublimating Yi Lingyuan as a whole. He maintained this state, stealing a deeper creation and once again deducing the Sun and Moon imperial art. This was the way of the Sun and Moon twin immortal emperors of old. Yi Lingyuan was originally an immortal emperor, so why would he need to borrow the ways of others? He wanted to break through its boundaries and transform it into a true self-Tao, the only way to bring out the purest might. It must be known that all the arts of the way have a source. The Sun and Moon were created by the twin immortal emperors of the past, and even if there were practitioners in this world, they would not surpass the twin immortal emperors of the past, as if they were copying their shadows. If you want to transcend and further fit into yourself, you have to change the law. Boom! The great Tao ancient sun in Yi Lingyuan's left eye suddenly transformed into a dark and profound black sun, polluting the ancient era apocalyptic realm where it was located on the spot, transforming it into a source of darkness that began to breed dark beings. How horrible this is! He was like the essence of darkness, transforming the laws of this realm with a single thought, harboring dark beings like the patriarch. In the meantime, Yi Lingyuan's right eye, the white moon, was transformed into a pure white moon. The pure immortal emperor's great Tao spread out, shocking the ages and evolving endless space and time, with the weather of all beings kneeling down. It was his original imperial fruit that washed away the darkness and was the lead to transcendence. Let's call you the realm of life and death. The emperor holds the two realms. The realm of life performs transcendence. The realm of death transforms into a source of darkness. And the spirits of life and death are all true spirits of this emperor. Yi Lingyuan rose from his coiled meditation and muttered a low voice. He had taken another big step in the immortal emperor realm. This life and death realm is beyond the Sun and Moon imperial art. It was almost as if the jutsu were tailor-made for him. Yi Lingyuan completely reproduced the dual Tao fruits of the Dark Immortal Emperor and the Metamorphosis Immortal Emperor. In other words, when the realm of life and death became a reality, he would have achieved a true double fruit position Immortal Emperor, and would be able to perform some invincible deeds even in the Immortal Emperor realm. With my once again metamorphosed life and death realm, I should be able to engage that mysterious Immortal Emperor. No. 1. Yi Lingyuan thought of Gao Tianyuan's claim to be the first person under the patriarch, that is, Immortal Emperor No. 1. He was the earliest Immortal Emperor to be born, even older than the origin of the Sun and Moon twin Immortal Emperors. At one time it was said that a few strands became the 11th patriarch, but then it was a failure of transcendence. However, Immortal Emperor number 1 was feared and dreaded by the later Dark Immortal Emperor. Its might was terrifying, standing in the realm of Immortal Emperors. But it hit a Dark Immortal Emperor who nearly transformed his path. It was also the one person that Yi Lingyuan was currently very jealous of. Most of the other Immortal Emperors had similar attainments. Even if there is an occasional standout, it's hardly a crushing force. But Immortal Emperor number 1 was different. Yi Lingyuan guessed that it was perhaps already half transcended. In the past, he was very afraid of fighting with him. Even if he was a traveler, the chances of winning were very low. But now it's different. Yi Lingyuan had the confidence to crush it head-on. Center Immortal Region, I'm coming. Number 6. You're looking for death. A ray of cold light erupted from the bottom of Yi Lingyuan's eyes as he crossed space and time, heading towards the Center Immortal Domain.
The immortal realm, in all realms, had an extraordinary significance. The longevity substance here was extremely thick. It was the source, and even those who had not yet become immortals were able to obtain some alternative pseudo-longevity. And because it is located in the core of the worlds, it is the place where the veins of the worlds converge. It was also the highest level map in the large, boundless map of the worlds. The number of strong people and the territory of the frontier were all top-notch, and it was a place that countless cultivators aspired to. But this frontier, at the moment, is in the midst of a dark invasion. Nearly half of the immortal domain's territory was shattered by the fight. The dark invasion was hundreds of times more terrifying here than it was in the Boundary Sea. The darkness quasi-immortal emperors that had invaded the immortal realm alone had reached a staggering 15. Not to mention, there was also a dark immortal emperor sitting there, watching with cold eyes. An immortal emperor with 15 quasi-immortal emperors. This kind of lineup was enough to bulldoze through any realm of the worlds. But in the immortal realm, it was blocked. The immortal region was large and vast, with many forbidden existences, and even though it suffered an invasion, it was still strongly blocked. It's scary. The dark beings had deployed such an undercurrent, and for the first time, they were unable to gain the upper hand in the front. The immortal domain had actually given birth to an immortal emperor, firmly holding immortal emperor number 6 in check. As for the 15 darkness quasi-immortal emperors, they were also killed in defeat by some ruthless people from the immortal domain. This was a corner of heaven that Yi Lingyuan had gained insight into after descending into the immortal realm. Worthy of being the great camp of the worlds, this heritage can only be taken out by the immortal domain. This seat has been discovered. Is this preventing this seat from completely descending into the immortal realm? Yi Lingyuan's true body was about to cross the immortal realm barrier. Boom! A large cauldron suddenly blasted in from the hinterland of the immortal domain. Billions of divine and demonic totems were engraved on the cauldron, making a pilgrimage to this immortal cauldron, and the endless light of the laws drooped down, collapsing 10,000 years of space and time, which was terrifying. It spanned hundreds of millions of miles, dangling and suppressing Yi Lingyuan, showing its strong nature. This is the first time this seat has encountered a rebel since descending into the worlds, and the greatest variable of this epoch is not here. If it was the Yi Lingyuan from before, when he saw this immortal cauldron that billions of gods and devils were worshipping come to suppress him, he really couldn't face it with ease. This immortal cauldron was filled with the immortal emperor's chi, harboring an invincible aura of surrender, and it was only feared that ordinary immortal emperors would be at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, Yi Lingyuan was even more domineering as he ruthlessly slapped away with his meaty palm. Dang! The terrifying light of the Emperor Dao impacted on that divine demon immortal cauldron, erupting into an aftershock that caused the immortal realm to tremble for a moment. Yi Lingyuan's gaze was serious, and his palm erupted with endless great avenues, each of which was complete enough for an immortal Dao figure to cultivate for a lifetime. Majestic and vast, with unrivaled power, all of which bombarded the immortal cauldron that was even more massive than a planet. Finally, it was slapped away. Chapter 45 Ancestral Land Manifestation. Half of the immortal realm sinks. These 2 days the fever does not go down. I thought it was a small cold. The result is that the fever did not go down today. The brain burst when writing these chapters. That taste gaga cool. But this book does not seem to have much potential. There is no comment suggestion. The author will write as it is. If there is can slightly reward some gifts, give a little encouragement. Go plot flow. The immortal region shook. After all, an immortal emperor coming across the border could not be ignored. In the hinterland of the immortal domain, a magnificent figure with black hair dancing wildly crossed towards where Yi Lingyuan was, his head hanging over the god-demon immortal tripod, just like a heavenly emperor going on patrol, the vast golden road spreading out from underneath his feet, all of which were pure immortal emperor laws, which made people worship in awe. Who is it that comes, wanting to invade my immortal region? The black-haired, majestic man with the immortal cauldron hanging over his head crossed the immortal realm's infinite borders in a single step, confronting Yi Lingyuan. Who are you? Yi Lingyuan's gaze condensed slightly, gaining insight into some essence. This black-haired man was undoubtedly an immortal emperor as well, and was covered in chi radiance that washed over the night, powerfully illuminating the many realms in the vicinity of the immortal realm. Sons of the air. Rather, it's a chirography protagonist type. Heavenly Emperor, the dark beings in the south have invaded again. Please Heavenly Emperor do justice. Right at this moment, as the immortal domain headed south, a pitch-black aura eroded in, dragging the entire southern land into a terrifying shadow in an instant. Boom! A darkness quasi-immortal emperor took advantage of the fact that the emperor of the immortal domain was being held back and launched another invasion battle. Today is the time when your immortal region will fall. Jia, the ancestral land is revealed. There were 7 or 8 darkness quasi-immortal emperors joining forces to unfold their secret techniques, projecting a corner of the dark ancestral land to rewrite the great environment of the immortal realm, causing it to be transformed into a land of darkness. This is an extremely terrifying and cruel secret technique. Once the soil of the immortal realm was contaminated, the general environment would be such that all living beings would not be able to escape the fall. I'm the heavenly emperor. I should kill all incoming enemies. And you paragon emperors are really unbridled. The eyes of the dark-haired, majestic man with the immortal cauldron hanging over his head glowed as he glanced to the south of the immortal region, spanning the boundless frontier, and stretched out a large, truncated hand to slap it. Boom! Those 7 or 8 darkness quasi-immortal emperors were annihilated in form and spirit on the spot, and the space-time years were all stirred up together, completely severing their roots and unable to return, although it was just a step away from the immortal emperor. However, a quasi-immortal emperor was no different from a mortal in front of a true immortal emperor, and could not even resist. However, after those 7 or 8 darkness quasi-immortal emperors were buried on the spot, the shadow of the dark ancestral land, however, still did not subside and descended even faster in the southern part of the immortal region. It was a pitch-black scorched earth, and the lightning was so dense that it was suddenly ferocious and terrifying. Just by glancing that way, even immortal emperors would suffer some karmic entanglements, not to mention cultivators below immortal emperors. The southern part of the immortal domain also had many ruthless people from the immortal domain stationed there. There was no shortage of quasi-immortal emperors among them to meet the dark beings, but once the ancestral land appeared, it was as if those dark beings had been given an indestructible state. An immortal domain quasi-immortal emperor had stars coiling around him, and his immortal light shattered countless dark beings, but in the blink of an eye, those extinguished dark beings returned reborn from that scorched earth. It's more than that. The 7 or 8 darkness quasi-immortal emperors that had been crushed by that immortal emperor of the hanging immortal cauldron's palm just now were also slowly returning, though not as fast as the other buried beings, but it did return. This caused the immortal region side to be greatly shaken. Even the black-haired man with the immortal cauldron hanging over his head noticed it, his eyes intertwining with the textures of the great Tao as he was continuously deducing, and he finally let out a cold cry. An immortal emperor-level incarnation projection. Number 6. Is that you holding a sacrificial art? The black-haired man with the immortal cauldron hanging over his head abandoned Yiling Yuan, and between one step, he stepped on the immortal realm's dome and shattered the land of pitch-black avenues that were hidden behind the curtain. In that place where the Dark Avenue evolved, a dark immortal emperor stood, the very same immortal emperor 6 of the high heavenly planes. Yi Tiandi, you have fought me several times without a win. Now this emperor is going to give you a little surprise. Let's see if you can still withstand this immortal realm Pure Land. Immortal Emperor 6 stood at the place where the dark avenues converged and once again brought the sacrifice technique to life. Boom! The entire southern part of the immortal realm, the boundless frontier completely changed scene, like a real corner of the high heavenly plains had smashed down, completely assimilating the southern part of the immortal region. In the south, there were countless immortal realm beings who had instantly fallen in darkness, attacking the immortal realm in return. Divine Demon Immortal Golden Cauldron. Shun. The black-haired man who was addressed as Yi Tiandi by number 6 had a fearless face as he let out a high shout and offered the Divine Demon Immortal Golden Cauldron out. On the surface of the immortal cauldron, billions of divine and demonic totems all manifested, coming to life, forming the divine and demonic seal of the heavens, crumbling the land of the great Tao behind that curtain. The immortal cauldron was even more radiant and luminous, its infinite might spreading out and smashing apart the imperial chi that was permeating immortal emperor number 6. Yi Tiandi is really a good tactic. Today let you and I kill each other painfully. If you lose, the immortal region will cease to exist. Black Fury. Darkness boiled around immortal emperor number 6 as he was attacked by the emperor of the immortal realm. And naturally, he wouldn't sit around and wait for death. A hostile aura rose around him as he reached out and summoned the imperial artifact Black Fury. It was a half-moon-shaped black and gold wheel with an incomparably sharp outer edge that floated with the shattering sight of the worlds being cut to pieces. Those were the battles of this imperial soldier in the past, perhaps going back countless eons in history. Whoosh! Immortal Emperor number 6 roared, holding that black and gold wheel Black Fury in his palm and vein. Surging pitch-black lightning cut through the heavens and earth, and the realms surrounding the immortal domain were plundered, being chopped into several pieces by the sharp outer blade of the Black Fury. The living beings were destroyed. Even the Heaven and Earth Avenue couldn't withstand the cutting edge of that blade, and it was broken along with the world. The dark lightning was the trajectory of the Black Fury's blade. Yi Tiandi's pupils glowed as he pinched his seals and drove the immortal cauldron to meet the attack. The mere fighting of weapons between the two sides had shaken the immortal domain with a penetrating wound that was difficult to heal. This would split the immortal realm without the dark beings attacking. Seeing this situation, Yi Tiandi made an immediate decision. Exploding the might of the immortal tripod, hardening the Black Fury that broke everything with its sharp edge, and his true body stepped forward, pressing on the tripod's armature and launching it out of the immortal realm's boundaries. It was extremely dangerous for him to charge into the place where Immortal Emperor number 6 stood alone. If Immortal Emperor 6 had set up a plot, then the immortal domain's emperor would likely have no return. However, for the sake of the stability of the immortal region, this heavenly emperor Yi resolutely went. Dang! The immortal cauldron trembled, bursting out with fluctuations that startled the time of the ages. Yi Tiandi stepped through the veins of the ancient and modern future, fighting in close quarters with Immortal Emperor number 6, powerfully blasting out immortal fist seals, so much so that even Immortal Emperor number 6 was beginning to show a downward spiral. Number 6 is really a waste. This so-called Yi Tiandi should have become an emperor not long ago. Could it be that the great karma of all the worlds has been added to cope with the person who should respond to the high heavenly plane's calamity? Yi Tiandi, title Immortal Cauldron. Hiss, the template is right. Yi Lingyuan eyed the beaten and chaotic immortal realm beyond, where the two emperors exchanged battles, and was initially somewhat scornful, but then his face grew more and more grave. Chapter 46, Mount Sumeru, the Iron Triangle. Yi Tiandi, carry the tripod. There's something wrong with how this looks. Saying that he would be one of the main forces to topple Gao Tianyuan in the future. Yi Lingyuan would even believe it. That's fine. Let them have their dog-eat-dog drama. I have to hurry up and harvest the sons of Qi. Strange, there's actually no aura of the Empress in the immortal realm. Where would she go? Yi Lingyuan was pretty sure that Immortal Emperor 6 shouldn't have recognized him. After all, he had purified his origin, and if he did not use the realm of life and death, he would have no connection with the high heavenly planes. That's good. Originally, he was fighting for leverage in this core main realm of the immortal domain, and if Immortal Emperor 6 still insisted on encroaching on the territory he had divided, then Yi Lingyuan didn't mind beating Immortal Emperor 6 to death once. Anyway, after killing Immortal Emperor 6, the other party would be resurrected in the high heavenly planes. Consider it a warning. But what he hadn't anticipated was the birth of emperors in the immortal realm. It wasn't delivered in the list those slaves had given him earlier. Yi Lingyuan's eyes were cold, understanding that the information given by the slaves on Zhu Shi's side was no longer testable. It wasn't the slaves who betrayed the high heavenly planes. Rather, they were not yet qualified to peer into the authenticity of a quasi-immortal emperor, or even an immortal emperor level. No wonder there is more than one immortal emperor hidden in these worlds. Without that Yi Tiandi in the way, Yi Lingyuan crossed the immortal realm barrier very smoothly, entered the immortal domain proper. Have to say, this immortal realm was worthy of being the core great realm of the worlds. The boundaries could not be explored, and even immortal emperors found it difficult to accurately predict them. The only thing that was certain was that the immortal domain could accommodate one or several immortal emperors side by side. This is something that no other realm has. Even if it was the boundary sea, Yi Lingyuan felt the inadequacy of the rules. It could barely accommodate the existence of immortal emperors. But if an immortal emperor were to strike, the boundary sea would fall in an instant. And the fairy realm is not deficient in this regard. Yi Lingyuan came to the hinterland of the immortal domain and did not deliberately hide his imperial might. Countless immortal realm beings were startled, kneeling towards it. Oddly enough, there was little surprise elation. The immortal region is crouching tigers and hiding dragons, hiding more than one emperor. There's a shocking secret hidden here. Yi Lingyuan noticed it immediately. Boom! In the hinterland of the immortal domain, within one of the magnificent ancient cities, a large hand that covered the sky suddenly stretched out and slapped towards Yi Lingyuan. At the same time, the master within the city spoke. Another immortal emperor has arrived. I wonder if he's a foe or a friend. Yi Lingyuan stood with his arms folded and also poked out a palm. The Dao lines intertwined and radiantly glowing as he said, both for the road to the end of the level and why do you need to hide? Even the years have been truncated, and it would be unwise to hide from the darkness invasion. Boom! Yi Lingyuan's large hand struck a solid blow with the large hand reaching out from the city in the hinterland of that immortal domain. The surging immortal emperor laws crushed that piece of cause and effect that had truncated spacetime. The city's owner stifled a grunt, and his large hand retracted. Boom! It completely revived, and the magnificent city rose up from the ground, flying towards Yi Lingyuan, saying, "Old imperial city, I wonder which emperor of the worlds your excellency is. You're the hidden backstabber of the immortal domain's hinterland?" Yi Lingyuan looked at the magnificent ancient city, his eyes flashing with consternation. The city has become a spirit? The immortal emperors were all separated from the cause and effect, and it was difficult to judge if they were not manifested in person. Out of his expectation. Yes, the old man is an imperial city left over from 32 epochs ago. Its former owner was buried in the darkness invasion, and the imperial chi returned to its source, helping me to open up my spirit. And after all these epochs of refinement, I have stepped into the path end level, Di Chang said with quite a bit of emotion. An ancient artifact from 32 epochs ago. And you're so conclusive that this seed is an emperor on this side of the worlds? Yi Lingyuan was slightly silent. Originally, I thought that the Jusai side of the world was just a few side variables that weren't worth mentioning. When immortal emperors go on an expedition, all of them can be harvested without any effort. But right now, the more one learns, the more one becomes somewhat cautious. The high heavenly planes harvested all the worlds every epoch, so there were still strong people who had escaped for 32 epochs. So is it possible that there are still hidden people on this side of the world? Your Excellency's immortal Emperor Daofruit is penetrating and pure. If you were implicated in the high heavenly planes, you would definitely not have this clear weather. However, I am unable to see all of your origin and am doubtful. That magnificent ancient imperial city said. A majestic chaotic aura filled its city. Countless universes were contained in the chaotic gas, offering worship to this city, adding to its astounding greatness all the time. Yi Lingyuan's eyes were cavernous, but he didn't find the light of qi from its body. How many more emperors are hidden in the hinterlands of this immortal region? He asked bluntly. Involving the immortal emperor level, Yi Lingyuan did not dare to make any presumptuous deductions, because the immortal emperor level was not tainted by karma. Even if the deduction was likely to be an empty one, it might even trigger the other party's detection. Yi Lingyuan, who had originally wanted to come to the immortal domain to easily harvest a wave of sons of qi, realized that the water here was too deep. Gotta be careful or even the immortal emperor will be subverted. You can always not reveal their own origins. The old immortal is not convenient to disclose too much, but if you want to walk in the hinterland of this immortal region, you have to go to Mount Sumeru to take a trip. Di Chang was also a man of character, not revealing too much and intentionally pointing out the way. Mount Sumeru? Yi Lingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he waited for an explanation. The immortal realm is the only pure land left on this side of the worlds. Most of the southern realms have been eroded by darkness, and it's said that only one realm sea lives in the north. So if the immortal realm is lost again, then the high heavenly planes will have managed to liquidate another epoch. Mount Sumeru is the birthplace of the immortal realm. It's impossible for the immortal emperors who grew up on this side of the world to be unaware of it. There's only so much that I can say. The imperial city finished speaking and rumbled far away, falling at the end of the heavens and earth, spreading out endless textures of the great Tao, once again truncating the years of this immortal realm's hinterland. Old man, half the words, if not in the immortal realm, this emperor will let you taste the life and death realm. Yi Lingyuan was a little offended that the immortal emperor's single thought had insight into too much essence, knowing that this ancient city spanning 32 epochs was somewhat unsavory. Here in the immortal realm, though, the all-or-nothing feeling he'd always had was much thinner. Yi Lingyuan didn't want to make too much of a fuss either. Sumeru Mountain. This emperor will go and meet for a while. He crossed the years and walked through time and space, crossing even hundreds of boundary seas, but this walk took a full 3 months. This gave Yi Lingyuan the feeling that he had returned to the high heavenly planes. The high heavenly planes were likewise a difficult map for immortal emperors to measure. This shows that the immortal realm is not as simple as it seems. When he came to Mount Sumo, as far as his eyes could see, it was a large mountain that ran through the vastness of the starry sky, and the infinite large stars were like a veil of mist that shrouded the mountain, showing the mysterious underpinnings. Yi Lingyuan, however, was suddenly not too calm. Another 3 immortal emperor sense, an immortal domain that harbors 5 immortal emperors. What's this about? Attacking the high heavenly planes this era? This so-called Mount Sumeru at the source of the immortal realm. There were 3 immortal emperor dojos coiled up. Upon Yi Lingyuan's arrival, the 3 immortal emperors stepped out at the same time, forming an iron triangle to seal off his retreat, and these 3 gave him a very strong sense of vestiges. Chapter 47, Heavy Pupil Opens the Sky, Green Lotus Sword Embraces, Immortal Emperors of the High Heavenly Planes. It's not that easy for you to encroach on my immortal realm with one light and one dark, and this is the burial of the Emperor set up for you.
A respect pupil immortal emperor said, his heavy pupils glowing, with an emperor's might that broke the 10,000 paths being contained,
blazing even more fiercely than the sun,
making it difficult to look directly at him. This was an immortal emperor promoted by a heavy pupil.
It was amazing.
The heavy pupil was a natural saintly vision.
This saint can be a non-saintly realm.
Rather, they were born transcendent characters who were able to climb the road's end level,
and their battle power would far exceed that of an ordinary immortal emperor. Is his identity really that of an immortal emperor of the high heavenly planes? Why can't he sense even half of the darkness? If so, then the high heavenly planes' depth is chilling?
A green-clothed woman immortal emperor located on Yiling Yuan's left flickered with cavernous light around his body, enveloping it towards Yiling Yuan. This woman was dressed in a green lotus dress, with a beautiful style and a picturesque face that overpowered the magnificent mountains and rivers. Underneath her feet stepped a great Tao green lotus,
as if rooted in chaos.
Glistening green light gulped and bathed the green-clothed woman,
invulnerable to all laws. Yiling Yuan's eyes couldn't help but flinch again as well.
A green lotus of the great Tao achieves the immortal emperor.
It was even more appalling than that heavy pupil immortal emperor's origin. Moreover,
this green lotus empress also had a terrifying light of qi floating on her body.
A protagonist-shaped son of qi. The emperors of the worlds besides so many. Is there anyone else?
The only one who has been promoted in this epoch is that Yi kid in the outside world who calls himself the Heavenly Emperor. It is categorically impossible for there to be a strange new emperor.
This one must be the minions of Gao Tianyuan,
wanting to subvert the immortal realm and infest this only pure land. The last immortal emperor had white hair and was the image of an old man. Having been certified as an immortal emperor, one should have lived forever,
standing eternally at the pinnacle,
not aging or dying unless one encountered a strong enemy. But there were also immortal emperors with ancient minds, and it was not surprising that their appearance evolved naturally.
Have you finished? This seat Yiling Yuan?
You can also address me as Immortal Emperor Yi. That emperor's city deliberately revealed the Mount Sumeru to me. I think it must be to start a hand of burial of the emperor's game.
But you cannot be worthy of. If you want to turn the immortal domain upside down, you can let go of your hands to fight.
Yiling Yuan stood in a domineering manner, without the slightest disturbance of being trapped. His eyes swept around, and the terrifying might of the immortal emperor was released, triggering many times and spaces to appear together, and endless future veins were intertwined,
wanting to evolve a new direction. Once an immortal emperor at this level made his move,
the future would also give birth to countless variables. The reach of that strand is just too great. The immortal emperor's wrath is even more relevant to the worlds.
As you wish.
Then, the heavy pupil immortal emperor had a wild and arrogant demeanor, with the domineering aura of being the only one who respects us,
and immediately struck out, blasting towards Yiling Yuan's progress.
When he sketched with his hands, it was a killing art that broke all paths. 10,000 robbing lights even surfaced around his body, and even immortal emperors were unwilling to dip half of it,
and would be subjected to a calamity.
The heavy pupil immortal emperor launched the 10,000 killing technique with both hands,
illuminating this area of Mount Sumeru.
But this place was unimaginably sturdy as the source of the immortal realm.
It completely accommodated the immortal emperor's strike. Boom! Countless robbing lights bombarded Yiling Yuan, and even his Tao was flawed,
with Tao robberies breeding and breaking.
In just a moment, Yiling Yuan's Tao origin was again transparent and flawless,
and the cause and effect was gone. A pale moon rose above his head, and the incoming robberies all turned into bubbles,
not touching him at all. And the heavy pupil immortal emperor clearly had a backstroke.
The 10,000 paths of robbing light were just some of the heavy pupil's small side-end techniques.
Boom! His pair of pupils that were brilliant even as the sun,
erupted a ray of light striking at Yiling Yuan.
But Yiling Yuan stood in the pale moon, turning all attacks into foamy shadows. Blocked again. Cold eyes looked down at the shocked heavy pupil immortal emperor. Even the emperor's might is exempt. What kind of art is this? Heavy pupil opening the sky. The heavy pupil immortal emperor moved for real,
and his pupils erupted with unprecedented light, illuminating the source of this immortal domain and directly evolving a phase of his own self. It was a chaotic silhouette standing between heaven and earth, both the heavy pupil immortal emperor's self and the heaven opener. He slashed down towards Yiling Yuan with a huge axe in his hand.
Endless avenues,
countless times and spaces evolved from under the light of the axe,
carrying terrifying and incomparable karma. This karma is enough to bury even immortal emperors. Heavy pupilers are indeed not to be underestimated, but I am indeed half transcended, and I can't even feel the slightest pressure. Is this still an immortal emperor battle?
Seeing that the heavy pupil had exerted his base,
the terrifying fluctuations were too much for even immortal emperors to ignore. However,
Yiling Yuan's state of mind was getting calmer and calmer. Boom! He sacrificed the 10,000 paths dragon sword and chopped toward the karma that opened up the sky.
Since ancient times, no one has been able to carry the karma of the opening of the heavens, and even immortal emperors have to be buried. However,
Yiling Yuan used the 10,000 dragon sword to slice through the ancient and modern future, causing the sound of the dragon's roar to resound, forcefully tearing that heaven-opening karma apart, and reversing heaven and earth with a single sword.
Pust!
The open sky weather was in tatters, and its origin was chopped off.
With a hiss, the heavy pupil immortal emperor's pupils bled,
nearly blind, and he retreated backwards.
Fellow Daoist heavy pupil, a green lotus plant, burying ancient and modern emperors.
The loss of the heavy pupil immortal emperor was unexpected by the other two immortal emperors.
No, perhaps there was preparation, but I didn't expect the heavy pupil to lose so quickly.
That female immortal emperor with her feet on the chaotic green lotus immediately struck out at Yiling Yuan.
The green onion jade finger made a seal. Snapping his fingers,
a green lotus chopped toward Yiling Yuan,
without any earth-shattering greatness bursting forth, simple and unadorned. However, Yiling Yuan,
took out a state of mind that was 3 times more cautious than he had been against the heavy pupil immortal emperor just now. The immortal emperor's way encompassed all the great paths of the past,
present, and future, and carried out all of them with understanding and sublimation.
The so-called Great Tao was simple,
and the simpler the Empyrean art, the more terrifying it was.
Boom! That avenue green lotus descended in an instant. The lotus petal turned into a smudge of invincible sword on through the year's whole shot toward Yiling Yuan.
Chapter 48, Stomping the Immortal Emperor to Pieces. Hospital injection to go. Update time may conflict. Will be a little later more, and this blood loss of 500.
I hope to read the book Big Brother Can Give a Small Gift.
Is considered to be the author's daily perseverance of the power. There is a gift.
The author will also have the strength to burst more.
3 or 4 chapters are not a problem.
A sword hidden in a lotus. The green lotus sword Tao.
This female immortal emperor is actually a source of the sword Tao. Yiling Yuan didn't underestimate it. Instead,
he rose in seriousness.
Immortal emperors understand the endless Tao and ascend. The Tao is below the emperor, and the Tao of an immortal emperor covers all the Tao of the heavens and transcends all the Tao.
But few empire bells love one another.
It's a narrow path. However,
this female immortal emperor transformed by the green lotus transformed her own great Tao origin into the Tao of the sword,
and her attack power could not be underestimated.
It was not surprising that the immortal emperor had peeked out some of the essence with a single thought.
The true dragon of all ways.
Yiling Yuan continued to swing his emperor's sword,
chopping out large swaths of future time and space, and the dragon's roar resounded, annihilating that green lotus hidden sword intent into nothingness. I have a sword that can cut down an emperor. That green lotus empress was also indifferent.
Her green-colored dress fluttered. Her body was beautifully unbelievable, and she was so gorgeous that she suppressed the beauty of the world.
The same slender jade hand rose again, scattering the green lotus Tao implications between heaven and earth. Boom!
Countless great Tao green lotuses blossomed from the void,
blooming all over this Mount Sumeru origin area.
The green lotus sword she spat and bloomed,
cutting through space and time, endless, dense and difficult to merge,
actually causing the heavy pupil immortal emperor and that old immortal emperor to retreat at the same time,
revealing a cautious look. It's extremely amazing.
The fruit of the immortal emperor covered all the paths of the heavens but specialized in one path alone. This attainment was bound to be far beyond the same level.
Boom boom boom.
The endless sword she cut through the past, the current world,
and the future,
and as the green lotus empress soared up,
it was like a vast river destroying its way through the location of Yiling Yuan. 10,000 true dragons. The origin returns to one. True dragon sword chi.
Yiling Yuan also exerted the pinnacle of immortal Emperor Haotian's arts. Holding the 10,000 paths true dragon sword in his hand,
he swept across, chopping up endless worlds and turning everything into chaos. It was as if he had completely cut through the age barrier, invoking all the dragon shadows of the past and present to converge, transforming into a pure golden sword chi that couldn't be any purer. This dash of golden sword chi was plain and unparalleled,
no longer having any imperial weather derived from it.
However, with an unwavering vigor,
he met the infinite and dense sword chi of the Green Lotus Empress.
Boom! The sword intent of both sides sparred against each other, tearing apart a large portion of the territory around Mount Sumeru.
Even the countless ancient great stars hanging around them exploded at the same time,
crushing into dust under the aftermath.
Yiling Yuan gathered 10,000 dragon chi into one.
The sword light was pure and simple, shattering the sword curtain of the Green Lotus Empress. That sword power cut off the eternity, causing the future to tremble as well. A sword that breaks through the ages is far from enough to describe its might. But that Green Lotus Empress couldn't help but change color as well. The sword chi around her body withered under Yiling Yuan's overbearing slashes. A slender piece of green silk on his chest also snapped and fluttered down, chopping away a large portion of the cosmic bubble. However, although the Green Lotus Empress was undefeated, she was able to see the shortcomings in the realm. It was truly astonishing that even immortal emperors were vaguely oppressed at the other party's realm. She scolded. Her prime hands similarly induced the Green Lotus sword chi to turn into an imperial weapon, fighting with Yiling Yuan with all her might. Compared to Yiling Yuan's majestic and overbearing sword power, the Green Lotus Empress chopped her sword with her vegetative hand, sharp and dry, so fast that it was difficult to even trace back time. The two fought fiercely, turning the battlefield into a piece of chaos, and opening up the sky, recreating countless universes, evolving 10,000 spirits to fight each other. The scene is magnificent, involving the ancient and modern future of spacetime karma. Eventually, the Green Lotus Empress coughed up blood at the corner of her mouth, and her green dress was chopped to pieces by the sheer golden swordlight, revealing a large portion of her crystalline skin and exposing her scenery. Her hip-length black silk also spread out, spilling out in large, saddened flakes as she stumbled backwards. Yiling Yuan did not engage in pursuit, holding the 10,000 paths dragon sword, standing in a dragon domain, with billions of true dragons emerging from every inch of his body, adding to his own sword power. You have lost 2 emperors in a row. Who else is up for a fight? Yiling Yuan fought 2 emperors in a row and was greatly pained inwardly. He enlightened himself during the battle, indeed transcending the rank of Immortal Emperor and stepping into the realm of half-step nothing. The Immortal Emperor is the last tangible realm of the heavens and the worlds. Yiling Yuan also didn't know what would come after Immortal Emperor. However, they can be collectively referred to as none. He should be considered a half-stepless. It's above the Immortal Emperor. I, the Great Sun Immortal Emperor, have come to meet you. The worlds of the heavens are extinguished. Only the sun is eternal. The last of the old Immortal Emperors also came out. The old face was no longer relaxed, highlighting the color of gravity. The 3 Immortal Emperors surrounded this one and actually couldn't do anything about it, although each adhered to the invincible confidence of not joining forces. But it's enough to see that this one is not easy to deal with. But it was a matter of the face of the Immortal Domain Emperors, so he had no choice but to advance. Boom! A round of red sun of Great Tao emerged from its body, containing endless Great Tao, and struck horizontally towards Yiling Yuan. The red sun of the Great Tao created the image of the destruction of all realms, and even the Tao fruit of the Immortal Emperor would burn up and be destroyed. This was the old Immortal Emperor's origin Tao light, striking across it, confident that it would cause even Immortal Emperors to be seriously injured. Another great sun true intent? In the past, an ancient Sun Immortal Emperor emerged from the ancient era and stepped on this path to the extreme, and now there's actually another Immortal Emperor stepping on this path. Yiling Yuan swung his Emperor's sword and swept out a large swath of golden pristine light, chopping back all of that great Tao red sun. What? Your Excellency also knows of the ancient Sun Immortal Emperor. This emperor is not following the example of his predecessor. This is the red sun of the great Tao, intended for destruction, eventually surpassing the Immortal Emperor of that ancient era. The red sun will live forever, and the worlds will be turned upside down. Kill. The old Immortal Emperor was quite shocked, but how deep was the mind of someone who had become an Immortal Emperor? Didn't care about what Yiling Yuan said about emulating scornful intentions. In a great roar, driving the great Tao red sun to subvert the worlds. Endless destructive killing light beheading Immortal Yiling Yuan, more dangerous than the sword curtain of the Green Lotus Empress that ran through the ages just now. This was an old Immortal Emperor, and his heritage was also extremely powerful. Heavenly desolate ban, heavenly desolate fist. Yiling Yuan coldly snorted, not prepared to continuously entangle with these Immortal Emperors, and directly offered up his mastery when he was once a Dark Immortal Emperor. This was the Emperor's Tao killing art that Yiling Yuan had once deduced by gathering all the Dark Tao fruits. With a single punch, the entire Immortal Domain origin was covered in pitch-black Tao patterns, transforming into an incomparably bright black lotus. Boom! The even more terrifying yet invisible desolate silence laws chopped away, sparring with the Great Sun Immortal Emperor's destructive killing light. Yiling Yuan looked out of the corner of his eye coldly. His Emperor's might was vast, and he strongly crushed that red sun, stomping out with one foot, causing that old Immortal Emperor to change color, wanting to offer a stronger destructive killing technique. However, the black lotus sustained by Yiling Yuan enveloped the Great Sun Immortal Emperor, desolating his Tao fruit and causing his aura to shrivel up a lot at once. Pust!
The sturdy kick stomped this old immortal emperor, exploding him on the spot, spilling blood mist and landing on Sumeru Mountain. Roar! The real one returns. The old immortal emperor's furious roar resounded as he once again molded his emperor body and looked at Yi Lingyuan with incomparable anger, but did not dare to make a move. This one was clearly stronger than their 3 immortal emperors by half an order. Being above the immortal emperor, it would be self-defeating to fight any longer. Your 3 immortal emperors are nothing more than that. If you want to die, fight despite coming. Yi Lingyuan, why fear? But in the end all the fruits of the Tao all disappear. I'm afraid it will not be me. Yi someone. Yi Lingyuan had a black lotus on his head, so large that it made the countless universes look like they were lined with dust, and holding an emperor's sword inscribed with spacetime vein patterns. He looked disdainfully at the 3 Sumeru Mountain immortal emperors and called out to them. Chapter 49, Harvesting begins. Missing a maid of honor. Roar! Strange shame, both for the heavy pupil. There is no one in history, even if the death struggle and how. Heavy pupil immortal emperor was the first to lose, arrogant as he could not accept that double pupil derived from billions of worlds, rotating up, to be transformed into a pupil art that breaks all worlds to offer. Those with heavy pupils may not. That Qinglian female emperor was stopping the heavy pupil spell. Her autumn water eyes looked through the essence of insight to Yi Lingyuan. Immortal emperor, ye fought with us, but did not put down a desperate hand. I would like to ask, are you a dark being? Until now, Yi Lingyuan still hadn't revealed any characteristics of a dark being, like that immortal emperor number 6 who attacked outside the immortal realm. His temperament was furious and his darkness permeated the worlds, eroding them like a tumor. But this one gives off the exact opposite vibe. They didn't have insight into Yi Lingyuan's past and it was hard to comment. The worlds have only given birth to a new emperor this epoch, and his identity must have come from beyond the worlds. Although the old immortal emperor was angry at Yi Lingyuan's previous scorn, he said patiently, "Not bad. This emperor does come from the high heavenly planes, and immortal emperor number 7 is me." Yi Lingyuan, however, did not hide it in the slightest and said with a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth, "What? Immortal emperor no. 7. The 3 immortal emperors of Mount Sumeru all looked moved and solemn, and once again, their battle intent rose. "Then your excellency is admitting to intending to subvert the living forces of my immortal region?" The Green Lotus Empress said in a cold tone. If this emperor wanted to subvert this immortal realm, why would he need to go deeper? With just the 2 dark immortal emperors, he would have already led his army and attacked this side of the world, and he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Yi Lingyuan said with his hands in the air. Then your honor's intention. The Green Lotus Empress, the heavy pupil, and the old immortal emperor all stared at him in death. Boom! Yi Lingyuan did not reply. His body emanated a terrifying imperial might, like waves sweeping across the endless universe, surging and permeating this immortal domain origin land. Even the spectacular and incomparable Mount Sumeru had given birth to huge cracks, shaking and ready to collapse at any moment. What a pure immortal Tao aura! Could it be that your excellency is trying to say that he has abandoned the darkness? The old immortal emperor was shocked and said after pondering, Bull ******* abandoning the darkness. I, Yi Lingyuan, am not yet in such a sorry state. This emperor releasing the immortal Tao emperor's might is to tell you that while this seat still has some interest, don't make an enemy of me in the end, or else the future chances of victory for all the worlds will be dimmed by 1 point. Yi Lingyuan said, ignoring the wariness of the 3 immortal emperors and stepped inside Mount Sumeru with just his body. How to mediate? The old immortal emperor looked at the back of that arrogantly departing figure, and his eyes clouded over as he looked at the 2 fellow immortal emperors. Don't ask me. This shame will be returned by the heavy pupil. The heavy pupil immortal emperor snorted coldly and turned around to disappear as well. Mount Sumeru is opening another dojo, and we need to stay on top of our game for that plan to attack the mountain. The Green Lotus Empress murmured, and also turned around, stepping on the Green Lotus of the Great Tao to enter Mount Sumeru. AI. This epic, pouring out the accumulation of tens of epics from all the worlds. I wonder if I can attack that despairing mountain. The old immortal emperor also let out a long sigh and returned to his own dojo within Mount Sumeru. The territory within this Sumeru mountain was extremely vast, with lofty mountains, and many ancient great stars hanging. Even if an immortal emperor was in the middle of it, it would still be more than enough. Moreover, the immortal Tao substance here was so dense that even some of the vegetation had been transformed into everlasting emperor pills, which were found all over the mountains. Yi Lingyuan searched for a mountain range and looked at the longevity emperor pills growing wildly everywhere like weeds, and he couldn't help but murmur as well. The blood sacrifice of several epochs in the high heavenly plains seems to have missed this place. No wonder. The immortal domain harbors so many emperors. The everlasting substance of this place makes it difficult for even the darkness to truly invade. Yi Lingyuan built his dojo on this mountain range, mainly for the purpose of harvesting the sons of Qi. By the looks of things, the worlds are going to have a big fight this epic. He'll have to speed up his own progress as well. Maybe he's encountered a metaphysical ending plot, and if Gao Tianyuan is yanked, he's sure to suffer a reckoning. For Yi Lingyuan to put an end to this situation, he had to harvest the sons of Qi in a big way. Currently there are two sons of fortune in this immortal domain. One is the Yi Tiandi who has suppressed this epoch, and the other is the Qinglian female emperor who is hidden in Mount Sumeru. How should I reap the harvest? But I have to think about it. Yi Lingyuan's mind suddenly moved and he took out the almost forgotten moonflower pendant. This is the object of the moon palace of the heavenly realm, which was obtained from the little western paradise. It was a quasi-immortal emperor artifact. Inside lodged a wisp of fragrant soul. Since we're opening a dojo here, we're just short of a foot-warming maid. Yi Lingyuan used the art of retrospection, causing the Chang'e immortal within the moonflower pendant to float out again. Is this a good rich eldritch life? Dressed in a white palace dress, her hair was pulled high, revealing a section of snowy and amazing neck. The jade-faced fairy Chang'e frowned a little as she looked around. This place was somewhat similar to the heavy heaven of the heavenly realm. Just how much more than tens of thousands of times beyond the heavenly realm is that everlasting matter? Fairy Chang'e, a little bit of your spiritual consciousness will not be extinguished, so let's revive it this day. Yi Lingyuan sat in the center of the dojo and said to the illusory palace-suited stunning beauty, Your Excellency, as the Lord of the Dark Beings, is still trying to make a move against me? What exactly do you intend to do? Chang'e's beautiful eyes looked towards Yi Lingyuan, not the least bit subdued by facing an immortal emperor. The everlasting matter of this immortal domain origin is enough to revive a quasi-immortal emperor. It's considered your chance. As for your sentencing, temporarily be a foot warmer maid beside this emperor. Yi Lingyuan said indifferently. What? Foot warming maid? The white palatial beauty trembled a bit and became illusory for a few moments as she angrily stared at Yi Lingyuan and said, Never. If immortal emperor wants to force his way, I am of a clean and fresh nature and don't mind burning the jade with the stone. Boom. Yi Lingyuan still had to think about how to reap the matter of the sons of Qi, but he didn't have time to maneuver with this fairy in distress. Stretching out his large hand, he caused the everlasting substance of this Mount Sumeru to surge forth on a large scale, injecting it at that illusory figure. Gradually, in a muffled grunt from the woman, a cocoon of white, flawless light was born, the longevity substance of this immortal region's origin place. Even if an ordinary person inhaled a mouthful of it, he could live forever and live longer than the heavens. It was more than enough to revive a former immortal emperor-to-be. Yi Lingyuan's big hand stroked, causing time and age to stand still for half a day, waiting for the light cocoon forged by that immortal Tao substance to dissipate. The otherwise illusory white palatial beauty returned in full force. That beautifully cool face, almond eyes and vermilion lips, could be called a jade-faced hibiscus. Tall and delicate body in the white palace dress hidden under the puffy breasts delicate, like a chest fruit. Even the girdle waist of the palace dress are propped up high up. Peaks cannot be ignored. The charm of this heavenly fairy was so incomparably outstanding that even the stars and moon were not even half as good as her. The rash resurrection had returned, leaving the Lilliputian demented for a long time. Only then did his face turn cold as he looked at Yi Lingyuan. Your Excellency made me live with one thought. If I give in, is the next thought death? Chapter 50, The Appearance of the Robber of This Era. Being a foot-warming maid in front of this immortal emperor is an offense. How many forbidden beings in these worlds have begged for it? So be it. Since you find this displeasing, then be this emperor's common maid. Yi Lingyuan faintly said. The flight attendant. Chang'e Immortal's eyes swooned before her eyes, and she couldn't help but purse her lips tightly and let out a silent protest. To have her, a fairy of the heavenly realm, to warm the feet and pass the room for the dark beings would be worse than obliterating her. Categorically not to be. Fairy, it's time to fulfill your duty. Go pick some immortality herbs and pour a pot of immortal tea for this emperor. Yi Lingyuan didn't flirt with this white-clothed beauty and ordered indifferently. And then he sat down in the dojo and began to ponder the method of harvesting. There were ready-made sons of Qi in this Mount Sumeru, and it would be a waste not to harvest them. A green lotus cultivated into an immortal emperor. If he used the way of the past days obviously would not work. The other party was not weaker than him. Is it more straightforward to go ahead and say I'm going to suck your luck? Yi Lingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking that this method could be tried. The words of pouring tea are always better than the common room warm, and other vulgar things. Hey, captured by this dark immortal emperor, can only take one step to see one step?
hoped to find a chance to escape. Seeing Yi Lingyuan in low contemplation, Chang'e's face changed several times before she finally sighed and went to fulfill her duty.
Now all she had to do was to try to cooperate with this dark being as much as possible in order to make the other party slacken off and create conditions for her to escape. The palace skirt fluttered and her feet moved,
and she went to the hillside near the dojo, squatting down that not quite perfectly thin waist.
From the back of the vision, that palace skirt wrapped fat and bulging buttocks perfectly highlighted, in the cloak of black silk between the hidden, can be described as a set of good birth. This place is even more fertile than the heavenly realm, to the extent that there are longevity immortal medicines everywhere that are sufficient for refining imperial pills.
Chang'e squatted down to pick a few immortal medicines and found that the grades were all extremely high. Placed in the heavenly realm she used to be in, it was only something that could not be found. Inwardly shocked, I couldn't help but pick more.
While pouring tea for that Dark Immortal Emperor,
he himself could use it to cultivate. Returning to the Immortal Emperor's dojo, Chang'e poured tea with a clear and indifferent face, and with a wave of her sleeve, she manifested a table and placed the poured tea in front of Yi Lingyuan.
Squeeze the leg for this emperor. Yi Lingyuan casually picked up the teacup that the immortal aura floated up, mixed with the immortal aura of multiple longevity immortal medicines. The vapor floating out of the teacup vaguely had the meteorological derivation of the blue trees in the sky and the green lawns' pleasant cries.
Chang'e's tea pouring skills were beyond Yi Lingyuan's expectations.
The tea that was poured out by the Eternal Life Immortal Pill was actually extremely flavorful and clear,
which was the standard for top-quality tea.
But when he saw this white-clothed beauty stubbornly not moving at all, his eyebrows were full of arrogance and coldness,
and he did not have the slightest intention of pinching Yi Lingyuan's leg for him.
Yi Lingyuan also couldn't help but colden his gaze.
Fairy, this emperor's patience is limited. If you don't act again,
then pass the room immediately.
I can just hear that your excellency is being deliberately difficult. Chang'e's face changed slightly and she said in a very irritated manner,
only to obediently squat down at the waist to press and knead Yi Lingyuan's leg that was placed on the tabletop. As the heavenly fairy did this,
Chang'e Fan's heart's fire was actually going to overflow.
While pinching Yi Lingyuan's legs, the pair of fullness undulating more and more under that gauzy palace dress was enough to make one swallow spit. This kind of fallen fairy just needs to have her dignity crushed ruthlessly before she can truly understand her situation.
Not being a son of Qi, I, Yi Lingyuan, am a pure darkness immortal emperor, so what if I run amok?
Yi Lingyuan glanced at the scene of the stunningly beautiful heavenly fairy pinching her leg secretly.
There are no years in the mountains, and in an instant a year has passed.
There was a calm in Mount Sumeru. It accommodated 4 immortal emperors, but there was no urgent meteorology of intertwined avenues. At this point, Mount Sumeru was a map of the same level as high heavenly plains in Yi Lingyuan's opinion. At the peak moment on the high heavenly plains, it was more than enough to accommodate but 10 immortal emperors.
But outside of Mount Sumeru,
the tremors of the immortal realm came from time to time. The only thing that could cause this party to move was the immortal emperor battle. Yi Lingyuan and the remaining 3 immortal emperors all extended their thoughts out, focusing on this pinnacle level match between the worlds and the realm seas.
Boom! Outside of the immortal domain,
Yi Tiandi had his feet on the immortal cauldron and was engaged in the fiercest bloodshed with Immortal Emperor number 6. The Immortal Emperor origin aura swept through the countless realms of the worlds like a source of vibration,
causing countless worlds to panic.
I am the immortal domain's emperor of the day.
If you dark beings come, you will never be tolerated. Divine Demon Immortal Golden Cauldron, Eternal Suppression. A long, domineering shout came from outside the immortal realm.
At the same time there was a tripod sound that swept through many times and spaces. That side was drowned by the light and shadows of the gods and devils, and the sound of the tripod shook several times, radiating for an unknown distance. The veins of the past and the present and the future were manifested. In the end, along with a roar, Immortal Emperor number 6 was directly killed on the spot and turned into ashes. The immortal realm's children were seething, all shouting that the heavenly emperor was invincible. On the contrary, the dark beings, after the immortal emperor was subdued, massively ebbed, leaving behind a wretched scorched earth in the south. Great goodness, this newly risen emperor was able to subdue a peer. His future is unlimited. Perhaps we can allow him to enter Mount Sumeru and precipitate his own Dao fruits, waiting for the plan to attack the mountain to arrive.
Mount Sumeru, that old immortal emperor dojo, let out a word of admiration,
not mincing words of praise in a tone of voice towards his juniors.
Humph, Yi Tiandi, being born in this era, he is indeed lucky.
Killing a darkness immortal emperor would only result in him being focused on by high heavenly planes,
like that ancient sun and moon twin immortal emperor.
The heavy pupil's dojo was unimpressed,
feeling that Yi Tiandi's trials and tribulations had only just begun. The high heavenly planes are harvested once every epoch. Once there is an existence that is enough to threaten the homeland, that is something that will be liquidated by any means necessary to eliminate all future problems.
Now that a Dark Immortal Emperor had been subdued,
high heavenly planes would surely send out a stronger force.
He may be the one to answer the calamity of this epoch and still need to have enough time to settle down. The voice of that female emperor transformed by the Green Lotus was clear and ethereal,
echoing through Mount Sumeru, conversing with the two emperors. What? The one who should be robbed. Immortal Emperor Chinger, can you confirm this matter?
The old Immortal Emperor was shocked to hear this and asked urgently.
Even the heavy pupil was silent. If it's a respondent, then it can't be underestimated. If I couldn't be sure before, but to be able to subdue an Immortal Emperor at the same rank, this potential is only possessed by those who should be robbed. Immortal Emperor Chinger said, since that's the case, it's all the more reason to let him enter Mount Sumeru. With the source protecting him, even the Dark Immortal Emperor will have a hard time fighting his way in. The old Immortal Emperor's spirit lifted and said. This time the heavy pupil stopped intervening with his words. The responder is a legend from a very long time ago on this side of the worlds. It is said that the one who responds to the calamity is the one who can break through the dawn of the high heavenly planes. Chapter 51 Immortal Emperor Chinger. Let's discuss the Tao with martial arts. If this side of the world of the gods truly counterattack the dark ancestral land, the probability of winning was less than 1 in 10,000, and this remaining 1 in 10,000 falls to the one who should be robbed. The Immortal Emperor's single thought had insight into the ancient and modern future and knew many secrets. It is also understood that there is indeed a basis for this claim, and there have been exceptions. For example, this Immortal Emperor Chinger was the one who had responded to the calamity in the previous epoch. It had also subdued an Immortal Emperor of the high heavenly planes in the previous epoch. After gaining insight into the fact that Yi Tiandi was the one to answer the calamity of this epoch, the three emperors of Mount Sumeru came to a consensus to introduce that Yi Heavenly Emperor into Mount Sumeru to sink his strength for the final battle. I'll go. This epoch's shoulder of the calamity. What do I, heavy pupil, have to fear? Just let me try to find out if it's true or not. The heavy pupil Immortal Emperor walked out of Mount Sumeru and took the initiative to travel to the Immortal region to introduce that person. The last emperor of Mount Sumeru, Yi Ling Yuan, also saw that scene instead, the one who should be robbed. Interesting. On the contrary, it's number 6, a waste of space, being cut down without any injuries. I'm only afraid that Gao Tian Yuan will send a stronger Immortal Emperor over. Yi Ling Yuan, on the contrary, didn't have much of an attitude of valuing the robbers. The one who should be robbed is the so-called son of Qi. There won't be just one. It's the ones that survive to the end that really smile. There were many sons of Qi in this world, while those who might climb to Immortal Emperor were few. Even fewer survived the era liquidation. Fairy, how is the brewing of this emperor's saliva grapes going? Yi Lingyuan retracted his gaze, no longer focusing on that outside world, but instead looking at the palatial beauty next to him. I can't brew. Chang'e's dimpled face was red, her red lips lightly biting in annoyance. You didn't accomplish what this emperor commanded you to do. That's a sin. A sin deserves punishment. Remember your identity. You are no longer the Moon Palace fairy of that heavenly realm, but a prisoner of this emperor. Come over to the common room. Yi Lingyuan said unhappily. Your Excellency really want to eat. Chang'e felt that her cool nature would soon be destroyed by this dark being, and said with both shame and grief, whether this emperor eats or not is this emperor's business. Whether the fairy does or doesn't, that's the fairy's attitude. Pass the room. Yi Lingyuan was very lacking in patience and said, a year, though, was no less than a snap of the fingers for beings like them. But this fallen fairy still can't figure out her identity. So it's time for a heavy, hard punishment. I know. Unexpectedly, the palace-skirted fairy next to him let out a deep breath and calmed down. She lightly folded her willow waist and casually picked up a purple grape emitting a glittering immortal light from the fruit basket on the tabletop, and then walked over to Yi Lingyuan. Extremely close, the slender and graceful body fragrance wafts and refreshes the heart. Just as Yi Lingyuan watched, the beautiful person in front of him lightly turned around. Her long sleeves waved and fell on his shoulders. The moonlike plumpness was already pressed against his knee, maintaining a sideways sitting position. Shanghai Immortal's clear and cold jade dimple was first flushed with a wisp of coldness, and then gradually became as red as a peach, stuffing that purple glucose into the tiny sandalwood mouth in front of Yi Lingyuan. Then he moved towards Yi Lingyuan. The fairy's nostrils were soft and slow, honey-sweet and fragrant, the moment her red lips touched. Yi Lingyuan couldn't help but feel a small ripple in his heart as well.
He wasn't shy about enjoying the flavor of the slobbering grapes, when the sun rises and the moon is hidden.
After going back and forth several times,
noticing that the body of the person in his arms was becoming more and more limp and weak like water,
it was only when Yi Lingyuan appropriately stopped,
looking at the face that was close at hand. With a face like gold paper, Yi Lingyuan faintly said,
"Are you bent on death?"
The fairy in her arms didn't have the strength to answer, and the breathless gold paper face opened its mouth. Her lips had also lost their charming rosy luster and were very pale and white as she said,
"Instead of falling into the hands of the dark beings and being wantonly humiliated, it would be better to cough." After saying that, he directly fainted in an unbearable manner because of the depletion of his origin. As for that,
a mouthful of grapes has infused you with your life's essence, but this chaste nature has indeed been recognized by this emperor.
Yi Lingyuan looked at the nearly dying fairy.
The surface of his body glowed, and the immortal emperor origin fed back, soon made the pale and colorless person in his arms cheeks flushed with flesh. The original somewhat lost temperature of the slender body,
but also rejuvenated a faint fragrant heat aftertaste. After Yi Lingyuan revived Chang'e, he left her in the dojo,
while recognizing Chang'e's nature.
This one is truly chaste, no pun intended,
but as a prisoner of his master,
who willfully seeks death,
he must be punished with a heavy penalty for his crimes. But Yi Lingyuan had to do something important at the moment.
It's time to harvest that immortal Emperor Qing'er. During his 1 year in the Sumeru mountain,
he had come to know the name of that son of Qi.
Many immortal emperors have long forgotten their true names in their cultivation. After all,
they cultivate their true selves,
and things outside of their bodies are eventually discarded. Only this female emperor,
who was transformed by the green lotus, still cast her true name,
Qing'er. Yi Lingyuan took a step out. The bottom of his feet spread out the bright immortal light avenue.
There were gods and devils prostrating themselves on both sides of the immortal light avenue,
chanting their avenue inscriptions, as if welcoming the heavenly emperor on his inspection tour. Boom!
The immortal light path spanned billions and billions of miles across Mount Sumeru,
leading straight to immortal Emperor Qing'er's dojo. Ah, it's that new emperor who has arrived. Quickly go and report to Empress Qing'er.
Although it is the immortal emperor who is visiting,
the empress is in purification and must not be disturbed. Give up my body to stop the emperor. Set up the Big Dipper formation band to block the emperor's arrival.
Qing'er's dojo spawned countless real universe shadows,
all of which were created by Qing'er's single thought.
There was no lack of powerful people in that multitude of universes with immortal kings,
and when they saw Yi Lingyuan intruding into the female emperor's dojo,
they all led a crowd to stop him.
Stand down, immortal Emperor Karma. You will become ash if you touch it. Just as many universes led the crowd to intercept Yi Lingyuan,
a clear and ethereal voice resounded.
Those cosmic shadows then turned into bubbles,
as if they no longer existed. The immortal emperor can be born with a single thought, giving birth to unbelievable aptitudes.
It's just an insignificant strand of it. Inside the dojo, large swathes of chaotic chi were like oceans of vaporized immortality.
Qing'er was sitting on a pure and incomparably clear green lotus of the great Tao in the center of the chaos. Her eyes opened and she looked towards Yi Lingyuan, who was walking on the immortal light path.
What do you intend to do by intruding into my dojo, fellow Daoist? Immortal Emperor Qing'er, since I've entered Mount Sumeru,
I naturally have to learn about the situation here.
How about a debate on the Tao?
Yi Lingyuan stood in the chaos and said frankly,
the argument is only false.
I have insight into the impure nature of the Taoist friend.
Qing'er said indifferently, maybe.
Qing'er killed with this emperor last time. I'm afraid she still retains some strength.
This emperor is very interested, so let's discuss the way with martial arts, Yi Lingyuan said.
Billions of true dragon shadows flew out of his hand,
metamorphosing into an emperor's sword to slash directly towards Qing'er,
who was sitting on the green lotus of the great Tao.
Chapter 52 Peak Level Immortal Emperor Law. Boom!
The sword light cut through the golden curtain,
directly diffusing the female emperor's dojo into a dragon domain.
All the dragons chanted together. As Yi Lingyuan's sword blade chopped, it was like 10,000 dragons conquering,
and that majestic aura pressed down the chaos chi around immortal Emperor Qing'er. Clank!
Immortal Emperor Qing'er also brought out 10% of her battle strength, not daring to be careless in the face of Yi Lingyuan, who had once exchanged blows. This was the strongest enemy she had encountered so far as a responder. Billions of crystalline and immaculate green lotuses of the great Tao around his body took root in the void and blossomed,
spitting out endless tides of swords. Each strand of sword chi was green and misty, green and clear, capable of decimating a realm. Billions of strands converged into a tide,
and the waves rose and felt a spell towards Yi Lingyuan.
Boom boom boom. The entire female emperor's dojo was broken in an instant.
But for their level,
everything could be mirrored,
and they could return to their roots with a single thought. Both Empress Qing'er and Yi Lingyuan had consciously kept the Immortal Emperor's might under control in the Empress Dojo and did not leak out. Otherwise, half of the entire Mount Sumeru would be destroyed, and the immortal realm would be greatly shaken. A partial immortal emperor who specializes in one sword is indeed unparalleled in attack. Immortal Emperor Haotian's 10,000 Paths True Dragon has interpreted the essence of the blue in the hands of this emperor, but he is still not able to gain the upper hand, and on the way of the sword, it can be called an emperor. Yi Lingyuan lamented between his thoughts. The tactics were more and more severe. Roar! He ruffled his sword and raised it high, slashing out a great rift, as if the source of the endless world had been pierced open, and an ancestral dragon's roar shook out. Yi Lingyuan's sword, Shuo Gu, triggered the ancestral dragon divine intent, and from that great rift a pale white dragon spanned out, so large that it had no boundaries, and just the stretched out backbone alone carried an endless universe that flourished. The ancestral dragon came out and gathered the essence of the 10,000 true dragons, causing Immortal Emperor Qing'er's willow brows to rise in concentration as well. The ancestral dragon was an incomparably ancient existence, even going back to before the formation of the high heavenly planes. It fell in the first epoch. However, although the ancestral dragon is dead, its intent is undying, and it is the source of the dragon race. Since the fall of the ancestral dragon, there had been no shortage of strong dragons who had cultivated a wisp of the ancestral dragon's intent, returning to the ancestor to return to the source, but that is not even as powerful as the ancestral dragon at the beginning of the birth of time. Now that Yi Lingyuan had triggered the return of the ancestral dragon, although it wasn't a full state of intent either, it was still appalling enough. Yi Lingyuan was like a dragon father. His feet stepped on the ancestral dragon, and an ancestral dragon bellowed, shattering the majestic sword tide. The ancestral dragon erupted in a pale roar, probing out a claw, infinitely slapping at Qing'er below. Fellow Daoist has great ability. Such secrets of the dragon clan are almost extinct. Even the strongest of the dragon clan have never mastered them, and fellow Daoist has managed to bring them back. The Green Lotus Sword. Qing'er was also unable to sit on the green lotus of the great Tao, and she got up and shouted as the boundless chaos raged. An ancient sword with a green lotus flower as its lattice rose, contained since the chaos. Emerging from the chaos, it was held in the palm of Qing'er's hand, and in an instant, infinite sword chi soared wildly. There was no need for Qing'er to make any sword gestures. Where she stood, 10,000 swords were born of their own accord, and no one could approach. Boom! Infinite sword chi chopped on the sky-covering dragon claw. The true intent of the sword road also broke out, actually not losing to the ancestral dragon intent, giving birth to the future meteorology of the destruction of all worlds. Only the sword is the only one. The strength of this Immortal Emperor Qing'er's sword Dao had already formed a clear vein of sword Dao exclusivity in the future. Even destiny had been opened up by her sword path, which was ridiculously strong. The sword path I cultivate. I am fond of one sword. One sword is life. One sword is destruction. Fellow Daoist, are you willing to receive my strongest sword? Immortal Emperor Qing'er's eyes were like water, letting the sword chi around her body burst out to fight against the ancestral dragon's intent. But her eyes were fixed on Yi Lingyuan, who had his feet on the ancestral dragon. Of course, Immortal Emperor Qing'er can bring out her strongest reserves, and this emperor will be able to override it with a single thought. Yi Lingyuan smiled faintly and waved his sleeve to lead the bravado. To this day, he, the Dark Immortal Emperor, had terrifying depths. Fearless Immortal Emperor level now, even a powerful one among the Immortal Emperors. Fellow Daoist, good vigor, but later on, I hope you can still maintain it. That wild aura of Yi Lingyuan's caused Qing'er to be a bit offended. Boom! Qing'er waved her green lotus sword. The phantoms around her overlapped, and time shattered. Unable to carry that impending terrifying sword path, the past, the then and the future were all revealed. It was as if there were countless Qing'er standing in the upper, middle and lower reaches of the River of Ages, swinging out a sword at the same time. This sword must be domineering across the ages, with no one being able to surpass it. Boom! A sword light slashed towards Yi Lingyuan, running through from the past, from the current world, and from the future. As this sword slashed out, the great Tao of the worlds was all eclipsed, and at this moment countless real worlds suffered complete despair. It was as if the great roads of heaven and earth had all disappeared and ceased to exist. The paths of cultivation were all cut off, and the source was in darkness and silence. Qing'er's sword, surprisingly, directly chopped up all the Tao in the past and present, and only one sword eternally survived forever, and directly pushed Yi Lingyuan. Roar! The ancestral dragons will whistled long and loud, and his true body met it, but it was strangled by the bright and unseeable sword light,
dissipating like a dream bubble.
as if it too had been chopped out of existence. A single sword severed all the Tao of the worlds,
all existence,
and even involved the perceptions of all the spirits.
In Mount Sumeru,
that old immortal emperor was also shaken. The female emperor issued her strongest sword, and that binding force was not able to stop it,
and it began to overflow outwards. And Mount Sumeru had countless universes besides the immortal emperor, and the great Tao dimmed in an instant, triggering a panic amongst the living beings. One sword birth and destruction. Immortal Emperor Qinger is confused. He even used this undercard in advance. The old immortal emperor gazed towards that as if the past, current world, and future did not exist, and only an extremely illusory shadow of the Tao field remained, and worry surfaced in his eyes. And then he activated his great divine ability to forcefully cut off the river of ages and stop the leakage of that terrifying sword, almost to be wiped out of existence at the same time inside the female emperor's dojo.
Yi Ling Yuan's pupils also shrunk slightly, worthy of being the one who should be robbed.
If this sword is used to deal with the high heavenly planes, I'm afraid that it can only instantly kill an immortal emperor. The variables on this side of the worlds are simply outrageous.
Yi Ling Yuan faced that bright drowning everything sword light straight on.
That green-robed woman held the emperor's sword and stabbed unwaveringly,
like an absolute master who held the lifelines of all the worlds.
The heavenly desolate ban, immortalized for all time. Yi Ling Yuan took a deep breath,
revealing a serious look as he let out a long whistle and unfolded his own immortal emperor law.
Boom!
The dark veins spread outward from his body,
and in an instant they extended into the past, covered the current world, and rippled into the future. The strongest strike of the heavenly desolate prohibition erupted. Yi Ling Yuan seemed to have transcended,
and his figure faded away from the world.
The heavenly wasteland prohibition was woven into a black net that covered the ancient and modern future, and he completely transcended it,
becoming the net spreader who was in charge of this black net.
Let everything in the black net of corruption, time and age, and the heavenly avenues, it is difficult to escape from the net. Boom boom boom,
covering the ancient and modern future of the huge black net. Desolate silence everything, along with the material, are obliterated.
What the great Tao, what arts and techniques are corrupted beyond recognition, completely turned into black ash. Chapter 53, explicitly, do you want to be a couple?
This corrupting force that enveloped space and time clashed fiercely with Qinger's strongest sword.
Devastating ripples erupted between the two sides. All sorts of horrible dark future weather surfaces one by one, signaling where the future will end up. Only the immortal emperor level could carry such great karma, striking out to influence the direction of the worlds. Boom!
As an infinite number of destructive endings moved towards piling up, the Empress Dowager's dojo was completely unable to withstand it and disappeared on the spot.
With all of its existence cleared away, even the cognitive level becomes empty. Except for the immortal emperor, other beings will lose their impression of the female emperor's dojo.
Yi Ling Yuan whistled long and took out his peak battle strength.
The black net in his palm continuously contracted, pressing down on the decaying and unbearable ancient, modern and future spacetime threads,
entangling that strongest sword of Qinger to death, and even the strongest sword light dimmed under the decaying power.
In the end,
Qinger stifled a grunt and voluntarily withdrew her sword between her pale face. Her green clothes rippled slightly as she stood on the green lotus of the great Tao, but the sword chi around her seemed to have lost its divine intent,
withering and thinning out. Qinger turned the emperor's sword upside down and hid it behind her elbow.
A tip of the sword that still retained a misty green light peeked out from behind her shoulder.
Her brows filled with a bit of despondency as she looked towards Yi Ling Yuan and said, "Fellow Daoist,
if you didn't come from an unknown origin, I would have thought that you were a respondent to the tribulation of all the worlds.
This battle prowess is truly terrifying. Immortal Emperor Qinger, don't be overly humble.
That sword of yours just now has already forced this emperor to use his full power.
You're enough to be proud of yourself." Yi Ling Yuan laughed. Is fellow Daoist praising Qinger or discounting her? Even as an immortal emperor, Qinger couldn't help but raise her willow eyebrows,
reaching out her slender jade hand to straighten out the few strands of messy green silk beside her cheeks. Her long skirt was pale green and as thin as a cicada's wing,
and under the unknown light wind,
a wonderful and infinite slender body was highlighted,
plump and erect, the dark green silk and buttocks. The roots are crystal clear and have a very strong temperament. This act of a daughter's family gave Qinger's image of the supreme immortal emperor a few more smoldering moments. Of course it's a compliment. Qinger, you've carved out a unique sword path and are able to fight me, Yi Ling Yuan, head on, when it comes to being one of the strongest in this Sumeru mountain.
Yi Ling Yuan sincerely praised.
In the battle just now,
if this female immortal emperor hadn't taken the initiative to withdraw her sword, Yi Lingyuan wouldn't have been able to win so easily. If it was a matter of life and death, it would only take tens of thousands of years for him to behead this Qinger. That sword had almost become the strongest in the ancient world, and the future could not match its light. However, Yi Lingyuan didn't need to mess with this great heroine type of the Son of Fortune. Looking at Qinger's indifferent and high-cooled immortal posture, he said, "Immortal Emperor Qinger, the purpose for which I, Yi Lingyuan, came here, besides discussing the Tao with martial arts, is to find a partner, and in today's worlds, I see that Immortal Emperor Qinger is very suitable. I don't know what Qinger is thinking about." Talking about this with someone at the Immortal Emperor level, there was absolutely no need to beat around the bush and pile on the foreplay, because Immortal Emperors pass through the ancient and modern world with a single thought. That would be purely in vain. It is the way of the Immortal Emperor to ask directly to his face. Seeking a mate. Why does fellow Taoist Yi have how idea? Qinger froze, those autumn eyes showing her incomprehension. The Immortal Emperor sits on the great Tao, not to say that he has broken his love, but he is also washed away with an incomparable lightness. Generally, the idea doesn't come up. How could she have known that Yi Lingyuan was the divine soul of a traveler and had a purpose to cope with the crisis? Because Immortal Emperor Qinger is very similar to this emperor. It would be a shame if she didn't become a good friend, Yi Lingyuan said after some thought, much like Taoist friends. Qinger doesn't understand? Qinger's eyes once again appeared skeptical, thinking that Yi Lingyuan was forcing a conversation. She did not have a bad impression of Yi Lingyuan. As for the identity of the so-called dark beings, the other two immortal emperors of Mount Sumeru were scrupulous and displeased. Qinger didn't have such thoughts. As the one who should be robbed, his broad-mindedness and spirit were far beyond that of an ordinary immortal emperor. She looked at people only by their essence, and this Taoist Yi was pure in his immortal way. Unlike the Dark Immortal Emperor's thirst for killing and brutality, whether he was a dark being or not was irrelevant. The matter of the couple had really surprised her. Immortal Emperor Qinger is just as invincible as this emperor, and is a great potential in the future. We should combine our strengths, Yi Lingyuan said with brazen candor. This Qinger's battle prowess was definitely top-notch, so if she could develop into a familiar's, it certainly wouldn't be a loss. Cyan was silent. Then he pinched a sword finger with that empty jade hand, and made a solemn salute to Yi Lingyuan. Thank you for your love, but Qinger's ambition is not here. My sword heart is pure, and I only want to attack that high heavenly planes in this life, and I really don't have the time to take care of other things. The implication is that it won't. Doesn't Qinger think that it would be more cost-effective for you and my Tao couple to attack the mountain together than for you to be alone? Immortal emperors need not break their love. Qinger, you have been withdrawn for half your life. It is not desirable to fight against the darkness. Try to step over and switch a path. Perhaps it is more relaxed and pleasant than now. Or is it that you, Qinger, are able to cut down the ancient and future Tao with a single sword, and you lack the courage to even attempt this? Yi Lingyuan extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Today he came, not to return empty-handed. No matter what, the son of Qi must be harvested, as soon as possible. Fellow Taoist Qi is willing to join Qinger in the position. Do you dare to swear explicitly? Cyan was a little shaken by what was said. Although this side of the world had the heritage of the five emperors, it was living a truly miserable life. Having personally experienced the despair of the previous epoch, Qinger also knew deep down that the hope of dealing with the high heavenly planes was extremely slim. If I can pull in this Taoist Yi, it's not a bad idea. As for the matter of the Tao couple, Qinger accepts and doesn't feel any less. That's natural. I, Yi Lingyuan, swear by my true name. The heaven and earth avenues can all prostrate themselves to obey the order. If I become a Taoist couple with Qinger, I will be husband and wife with one heart and one mind, and the sword will point to the high heavenly planes. Qinger's wife, can you be satisfied with that? After taking the oath, Yi Lingyuan also walked towards Qinger. Qinger frowned at him with a vague sense of unnaturalness. Don't worry, emotion is the essence of man. Even immortal emperors can't part with it. You and I have now become Tao couples. I will love you well and warm up your withdrawn body. Yi Lingyuan unceremoniously took the green-clothed beauty in front of him into his arms, and then placed her horizontally on the crystalline avenue green lotus. And Qing's skin was slightly taut. This moment no longer seemed to be the indifferent, smoke-like immortal emperor, but a shy woman. Her temperament was extremely light, not cold, but with a fairy-like sense of estranged ethereality. Even Yi Lingyuan felt that the mood of only to be seen from afar was born from her. The green dress clung to the plump and delicate skin. The body heat was faint and the fragrance intoxicating. Seemingly unable to endure this atmosphere, Qinger's melon face, which was permeated with a reddish haze,
slightly deviated over, eyes closed tightly, eyelashes fluttering gently. That mood is so strange that even the immortal emperor can't ignore it. Chapter 54, A Successful Harvest. The emperor who makes emperors look up to him. Emotions are the original thoughts in the bones of living beings. Not impurities shabby, you and I make love, but also in the understanding of an avenue. Seeing Qinger had the intention of closing off her five senses and letting her do what she wanted, Yi Lingyuan disagreed. Emotions were only beautiful when they resonated with both parties, and most memorable to each other. As such, even if he wanted this immortal emperor Qinger, it was estimated that her heart would not open up to Yi Lingyuan, while pulling away the ribbon on Qinger's thin and smooth waist and abdomen, causing her dress to loosen up. Yi Lingyuan leaned down to press against Qinger's earlobe and laughed lowly. Why torture me? Qinger always refused to open her eyes. That willow eyebrow gentle face like jade impeccable. High and indifferent charm is really like calling people dare not blaspheme the ethereal fairy god. Opened lips. Qinger sees the matter of emotion as torture? If the immortal emperor also holds such views, I can only say that your path has narrowed, and it is doubtful that you will be able to take a step closer in the future. Yi Lingyuan said as he admired his warm and three-dimensional features from a close distance. Such a fair woman is absolutely forbidden to men. Since the harvest is to be reaped, it has to be done satisfactorily. The immortal emperor's mind was so profound that it could perhaps be described as merciless. Look at all the spirits as a butcher dog. Such a state of mind, if not a breakthrough. Yi Lingyuan even withholding a time of intercourse. It is difficult to serve as the future should be the basis of the robbery. This kind of son of a great female master's chi, if not suppressed from both body and mind at the same time, how can it be used for me? Immortal Emperor Qinger, today is destined to be your bitter calamity. Yi Lingyuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, but his tone was extraordinarily soft as he said, try to let go of your physical and mental shackles and welcome me. This is not a discussion, but an order. Boom! Qinger's beautiful eyes suddenly opened, floating with Zeus' birth and death, chaos cloud opening weather, and her immortal emperor-level aura was almost out of control. But Yi Lingyuan knew in his heart that he had already touched the bottom line of this female immortal emperor. If he could break through, it could definitely be called ecstasy for him. The eyes also glowed, harboring the weather of an immortal emperor as they locked eyes with him. Husband's words dare to fall on deaf ears. You should be punished. The 5 fingers of the palm that reached under Qinger's waist and half hugged the moon disk snapped hard. Qinger's beautiful eyes that flowed with the immortal emperor's weather suddenly trembled, and a few wisps of aggression surfaced. Don't turn away from Yi Lingyuan's gaze and said, I feel that now is the real you, cunning, domineering, and all around. To talk about your husband in a presumptuous manner, even if you are an immortal emperor, you will have to be punished again. Oh, Yi Lingyuan got a SOSO evaluation, but was in a soothing mood and said, you, come on. Qinger skimmed her face and closed her good-looking eyes again, and this time her slender and trim physique was extraordinarily relaxed. Great good. Yi Lingyuan revealed a hint of a smile. The harvest begins. The flawless and immaculate green lotus of the great Tao that was rooted in the chaos began to bloom with brilliant lotus petals. Time is running out. Another 3 years have passed. Yi Lingyuan and Qinger discussed the Tao with each other, and he taught Qinger the immortal emperor law of the heavenly desolate ban, and Qinger also handed over that mending realm and destroying Tao one sword to him. The relationship between the two has been heating up, and they have become like a real couple. 5 years later, that old immortal emperor from Mount Sumeru also set foot in the female emperor's dojo and came to visit. Immortal Emperor Qinger greeted. In a side of the immortal realm pavilion, Yi Lingyuan was naturally there. The 3 emperors met, and for a while, they were surprisingly silent, seemingly realizing that the atmosphere is not right. The old immortal emperor looked at Yi Lingyuan and turned to immortal Emperor Qinger, who was brimming with eyebrows and pouring tea, and said, the female emperor's chi is rosy, and the yin and yang are intermingled. So could it be that she has discussed the Tao with Taoist friend Yi? Qinger nodded her head and poured a private pot of immortal emperor's fine wine, filling it up for the 2 emperors respectively, and opened her lips to say, fellow Taoist Yi is on our side and deserves complete trust. The old immortal emperor was speechless for a long time before saying, if the heavy pupil knew about this matter he would probably go mad. The implication is self-evident. Old senior, don't bamboozle me. The heavy pupil is the heavy pupil, and I, Qinger, don't have half a relationship with him. Nowadays, we should put our eyes on those emperors hidden in all the worlds. The attack on the mountain in this epoch is not feasible with just a few of us, Qinger solemnly said to the old immortal emperor. This old immortal emperor was naturally not in existence of this epoch either. He had lived through 4 epochs, and it was reasonable for him to be honored by Qinger as a senior. Moreover, Qinger also knew that this old senior had come into contact with other Empyreans. Is Taoist Yi actually from the high heavenly planes?
The old immortal emperor pondered for a moment, but his old eyes looked at Yi Lingyuan first.
Rest assured, I was also an immortal emperor through several epochs. My origin is clear. Why do I need to prove myself? Furthermore, if my heart turns to the high heavenly planes, would thou still have a life to live?
Yi Lingyuan said indifferently. The old immortal emperor's face stiffened,
flashing a hint of displeasure. But now that this Dao Yuyi with his arrogant style had tied immortal Emperor Qinger to a piece, it also made him lose his temper inside. Immortal Emperor Qinger, the source of the immortal domain isn't the only stronghold. I once roamed to the upper reaches of the long river of time, broke through a layer of emperor prohibitions and arrived at the sea of time, where I met with an emperor that made me tremble, an existence that needed to be looked up to. The old immortal emperor reminisced about the past, revealing a hint of a sense of sadness. Even old seniors need to look up. Could it be that they have already transcended the immortal emperor realm?
Qinger frowned at her words. The immortal emperor realm couldn't really be considered a complete realm, as it all stood at the top of the great Tao, and beyond that was a mist that couldn't be seen. Every immortal emperor had explored this mist. There were those who had gone before and naturally, there were also the latter. But each immortal emperor would not differ greatly by and large. After all, the foundation of this magnitude is there, and an existence that could make an immortal emperor who had lived for 4 epochs look up to him.
Cyan was all a bit confused. They are all old coins. I guess even the patriarch of the high heavenly planes was kept in the dark. It's good that I chose to harvest the sons of Qi to answer the calamity. Otherwise I wouldn't know how to die.
The news revealed by this old immortal emperor caused Yi Lingyuan to be shocked. The immortal emperors on this side of the world are quite capable of hiding. It was estimated that the number of true immortal emperors was far more than 5.
What comes after the immortal emperor? My generation seeks to find out. Even the immortal emperor will have his strength exhausted.
The old immortal emperor also revealed a look of yearning. What Qinger asked was the same answer he wanted to beg for.
Unfortunately, no one in all the worlds can give an answer at this time. The heavy pupil invites immortal domain's heavenly emperor Yi. When we return, we can explore the Sea of Time once more, and I believe we can find some answers.
The old immortal emperor said towards Qinger.
Very good. Cyan nodded.
The emperors on the side of the worlds were all scattered.
If it could coalesce,
only then would it have the qualifications to fight with Gao Tianyuan. The old immortal emperor didn't stay for long and left in a very sensible manner.
After that, it was Yi Lingyuan's cozy time with Qinger.
Only after Qinger's mouth contained several avenues did Yi Lingyuan find an excuse to leave.
Returning to his dojo, Yi Lingyuan's face then turned grim, calling out to people. It's the Dark Patriarch's call again. It seems that the Patriarch has been alarmed by the loss of 2 immortal emperors from the high heavenly planes. Yi Lingyuan stood in the dojo for a long time. Chapter 55 Dark Ancestor Resurrects. Great Sacrifice begins. What has your excellency summoned me for? A dark fragrance floated around,
and Chang'e walked behind Yi Lingyuan,
her face carrying a hint of caution. Fairy, this emperor is going to be out for a while. You'll have to take care of my dojo during this time.
Yi Lingyuan turned his back to Chang'e and said indifferently.
Your excellency is going out. Behind her, Chang'e was a bit surprised, and then immediately seemed to be thinking about something. This emperor would like to warn the fairy that if you take advantage of my absence to escape.
Yi Lingyuan suddenly turned around and looked at the cold-faced Chang'e. The corner of his mouth teasingly smiled as he walked step by step to her, so close that he only needed to lean forward a little bit to kiss the forehead of this palace dress beauty,
saying, when the time comes to be captured by me, it will be 1,000 times over. What do you mean? Your excellency, 1,000 times you want me to live and die? That begs to be done. Chang'e's cold eyes flickered slightly, revealing a fox's doubt and a quick look of fearlessness as she let her neck to death. It's what you think. Get caught by me and I'll let you live and die 1,000 times over. Remember.
Yi Lingyuan's gaze was a bit odd as he nodded along with her words.
Afterwards, he no longer paid any attention to the fairy whose face was furious and whose breasts rose and fell violently as he turned around and stepped towards the void. Howl. A true dragon spawned from beneath Yi Lingyuan's feet, transforming into an ancestral dragon avenue that led straight out of the immortal realm. And he disappeared step by step just like that. This is Hao Tiandi's Wandao True Dragon Qi. Impossible. Why would the Wandao True Dragon recognize a dark being? Could it be that Hao Tiandi is with him?
Yi Lingyuan leapt with his feet on the 10,000 Paths True Dragon,
but unexpectedly gave Chang'e a heavy blow.
The whole group stared blankly in the direction he had disappeared.
As a former Heavenly Realm Moon Palace master,
She knew very well that the true dragon of the 10,000 paths could only be harnessed by someone with an open heart who had been recognized by the ancestral dragon.
Emperor Hao Tian could manage it because he was the son of the ancestral dragon.
And the fact that this Dark Immortal Emperor was able to harness it had to be reminiscent. If it were the real Dark Immortal Emperor,
rumored to be brutal and unkind, I'm only afraid that I would have already been humiliated.
A hint of confusion surfaced within China. The idea that he had decided to run away was put on hold for a while.
Taka Tenkara. The chaos lightning that had not been dispersed for years struck down.
And this plateau had long been scorched earth,
without any semblance of life.
If the 18 layers of hell that Yi Lingyuan had stepped on before was considered hell,
then putting hell here is a bit inadequate.
The dark beings that survived on the high heavenly planes were all the strongest of the strong. The dark beings that are able to stand here can serve as a party's commander when the liquidation is launched in the future.
Latter-day Emperor, you finally returned.
You betrayed us. I'm going to clear the air with you. Yi Lingyuan had just set foot on the high heavenly planes when he was stopped in his tracks by a cloud of Immortal Emperor black shadows, and a terrifying aura of darkness flooded towards him as if it was going to erode his very essence.
Number 3. If you dare to be night and day in front of this Emperor again,
I don't mind letting your origin shatter again.
And then your resurrection will have to wait until the next era.
Yi Lingyuan directly ignored this Immortal Emperor's black shadow, walking past the darkness breath with his hands in the air, and warned him. Roar! The black shadow hissed unwillingly, shocking the dark beings on the high heavenly planes to tremble and prostrate a large area.
But in the end,
the remnant soul of Immortal Emperor number 3 didn't dare to mess with Yi Lingyuan.
As it was said,
if his origin was crushed again during the resurrection stage,
he might really not be able to recover until the next epoch. 7. I've lost. I regret that I shouldn't have listened to you. If you were the one who attacked the immortal domain, the one who lies here resurrected will definitely be you. I hate.
Another heaven-defying Immortal Emperor's black shadow manifested at the end of the high heavenly planes,
roaring up to the heavens, filled with boundless hatred. 6. You are too stupid to bestow your creation on a pig that won't even be counter-cleared by the worlds in front of the formation. Wait for the resurrection. But even if you are resurrected, you're still a waste.
Yi Lingyuan scorned him,
likewise walked through the remnants of 7.
The darkness around him filled the air, the far without boundaries.
There were endless pitch-black universes born in a single thought, towards which offerings were added.
And Yi Lingyuan's body braced through the sky,
transforming into an immeasurably huge existence.
One step across the high heavenly planes, deep into the true hinterland that was so completely black that not even a glimmer of light survived.
That's the Dark Patriarch's forbidden zone.
Yi Lingyuan crossed over and realized that there were already several Dark Immortal Emperors standing here.
Each one was shrouded in darkness, powerful, brutal, and negative emotions radiating outward, distorting even space and time towards a future of silence. Number 7. All of us Immortal Emperors have gathered, and you are the last to arrive. Humph, what a big bully. This epoch I heard that you presided over the blood sacrifice, but the results were poor. We have been dormant for countless eons. This time the Patriarch has summoned us. Could it be that we are going to carry out a great sacrifice? Jia. I haven't tasted the taste of blood food for a long time. This epoch could it be that there is a huge variation breeding, making the scene of our Dark Immortal Emperors gathering distantly remembered 7 epochs ago, when a great sacrifice was held, burying nearly 8 Immortal Emperors of all worlds and almost crippling the place. If there is a great sacrifice, seek it, one by one. The many Dark Emperors' shadows that stood there voiced out, the grand sound breaking the eternal dead silence of the dark hinterland. Yi Lingyuan looked at this scene blandly, not much in the mood for nonsense. Like the other Dark Immortal Emperors, he was also guessing the purpose of the Dark Patriarch's summons. The wait wasn't that long. It is but a few dozen reincarnations of mortal life. Boom! In that burial ground of absolute darkness, a pair of blood-colored pupils emerged, and then the silhouette of the Dark Patriarch. The many Immortal Emperors who had been standing like mountains just a moment ago stifled a grunt, trying their best to resist the heightened infestation originating from the depths of their souls. Even Immortal Emperors tried their best to fight against it, but it was inevitable. Can you imagine how strong that infestation is? The Dark Patriarch appeared. This time it was still just a single one, and its body protruded a faint outline in the absolute darkness of the burial ground, as if it was constructed from an endless number of broken universes, and the sense of oppression could be described as ancient and broken. Of all the Immortal Emperors, only the 2 Emperors were able to stand steadily in the light of the eyes cast down by the Darkness Patriarch. It was Immortal Emperor No. 1. and Yi Lingyuan respectively. This caused the Darkness Patriarch to look at the 2 Emperors a little more. I have summoned you all together and will announce the great sacrifice. A few short words that directly triggered the whole room. Many Dark Immortal Emperors were shaken, and some emperors revealed horror. Previously, although many immortal emperors had said that they had no qualms about the great sacrifice and were even looking forward to it, it's just a little bit of lip service mixed in. When the beginning ancestor himself spoke of the arrival of the great sacrifice, the Dark Immortal Emperor's pressure came up. The last great sacrifice, at an unrecordable time, 7 epochs ago, was a great battle that nearly shattered the worlds, and even the high heavenly planes crumbled into a corner. The Dark Immortal Emperor fought the immortal emperors of the worlds, and there were more than 10 emperors. Although the emperors of the worlds were liquidated, many Dark Immortal Emperors on the side of the high heavenly planes had also fallen. There are still those who have not returned. Immortal Emperor, what kind of creation? And only in this kind of horror war will be folded so drastically. Chapter 56, Ancestor Strikes. Even the worlds have transcendent taboos. Endowed Patriarch. The worlds of today are infested with immortal emperors, but it's not worth holding a great sacrifice yet, is it? Among the Dark Immortal Emperors, a gray-haired man asked. He resides in the first place of all the immortal emperors. The other immortal emperors may not have a clear seat position, but without exception they all avoid the first place, not daring to compete with this one. No. 1. There are emperors in the immortal region. Even if there are parallels, they are not to be feared. Just recently, I have glimpsed a dream of the future. This epoch will see great variables descend upon the dark ancestral land. The high heavenly planes will be torn apart and their vitality will be greatly injured. The Dark Patriarch said in a low voice. What? A huge variation. The dream of the Patriarch is nearly omniscient. There must be a reason for what is dreamed. Do you know where the reason is? No. One immortal emperor's gray eyes sharpened up. His hair was gray. His eyes were gray. Even the tattered robes on his body were gray. And he was more feared than death. His aura of the great Tao was not as strong as that of the other immortal emperors. Instead, it was also half withered, weak and close to nothing. Instead, this state was somewhat similar to the Dark Patriarch. Only the one could talk to the Patriarch without fear. The burial ground is revived by me, informing you that the great change is not in the current world, and does not even exist in this history of time, so there is only one place left. The blood-colored eye holes of the darkness beginner shot towards the worlds. Boom! Large traces of the ages emerged, spreading over the high heavenly planes, extending towards the worlds, and continuously tracing back towards the source, eventually causing a distant and blurred sea of blood shadow to faintly manifest itself. That blood-colored ocean was at the source of endless traces of time, suspected to be the most ancient place, where time and age also arrived and broke off. The darkness beginning ancestor used his great divine power to manifest it, and it was only a shadow. This caused many Dark Immortal Emperors to be quite incredulous. Even when the Patriarch made his move, he failed to peek through that sea of time source. See? It's as terrifying as that? A Dark Immortal Emperor's tone vibrated. That is the source of time, and both the worlds and the high heavenly planes are but projections of time extended by it, and all are subject to its containment. Another immortal emperor who seemed to know many ancient secrets said, that is to say that huge variable does not exist in the current world, transcending ancient history. Could it be that there is an ancestor-level enemy lurking in that sea of time? Yi Lingyuan opened his mouth. The time sea was not something he was familiar with. He had only heard of it. Just before, he had learned from the old immortal emperor of Mount Sumeru that the Sea of Time had taboos beyond the immortal emperor level. Unexpectedly, the Dark Patriarch pushed it out on the back foot. With this kind of terrifying insight, there was almost no secret to be found on that side of the world. But even the Patriarch had been startled. Yi Lingyuan couldn't imagine what level that was. Number 7. You share the same potential as number 1. You've almost begun to sacrifice your Tao. If you can completely sacrifice away your own Tao, this ancestor promises to allow you to be promoted to half originator. The Dark Patriarch looked toward Yi Lingyuan and number 1 at the same time. Both number 1 and Yi Lingyuan rarely responded. If it wasn't for the fact that the Darkness Patriarch's insight was so terrifying that immortal emperors couldn't even guarantee that they wouldn't be spied on, Yi Lingyuan would definitely have to sneer. The half-beginnings were nothing more than toolmen of the Dark Beginning, the difference being only a half-level rise in status. He had once gotten some information that there were 10 Dark Patriarchs in the past, and there would only be 10 in the future. Eternally. Yi Lingyuan guessed that perhaps the realm above Immortal Emperor was limited. That kind of rank transcended Immortal Emperors, transcended everything, sacrificed all the great roads, and how great it was could no longer be imagined. An existence that sacrificed even heaven and earth, even the great Tao, might be difficult to sustain multiple people for a long time. sacrificing away all the Tao. This is completely contrary to the Immortal Emperor's philosophy.
This step is only not a realm that can be crossed by natural talent and time. Yi Lingyuan had gotten some future direction from the mouth of the patriarch, but inwardly, he was quite satisfied. This step of the sacrificial path,
which he is beginning, is halfway through number 1, and they all have the potential to step into it, determine the causes of all worlds, and the true nature will remain true. The Dark Patriarch whispered as if he had sacrificed some sort of divine power, and his body standing in the burial ground engulfed the high heavenly planes in an instant. It was not a breath or a spell, but seemed to be merely an extension of the thoughts. That darkness, where even the laws and killing techniques seemed small and insignificant, was suppressed to death, coming from the absolute limitations of the high latitude. Many Dark Immortal Emperors gazed in astonishment as the beginning's darkness encroached upon the endless traces of years that had surfaced, tracing straight back to where that sea of blood shadow was. Boom! This moment ancient history was shaken. Terrifying auras dominated the worlds and the high heavenly planes, constantly striking into that most ancient land. Countless traces of the years were darkness-stained, have annihilated and withered. Those traces of the years can represent the past history? Some even the Immortal Emperor may not be able to peek at the whole picture. If an Immortal Emperor sat in the past and cut through that past history, it would be enough to confuse the current world. But in front of the Dark Patriarch, the ancient history from the current world to the past are all nothing to hide, almost omniscient. But the Dark Beginnings don't care about ancient history that has been infested and withered. It seemed to want to pierce through the sea of time and peer into that one true secret. In the end, the beginning ancestor's great hand broke through a restriction, as if it had opened a dimensional door and stolen a strand of origin weather. That great variation has been made known to this ancestor, so it turns out that those disappearing epical mole crickets have been buried. The Dark Beginning ancestor withdrew his large hand and pushed out the wisp of the origin phase in his palm. Boom! Many Immortal Emperors, even number 1 and Yi Lingyuan, had their bodies tingling as they watched as if they were on the verge of an attack as two blurred figures appeared in this absolute realm belonging to darkness. One of them, with black hair like ink, was a young man whose eyes pierced through the ages, overlooking the ages, and that invincible aura was born in response. Even if it was just a minuscule wisp of meteorology, it caused many Immortal Emperors to feel suffocated. Hiss, could it be that this so-called variant has already arrived at the level of an originator in general? The many Dark Immortal Emperors were very nonchalant. If this was the case, I'm afraid that even the patriarchs would have to come out of the world, or else they wouldn't be able to fight at all. Many Dark Immortal Emperors could look down upon the world and be supreme, but when faced with this kind of existence that had sacrificed their own Tao, they were almost as bad as ants. The many Dark Immortal Emperors looked at another even blurrier figure. If it was the previous dark-haired man, the image was still intact and could be seen with clear insight. The other white-clothed silhouette was hazy and nearly translucent, and only a glimpse of the magnificent aura could be seen from its faint shadow. Many Dark Immortal Emperors all had gloomy faces. Even the Dark Patriarch had difficulty manifesting his clear figure. It showed that this white-clothed woman was in a higher realm, truly achieving the same level of realm with the Patriarch, not sharing the gap. Only Yi Lingyuan's eyes were almost lost in thought after seeing the white shadow that was so blurred that it was almost like a mist again. It's actually her. No wonder the immortal realm is missing its trace. Only this realm is comparable to the beginning ancestors. Why is it like this? Yi Lingyuan's mind rippled greatly, and if he wasn't in the dark ancestral land, he would have been shocked out loud. Chapter 57 Imperial War breaks out. Situation urgent. Although the white-clothed silhouette was blurry and impossible to explore, but after all, he had once personally measured and obsessed over it, and formed an almost instinctive sense of familiarity with that figure. The Empress of the Lesser Desolate Realm had once said goodbye to Yi Lingyuan and headed to the Immortal Realm. Unexpectedly, it actually entered ancient history from the Immortal Realm and delved into the Sea of Time? He couldn't return to his senses for a long time, unable to believe that a quasi-immortal emperor had metamorphosed into a patriarch-level existence. For this great sacrifice, you shall clear the worlds and that most ancient land, fishing out all the variables and burying them all. The patriarch standing in the burial ground hastily finished speaking, and then faded away, blending into the absolute darkness unseen. Such beings seem unwilling to live long in the current world. The many dark immortal emperors led the way, yet neither moved. This time, the great sacrifice is no longer limited to the worlds, but is also to clear the sea of temporal light sources named by that patriarch. It was confirmed by the ancestor that there was a taboo that surpassed immortal emperors, and many dark immortal emperors felt the pressure multiply. There is no need to worry. The beginning ancestor's words naturally have a backhand.
We only need to fish out the great enemy of the time light source C, and the beginning ancestor will naturally take action. Immortal Emperor number 1 reminded the others. Then his eyes swept over the many immortal emperors and said in an almost commanding tone, Number 2, Number 4, Number 5. Come with me to conquer ancient history and be a witness to the Sea of Light Source at that time. After saying that, he stepped towards the outside of the high heavenly plains, and the terrifying gray mist suppressed the darkness of the high heavenly plains, tracing back towards the source of the ages. Number 1's battle power is getting more and more terrifying. As the same immortal emperor, I actually feel trembling even looking up at its back. The second immortal emperor let out a sigh and immediately followed. Immortal Emperors 4 and 5 were surrounded by a dark aura and went in synchronization as well. Although the current 10 Dark Immortal Emperors were not based on seat rankings, but number 1 transcended this restriction, and the other Immortal Emperors didn't dare to violate it rashly. The remaining 4 Dark Immortal Emperors were 8, 9, 10 and Yi Ling Yuan, the 8th Immortal Emperor for a gloomy old man. Jie strange laugh, since the number 1 led the people to the time light source see the dangerous place, then all the worlds will be liquidated by us. It is said that there are emperors in the immortal domain. The old man would like to meet for a while. A long time has not drunk the emperor's blood. About 4 epochs it is. After saying that, he turned into a black gas and left alone. Number 8. Don't try to rob me of my war record. This epoch I will kill until there are mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and I can't reproduce. Immortal Emperor number 9 was a horned Kuei. His torso was coiled and lying down, and his standing head alone was like a giant peak breaking through the clouds. Impossible to look up at. Its body scales were raised, like rough desert gravel, and its chaotic aura was entwined, making it a highly poisonous evil beast. Horned Kuei was able to cultivate to Immortal Emperor, and should have transformed into a true dragon, shedding his essence and returning to his ancestor. However, it abandoned the ancestral dragon divine intent and chose to sublimate this snake body to the extreme. Seeing the 8th Immortal Emperor spanning towards the worlds, he also let out a hiss and his torso broke through the river of ages and disappeared. In the depths of this dark ancestral land, only Yi Ling Yuan and 10 remained in the blink of an eye. Number 10 didn't have a conversation with Yi Ling Yuan, gave him a scornful look, and left as well. Yi Ling Yuan, however, didn't leave in a hurry, turning back to take a deep look at the burial ground that blended into absolute darkness before heading to the worlds. Boom! All the worlds. The relatively calm atmosphere was broken at this moment by the 2 Dark Immortal Emperors who arrived first. The 8th Immortal Emperor's eyes glowed and shot out to all the worlds he saw, and as far as he could see, the great roads were all reduced to pieces, the endless laws wailed and crumbled, and a piece of the world was reduced to ashes, and the living beings in it couldn't even realize that it was the Immortal Emperor who was making the move. Some mole worlds, not worth mentioning, Emperor of the Immortal Realm, here I come. After casually destroying a large portion of the realm, the 8 crossed towards the center Immortal Realm. In one step, he arrived in front of the Immortal Realm's barrier. Just by emanating its own Tao, it eroded away the solid barriers of the Immortal Realm. As the side of the great realm with the strongest underpinnings in all the worlds, the Immortal Realm barriers were unquestionably sturdy. Previously, even Immortal Emperor 6 was unable to break it completely. However, under the great Tao Chi of Immortal Emperor No. 8, the walls of this last pure land of the immortal domain were also breaking apart inch by inch, and the overall structure began to collapse. Sumo Mountain. The heavy pupil had long since returned and brought back Tiandi, but his butt hadn't even gotten warm yet. The immortal realm then suffered another great calamity. This caused all 4 immortal emperors currently sitting on Mount Sumeru to have a premonition of a great calamity approaching. Previously, Emperor Yi Tiandi buried an immortal emperor of the high heavenly plains. This time, I'm afraid that it's not just a simple invasion. Perhaps it's the high heavenly plains reckoning that has arrived. The old immortal emperor said. 3 seniors, it seems that I, Yi Scales, have no time to settle down again. I am the heavenly emperor. I shall bury all incoming enemies. The Yi Tian emperor, who was currently suppressing the immortal domain era, immediately rose, his battle spirit erupting, and he wanted to go forward to meet the enemy. Wait, you, Yi Scales, have already buried one of the emperors of the high heavenly plains. Let me do it this time. How can the limelight reside in one person? The heavy pupil arrogantly reached out to stop Yi Tiandi before stepping out of Mount Sumeru. The world is born with a heavy pupil who can block the ancient and future enemies. Yi Scales looked at the heavy pupiled person as he went away, sighing and chanting. It's not on a whim. Rather, it was a phrase that had been passed down in the epoch of the heavy pupil. The heavy pupil had also pushed across the epochs they were in.
dominating and invincible,
suppressing many dark existences and even burying emperors.
Now that he was also Yi Scales Sr., he didn't need to fight. Xinger, the only one who didn't open her mouth,
stood in her own dojo and gazed out towards the immortal realm,
but she thought of Yi Lingyuan,
his departure, and the invasion of the high heavenly plains immortal emperor.
There was bound to be a connection between all of this. However, Xinger didn't grow apart from Yi Lingyuan.
That emotional entanglement over and over again had changed her state of mind a lot,
and she believed that Yi Lingyuan must be on their side. Boom!
The barriers that created the mystical veil of the fairy realm eventually shattered away in large swaths. A party of immortal domain vast earth was laid out starkly in front of Immortal Emperor number 8. His eyes were scarlet, filled with the excitement of destroying everything as he marched towards the immortal region.
And at this time, an imperial city in the hinterland of the immortal domain struck across, wrapped in terrifying imperial might.
Very old bones,
and dare to stop me, kill.
Immortal Emperor number 8 stretched out his withered claws, creating a large shadow that covered most of the immortal region.
In the land covered by shadows, all the spirits fell dead in an instant, without any precursor.
It was directly obliterated out of thin air.
This avenue aura was extremely malevolent and anti-human. Old me, Emperor City, the thief son of the high heavenly plains, messing up my worlds. Who lives and who dies is not up to you.
The Emperor's land has no boundaries.
Exterminate the Emperor's way.
Di Chang was also in his element, his vicissitudes of tone vibrating throughout the entire immortal domain. Its body of the city steeply turned magnificent and huge as it crushed towards Immortal Emperor number 8. It was a pure killing art. Even an immortal emperor would have to suffer heavy damage if he was run over.
Immortal Emperor number 8 continued to create destructive shadows that covered towards the imperial city.
The laws of destruction stirred in the shadows, causing the imperial city to crumble out with cracks.
However,
Immortal Emperor number 8 was similarly shaken by Emperor City's emperor destroying and killing technique,
which shook his emperor body. In the end,
both fell back at the same time, and both were traumatized by the origin. The plot here lacks some polish and is proverbially stuck and needs freshening up.
Chapter 58, The Emperor Falls. The heavens sorrow together. Old bones, old but not dead. Today I'll take you as the first sacrifice for this era's emergence. Chop. Immortal Emperor number 8 offered his own imperial weapon. It was a blood knife. Its appearance was ancient and simple, just like an inconspicuous chopping knife. However,
the blood aura bathing on it caused all the worlds to tremble. It was Immortal Emperor blood,
with boundless laws of destruction emanating from it.
The mere introduction of this blade caused a large portion of the immortal realm's territory to crumble and the living beings to spill blood. Although Immortal Emperor number 8 was ranked lower,
he was far stronger than Immortal Emperor number 6.
And even though he knew that there was more than one emperor in the immortal domain, he still dared to take the risk of invading.
Boom!
He held the bloody blade in his hand and chopped at the imperial city.
A blood-colored blade slashing the sky of the immortal realm as endless laws of destruction impacted the ancient walls of the imperial city. The strongest style of the exterminating Emperor Dao. Reverse chaos of the eternal. Di Chang didn't dare to be careless.
The other party had a powerful aura and had the heart to strike across the ages.
It unfurled its own immortal emperor law, causing the emperor's body to erupt with the peak of its battle power as it met the attack.
The Dao of the exterminating emperor was not an emperor technique created by Emperor City itself, but rather, it was the quintessential emperor technique left behind from the death of the old master in the past,
from which it was derived and transformed into its own emperor technique.
This way of improving other people's emperor laws was actually far inferior to the emperor laws that were cultivated by metamorphosing one's own Dao. But not many immortal emperors throughout the ages have been able to metamorphose their own Dao from the beginning to the end,
transforming it into an invincible imperial art.
And Emperor City sensed that this 8 was the emperor law that had been cultivated by metamorphosing its own great Dao, and was much more powerful than it.
Boom!
The imperial city was enormous and boundless,
bucking the river of ages,
causing the time of the battlefield to move towards eternity. And an ancient figure emerged, the number 8 immortal emperor of the past, which the imperial city crumbled into pieces as a way to weaken the current number 8 immortal emperor's Dao foundation. He continuously chopped away the Dao foundation that Immortal Emperor number 8 had cultivated in the past with his imperial method,
weakening the battle power of the current 8, and then it struck across again to go.
Ridiculous, the Immortal Emperor transcends all paths.
Karma does not add to the body, even if you chopped my past Dao fruits, but can be an enemy of the present day me. Jia Jia, blood blade to open the sky. Immortal Emperor no.
8 did not care about the weakening of his own breath.
Immortal emperors do not dip into karma. All kinds of karma added to the body is only temporary, even if it is weakened.
he also has enough vigor to chop up this old bone.
Boom! The bloody blade split out a side of blood-colored purgatory,
enveloping the imperial city in it,
cutting off all of ancient and future space and time, forming an extinct area.
Emperor City's immortal emperor law was curbed like never before. His tone was sad,
and he laughed loudly.
It seems that this old bone of mine is going to fall to the path today, but for the sake of all the world's living beings, I would like to spell you. The imperial city began to forcefully raise its battle power, and that boundless giant city was like a heavenly might as it continuously crashed into the eight. All sorts of Emperor's Tao killing techniques filled the area around the giant city like a rain of light,
like a group of stars withering away, and the miserable aura was so thick that it shook. Kill! I take destruction as my true name.
All the worlds and all the paths will not crumble into servitude.
I am the Lord of Destruction. Emperor slaughtering the crowd. The 8th Immortal Emperor was also fuming fiercely.
His old eyes surfaced the worlds miserably,
masking down the sight of blood-colored destruction. He waved his bloody sword to continuously split on the imperial city.
Even though he was pressed by the boundless giant city several times and continuously retreated, he was still fearless.
Boom!
With the strongest slash, the heavens and earth turned into the color of blood as endless chains of destructive blood ran through,
directly trapping and locking Emperor City.
The figure of Immortal Emperor number 8 suddenly retreated, causing the blood-colored field that had been eroded by the severed years to vanish.
Wow! On this side of the world, the great Tao shared the same sorrow, and it unexpectedly rained blood. This rain was not the might of Immortal Emperor No. 8, but rather the heavens were crying, and a meritorious Immortal Emperor had fallen. The Imperial City Tao ancestor has actually fallen. Great sorrow for my immortal region.
Such an old Immortal Emperor was poisoned in this manner.
The dark beings have bullied us too much. It's a pity that my generation will die. It's a pity that even if we pulverize our bones and transform all the great paths, it will be difficult for us to participate in that astonishing imperial battle. Surviving for 32 epochs and going to his death this day. Goodbye to Elder Emperor City. The immortal realm beings, more than billions of them, all witnessed this amazing imperial battle.
There was no lack of quasi-immortal emperors who knew the secrets of the ancient times, looking at the rain of blood in the sky and being powerless with grief. Even though they had heavenly might, even though they had the heart to fight, they couldn't intervene in the emperor battle at all. That's another dimension of war. Insurmountable. Hundreds of millions of living beings shared the same sorrow,
causing the immortal realm to be filled with a miserable atmosphere,
burying an old bone that should have died a long time ago.
The following is you ants,
who have not returned to the darkness to this day,
shall be executed.
The 8th Immortal Emperor's pupil light reflected the billions of beings in the immortal domain,
and without mercy, he waved his blood-colored butcher's knife and chopped out a strike of boundary-destroying blade light. Dark beings, I, the heavy pupil, come to battle you.
Just as the beings of the immortal domain were about to be annihilated by that blood-colored blade light, the heavy pupil arrived just in time, his eyes glowing and bursting out with a brilliant divine aura.
Boom!
The blade light of Immortal Emperor number 8 slashing at the immortal realm's celestial beings was shattered.
Ancient era heavy pupil? Damn it!
What happened to the other immortal emperors who presided over the era harvest, that they let go of such a big fish?
The Immortal Emperor No. 8, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, was inwardly flabbergasted, and a sense of scorn rose. He only knew that the immortal domain hid more than one emperor. The most famous ones were the new emperors achieved in this epoch, but I didn't expect to find even a heavy pupil.
Heavy pupils were saintly meteorologists,
representatives of invincibility in the same realm since ancient times,
and no one dared to underestimate them when they cultivated to the immortal emperor realm.
Empyrean slaughter of the realms. The 8th Immortal Emperor's old eyes were gloomy, and after a short while,
he still took the initiative to attack.
Although he was slightly traumatized after slaughtering an imperial city just now, his chi has also ushered in the peak,
and he took advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of the momentum of this heavy pupil.
Boom! The number 8 Immortal Emperor's blood knife slashed down,
and countless worlds were derived from it, all of which were real universes,
yet they shattered in an instant, transforming into pure destructive law enforcement and killing the heavy pupiled person.
My immortal domain buried an emperor.
Whoever you are today, you must stay.
Kill. Facing the destructive slash that came, the heavy pupil man acted unusually calm.
His body was upright, and he didn't have an imperial weapon to help him,
but that pair of heavy pupils outshone all the imperial weapons of the world.
Bear.
Endless destructive weather was contained in the pupils, and the heavy pupils began to spread cracks,
suddenly, bursting towards Immortal Emperor number 8. Boom! With just a single strike,
Immortal Emperor Blade number 8 was sent crashing away.
falling back in shock and pulling away, saying, "You copied my law of destruction. It's impossible. That's an immortal emperor law?"
Immortal Emperor number 8 was not calm. His Immortal Emperor's law was contained in the heavy pupil's eyes and directly counterattacked at him.
It caused him to actually be suppressed for a moment. What bull ******* Immortal Emperor law? Under my heavy pupils are all just naughty ways. I don't intend to copy it. I aim to surpass it. The heavy pupil said indifferently. And that heavy pupil once again contained a proud and unrivaled domineering aura. Earlier at Mount Sumeru, that domineering aura of his had been ruthlessly suppressed by Yi Lingyuan, resulting in a stifled state of mind. This moment was finally considered a release, ushering in the invincible aura that belonged to those with heavy pupils. Chapter 59, The Heavy Pupil Should Have an Invincible Path. You've been injured. If it was in the old days, I would have let you recover from your Dao injuries before coming to claim your death. But today you violated the immortal realm's taboo. I'm going to slaughter you. Make your move. You'll only have one chance. The heavy pupil grew more and more arrogant, and the immortal emperor's aura radiated out, penetrating the past and the future as countless future veins appeared. There were fierce exchanges going on in every future vein, and that was the corner of the future between heavy pupil and immortal emperor number 8. However, in every future vein, it was the heavy pupil who killed immortal emperor number 8 and buried this dark immortal emperor. Roar, my lord, destroy, kill. Immortal Emperor number 8's face was grim as his blood blade swept across, decimating all future sights. If an immortal emperor would be shaken by such weather, then he wouldn't be worthy of being an immortal emperor. He ignored all the gray endings of that manifestation and charged towards the heavy pupil, his bloody blade slashing down, radiating endless worlds, to create a scene of destruction. The pupil transforms chaos. My will opens the sky. Facing that rushing 8, the heavy pupil one-mouthed true words that shook the immortal realm, and his heavy pupil once again evolved all sorts of weather, and chaotic chi filled the air, and for a moment, it seemed that the great world and the pupil were indistinguishable from each other. The 8th immortal emperor's figure disappeared and actually manifested within the pupils of the heavy pupil, and at this moment, the immortal realm beings were shocked, unable to feel half of that dark immortal emperor's breath. That heavy pupil immortal emperor had blocked the darkness immortal emperor into his pupil. What kind of greatness was this? However, even though the heavy pupil evolved chaos and blocked the enemy into the world of the pupil, he was also under tremendous pressure. His true body also manifested in the chaos, and he fought fiercely with immortal emperor number 8. To the outside world, it appeared that the heavy pupil had won or lost with a single move, but in reality, this battle had gone through endless years. Pust. In the end, in the world in the pupil, the heavy pupil decapitated immortal emperor number 8, burying all of his avenues. Humph, counting you. I slaughtered 2 dark immortal emperors. If I didn't have the backing of the beginning ancestor, I alone could have attacked the high heavenly planes and exterminated you. The heavy pupil person closed his eyes, and the domineering language resounded through the immortal domain. Only where no one noticed, a faint trail of blood trickled down from the corner of his closed right eye. The burial of the 8 was not without cost, though it represented something that was still within his reach. The heavy pupil decimated the incoming enemy, causing the immortal region to take a temporary breather. However, another great vibration rippled in from north of the immortal domain. The heavy pupil had a feeling and looked to the north of the immortal domain, that endlessly distant piece of the realm sea. This time, the high heavenly plane's action is unexpectedly large. Could it be that a great sacrifice was held in this epoch? The heavy pupil peeked through the heavy barrier of worlds and saw the sight of the boundary sea whispering. Although it was equally uneventful over there, the heavy pupil had no desire to go there. The immortal domain is the home base of the worlds, and stationing here is of the utmost importance. As for the rest of the world, the heavy pupil couldn't care less. What goes around comes around. The boundary sea, likewise, was subjected to a major attack. The worlds were divided into land boundaries by immortal domains, and south of the immortal domains had already been polluted by the previous immortal emperor No. 6, leaving countless worlds empty and withering, and north of the immortal realm, there was only a sea of realms alive. So how could the dark beings spare this place? When the great sacrifice begins, all the peaceful places of the worlds will be subjected to a cleansing, completely eliminating all variations from occurring. In the sky above the realm sea, a full 11 darkness quasi-immortal emperors descended, and that vast imperial might startled the waters of the realm sea with surges of unease. Dark beings, can't you wait already? The current Boundary Sea Alliance's female Valkyrie stepped out of the Kanglan Sea at the first opportunity, holding the heavenly goblet in her hand.
and similarly arrived at the boundary sea to confront those 11 dark figures.
I, Lao Sun, have come, and you are looking down on the boundary sea too much. Sun Monkey also appeared, standing on a cloud, his eyes sweeping over the cold-looking immortal emperors to be. After that was the Fei Guang quasi-immortal emperor. Seeing so many quasi-immortal emperors descending, his gaze rose with a hidden worry. Last time the realm sea escaped the blood sacrifice. This time, we expect you to escape this great sacrifice initiated by the dark ancestral land. Kill. Someone among the darkness paramount immortal emperors laughed coldly, looking at the 3 emperors of the realm sea as if they were viewing a flock of lambs to be slaughtered. The great sacrifice. The female martial god frowned, and a pair of sharp gazes shot straight over. No wonder you guys put out such a big show. Gao Tianyuan dared to unleash the great sacrifice in this epoch, so I'm not too worried about it instead. The Valkyries were once immortal emperors and know what it takes to unleash the great sacrifice in Takatenkara. In that case, the world is no longer alone, and there are many powerful people who are scary to the originator of that dark land. Boom! The 2 sides didn't have much nonsense and dueled over the boundary sea. The Valkyrie waved her heavenly golem, and golden light shone universally, transforming into a domain that wrapped a full 5 darkness quasi-immortal emperors in it. With so many darkness quasi-immortal emperors, if she didn't do something, she was afraid that the situation would get out of control all of a sudden. Hey, I'll leave 4 for my old grandson as well. Old man Fei Guang, you'll have to fight for it. A grain of golden light flew out of Sun Monkey's ear, and when it landed in his hand it had already turned into a mixed divine iron, which was a piece of unsacrificed raw iron embryo. But its power was enough to seriously injure a quasi-immortal emperor. Sun Wukong roared and swung the mixed divine iron to attack the 4 immortal emperors to be at the same time. The remaining Fei Guang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile when he saw how brave the 2 fellow travelers were. In the realm of quasi-immortal emperors, he was probably the most ordinary one, right? However, influenced by the morale of his fellow Taoists, a hint of verve surfaced within Fei Guang, and he headed towards the last 2 darkness quasi-immortal emperors to meet them. The great sun shines brightly and raises my will to fight. In the golden realm, the female Valkyrie's golden hair danced wildly and her skirt and armor fluttered. The figure both holy and seemingly wild as she wielded the great sun heavenly goblet and continuously exchanged blows with the 4 immortal emperors to be. Surprisingly, there was a brief stalemate. It's amazing. In the realm of quasi-immortal emperors, no one loses out to anyone, and all of them are promoted by geniuses that have never been found in the ages. Valkyrie fought 1 against 4. But it was a stalemate. This caused the 4 quasi-immortal emperors on the dark side to be incomparably stunned. They believe that 4 against 1 can decide the battle almost instantly. After realizing that this boundary sea immortal quasi-emperor was extraordinary, the 4 emperors also continued to exert strong pressure and exploded their respective depths. The scales of victory are beginning to tip. Boom! The golden domain evolved by the Valkyrie gave birth to a crack, and the boundless battle spirit was eclipsed. She was attacked by the 4 emperors coming in unison and suffered from the many killing techniques that flooded her, stifling a grunt as blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. But the Valkyrie countered with sharper eyes, almost more piercing than the sun. That's it. I was born for war. The only way to make progress is to have stronger challenges. Being invincible is not the way for me. This moment, I saw. Reenactment of the ancient day of the Avenue. Several years ago, after the turmoil in the realm sea, the female Valkyrie used the remnants of the great sun ancient seal of the past to solely break down the ages, completely consuming the once immortal emperor's heritage. Now, she was going to reenact the path of the immortal emperor, and this time she looked even farther ahead, even seeing the path that the immortal emperors of yesteryear had never stepped on. Boom! The female martial god's entire body was burning, so bright that it was hard to see straight, and before the 4 darkness quasi-immortal emperors whose joint attack had just taken off had time to rejoice, they were shaken back by a terrifying aura, and one of them was even cracking his body and exploding on the spot. Not good. The road to becoming an emperor. Chapter 60, The Sea of Boundaries. Death of the Twins. The immortal emperors to be on the dark side were all creeped out. This woman quasi-immortal emperor of the Boundary Sea was injured, and seemed to have broken down and triggered the opportunity to become an emperor. Boom! Her golden skirt armor-wrapped body turned seemingly illusory up, to detach from the current time history, which is to completely arrive at the end of the road. Throughout the ages, countless long rivers of time were united and manifested, and countless traces of Valkyries traced through those times and spaces, and all of them gazed at the current world. Those traces will be erased in the end. The immortal emperor will be completely detached from the ancient and future times, with no previous dust and no future.
It is not that all is cut off, but that all causes and effects do not touch the body. This alone was a greatness that would be difficult for a quasi-immortal emperor to aspire to.
The Valkyrie also seemed to know that she was about to climb that ultimate Tao,
constantly deducing a whole new ancient day of the great Tao. Her figure had risen above countless hours of time,
and with a single thought,
all of them were permeated with the light of the sun. A strand of immortal emperor greatness ran through the ages,
easily penetrating the realm sea and radiating out to the worlds. The scalps of the many darkness paramount immortal emperors exploded,
and all of their engagements were forced to stop as they watched this scene with powerlessness yet fear.
Could it be that they were about to witness the birth of an immortal emperor today? What a huge battle intent, turning the number into infinity. Is this the might of that Pathfinder level?
After the flying light quasi-immortal emperor stopped, his eyes murmured and lost color,
and there were tears welling up.
It was moved by the fact that he himself was able to witness the avenue of the immortal emperor's metamorphosis.
How many people in this world can witness the immortal emperor's metamorphosis? Nothing else.
Just being able to witness the process would be a great ascension for the immortal emperor to be. It will lead to huge innovations in the future and widen the path.
This is the road end level.
Let me, old son, again think of the feeling when I faced Rulai in the past years. Only this boundary sea seems to be permeated with a wisp of ominous breath.
Not right?
Sun Wukong was also shocked, and then forced himself to calm down.
Looking around the four directions,
cold hairs stood up. He felt that the dark beings wouldn't let an immortal emperor of the worlds be born so freely.
Unfortunately, it is a Stone Ape clan,
born with one more spiritual root than the human race, able to penetrate the unseen mysteries of ordinary people. But there is no way to recognize the source of this wisp of uncertainty. It just felt like the wisp of ominousness was getting stronger, as if a pair of dark eyes had opened.
Boom! Just as the female Valkyrie continued to interpret the great Tao that belonged to her, entering the state of metamorphosis, in the chaotic sky above the realm sea,
a pair of gigantic eyes opened,
cold and unfeeling,
looking down at where the female Valkyrie was.
Rumble! An immortal emperor's figure was branded in the chaos.
His figure was immeasurable,
and it was difficult for the realm sea to match it. Since the appearance of this immortal emperor figure, the entire realm sea was instantly shrouded in darkness, and countless swathes of light dimmed out.
It was as if it had suffered the erosion of the dark laws and had been obliterated without resistance. Only the Valkyrie's Tao light in the metamorphosis of the law into an emperor was still able to resist, reclaiming it in a feeble manner.
Dark Immortal Emperor. On the side of the realm sea,
Fei Guang and Sun Monkey both had their faces changed as they desperately tried to fight against the thick darkness emperor's might.
All the beings in the Realm Sea Alliance were even more terrified.
The true Dark Immortal Emperor had descended.
Will Valkyrie-sama still be able to transform into an emperor? The answer is obvious. Interesting. I didn't want to pay attention to the boundary sea,
but this wisp of breath is too familiar.
The ancient Sun Immortal Emperor, the enemy who once attacked the high heavenly planes in the past. I didn't expect that you, a variable, would actually survive and avoid the Immortal Emperor's and Patriarch's gazes. The 10th Immortal Emperor's eyes looked down, looking at the female martial goddess. Its voice transformed into boundless dark laws that impacted in the light of the Valkyrie's metamorphosis law, shattering it forcefully. Ka Chao. The female Valkyrie's face was pale.
The already clear path ahead was plunged into darkness in an instant.
She was a little angry.
Her golden hair danced wildly, and her whole body began to burn,
constantly going to light up that path ahead,
molting the law in front of an immortal emperor.
If you were to gather the emperor's law of the past again, wouldn't you be retracing the path of that year? Let this emperor completely decimate your hopes. Ancient Sun Immortal Emperor. This epic is completely over.
Immortal Emperor number 10 stretched out a finger and pointed it down towards the Valkyrie once again. The Immortal Emperor's finger was filled with contempt, and its greatness covered the boundary sea while extinguishing all the ages of time in the past,
present,
and future that the Valkyrie had conjured up,
cutting off all its hopes.
Even the future endings were chopped off.
The Emperor's might hung down, about to crush him like an ant. Is there no time? Indeed.
What this side of the world needs most is time.
If I can make me an emperor, I will chop you.
The light of the metamorphosis law around the Valkyrie completely dissipated.
Her eyes, however, did not show regret, but rather loftiness and defiance. If she is given time, when the Immortal Emperor law is completed, even if the Dark Immortal Emperor descends, so what? If he dares to stand in the way, he will be killed. But as it happens, what she lacks the most is also time.
The enemy will not let her become a climate.
Roar!
Her golden hair danced wildly, and her long whistle shook the realm sea as she resolutely rushed towards that Immortal Emperor's dangling finger.
Even if the enemy is the Emperor, so what? She was already invincible at the quasi-immortal emperor stage. Might as well rock the immortal emperor hard at the end of life. Sun and moon. Right at this moment, an equally unyielding and clear voice came from the Realm Sea Alliance. A slender woman in a cage of moonlight white light veil transformed into the moon and came out, permeated with a wisp of transcendent aura, and headed toward the female Vulcan. The 10th Immortal Emperor looked on indifferently, not taking the female Valkyrie who had her imperial path cut off seriously. If the former ancient Sun Immortal Emperor had truly returned, he couldn't say that he would be half as frightened. But now, under the Emperor, they are unthreatening ants. But when the sliver of green moon appeared, the eyes of Immortal Emperor 10 rippled. Immortal Emperor Yuan Yu, I should have thought of this. How could only one of the twins of yesteryear have survived? Since they took the initiative to jump out, let's erase them all together. The aura of an Immortal Emperor that flared from that sliver of green moon was not taken seriously by him. It's just a remnant of the past. It would be counterintuitive if Twin Life and T did not have these underpinnings. Boom! Under that finger, the heavenly avenues collapsed, and darkness haloed, not only obliterating the twin births, but also the realm and sea had to disappear into the ages. This was a minuscule wisp of the Immortal Emperor's might. The green moon fused with the female Vulcan, transforming into the light of the sun and moon, constantly bombarding the Immortal Emperor's Tao. However, this time there was not the slightest bit of harshness visible, and the sun and moon could not block the finger of an Immortal Emperor. The two sisters coughed up blood one after another, and when their eyes looked at each other, they both glowed gray. Before becoming an emperor, one was ultimately a mole cricket, and the huge gap was like the sky rising. The two women had once arrived at that one domain, so how could they not know about it? Two sighs ring out at the same time, both eyes closed. Dare to touch my forbidden domain, want you to die. Right at this moment, a voice filled with dominance and fury came from beyond the boundary sea. A crystalline, snow-white, bony hand reached out from beyond the realm's borders, reversing time and appending the ages, and grabbed Immortal Emperor number 10's finger. Pust, along with the entire palm. It was completely torn off. Who dares to insult the Emperor? The 10th's face was colorless, as if it hadn't suffered any harm, but insulting an Immortal Emperor necessitated liquidation. The eyes pierced through the boundary sea and saw a skeleton that had crossed over. Chapter 61, Imperial Bones, Human Soul. Insight of the Immortal Emperor of Doom. Hiss, Emperor Bone, whose soul are you? 10 gazed at the skeleton that was crystal and snow-white. Although it was a bone, the Immortal Emperor's aura that permeated his body was not to be underestimated, which caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. How many Immortal Emperors are still hidden in these worlds? Are there so many variables in just one epoch? No wonder even the patriarchs have revived in this era. I don't want you to care about my business. Today I will tear your skin and bones apart and make you like old me. The upper and lower bone chiseled teeth of the Emperor bone grinded, emitting an unspeakably domineering aura. And it really did. The bony body stepped forward and swung his fist toward 10. Boom! Boundless chaos erupted from the bone fist, and everything tangible and intangible was beaten into its most primitive state. This kind of fist seal could be described as overbearing and incomparable. Humph! No matter who you are, if you dare to insult the Emperor of Darkness, I will first liquidate you before destroying the twin lives. Number 10 was also enraged. It was a humanoid Immortal Emperor. That severed hand regenerated and similarly clenched its fist and blasted away. Pang! The two Immortal Emperors exchanged blows with extremely brutal power. The entire realm sea went unreal almost instantly. Seeing this, the Emperor Bone, whose body was crystalline and snow-white, erupted with heavenly greatness, and with both hands, grabbed the Immortal Emperor No. 10 and threw him out of the worlds. At the same time, he took big strides away, continuously bursting out primordial fist seals towards the roaring Immortal Emperor number 10. This scene simply dumbfounded the many darkness paramount Immortal Emperors. This. Where did the bones come from? So domineering, knowing that it was the Dark Immortal Emperor, who seemed to have some upper hand. Forbidden domain. Boy, play is also too wild. This female martial arts god in Green Moon Fairy is not with the Leaf Seniors. Is it a past life grudge? Sun Monkey also glanced slightly oddly at the twin juxtapositions not far away. In any case, now the Dark Immortal Emperor's plague was considered to have been temporarily blocked. He's kind of in the mood to focus on this coming up. Sister, who is this skeleton emperor? I don't recognize him. Could it be you? The still pale face of the fairy Qingyu who had escaped from the calamity was incomparably serious as she looked at the female martial god who resembled her by 6 points. That look was like questioning to anyone who saw it. I don't know. Qingyu, you and my sisters have long been eaten up by that guy. Where else would we have the heart to? No, Skeleton Emperor, the tone of his voice.
The Valkyrie shook her head and dismissed her rambunctious sister with a slight annoyance,
then realized something. The sister's beautiful eyes widened at the same time. That guy.
How could the Valkyrie and Aoyuki not hear that tone? Even if the scent and figure were completely unfamiliar, the domineering tone of voice was something that made them often end up miserably when serving. Shinyu's cheeks were even more flushed. Wasn't that man exactly this domineering and shameless when it came to room service?
Is it being said to them on purpose? Associated with Yi Ling Yuan's identity, it seemed reasonable to do so. Boom!
The zone beyond the worlds, without the concept of time and space, where even a quasi-immortal emperor could not reach. The Skeleton Emperor threw 10 in and kept swinging his fist seals,
knocking him backwards. In the end,
it was even a punch that chafed the Emperor body invincible 10 countless times and sent it backward billions of miles.
Who on earth are you? We must have met. I will deduce this strand of familiarity and find your true form. The 10th Emperor's body recovered in a flash,
his eyes containing hatred as he drank at the Skeleton Emperor.
Then take your time to find it. After this battle, I will beat you back to life. The Skeleton Emperor was full of concern and twisted his neck, making clicking and popping bone noises before attacking towards 10 once again. It didn't use any imperial techniques, and just this immortal emperor skeleton alone was enough to erupt with terrifying might, and with a single punch or kick, even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Roar! Doomsday Clock! 10 was finally enraged,
and his hands parted from his chest,
and a large, pitch-black bell emerged from behind him.
The dark texture of the clock face is intertwined, all of which are images of the cosmic stars and rivers breaking up.
Dang!
A bell wave struck toward the Skeleton Emperor,
containing immortal emperor-level laws of doom. Ka-chow!
This time it was the Skeleton Emperor's body that kept cracking.
That doomsday law was an extreme law that was born after destroying an epoch. It's worse than destruction.
Whether it is a living being or matter that is tainted,
it will undergo apocalyptic decay and eventually be reduced to pieces.
The 10th stood in the darkness, his large hands slapping at the doomsday clock,
inspiring even more extreme laws of doomsday, constantly attacking the Skeleton Emperor's body.
The bell waves were vast, enacting the withering of billions of worlds, and with this kind of karma forced upon them,
even immortal emperors would have to end up with a grudge. Immortal emperor karma doesn't touch his body. That's just natural karma. Immortal emperor body doesn't perish. That's also not meeting a strong enemy. Each of the 10 dark immortal emperors of the high heavenly planes had buried immortal emperors in the era. Otherwise it wouldn't have been infested by the Dark Patriarch. Speaking of which,
this number 10 was once also an immortal emperor on this side of the world, with the great righteousness of attacking the high heavenly planes.
After his eventual defeat, he was contaminated by the beginning and transformed into the extreme immortal emperor of doom. Go to hell. I know this skeleton doesn't belong to you. I'll find your true body and bury you for good. Echoes of doom. 10 is beginning to show its own depth. The immortal emperor law unfolded, causing the doomsday clock to transform into thousands, spreading over the past and covering the future,
with endless reverberations cleansing towards the entire history of time. To truly bury this skeleton emperor, the immortal emperor's figure has traces in both the past and the future.
The only way to completely bury an immortal emperor was this way. Dang, dang, dang.
Endless waves of doomsday bells collided in pieces,
constantly adding up,
as if there was no upper limit to their power, and broken bone slag appeared on the skeleton emperor's body.
Seemingly defenseless, the sun and the moon shined together, just when there wasn't a single intact bone in the skeleton emperor's body.
A voice that caused the immortal emperor number 10 to be horrified and shocked came from the void. It was the opposite of the unpleasant sound of bones rubbing together like the skeleton emperor's, and it was incredibly familiar to him.
Boom!
That skeleton emperor erupted with a golden and green-colored origin light at once.
In its skull,
the empty eye sockets lit up with a source moon seal and an ancient sun seal respectively.
The sun and the moon shined together, the joint forbidden art of the once ancient era's twin immortal emperors.
If the twin immortal emperors were taken out individually, they would both be supreme immortal emperors with unrivaled combat power.
But they still weren't enough to deal with Gao Tianyuan. But once upon a time,
they did fight their way up to the high heavenly planes head-on, forcing the patriarch himself to show up to suppress them. It was this forbidden killing technique, the sun and the moon, that the twin born together teamed up to cast. The skeleton emperor gripped a round of green moon in his left hand and articulated a round of golden sun in his right hand as he once again stepped on his immortal bone body and swung his fist at number 10.
Put. At this moment,
the apocalyptic bell wave that cleansed the ancient world in the future was also shattered by the sun and moon fist seals and shattered. That great bell shadow that manifested in the ancient and modern future also eclipsed. The enhancement of the sun and the moon together allowed the Skeleton Emperor to be as powerful as ever. And this was the top Immortal Emperor method, which could be called invincible. The Skeleton Emperor cast it out, and it was completely incomparable compared to just now. Boom! It swung its bone fist, and the double seals of the sun and moon appeared at the same time, containing invincible imperial might, smashing away the doomsday clock that Immortal Emperor number 10 had hastily used to ward off. That doomsday clock wailed, and an unhealable crack actually appeared. The anger in number 10's eyes almost spewed out, wanting to grasp the Emperor Bell again and blast out the power of killing. But the Skeleton Emperor would not give him a chance. Both fists arrived, ruthlessly smashed through the Emperor body of the 10th, the green and gold two-colored Origin Emperor light, but also through the back of the 10th, blasted out an endless distance. Roar! 10's body exploded, but his voice echoed through countless years of space and time. I know who you are. The Gongfu can deceive people. The skeleton can hide people. But that equity source you can't hide. Today my girlfriend broke up with me and I got angry, saying that if I'm so handsome and I can't satisfy you, who else is there? Girlfriend glanced at me and said, you readers chanting, all are talented, certainly more handsome than you. I actually have no words. Well, the heart is tired. Send girlfriend. All the handsome pots and pans reading the book are sure to find one 10 times prettier than my girlfriend this year. Unlike the author, who has already started ordering one with voice. Chapter 62. The Emperors participate in the liquidation. Armageddon. The sun and the moon are ultimately unable to exert the power possessed by the twin births. Otherwise, an Immortal Emperor can instantly chop. The Skeleton Emperor gazed at the direction the 10th Immortal Emperor had fled inside. Yet it did not have any disheveled or anxious look. Originally, it hadn't been thinking of burying the 10 by the sun and moon together. Just knock it back. Even if they did bury the 10, and the other party was resurrected in the high heavenly planes, it would be a pointless move. The Skeleton Emperor turned around and took a step across from beyond the worlds to the realm sea, looking at the twin sisters with blood still lingering at the corners of their mouths. Can the Emperor's path be continued? The hollow eye sockets of the Skeleton Emperor rarely seemed to give birth to a wisp of softness as he spoke. Leaf. Qinyu's face was agitated and she was about to call out his name. The female martial god, however, intervened across the board, shaking her head at Qinyu. It must not be said, especially at this juncture. It will harm him. Qinyu was startled and pursed her lips in a hurry, just gazing at the skeleton with a pair of autumn water. It seemed that through the skeleton, the man was seen looking from a distant place with the same smile. I was cut off hard in the process of becoming an emperor, and I don't know if I'll be able to renew it, but I won't give up. And this epic, I'll definitely set foot on the road end level. Valkyrie golden hair softly draped behind the back. That cold hardline sense of face. Charm is to give people more and more wild temperament. She was swearing a bright oath, enjoining it to her heart and to the paths of the heavens. Very well. This era, the high heavenly planes have unleashed a great sacrifice, and the worlds may sink once more. I look forward to you all stepping into the realm of Immortal Emperors as soon as possible. Only Immortal Emperors will be able to have the power to resist, the Skeleton Emperor said solemnly as he ground his upper and lower teeth grooves. We don't know if we have enough time. I'm about to step into the quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, and will follow my sister and step into the Immortal Emperor realm in this epoch. Xingyu also had a serious face and made a great wish. There is never enough time. The enemy will not give you time, just as the high heavenly planes will not give themselves that much time. Now is the time to fight for your life. Remember, this skeleton will sit in the boundary sea, but it shall not be used as a last resort. After the Skeleton Emperor finished speaking, he took one step and fell into the realm sea until the water of the realm sea submerged the bone body and completely disappeared. Sister, with Gao Tianyuan's ability, will husband help us like this? Xingyu watched that Emperor's bones sink into the boundary sea and couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes flooded with worry. The existence of the high heavenly planes is too divine, and that man's move is tantamount to a blatant confrontation. Believe in him and believe in us. We can't help anyone today, only self-improvement, the Valkyrie said, shaking her head. With that, they returned to the Boundary Sea Alliance. This large-scale invasion of darkness quasi-immortal emperors had also caused the Boundary Sea Alliance to become fully operational. Everyone was grasping at straws to cultivate and become stronger as a way to prepare for the fight against the greater darkness to come. Immortal Domain. Instead of stopping, the Great War intensified. After all, the Dark Beings had already captured the Immortal Domain to the south, and the biggest bone on this side of the worlds was the Immortal Domain. As long as one is willing to go down here and use this to radiate the entire world, it will be much easier to hold the great sacrifice. The heavy pupil was wounded, blood dripping from his eyes.
and backed away. You can't, even if the heavy pupil is against the heavens.
How can one person fight against my darkness 2 immortal emperors?
Let those hidden backhanders all show up. Otherwise,
this immortal domain can be swallowed by the old man in one bite, and from now on there will be no more base camps in all the worlds. The true body of Immortal Emperor number 9 was coiled around the outskirts of the immortal domain, his giant skull through the heavens gulping out scarlet cores, and his pair of pupils, which were like 2 rounds of suns manifesting,
piercingly blinding. The immortal emperor's true body, horned Kuei, had a horrifying appearance, and it seemed that he would not lose in a fight with the heavy pupil. Plus there was also a Dark Immortal Emperor assisting from the side, and the heavy pupil was going to be defeated and unable to fight anymore. If it's one-on-one, this horned Kuei of yours will be demolished by me as well. Hateful. The heavy pupil was unwilling, but his eyes dripped blood, and even if he fought again, it was difficult for him to utilize his invincible might. Right at this moment, from the deepest part of the immortal region, Mount Sumeru, 2 more immortal emperors walked out. They were respectively the Yi-scale heavenly emperor who had been promoted in the current world, and a woman in green, Taoist heavy pupil. Leave this place to us. Go rest. Yi Tiandi's head hung over the divine demon immortal tripod, his feet stepping on the golden light path as he walked in and greeted the heavy pupil. Sulking anger surfaced in the bottom of the heavy pupil's eyes, feeling slighted, but when he saw that green-clothed woman casting the same gaze, he took a deep breath and turned around to return to Mount Sumeru. If this immortal domain is not torn down, I'm only afraid that future epochs will still breed immortal emperors. Brother Yi, what do you think? Zhao Kuei looked at the 2 more immortal realm emperors who had stepped out, his pupils reflecting on Yi Lingyuan next to him, and said, his true body stretched out, coiling the immortal realm and still having a surplus of it, and his pupils were even larger to the point of exaggeration, with countless cosmic silhouettes like dust suspended, and in contrast, Yi Lingyuan also appeared to be relatively small. However, Horn Kuei did not dare to slow down this only emperor of the 10 dark immortal emperors who had regained his true name in the slightest, just now against the heavy pupil. If it wasn't for Yi Lingyuan's several decisive strikes, even if Kakuki could win, it would be a bad win. Regarding Yi Lingyuan's battle power, it predicted that it was only slightly inferior to that immortal emperor No. 1, far exceeding them, the dark immortal emperors. Demolish if you can, retreat if you can't. Anyway, don't fold up outside the immortal realm like that waste like number 6, leaving a laughing stock. The black-robed Yi Lingyuan's voice was sharp. Darkness emanated from his body, radiating out to the worlds, and countless universes stirred and destroyed under the waves of imperial might. He did not launch a killing spree, but merely stood outside the immortal domain and assisted 9 against the enemy. 9's huge snake pupils twitched vaguely and didn't speak up. These 2 immortal realm emperors, Brother Yi, who do you choose to battle? 9's huge snake pupils stared at the 2 immortal emperors in the immortal domain and asked again. He wouldn't dare to rashly rush up and arrogantly fight 1 against 2 again. It seemed that Yi Lingyuan's words had also made him awake for a few moments. If he were to be chopped at the door by an emperor from this side of the world, like 6, he would have no shame in resurrecting himself in the future. I'll take care of the female, and you can squash that brat all you want. Yi Lingyuan was satisfied with 9's sense of humor, nor was it polite to say, ha ha, I'll go then. The one who becomes an emperor in the current world, I'll swallow you and advance to a higher heaven and earth. After figuring out his target, 9 instantly laughed, his head stretching out and pressing toward the immortal domain. Boom! A large amount of highly poisonous mist emerged from its body and wrapped towards that leaf scale. Immortal Emperor number 9 had cultivated his horned body to the extreme, condensing a body of virulent poison that was enough to dissolve the immortal emperor's way. That's where it's at the bottom. Very few immortal emperors were able to cultivate an undercurrent to the extreme. 9 falls into this category. He specialized in poison, and even the darkness was refined into a poisonous aura that was overbearing. The other side. Yi Lingyuan looked at the green-clothed female immortal emperor who was also looking over. The corner of his mouth slanted and said, Immortal Emperor Qinger, have you thought about how to confront me this time? Chapter 63, The Sword That Splits the Worlds. Dark beings, if you dare to take a step into the immortal realm, I, Qinger, will surely behead you. Qinger, who had a green-colored dress that was swaying, and whose avenue of immortal light spread outward around her, enveloping the entire immortal domain, said with her eyes bland and firm, clank, as a blue lotus of the great Tao blossomed in the void. Endless sword chi erupted out like a rain of light from the cascading sky, setting off that green-clothed figure, which became more and more sacrosanct and unprofitable. Qinger took the initiative to step towards Yi Lingyuan. 1 step, one green lotus, waving out her sleeve finger. Endless green lotus sword chi followed, such as the great river lapping waves, such as the vast sea raging tide, such as the world's sword masters. The chi stunned the ages. Boom boom boom. The endless, even momentarily obscuring the worlds, sword light shattered all of Yi Ling Yuan's dark avenues, causing his figure to float in and out of the sword aura, almost dissipating. Hiss, what is the origin of this female immortal emperor? Stronger than the heavy pupil person just now. Good hanging. Fortunately, let brother Yu is robbed. Otherwise, I may. Step 6 of the laughingstock, folded in front of the immortal domain door. Immortal Emperor 9, who was fighting with Yi Tiandi, was also startled by that peerless sword master's aura, and after glancing at it, chills ran straight through his insides. Even he, an immortal emperor, found it irresistible. It was hard to imagine what kind of oppression Yi Lingyuan would suffer. Is this how you treat dark beings? Immortal Emperor Qinger, just so. What's the point? Heavenly desolate forbidden. Yi Lingyuan's figure was illusory to the extreme when he steeply drank long and loud. His black clothes were broken, revealing his muscular upper body. A head of pitch black, even half-lustrous long hair was draped over his chest and back, and his stance was as upright as a mountain. His eyes glowed with large swaths of pitch-black Dao lines, even spreading throughout his entire body, and with a single blast of his fist, the worlds bloomed into a gigantic and boundless black lotus. Boom! Terrifying desolate silence law. Large swathes of flooding all worlds, countless broken worlds on this desolate into pieces. Even the entire history of time shriveled as if tainted with ominousness, to be completely buried. Immortal Emperor Qinger's endless sword chi was desolated in large swathes and withered away. Yi Lingyuan went berserk and took big steps. The entire immortal realm was plunged into darkness under the imprint of his fist, and countless living beings panicked beyond measure. The red sun shines in the sky. Seeing that the immortal realm's living beings were also about to be desolated in pieces, many immortal emperors to be were having their Tao dissipate and falling off the realm. From Mount Sumeru, a pale drinking voice resounded. The one old immortal emperor who was sitting at the end of the day sacrificed his own red sun avenue, as if a red sun was rising and shining universally towards the outskirts of the immortal domain, barely resisting that force of desolating all things. Immortal Emperor Qinger's dress hunted as she took the opportunity to chop at Yi Lingyuan once again. She sacrificed her full strength, and for that reason, her head full of green silk spread out and danced behind her head. That pour absolutely all the world's face more and more solemn. Red lips lightly open, drink out of a burst of clear sound. Boom! A huge Dharma sword made of countless sword chi gathered together stretched upwards from the immortal domain, and at this moment the great Tao of all worlds trembled with excitement, like responsive swarms of people, converging on that huge Dharma sword, gathering the infinite Tao of the worlds. A killing sword was born. Dark beings, your sin of slaughtering the immortal realm is unforgivable, so with this sword, wash away your sins and go forward. Qinger's beautiful eyes stared at the dark breath-wrapped Yi Lingyuan, her lips opening and closing, seemingly slightly hesitant, but upon seeing the look in the man's eyes, the heart was clear. That sword had no return, cleaving through the worlds and overlaying that black-clothed emperor's shadow. Sins that deserve to be gotten rid of and killed with my body forever. After Qinger slashed out that sword, her green-clothed and delicate figure also projected away, transforming into the extreme sword light that suppressed the darkness, catching up with that sword and completely splitting that way. Immortal Emperor Qinger, don't martyr yourself. It's not worth it. Immortal Domain, Yi Tiandi, who was in the middle of a wide-open fierce battle with Nine, saw the green-clothed silhouette that had resolutely thrown herself away, and drank under great alarm. But then, Nine's gigantic head opened its bloody mouth and spewed out brilliant poisonous light, eroding towards him. Yi Tiandi had no time to worry about that immortal Emperor Qinger anymore, forcing himself to hold back his inner grief and anger as he fought with the Nine. This immortal Emperor Nine's poisonous light eroded his divine demon immortal golden cauldron into pits, and its power was about to fall. It was completely different than the six that he had subdued before. He was unable to completely explode his extreme battle power against the enemy. Nine, on the other hand, was even more arrogant, his large mouth gulping, and terrifying poisonous Dao runes were like rain in the sky, showering down on the immortal domain. Even with the old immortal emperor of Mount Sumeru's red sun shining, there were also patches of living beings that were eroded, and a third of the immortal territory was disintegrated. These dark immortal emperors are all left over from experiencing the killings of epoch after epoch. It's really hard to cope with. I'm afraid that Emperor Yi Tiandi will have to drink his hatred today. I have to make a move. Sumo Mountain witnessed immortal Emperor Qinger gather all the world's great Tao,
along with himself transforming into a pouring sword to spell out a Dark Immortal Emperor. Although the old Immortal Emperor was saddened, he knew that this was something that was bound to happen. The dark beings were holding a great sacrifice, and the longer it dragged on, the more desperate the immortal realm would become. If this epoch were to be succeeded by the great sacrifice, even if they were immortal emperors, their chances of survival would be less than 1 in 10,000. There is only constant bloodshed, even if the road ahead is as dark as it can be and there is no glimmer of hope in sight. Hateful. Why would the dark beings suddenly hold a great sacrifice? Has our plan to attack the mountain failed thus? Roar! The heavy pupil who was recuperating from his injuries raised his voice to the sky, shaking the immortal realm from side to side, venting his inner unwillingness. Heavy pupil, this time must be calm. My immortal domain's emperor's temperament is too much. Spelled out those dark immortal emperors. At the very least, the time of the great sacrifice will be prolonged. Although it is still despairing, there is still a chance. The old immortal emperor held back his sadness and said to the heavy pupil, Timelight Source C, if there is an emperor somewhere, why don't you help the immortal region to block the calamity? Instead of putting your hopes over there, why don't you give up your life? The heavy pupil got up and wiped the blood from the corners of his eyes, and was about to go to battle again. Heavy pupil, you're grieving for immortal Emperor Chinger, aren't you? The old immortal emperor gazed at his furious figure and suddenly said. The heavy pupil's body shook and clenched his fists without making a sound. AI. Immortal Emperor Chinger's heart has long belonged to that one. You don't have a chance. Preserving your strength and carrying her dying wish to attack the high heavenly plains one day is what you should do. The old immortal emperor sighed and shook his head. He saw through it thoroughly, and a large part of the reason why the heavy pupil, who had such an arrogant nature, was able to remain seated at Mount Sumeru was because of that person. But the one whose heart is already in the clear. The heavy pupil didn't have half a chance. The old immortal emperor was not in a good position to get involved within this love affair, but now it has to be said that it's time for heavy pupils to come to their senses. I'm not convinced. Where was that man when she fell? It's her who met the wrong person. I just hate that I'm powerless to fight it this time. Ha ha ha. The heavy pupil suddenly had tears of blood dripping from the corners of his eyes again. I don't know if I'm mocking my own powerlessness or hating her for being heartless. The old immortal emperor, however, put his heart at ease, knowing that the heavy pupil should have come to his senses. He looked toward the imperial battle in the outer immortal realm, and his imperial might erupted around him, aiding the battle. Chapter 64, Chinger, Mend the Knife. That pouring sword of utter despair split the worlds with a penetrating crack. Endless fragments of the great Tao were buried in it, and it could be called the graveyard of the great Tao of the worlds. Yi Lingyuan and Chinger were in the middle of it, and both of their sheltering immortal clothes were shattered beyond recognition. Immortal Emperor Chinger's hair was spread out, straight to the hidden plump and tender moon buttocks. The green immortal dress almost became a pendant, and the stunning scenery that was like sheep's fat and jade was almost the most beautiful scenery in all the worlds. She was still holding half of the origin sword artifact in her hand. That was Chinger's imperial sword, which had been shattered in this fierce battle with Yi Lingyuan. The remaining half of the sharp emperor's sword fragment, however, was still stuck in Yi Lingyuan's chest, causing a penetrating wound that was difficult to heal. This battle is too cruel. The great sacrifice of the worlds. Neither you nor I can escape this. Chinger looked at Yi Lingyuan, whose dark aura was thick around him, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of sadness. Her life essence was also nearly exhausted. After all, there was no holding back in this battle. She unleashed the strongest killing sword in the ancient world. Chinger, you must cut me down. This is your mission. Yi Lingyuan's body cracked, shaken by the residual fluctuations of the Chinger Emperor sword, making it almost difficult to coalesce. The immortal emperor is already a spirit in this world in which all things perish, but he himself does not perish, even if you are broken to pieces, and the 10,000 robberies are added to your body, you will be able to reflect the return. However, Chinger's emperor sword was too overbearing, chopping away all traces of existence from ancient times, and Yi Lingyuan had difficulty performing the act of recovery. However, a smile came to his handsome face. You, kill me first. Chinger's beautiful eyes surfaced with sadness. Deeply closing her eyes, she said to Yi Lingyuan. She knew that Yi Lingyuan could also cut off all her chances of life. After all, this man had once defeated her head-on. Chinger, destroy me. You still have a chance of survival. You still have all the worlds to take refuge in, while I must die. In the face of Chinger's request, Yi Lingyuan however shook his head. Ka Chao, his emperor body, which was bare-chested with the upper half of his body, was already starting to spill out pieces. That was Yi Lingyuan's Dark Emperor Dao. Xing'er's sword had shattered all of his Dao,
making it difficult to maintain. No, I already have a death wish,
so if you kill me and take my great Dao origin, you might be able to claim credit for that ancestral land.
Xing'er shook her head.
That greenish jade hand let go of the hilt of the green lotus-style sword and opened her hands,
gently looking at Yi Lingyuan. Xing'er, I'm already about to die. Will you mend the knife? I want you to live. Yi Lingyuan, however,
vaguely stifled a grunt, and turned to Xing'er in solemnity.
Xing'er, however,
looked at him and shook her head.
Ryoga smiled ruefully. You once tricked me into becoming a Taoist couple,
and now you're trying to trick me into killing my husband.
Are you completely obliterating my Taoist heart? Xing'er, do you still trust me?
Yi Lingyuan looked at the despair contained in her brows. The Immortal Emperor eschewed almost all mortal emotions.
The great Tao is indifferent, resident in it,
and the heart becomes cold and unfeeling. But Greenie was born with strong emotions.
It was in mourning, in despondency. Yi Lingyuan took a deep breath and suddenly changed his mind as he tenderly said to Xing'er, if I didn't believe in it,
I wouldn't have responded to your request and sent out this pouring sword of absolute destruction that breaks through the ages. Xing'er looked at him and smiled to herself. You thought that by hiding in the immortal domain origin, you would be able to escape the reckoning of the era, not realizing that the patriarch of the high heavenly planes had counted everything. The hope of your victory in this epoch is slim, and even the future is in the great hand of the patriarchs to obscure it.
There's no way for me to go into detail with you. Even if the Dark Immortal Emperor dies, he will be reborn in the ancestral ground. That's why I don't fear death. Yi Lingyuan sighed and spoke many great secrets to Xing'er. All the worlds are under the eyes of the patriarchs.
Those so-called plans to attack the mountain look ridiculous.
Hundreds of epochs of ancient history were obliterated by the patriarch. How could the 5 emperors of the immortal region be an exception?
This was also the strong feeling that Yi Lingyuan realized from this face-to-face meeting with the patriarch.
It might be a little cruel to say it to Cyan.
The high heavenly planes that subverted hundreds of epochs.
Its depths would make even us despair when we think of it.
And the years that ran through it, even immortal emperors were as worthless as a piece of floating dust when they were in it.
Cyan murmured.
There were no huge fluctuations. As a great Chi heroine who had survived the last epoch, her state of mind was naturally not ordinary.
Xing'er, you believe in me, then I will contaminate you next. This is my Yi Lingyuan's karma and the only chance to protect you.
Yi Lingyuan forcibly gathered the great Dao, pulled out the green lotus remnant sword in his chest,
and walked over to Xing'er. You're going to turn me into a Dark Immortal Emperor? Cyan was a little confused. No, I want to get out of that suffocating darkness of karma, so why bother dragging you into it? And if you believe that, don't ask again.
Yi Lingyuan took a deep breath and began to pull off Xing'er's green skirt that was barely covering her body.
This absolute generation female immortal emperor's plump and slender posture. Her crystalline skin is as solid as smooth grease.
Her bones and flesh are slender and well-proportioned.
Just standing naturally, she is more than beautiful. And that temperament is extremely moving, sufficient to press down the world. Seemingly sensing Yi Lingyuan's intention, a wisp of shyness surfaced on Xing'er's stunningly beautiful face. Closing her pretty eyes, she suffered in silence. Unlike last time, Yi Lingyuan intertwined with it with pure immortal emperor's Dao. This time it's a body of total darkness and evil to commit blasphemy. That sight would definitely make an eye roll if someone who didn't know better saw it. This was a scene of the fall of the absolute female immortal emperor. Boing! Xing'er suddenly turned pale, the slightest hint of pain spilling out from her clenched teeth. Boom! The surging and pure sword Dao broke through the barrier of this grave of the great Dao and shone towards the worlds. At this moment, the immortal domain side felt it most strongly. All beings weep with joy. That immortal emperor Xing'er, who had cut out the pouring sword, was still alive, and this was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement to the worlds. Many of the realms have also rekindled hope. The dark upheaval this time was so tragic that even immortal emperors died in successive battles, and an atmosphere of great terror almost permeated the worlds. Everyone felt despair descend. Immortal Emperor Xing'er's imperial might was once again out in the world, causing many living beings to breathe a sigh of relief and begin chanting the true name of that peerless female immortal emperor. Avenue Graves. Xing'er's aura once again returned to its peak. Of course it couldn't be separated from Yi Lingyuan's sheer nourishment. Xing'er's body emitted light, her entire body bathed in a holy and flawless light, and with just a thought, the slender body covered in bruises was restored to the color of jade. A thin, cicada-like green immortal dress was placed over her body out of thin air, her dress hunting and outlining a peerless style. With a wave of her veiled hand, she took the shattered green lotus emperor's sword into her own avenue, her clear eyes gazing at Yi Lingyuan, whose situation had worsened instead, and said worriedly, Can you really get better? Of course, it's just going to be a bitter experience for you. If you break out your peak battle power again, your tainted origin will be greatly exposed to the world. Yi Lingyuan shook his head and said, I am an immortal emperor, so why should I be concerned about the eyes of all the spirits? I will keep this part of the tainted Tao, and make it inspire me to climb to higher realms. Qinger opened her lips, revealing a lofty and unyielding demeanor, and then turned around, glancing at the man again out of the corner of his eye. Next time we meet, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, it seemed that he was so ashamed that he made a stroke with his sleeve finger and tore apart this grave of the great Tao, and the whole person headed towards the immortal realm. Chapter 65 Group Attack Immortal Emperor with Strange Battle Power. If my origin avenue wasn't close to shattering, I would have to properly cultivate with her. Yi Lingyuan watched the stunning silhouette disappear before he began to right himself. His emperor body, his origin was on the verge of silence under that sword of Qinger's. If it were any other immortal emperor, except for number 1 who could resist, the rest of the Dark Immortal Emperors had to go back to the spring to soak in the water. Yi Lingyuan was in a state where he was about to return to the spring to soak in the water. Originally he was going to soak in a spring as well, but Qinger was unwilling and wanted to be buried with her. It touched him greatly. A second plan was then implemented. That is a bitter trick. This great sacrifice against the worlds. If Yi Lingyuan didn't take the lead in laying out his plans, then he would definitely be exposed. The Dark Patriarch's insight was too strong. It was foreseeable that he would definitely be detected and then slapped to death by the Darkness Patriarch. That was why Yi Lingyuan had arranged such a bureau against himself. Now that the bureau is in place, it's up to us to see if we can hide it from the world. Yi Lingyuan dragged his almost shattered emperor body back to the high heavenly plains. Immortal Domain. The battle between Nine and Yi Tiandi continued, gradually entering a white-hot stage. Nine's bloody mouth spewed out bright and incomparable poisonous light, knocking Yi Tiandi back repeatedly. The divine demon Immortal Golden Cauldron exploded into pieces. Even Yi Tiandi, who had once slaughtered number 6, had difficulty dealing with this number 9, and the situation became more and more dangerous. Fellow Taoist Yi Scale, I've come to help you. The old immortal emperor of Mount Sumeru finally crossed over and sacrificed the Red Sun Avenue. Boom! His body released an infinite amount of red light, climbing his battle power to the peak as he blasted towards Immortal Emperor 9. 9 is holding down Yi Tiandi's stall, seeing another emperor of the immortal realm arrive. Immediately, he also pushed his own immortal emperor law to the extreme. Another old undead. Not a supreme immortal emperor dares to stop me. Poison pouring over the world. 9 let out an oozing roar. The horned Kuei body that coiled around the immortal domain stretched endlessly, capable of causing the destruction of the realms with a single movement. At this moment, he interpreted the poison Tao imperial law. Directly above the immortal realm, a pool of highly poisonous laws manifested. Boundless poison Tao laws like a heavenly calamity split towards the old immortal emperor. And Yi Tiandi, the old immortal emperor, let out a muffled grunt. And that eruption of imperial might was eroded by a large portion of the poisonous Tao laws that swept in like a torrential downpour as well. The peak battle power that had just climbed up had a downward trend. Inwardly appalled, this Dark Immortal Emperor was even trickier than the previous one. It wasn't that it was tricky in terms of battle power, but that the poison path was too insurmountable. Whether it is Emperor Law, battle power, Qi, and so on, everything tangible and intangible is able to erode away. It was no wonder that Yi Tiandi's own superior battle power was suppressed. Old senior, it's useless. If it were any other Dark Immortal Emperor, Yi Scale, would be able to break it with one force? Give me a break. But this horned K walks in the parochial emperor's way, and the poison invades all things, not something that can be made up for in numbers. The Yi Tiandi divine demon Immortal Golden Cauldron in the distance was destroyed, directly activating the invincible Emperor Fist. He went to meet the poisonous Tao laws that were splitting down from the sky, but the invincible fist seal was also difficult to break through the monstrous pool of poison Tao laws, and this feeling caused him to become more and more grave. This was a rare Dark Immortal Emperor who could not be defeated by sheer numbers. The longer that poisonous Tao law fought, the more negative states it infested itself with. Adding another Immortal Emperor in would be a drop in the bucket. Without thunderbolts, it will slowly be weakened down over time. Then what should be done? We immortal emperors can keep on fighting against it, but the beings in the immortal domain can't wait any longer. If we keep on fighting, I'm afraid that the immortal domain will all be completely eroded away by the poisonous law. The old immortal emperor also got up in 6s and 7s. The old eyes were full of gravity and anxiety. I had thought that I would be able to quickly stabilize the situation by joining the battlefield,
But now it seemed that the Immortal Emperor on the dark side wasn't that easy to deal with. Both Immortal Realm Emperors were speechless. One could only fight against the poison Dao laws that were pouring in from all over the sky. Ha ha ha, if you guys want to fight a protracted battle with Lao Zi, you'll end up eating the consequences. I'll weaken you down to the Immortal Emperor realm and completely bury you.
Immortal Emperor number 9's bloody mouth roared,
filled with unbridled pleasure. His poisonous path is extremely bizarre, enough to fight in a group with equal combat power. Right now, the two Immortal Emperors of the Immortal region were included in his rhythm, and what awaited the two emperors would be dragged alive and completely buried in his hands. Horned K let out a roar that shook the worlds, sacrificing that law poison pool that covered the immortal domain even more fiercely, causing the pressure on the two Immortal Emperors to increase further, leaving them with only the ability to defend. Heavens, that Horned Kuei is too terrifying. His true body coils around the Immortal Realm, gulping down the pool of laws and even suppressing two of our Immortal Emperors. There's actually such an existence in this world. What should we do? This is a war to liquidate the worlds. Only the Immortal region and some places that count are still recalcitrant. We have no other choice but to pray that the Immortal Emperor will be able to defeat the enemy. Yi Tiandi overwhelmed the world. Even a Dark Immortal Emperor who invaded before was buried in his hands. Yet he was still suppressed. The enemy is stronger than ever. Who else can save us? Immortal Emperor? If we can't support it anymore, all our spirits are willing to offer sacrifices, even if we die. As long as we can die on the path of the attack, all our spirits have no regrets. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, large swathes of the Immortal territory were disintegrating. Even the general environment is beginning to be too poisoned to survive. There were many old men in the Immortal region who were tearfully shouting, requesting the Immortal Emperor to sacrifice them and turn them into battle power to fight the Dark Immortal Emperor. Yi Tiandi and the old Immortal Emperor were both heavy-hearted when they heard this, only blocking the front of the Immortal Domain beings, leaving behind two standing backs. If this is done and all spirits are sacrificed, what is the difference between that and a dark being? Boom! Just then, a stunningly gorgeous green-skirted female emperor crossed out from the cracks of the worlds and descended into the Immortal Realm. Peak imperial light spread out over the entire Immortal Realm, radiating toward the other worlds of the worlds. That Immortal Emperor number 9 erupted with a muffled grunt, and the law poison pool was actually fixed by that terrifying Immortal Emperor's pressure. You're actually not dead? Immortal Emperor 9 was shocked. His heart creeped out. Previously, when the old Immortal Emperor joined the battlefield, he had never been so shocked, having seen this Empress split the worlds with a single sword. Even that 7, who had almost stepped into the realm of the beginner level, was defeated. He, Immortal Emperor number 9, was not arrogant enough to confront. Invisible has already beaten a retreat. Now that the several Dark Immortal Emperors who had come to attack the Immortal region were either dead or injured, there was no need for him to fight alone. If you want to leave, have you asked the sword in my hand? Immortal Emperor Chinger stood in the midst of a swooning chaos, her bare feet stepping on the green lotus as the shattered Emperor's sword slid into her hand, and she pointed toward the heart-stopping 9. Boom! All of the time and space of the ancient past manifested, laying above the Immortal Realm. All of space and time poured out endless sword chi. That was Chinger gathering and drawing the sword embodiment of all sword cultivators throughout the ages. This was a peerless sword chi that was strong enough to penetrate through the history of time and was overwhelming. Chapter 66 Let you make a great sacrifice and you soak in spring water? A friend said to add interest. The author experimented with 2 chapters. Oh, my friend is a god. By the way, ask for some gifts. The child is starving. Holy, you're going to perform that move again. Even 7 is buried. How can I have the life to resist? Immortal Emperor 9 was shocked, his scalp almost tingling. That sword caused him to feel an incomparably familiar sensation. 7 wasn't buried on that sword, though. This sword seemed to have a different Dao rhythm again. However, there was no doubt that it was yet another shot of supreme sword chi from this female Immortal Emperor. This emperor is tired. Next time, bury the Immortal Realm beings. The 9 hastily let out a vicious word, and the body of the Horned K instantly detached itself to flee beyond the worlds. However, boom! For ages and ages, the entire history of time trembled. Those countless immeasurable sword Dao divine intent all converged on top of Immortal Emperor Chinger's head. Her green silk danced, her white face was holy and cold, and she opened her lips and drank. One sword destroys the Dao. That gathered sword chi poured out once again. Chinger was like ruling the source of the ancient and modern sword Dao, slashing down this sword chi that destroyed ancient history. Pust, creeped out. Immortal Emperor number 9 roared with all his might, erupting a pool of law poison and eroding towards the slashing sword chi.
However, the law poison pool, which had always been invincible, was unable to help that sword in the slightest. That sword was as if it was simultaneously running through every time and space in the past, the present, and the future. In the end, the law poison pool was also chopped to pieces. And Immortal Emperor number 9 screamed unwillingly as his huge and stretched out body exploded at the same time. The Empress' sword was crisp and clear. Once again, he instantly killed an Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Realm beings all looked dumbfounded, opened his mouth, emotions not even knowing how to brew. In the past, the time when Yi Tiandi suppressed the Dark Immortal Emperor, they will chant that the Heavenly Emperor is invincible, and that it is difficult for all the worlds to meet a single resistant hand, and so on and so forth. But at this moment, facing the Empress's crisp sword, the Immortal Realm beings felt that such revered words as invincible and difficult to meet a single opponent in all the worlds were blasphemous to the Supreme Empress. Invincible. Is it worthy of calling this Chinger Fairy Emperor? She was strong beyond ancient history. Invincibility all seems superficial and powerless. Senior Chinger is a woman among women. I am truly convinced. The Yi Scale Heavenly Emperor, who always liked to claim invincibility and suppress everything in the world, laughed bitterly, feeling that they were all dwarfed in front of that stunningly gorgeous green-clothed Empress. Immortal Emperor Chinger's Dao has only arrived at a critical point. To touch that level, this dash of sword Dao directly dominates the future. No one before, no one after. The hope of defeating the darkness has gained one more point. The old Immortal Emperor's eyes were also excited, and he did not mince words as he exclaimed in admiration to that woman with a foot on the green lotus and a magnificent style. After Chinger sent out this sword and killed Immortal Emperor 9, a wisp of black marks swiftly surfaced between his eyebrows. Her pair of pale, thousand-year-old autumn waters could not help but tremble. Without speaking, he turned and walked toward Mount Sumeru. Between one step, the slinky skirt flew, and that stunningly beautiful silhouette had disappeared before the Immortal Realm beings. The crisis in the Immortal Realm came to an end. Although the great invasion of the Dark Immortal Emperor was repelled, but the Immortal Realm beings were still shrouded in a dismal atmosphere. The Battle of the Immortal Emperors, how terrifying. The fairy realm is almost in pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that there were Immortal Emperors on their side trying their best to keep the origin from dispersing, the Immortal Realm has been shattered hundreds of times long ago. The living beings that died were also uncountable, and among them, there were even quasi-immortal emperors that had fallen. Under the aftermath of the Immortal Emperor battle, it was like a small and lonely death like a mole cricket. The Yi-scaled Heavenly Emperor did not return to Mount Sumeru. The Immortal Realm had suffered heavy losses, and he had chosen to sit in this periphery. This way, even if a Dark Immortal Emperor invaded again, he would be able to fend it off in the first place, not so much as to let the tragic situation of that Imperial City Senior happen. And the old Immortal Emperor still returned to Mount Sumeru, this time against the 9. He kind of fought and was injured. That poisonous Dao law was eroding his Dao, and it would take time to weed it out. The fairy realm has seen a period of reprieve. Beyond the worlds, where the high heavenly plains lie, dark chaotic lightning struck the scorched earth with several emperors' souls roaring. Immortal Emperor number 8, damn it, I failed in my goal of drinking Emperor's blood this epoch. Encountered an old teetotaler, expended my essence, and actually ended up planting myself in the hands of the heavy pupil. That wasn't the Emperor of this epoch. We were once too careless in our liquidation. Immortal Emperor no. 6, what? There is a heavy pupil who has achieved Immortal Emperor. No. 8, you didn't die unjustly. If my father is still around, I will tell that heavy pupil to return to heaven. Immortal Emperor no. 3, where is no. 7, why is his imperial soul missing from the springs? My heart is left with hatred. No. 7, I look forward to seeing the end of your death. Immortal Emperor no. 8, no. 3, you're crazy. Immortal Emperor Yi has been confirmed by the Patriarch to have taken half a step into the sacrificial Dao realm. You're provoking. If he returns, he won't be able to spare you. Immortal Emperor no. 3, so what? If it wasn't for his ulterior motives, this emperor wouldn't have ended up in this situation. That the Haotian origin west of the immortal domain was devoured by him before he made such progress. I hate. Immortal Emperor number 6, successful king. There's nothing to say. He. Once again the emperor's soul has returned. Could it be number 7? The 3 imperial souls cast their gazes, even though only the soul remained, faint and almost completely dissipated. However, that majestic and boundless emperors might still shook the high heavenly plains with cracks all over, and countless dark beings prostrated. Roar, it's too terrifying. It's a fluke that I was able to keep a strand of the emperor's soul to return.
This returning strand of imperial soul was naturally the ninth. The spirit kept the image of a horned kuei,
but was a little shaken. 9. You too have returned to your soul. Could it be that you also perished at the hands of the heavy pupil? When 8 saw 9's soul return, he immediately asked seriously. With only a wisp of soul left, the Emperor's might was still there, but the divine power was unable to be extended. And they don't know what's going on over there in the world? Bull asterisk 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 heavy pupil. My 9's poisonous path infests all things and is the nemesis of all tangible things. 9's tone was somber and looked disdainful. It seemed that the heavy pupil was not at all concerned about the heavy pupil. Then, in the immortal realm, who else can make your soul return? Several Emperor's souls were also curious. Gentlemen, the immortal domain's true supreme powerhouse is a sword-wielding female emperor, whose sword Dao seems to have sublimated to that level. First beheading immortal Emperor Yi with a single sword, and then returning with a single sword to send me back here. 9 said and went to find Yi Ling Yuan's soul. Then, he was a bit puzzled. Where is immortal Emperor Yi's soul? Female immortal emperor? The sword path has stepped into that kind of level. Hiss, the variables of the worlds this time are truly too great, and have already exceeded the realm of what immortal emperors such as myself can constrain. Some emperor souls sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling that this great sacrifice had exposed some of the amazing underpinnings of the worlds, and that they must be taken seriously. 7 didn't have a soul to return to, so maybe it didn't die in battle. Immortal Emperor number 8 answered him. Didn't die in battle. Immortal Emperor Yi is truly a good man. If he hadn't contained that female immortal emperor for a long time, I would have returned long ago. It's good that he didn't die. The liquidation of this epoch will only depend on him and number 1. Chapter 67, Yi Ling Yuan's exposure. Ancient history sources taboo. 9 had a good impression of Yi Ling Yuan, if he hadn't personally included that immortal domain empress in the battle. I'm afraid that against this one, 9 would have already gone to his soul. That sword made him unable to find a way to break it at the moment, and the only way to deal with it was death. It's horrible. The hallowed immortal emperor was at his wit's end. Although he was also decapitated this time, 9 was still grateful to immortal Emperor Yi. Boom! Another wave of imperial shadows returned from beyond the high heavenly plains. This time it was no longer a soul, but the immortal emperor himself, stepping through the long river of time, his figure stepping into the high heavenly plains. Number 10. You didn't go to overthrow the boundary sea, and you're actually injured? The 4 emperor souls manifested, immeasurably tall, and looked towards the bloodstained 10. This time, the one who returned was none other than immortal Emperor 10, who had been injured by the skeleton emperor. His face was solemn, and a dark aura permeated around his body as he continuously healed the origin Dao injuries in his body. The first sentence is, Gentlemen, there are immortal emperors among us who have defected to the worlds and must be liquidated. A rich hatred surfaced in the eyes of immortal Emperor number 10. It was hard to hide something from the eyes of an immortal emperor in this world. Almost with a little projection, it had been realized who the traitor on Gao Tianyuan's side was. Oh, the 4 imperial souls were also quite surprised, associating the injuries on number 10's body. An imperial soul seriously inquired, could it be that you, number 10, have suffered a backstabbing? And which one of you actually did it? We immortal emperors have long been infected with darkness and can't go back. So what is there to say about betrayal? There were also imperial souls who didn't believe it. Their Empyrean Dao origin was already pure darkness. In this case, countless thoughts are aberrant and no great good will exist, also known as the dark nature. You see who else has not returned here. It is clear. I want to face the Dark Patriarch. This is a mole on the side of the high heavenly plains. It must be liquidated, or else. 10 didn't say much with the few dead emperor souls. Crossing over them, he stepped deeper into the high heavenly plains, until it was overwhelmed by absolute darkness, and not long after the 10th went deeper into the hinterland of the high heavenly plains. Another imperial shadow staggered back. It was none other than Yi Ling Yuan. Seeing those 4 emperor souls, Yi Ling Yuan didn't say anything more and just sat on the ground on the high heavenly plains, using the dark essence of this place to recover the wounds of his emperor body. He's in much worse shape than 10 can be. If Qinger had added a little bit of strength at that time, the seat of the emperor's soul on the high heavenly plains would have inevitably included him. Of course, this was also the reason why Yi Ling Yuan deliberately gave in. As the dark aura from the high heavenly plains flooded his body, Yi Ling Yuan's origin trauma began to repair itself little by little. Several emperor's souls looked at him from afar, with eerie, skeptical flashes. 10's remark put them all on guard. Yi Ling Yuan, on the other hand, ignored it.
It was just a few Emperor souls waiting to be revived. There was no threat. He devoted himself to the process of restoring the origin. Time passed.
Almost 100 years passed. Yiling Yuan's emperor body was barely repaired to the point where it wouldn't collapse.
He still didn't stop,
gulping down the dark essence of the high heavenly planes near to nothing.
All of that chaos lightning that struck down was swallowed in his big mouth,
turned into nourishment to repair the origin. Many dark beings, too, became sacrifices to Yiling Yuan,
and were unceremoniously turned into pure essence and inhaled together.
Time passes. The atmosphere on the high heaven plane seemed to have fallen into a certain stagnation. Just 500 years later, boom! Suddenly,
a huge vibration came from outside the high heavenly planes. The vibration was so great that it even manifested countless time veins.
Even the high heavenly planes shook violently.
Several Emperor's soul figures were illusory and suffered greatly.
Horrified.
It's a vibration coming from the source of time.
Could it be that number one and the others have engaged the existence of the source of time? The enemies of the source of time should not be underestimated. With this vibration,
I'm afraid that the entire history of time has changed,
and our past bodies seem to have annihilated.
The 8th Imperial Soul muttered.
It's a terrible thing. If the Immortal Emperor hadn't cut off karma and transcended the ages of time,
I'm just afraid they'll just disappear. Several Emperor souls paid great attention, hoping to explore what was going on at the source of that manifested time vein.
Boom! About another 100 years passed.
From that piece of manifested ancient history long river,
half of the remnants of the body floated down,
bloody and staining the lower reaches of the ancient history long river. The 4 Imperial souls recognized the remnant body and were shocked.
That's number 2. It was even chopped up and completely buried?
Hiss! The 4 Emperor souls all sucked in cool air.
When they die, their souls return to the high heavenly planes and they can wait for the next epoch to revive. But the second Immortal Emperor was actually directly buried and destroyed. This was the means of the sacrificial Tao realm? Such a tactic could be done by the Dark Patriarch as well. Another 100 years passed.
The 4 Emperor souls once again discovered some more fragments of Emperor bodies floating down from the source of the long river of ancient history.
Because the shattering was so complete,
even the Immortal Emperor's great Tao that it contained was devoid of luster. Even the 4 Imperial souls retraced their steps for a long time before gaining insight.
That's Immortal Emperor number 5.
It was also thoroughly buried.
Even the power of reincarnation has failed. This time,
the 4 Emperor souls couldn't help but raise a creepy feeling as well. Looking at the scene where blood stained the entire long river of ancient history, it's hard to imagine what great battles were fought at the source of that time. Yiling Yuan was also awakened by the vibration that passed down from that source of time. Looking at the remnants of the bones of Empire light dimmed by number 2 and number 5, his eyes narrowed slightly. It looks like the greatest mutation of the worlds is already unstoppable. Maybe this epic can really upend the high heavenly planes. I don't know if my dependence still counts. I'm really worried. Yiling Yuan was somewhat unable to see the future. His first carefully cultivated family member,
the Empress,
turned out to be just a spacetime projection.
Eventually,
they came out from their respective time and space and transformed into their true form, and it was no weaker than the true form of the Dark Patriarch.
Yiling Yuan also didn't know if the other party still remembered him. Is it still that one familiar flower?
Taboo of the ancient history source.
You finally made your move. The balance has been broken. Trace back to the source. Just then,
a voice resounded from the depths of the high heavenly planes,
spreading out a dark negativity that almost drowned out the eternities. The Dark Patriarch revived again.
This time it seemed to be another patriarch.
Its huge figure was shrouded in darkness,
emitting a black mist that instantly flooded the high heavenly planes out of reach.
Boom!
The Dark Patriarch stepped out of the burial ground and stepped into the long river of ancient history only. Since the moment he stepped into the long river of ancient history, the water upstream and downstream had all blackened. Not a single bright light came through,
giving a deep sense of despair.
The Dark Patriarch met the long river of ancient history against the current,
and in a flash,
he broke through that layer of the source and blasted out his great hand towards the other side of the source of time.
This is the battle of the worlds, with the high heavenly planes, the apex of all visible and invisible beings. Chapter 68 Cao Tian Yuan's ghost appears. Boom!
The darkness beginner's large hand penetrated deep into the sea of time and light.
You can't see much from the direction of Takatenkara. All you can see is large swaths of time history breaking up.
Behind the sea of time and light source, there also seemed to be an existence comparable to the Patriarch level striking out. The two were fiercely engaged across a layer of divine prohibitions that even time could not cross.
No one had the intention of stepping over it. One to come. The Dark Patriarch sacrificed the word though. No enemy is visible up and down the river of time.
but the source of time is difficult to cross the opposite side of that sea.
But true to form, it was proven to be hostile. In this case, if you go there rashly, you are likely to have no return.
And the forbidden existence on the opposite side of the divine band seemed to hold these thoughts as well. The two moved with monstrous greatness across the divine prohibition. The great Tao of the fight collapsed. All the heavens were shattered.
Time, space,
and all ceased to exist. The ancient history of the upper and lower reaches of the river has completely eclipsed and disappeared. If the immortal emperor hadn't long survived in the current world,
stabilize this time, then in this culminating war, the current world will also dissipate as a bubble. What a horrible scene it was.
Tremors rushed down from the source of time,
blasting the worlds and the high heavenly planes, on the side of the immortal realm, after centuries of respite. At this moment,
the immortal realm beings were once again alarmed.
Their figures were fading, disappearing one after the other.
There was even a quasi-immortal emperor who looked up to the sky and faded away in his unwillingness.
From start to finish, not even the enemy was seen. Sumo Mountain. The three emperors stood side by side,
using the power of the absolute heaven and earth passage to join forces to block the astonishing fluctuation that washed down from the source of time.
The look was rare and serious. That's the patriarch of the high heavenly planes striking out,
facing off against a taboo beyond immortal emperors at the source of time.
What a terrifying scene.
A trace of fear surfaced in the old immortal emperor's eyes.
Don't know what to do. At the moment that source of time is a blur. Immortal emperors are invisible, imperceptible now. Even if you want to help, how can you get there when even the access road is gone?
The power of the darkness patriarch has been transmitted across such a distant time.
If we don't step into that level, we won't even have the qualifications to confront that patriarch.
The heavy pupil also collected his arrogance and shook his head. He reigned supreme in the previous epoch and was unrivaled. But there was no meeting with the Dark Patriarch.
Just heard its dark mighty name spread. Now it was considered the first time to witness the Patriarch strike. That fluctuation alone eclipsed him, making it difficult to match.
The Dark Patriarch's strike this time may have changed the pattern of the worlds in advance. If the sea of light sources breached at that time, the last ray of light of the worlds will also dissipate.